In a secret underground laboratory in Konoha village. Where am I? A faint and confused voice echoed in the empty and dark room. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on an icy cold laboratory table. There was dead silence all around, and the crisp sound of water drops falling to the ground could be faintly heard in the room. Only the tubes inserted into his body were trembling slightly, as if this was his only remaining connection with the outside world. At one end of these tubes is connected to a huge green glass container filled with some unknown liquid that emits a faint glow. Chen Feng's memory still lingers in the dormitory last night. He was a sophomore at a biology university. That afternoon, he was playing games with his roommates. After missing lunch, I ordered a hamburger takeout. Maybe because the food was not fresh, I had diarrhea and almost fainted. Therefore, I had no appetite for dinner, and not eating for a long time caused me to suffer from hypoglycemia in the second half of the night. I was so hungry and exhausted from diarrhea that I had to secretly use my roommate's induction cooker to cook instant noodles. But the induction cooker leaked electricity and I lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself in this strange place and everything seemed so incredible. Just as he tried to sit up and collect his thoughts, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him like a gust of wind, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Then, a memory that did not belong to him flooded into his mind like a surging tide. It is a story about a 6-year-old orphan named Xingyuan Suejian. In Xingyuan Suejian's memory, he lived with his parents in a small village in the Land of Rain since he was a child. With the coming of the Ninja World War, the Land of Rain inevitably became a cruel battlefield for the wars between the great powers. Xingyuan Suejian's parents had no choice but to run around with their young child in the cracks of various battlefields to survive. During the long escape, how could two ordinary people who were not even ninjas and had a child with them survive in the bloody meat grinder of war? During a fierce battle on a rainy night, the three people who were sleeping were suddenly awakened by the sound of fierce fighting. In the melee, a kunai shot straight towards the cave where the three people were. At the end of the shuriken was a piece of paper that was sizzling and sparking. Boom! A huge explosion was heard, and the three of them only felt a black screen in front of their eyes. The violent impact caused their bodies to be thrown high into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Xingyuan Suejian's mother instinctively held him tightly in her arms. In order to protect his wife and children, his father blocked the frontal impact of the explosion at the first moment and unfortunately died. What followed was the collapse of the cave caused by the explosion. The mother bent down without hesitation to protect her child, stretching her body tightly to protect the child's entire body. Xingyuan Suejian, who was curled up under her mother's body, was so frightened at this moment, staring blankly at her mother who was pierced by the sharp stone spike. Xingyuan Xu looked terrified and raised her head tremblingly. Mom. You, child, Mom and Dad can't walk with you anymore. A bright red blood stain was left at the corner of the mother's mouth. He endured the severe pain in his body and said, "You must live strong from now on, okay?" Before Xingyuan Suejian could answer, his mother fell weakly on him. "Ah, mother." Xingyuan Suejian, who witnessed all this, could only cry helplessly in her mother's arms. I don't know how many times I fainted from crying, and I woke up from hunger again and again. Finally, his hungry body instinctively prompted him to leave his mother's arms and crawl towards the narrow cave. Xingyuan Suejian struggled to plug the gap in the collapsed cave entrance with rubble. Tears already wet her eyes. "Mom and Dad, I'm leaving now. I will try my best to survive." In the long time that followed, the young Xingyuan Suejian shuttled between the cracks of various battlefields. When he was hungry, he ate wild fruits and vegetables to fill his stomach, and when he was sleepy, he found a hidden cave to sleep. Until one day, Xingyuan Suejian was hit on the neck by a knife while drinking water by the river. In the gradually blurred vision, she vaguely saw that the man was wearing black tights and a mask with strange patterns on his face. Is this the Naruto world? Chen Feng was horrified. He remembered the Naruto he had watched in his previous life. The scene before him was so similar to the description of Orochimaru's human experiments that he couldn't help but shudder. Chen Feng's heart was shrouded in endless fear at this moment. He couldn't believe that he was in such a terrible situation. The fear of the unknown followed him like a shadow, making his heart beat rapidly. I'm not really going to become Orochimaru's experimental subject, am I? Chen Feng's heart was filled with fear and despair. He tried to recall everything about Orochimaru's human experiments in the anime, but his mind was only in chaos. Chen Feng's thoughts were in a mess. He tried desperately to grasp some useful information, but found that his brain seemed to have stopped working, leaving only deep despair and helplessness. Just then, the sound of crisp footsteps broke the silence in the room. A man with long black hair, wearing the Jonin vest worn by ninjas in Naruto, with a sneer on his face appeared in his sight. "It's Orochimaru. Are you awake?" Orochimaru's tone was cold and distant, as if Chen Feng was just an insignificant tool in his hands, rather than a flesh and blood person. Chen Feng pursed his cracked lips hard and opened them with great effort, but could only utter a weak and feeble sound. "Who are you? What did you do to me?" Chen Feng immediately thought he sat up straight, but his arms and legs were so weak that even turning his head was extremely difficult. Orochimaru ignored Chen Feng and walked straight to the data equipment beside him. Holding a notepad in hand, he compared the instruments before him and muttered to himself in a hoarse voice, "Did you make it through the second stage? What a lucky kid. There's one last gene injection left. Come on, let me succeed just once." There was a terrifying light flashing in Orochimaru's eyes. Orochimaru himself had forgotten how many times he had failed in this step, one surprise after another, and finally one disappointment after another. He was already numbed. Most of the experimental subjects began to have an immune response instantly after the injection. Some of the experimental subjects exploded and died, while others turned into irrational monsters. Undoubtedly, these are all failures. Scientists are all paranoid, especially those who have lowered their moral bottom line. After experiencing so many failures, Orochimaru was already mentally prepared. It's time to stop this boring experiment. Sarutobi-sensei and the others should have discovered this place, right? Orochimaru said thoughtfully. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with ferocity, his expression revealing madness. Since there's not much time left, let's go for the maximum dose, one last crazy move, ha. Orochimaru was holding a thick syringe filled with a large gray liquid and was slowly walking towards Chen Feng. The scene was extremely creepy. Chen Feng, who was standing by, was horrified upon hearing this. Can we discuss this? Orochimaru remained unmoved and slowly inserted the needle in his hand into Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng, who had reacted at this moment, was immediately frightened. "Hey, don't come over here." Injection completed. Why don't I feel anything? It's a little warm and comfortable. What's going on? Chen Feng was very confused. Chen Feng, who had recovered from his shock, opened his mouth weakly. "What on earth did you do to me? Even if I die, can I die knowingly?" Orochimaru sneered hoarsely. "You'll know when you finally survive." Chen Feng looked hopeless. "Can you tell me something I can understand? You are just one of my many experimental subjects. If you can survive, then I might be interested in explaining all this to you." After saying that, Orochimaru left the room without looking back, leaving Chen Feng alone in the dark, lost in his thoughts. Finally, a wave of fatigue came over him and Chen Feng fell into coma again. On the edge of dreams and reality, he seemed to be back on campus again, and the shouting and cursing of his roommates while playing games was still faintly in his ears. Silent late night. In the empty laboratory, Chen Feng lay quietly on the cold laboratory table. The motionless body was like a cold corpse. Suddenly, without any warning, Chen Feng's body began to tremble non-stop. At first, it was just a slight tremor, as if the body was unconsciously resisting some unknown threat. But soon, the tremors intensified rapidly and turned into violent convulsions. Chen Feng's limbs seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, dancing wildly and completely out of control. Chen Feng's face turned pale in an instant, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. Every convulsion was accompanied by a painful groan. The sound seemed to burst out from the depths of the soul, full of despair and fear. The infusion tube on his body was also pulled to the point of being shaky, and the instrument next to it kept making sharp beeping alarm sounds. Pain. Chen Feng felt pain all over his body at this moment, the kind of pain that penetrated deep into his bones and made his soul tremble. At this moment, Chen Feng could no longer control his body. Like a loach thrown into a pile of salt, it keeps wiggling. Endless pain tortured him. If Chen Feng were conscious at this moment, he would commit suicide without hesitation. Chen Feng finally understood what Orochimaru said before he left. If you can't survive, there's no point in talking to you. Because when a person is in extreme pain, there is only one thought in his mind: death. He didn't know how many levels of pain there were, but he guessed the so-called highest level was just this, right? I really printed that sentence. I can't live, and I can't die. In a trance, Chen Feng felt that his body was floating in the air. He looked down and saw that his body was lying motionless on the experimental table. Is this death? Is this my soul? Chen Feng murmured. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from the body on the experimental table again. The soul was merged into the body again, and the familiar severe pain came over me again. After fainting from extreme pain again, the soul left the body and rose into the air again, but was then sucked back in by an unknown force. Perhaps because of the time travel, Chen Feng's soul strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Despite the pain, I gradually adapted to it. Those so-called experimental subjects probably turned into irrational monsters the moment the drug took effect, right? Or he just exploded and died. No wonder Orochimaru has no successful cases. This kind of experiment may just be an idea that came to his mind after a sudden burst of inspiration. Anyway, there are a lot of experimental subjects provided by Danzo, so just use them. After the injection, Orochimaru left Chen Feng to fend for himself. He subconsciously thought that Chen Feng would die after taking the medicine, or turn into a monster, so he didn't bother to pay attention to him. Because Orochimaru sensed a lot of figures flashing outside the laboratory base at this moment. Orochimaru, who was concentrating on the experiment, grinned faintly. Looks like I've been discovered, hee. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Feng slowly woke up and found that his body seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. The tubes on his body had fallen off at some point, and he was no longer as weak as before. He tried to move his arms and legs and was able to sit up easily. Then he slowly walked out of the laboratory room, holding on to the wall. Chen Feng was pleasantly surprised and felt his body was full of strength. It felt so good to regain control of his body. The feeling of catching catfish on the chopping board is something you should experience once in your life. I dare not do it again, maybe I won't be so lucky next time. Just as Chen Feng was feeling emotional after surviving the disaster, the door to the experimental base was suddenly pushed open. But it was not Orochimaru who came in, but a group of people dressed in Konoha ninja costumes. Survivors found the ninja turned around and reported. Chen Feng looked at them warily, not knowing what his fate would be. Are you Orochimaru's experiment? The leading ninja looked solemn. Chen Feng nodded, then shook his head. He himself was not sure what he was now. The ninjas looked at each other, as if communicating something. Then, one of them disappeared in a flash. In another laboratory of this experimental base, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru are in a tense and fierce confrontation. Orochimaru, you have finally embarked on this path of no return. The third Hokage's voice was filled with deep disappointment and heartache. Orochimaru smiled coldly. Teacher, you don't understand the truth of this world at all. The constraints of Konoha village have prevented me from pursuing true power. The third Hokage stood up and looked Orochimaru in the eyes. Power is not everything. You have been blinded by desire and have lost yourself. Lose yourself. Orochimaru sneered disdainfully. Your so-called righteous path is nothing but an excuse for cowards. I want to explore the limits of ninjutsu and break through the boundaries of life and death. The third Hokage shook his head in disappointment. You have fallen into the evil path. If you continue like this, it will only bring disaster to the world. Disaster? So what? Orochimaru's eyes became extremely fierce. Only by possessing absolute power can one control everything. Teacher, you are old, and your ideas are outdated. The third Hokage shouted angrily. Orochimaru, I will not let you do whatever you want. Konoha village will not tolerate your betrayal. Tolerate? Orochimaru laughed unbridled. Teacher, do you think you can stop me? Today is the day I break with Konoha. The battle broke out instantly, and the third Hokage quickly formed a seal, fire-style, fire dragon flame bullet. The huge flames rushed towards Orochimaru, but Orochimaru was not in a hurry. He summoned a giant green-scaled snake to wrap around himself, and the flames left black marks on the snake scales. Orochimaru quickly counterattacked, Shadow Snake Hand. Several poisonous snakes shot towards the third generation like sharp arrows. The third Hokage immediately jumped away, avoiding the poisonous snakes, and at the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands and cast the wind-style vacuum ball to blow away the snakes. The third Hokage flashed and instantly came in front of Orochimaru, using physical techniques to attack. Orochimaru blocked and retreated. Suddenly, a shining sword came out of Orochimaru's mouth and shot straight towards the third Hokage's face. The third Hokage dodged instantly and bit his finger. The art of spiritual communication. The third Hokage's expression was solemn. I'm sorry to trouble you again, old friend. Ape Demon, humph, this opponent is not easy to deal with. The third Hokage was silent for a moment. It's Orochimaru, my disciple. Ape Demon, cover me. The Ape Demon nodded. Leave it to me. The Monkey King instantly transformed into a huge golden cudgel. When swung by the third Hokage, it created a gust of wind and forced back Orochimaru's next wave of attacks. Orochimaru smiled grimly. Teacher, do you think you can defeat me with just a monkey? Orochimaru, today I will bring you to justice. The third Hokage said with a firm look. Orochimaru formed seals with his hands, muttered something, and summoned two huge pythons. The python opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards the third Hokage and Monkey King. The ape demon flexibly changed back to its original form and started a fierce fight with the two pythons. The third Hokage took the opportunity to look for Orochimaru's weakness, and saw that Orochimaru's attention was attracted by the battle next to him. The third Hokage used the ninjutsu without hesitation, 5 styles, great linking bullet technique. In a flash, Orochimaru's face changed drastically. He responded hastily and failed to dodge, and was hit by the combination ninjutsu of the third Hokage. Orochimaru fell to the ground seriously injured. Haha, cough. Blood slowly flowed from the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. It's not a bad choice to die at the hands of Sarutobi-sensei. Sarutobi shouted, kill him, Sarutobi. The third Hokage stood there blankly, as if he didn't hear Inma's shouts. Seeing this, Orochimaru took the opportunity to get up, slowly stood up and walked towards the door. Sarutobi's face was filled with anxiety. Now is the only chance, Sarutobi. Orochimaru, who was walking away, turned around, looked deeply at Sarutobi Hiruzen's back, and then gradually disappeared into the darkness. Sarutobi sighed. Sarutobi, you. The third Hokage lowered his eyebrows and shook his head in pain. I couldn't do it. Ape Demon. Before UNMO could say anything, a member of the Umbu appeared in front of him, kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama, a child was discovered during the search and is suspected to be Orochimaru's experimental subject. The third Hokage thought for a moment and said, take him back to the village and send him to the interrogation room. Chen Feng was taken to the interrogation room of Konoha village. The room seemed a little dark and depressing. The third Hokage came in person to inquire about the situation. He walked in slowly and sat opposite Chen Fang. The third Hokage looked at Xingyuan Shuejian seriously and asked softly, "What's your name, kid?" "My name is Chen. Xingyuan Shuejian." Chen Fang answered weakly. "I almost said something wrong. I'm still a little dazed. From now on I have to call myself Xingyuan Shuejian." Chen Fang thought secretly. Xingyuan Shuejian quietly raised her head and looked at the man in front of her wearing the Hokage's divine robe. "Is this the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen?" The white hair and wrinkles on his face tell of the vicissitudes he has experienced, but his sharp eyes cannot be ignored. "Son, please tell us everything you know." The third Hokage's gaze was gentle, but Xingyuan Shuejian could feel the majesty behind it. It was a kind of majesty that had come from going through hardships, as if it could see through all lies and disguises. Xingyuan Shuejian was a little flustered, her mind racing, wondering how a 6-year-old child should react at this moment. Xingyuan Shuejian immediately showed off her acting skills. His body trembling slightly, he raised his head and looked at the legendary Hokage in front of him. I. Xingyuan Shuejian stuttered, pretending not to know where to start, her face full of fear and confusion. The third Hokage seemed to notice his nervousness and softened his tone a little. "Don't be afraid, kid. As long as you tell the truth, Konoha village will protect you." Xingyuan Shuejian took a deep breath. Pretending to try to calm herself down, she said, I was brought here by Orochimaru. I don't know why. I only remember a lot of strange experiments and many screams of pain around me." The third Hokage frowned, his expression growing more serious. "Go on, kid. I see many children like me, some of them have already." Xingyuan Shuejian's voice was tinged with tears. He couldn't continue, tears welling up in his eyes. The third Hokage gently patted Xingyuan Shuejian's shoulder. "Child, be strong. Do you remember what specific experiments Orochimaru is doing?" "It seems they're researching a method that can give people great power." Xingyuan Shuejian pretended to try to recall, "but the process is very cruel. I'm very scared." The third Hokage fell into deep thought, and after a moment he asked, "Did he mention anything about his plans or goals?" "No." Xingyuan Shuejian shook her head. "I'm just a kidnapped child. He wouldn't tell me these things." "Thank you for your cooperation, kid." The third Hokage stood up and paced around the room. "Rest well first, we will take care of this matter." After saying that, he turned around and left the interrogation room, leaving Xingyuan Shuejian alone in the room, her mood still unable to calm down for a long time. Watching the third Hokage leave, Xingyuan Shuejian secretly felt relieved. "They probably didn't find out that I survived Orochimaru's experiment. Just think of them as the lucky ones among the captured children who haven't had the chance to be tortured by Orochimaru." Because during the subsequent searches, the Umbu ninjas also found several imprisoned victims. Among them were adults and children, but they all looked depressed and devastated. Xingyuan Shuejian's condition was considered pretty good in their eyes. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat quietly in a chair. Looking down at the village and watching the people coming and going on the street, everyone's face is filled with happy smiles. Wisps of green smoke emerged from the pipe in his mouth. The smoke slowly rose and drifted away, as if carrying the smoker's thoughts with it as it spread in the air, creating a hazy atmosphere that was almost invisible. My originally restless mood gradually calmed down. Whoosh, a soft sound. The third Hokage slowly turned around. An Umbu appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. The third Hokage's face was solemn. "How's the investigation going?" While Orochimaru was escaping, he fought with Umbu Kakashi. Kakashi was defeated and Orochimaru escaped, but he was also injured and he probably couldn't get far, said the Umbu ninja truthfully. The third Hokage frowned tightly and asked, "How is the investigation going on with the details of those imprisoned by Orochimaru?" Replying to Lord Hokage, "The general situation of those people has been investigated clearly." The Umbu ninja looked solemn and responded respectfully. Hashimoto Taro, 21 years old, a Chunin from our village, disappeared during a mission. According to reports from his team members, he disappeared while on a solo exploration mission. Memi Fukata, 8 years old, a commoner from the land of hot springs. According to her parents, she was abducted while playing a filming game with her friends in the grass by the roadside. Xingyuan Shuejian, 6 years old, a civilian from the rain country. Both of her parents died in the Third World War. She wandered alone for a long time before being knocked unconscious and abducted. Several products of Orochimaru's experiments were also found in the laboratory. They were all irrational monsters. The Umbu have destroyed and incinerated them all. The above 3 people should not have had time to be subjected to human experiments by Orochimaru, and we attacked here. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage clenched his teeth, making a chattering sound, as if he wanted to crush all the resentment in his heart between his teeth. "What a ruthless bastard!" The third Hokage roared in anger. "Order, continue to pursue Orochimaru, regardless of life or death." Yes, the Umbu ninja disappeared after he finished speaking. The third Hokage lost his momentum and sat in the chair blankly. The disciple who once made him feel so proud turned out to be a traitor in the village. He couldn't bear it and couldn't bring himself to kill him, so he let him go. I once naively hoped that Orochimaru would reform and return to the village in the future. However, when we see those experiments, when I see the miserable situation of the elephant, I can't help but hate my own selfishness. Crunch, the door opened and a man covered in bandages and leaning on crutches walked into the room. Hiruzen, leave those children to me, Danzo said gloomily. The root has not had any new blood for a long time. Hiruzen frowned and looked at Danzo with a determined gaze. Those children are not fit for the root. They should grow in the sunlight, not in darkness. Hiruzen, you are always so naive. Danzo snorted coldly. These are troubled times. Only through training in the root can they become truly strong and become the force that protects Konoha. Haha, Danzo, the third Hokage stood up and sneered. Do you really think I don't know about the dirty deeds you've done in collusion with Orochimaru? Danzo took 2 steps back, his face filled with horror as he whispered, this. The third Hokage looked at Danzo with an indifferent expression. I am thinking of our long-term friendship. Sometimes I turn a blind eye. Don't go too far. Danzo, remember, I am the Hokage. The third Hokage snorted coldly. If you dare to act without orders again, I will kill you with my own hands. Hiruzen, you. Danzo widened his eyes and was speechless for a moment. I'll take care of the 3 survivors, you go down. The third Hokage turned around and spoke slowly. Danzo slammed the door and left in anger. The third Hokage turned around and slowly raised his right hand. Hokage-sama. A voice came from the shadow in the corner, and a figure kneeling on one knee gradually emerged. Give orders to Chuyun and Hashimoto Taro to pacify him and return him to the ninja team. Mei Fukata's parents are here. After comforting her, she will be returned to her parents. Xingyuan Suejian's parents are both dead. Go ask the director of the orphanage to comfort her and then send her to the orphanage. You're 6 years old now, old enough to go to ninja school. Under the illumination of the will of fire, Konoha will live forever. The third Hokage sighed deeply. In the interrogation room, Xingyuan Suejian was looking around with boredom. What's this? You're just going to leave me here after questioning me? At least bring me something to eat. Xingyuan Suejian had long forgotten how long it had been since she had eaten. During these days since she was captured, she was either in a coma or extremely weak when she woke up. The fact that it has managed to survive until now must have been due to the green nutrient solution it received at that time. At this moment, Xingyuan Suejian felt so hungry that she felt like she could swallow a cow. Just as Xingyuan Suejian was lost in thought, the door of the interrogation room slowly opened. A clear figure came into Xingyuan Suejian's sight. Hello, I'm Yakushi Nono. Nono said with a smile. Hokage-sama asked me to take care of you. Will you come with me? Pharmacist. Nono, isn't this the director of the orphanage? She's the most important person in the life of Do, the master of dreams, Xingyuan Suejian pondered in her heart. Xingyuan Suejian raised her head slightly and looked carefully at the person in front of her. With yellow hair, wearing a black and white shrine maiden costume, and a warm smile on her face, Xingyuan Suejian hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your help. My name is Xingyuan Suejian, please give me your guidance. Gurgle. Xingyuan Suejian's stomach made a protesting sound. Nono couldn't help but chuckle. Suejian-kun, are you hungry? Come on, I'll take you to find some delicious food. Xingyuan Suejian scratched his head awkwardly. I'm so sorry to have caused you so much trouble. Please don't be so formal, we are a family from now on. Nono smiled and waved her hand. Can I call you Suejian? It feels more intimate this way. Xingyuan Suejian quickly responded, of course, then what should I call you? Well. The kids all call me Mom Nono. Nono seemed to be lost in a brief memory, a warm smile spreading across his face. Ha, it feels so intimate to hear the children call me like this every day. Suejian, you should call me like this in the future too. Well, suddenly, he felt a little ashamed. After all, he was already in his 20s, Xingyuan Suejian looked embarrassed. However, her smile was indeed very warm, and it reminded him of his mother in the original world. Looking at Nono's eyes filled with expectation and encouragement, Xingyuan Suejian could only whisper awkwardly, Nono. Mom. Ahaha, so well behaved. Nono gently stroked Xingyuan Suejian's little face. Let's go try some ramen. Thanks to you, Yukamai, the Hokage allocated some funds to the orphanage today. Nono held Xingyuan Suejian's little hand and strolled on the streets of Konoha. It was the first time that Xingyuan Suejian looked at the legendary Konoha village so seriously. It feels like there is a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere in the village, and everyone has an innocent smile on their face, which forms a sharp contrast with the damp and dark environment of the rain country. The two arrived in front of the ramen shop. Xingyuan Suejian looked up at the sign of Ichiraku Ramen and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If you come to the Naruto world and don't try Ichiraku Ramen, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Welcome, what would you like to eat? The boss squinted his eyes and greeted from behind the curtain. Let's have a large portion of tonkotsu ramen. Xingyuan Suejian asked doubtfully. Mom Nono, don't you want to eat? I had lunch at noon, so I'm not hungry now. Nono smiled and said, enjoy your meal, this ramen is the best in Konoha. Seeing this, Xingyuan Suejian nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the orphanage is already in financial difficulty. No wonder that old scoundrel Danzo can use this matter to threaten Nono and Kabuto. This is simply strangling their lifeline. It seems that he has to find a way to change the current situation. He will have to live in an orphanage in the future, and he doesn't want to be constantly worried about this Guoying. The ramen is ready, please enjoy your meal, said the boss with a smile. Xingyuan Suejian raised her head and said softly, Uncle Boss, please bring me an empty bowl. No problem, kid, just call me hand-beating uncle, the boss responded with a smile on his face. Nono was puzzled when he saw this. Suejian, what are you doing? Xingyuan Suejian blinked her bright eyes and spoke nonsense. Mom Nono, please eat with me, I'm afraid I can't finish it, please don't waste it. Upon hearing this, Nono looked at Xingyuan Suejian deeply, with a hint of complex emotions in his eyes. Then a gentle smile gradually appeared on her face. Okay, then I'll eat a little. Well, let's get started, Xingyuan Suejian shouted excitedly. Slurp, slurp. I don't know if it was because I was extremely hungry or the ramen was just so delicious, but the whole bowl of ramen was swept away in a short while, and even the soup was drunk up. It's absolutely delicious, Xingyuan Suejian burped contentedly. Nono ate much more elegantly and finished the noodles in his bowl in no time. Would you like another bowl, Suejian? Nono touched Xingyuan Suejian's head lovingly. No, Nono's mother. Xingyuan Suejian shook her head. I'm full. Let's go back to the orphanage. You have to introduce me to some friends. Yeah, let's go. Nono nodded and smiled knowingly. We have a lot of kids there, you two should be able to become friends. Back at the orphanage, Nono took Xingyuan Suejian's hand and walked into the yard. Children, come and see our new friend, Nono shouted with a smile on his face. Upon hearing the words, a group of children gathered around like happy birds, staring at Xingyuan Suejian with their big curious eyes. This is Xingyuan Suejian. From now on, everyone should live in harmony, Nono introduced gently. Upon hearing this, a group of children immediately gathered around excitedly, chattering and introducing themselves to Xingyuan Suejian. With everyone talking back and forth, Xingyuan Suejian could only respond to the children's enthusiasm one by one. Her head suddenly started buzzing, but she could only try her best to keep smiling. At this time, a slightly older child came over with steady steps. Hello, my name is Do. Although his voice was not loud, it sounded very firm and powerful. Xingyuan Suejian looked at Do and said with a smile, Hello, Do, we will be friends from now on. Do's eyes were firm, and he said sincerely, Okay, we will be friends and family from now on. No one could have predicted that this timid little boy would become the dream-making master who indirectly controlled the Fourth Ninja World War in the future. This dramatic contrast is truly lamentable. My appearance may change the ending of Kabuto and Nono, Xingyuan Suejian thought secretly. Xingyuan Suejian asked doubtfully, Do, how long have you been here? It's been almost 3 years. It was Nono's mother who brought me back, Kabuto answered without hesitation. Looking at Do's small face with a pair of big round-framed glasses, it looks awkward no matter how I look at it. I guess this is the gift that Nono gave to Kabuto, and Kabuto regards it as the most precious gift, right? By the way, Yukamai, Hokage said that the ninja school will start tomorrow and he wants you to study there too. What do you think? Xingyuan Suejian responded without hesitation, Of course, I want to learn knowledge in ninjutsu, and then I can protect everyone. Now that I've traveled through time, if I don't learn a few ninjutsu to try out, then it would be a complete waste of time. Well said, Suejian, keep it up, Nono encouraged. Kabuto, are you also studying in the ninja school? Xingyuan Suejian turned her head and asked curiously. Kabuto hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, I didn't go to the ninja school, but I wanted to be with Nono's mother. Well, I think it was because of the trauma after the war that he was still young and was afraid of everything. Xingyuan Suejian sincerely comforted her, It's okay, Do, you can help your mother a lot by her side. Yeah, I've learned Nono's mother's medical ninjutsu, Do said with a determined look. In the future, I can often accompany my mother to the hospital to help treat patients and subsidize the orphanage's household expenses. At night, Xingyuan Suejian stood alone outside the corridor. Staring at the night sky in a daze, recalling everything that happened when I traveled to this world, I couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of the world. Why don't you rest yet? We have to go to bed at 9 o'clock here, otherwise we won't grow taller. Nono came slowly from behind and spoke softly. Ha, it's Nono's mother. Xingyuan Suejian slowly turned around. I have been in a coma for the past few days and I have had enough sleep, I am not sleepy now. Nono chuckled and waved his hands. Okay, this won't happen again, resting at 9 o'clock is the rule here. Okay, I've got that in mind, Nono-san. You're going to ninja school tomorrow. Are you nervous? It's okay, it's more about excitement. Xingyuan Suejian smiled and said, I want to learn something sooner so I can help you. Help me? Nono looked confused. The evening breeze blows gently, bringing a slight coolness. Mother Nono, the orphanage is already struggling financially, right? I can see that. At this time, the orphanage had almost reached the end of its rope, and you could tell from the food they ate. They were all watery soups. The adults didn't eat much of the vegetables and gave almost all of them to the little ones. There is no income, only expenditure, and all funds are provided by the village. Nono was a little flustered when she heard this. Swejian, don't worry. Mom will find a way to take care of the funds. Don't get me wrong, Nono's mom, I don't mean to dislike this place. I'm already very happy that I can have a home here. I just want to say that I will work together to find a solution. Xingyuan Swejian looked at Nono with a little heartache. This strong woman gave almost everything for the orphanage. He also goes to the hospital to help treat injured ninjas in order to earn more money to subsidize the orphanage. Nono smiled and nodded. This will be your home from now on. We are all your family. Yes, as a member of the family, I also want to contribute. I want to become a ninja as soon as possible. Can you teach me ninjutsu? Xingyuan Swejian asked expectantly. Nono was stunned when he heard this. But I'm good at medical ninjutsu. If you want to learn, I'll teach you after school tomorrow. I just don't know if you can learn it. The threshold for medical ninjutsu is very high. Nono replied with a smile, a gentle test in his eyes. When Xingyuan Swejian heard this, she quickly said, Mom Nono, I will study hard. Nono gently touched Xingyuan Swejian's head. Swejian, medical ninjutsu doesn't just rely on hard work, it requires you to have delicate perception and precise chakra control. I should be able to do it, please, Nono's mother. Xingyuan Swejian, who has read the original novel, deeply understands the importance of medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjas are often the most protected and safest in the team. Nono nodded gently when he heard this. Okay then, come and study with me starting tomorrow. Moreover, it is still necessary to learn medical ninjutsu at this stage. Ever since being tormented by Orochimaru, Xingyuan Swejian's heart has been unable to calm down for a long time. He was having wild thoughts all day long, with those horrible scenes and weird images constantly appearing in his mind. He was eager to know what changes had happened to his body. This unknown fear enveloped him like a haze, making him lose his appetite and unable to sleep at night. Just after Nono left, a figure walked out of the darkness. Do, are you still awake? Xingyuan Swejian asked in surprise. Well, I've been here the whole time. I heard everything you said to Nono's mother. His voice was very soft, as if he was afraid to break the tranquility of the night. Xingyuan Swejian frowned, his face full of confusion, and asked puzzledly, Why do I feel that you are a little different tonight than during the day? He felt that Do was a cheerful and sunny boy during the day, but now he seemed a little gloomy. Maybe this is just my true personality. I don't want to make Nono's mother worry. Kabuto chuckled softly, the moonlight shining on his face, making him look a little lonely. Xingyuan Swejian's eyes flickered, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked, Did you come to see me on purpose? Yes, I'm leaving. Kabuto nodded seriously, I want to ask you something. Xingyuan Swejian leaned forward unconsciously when she heard this. Can you tell me the reason? Kabuto took a deep breath, looked off into the distance, and slowly said, Danzo came to look for Nono's mother and wanted her to return to the route. Xingyuan's eyes narrowed. Did that old scoundrel Danzo really come after all? Then he must have threatened Nono. Using the orphanage's funds as a threat, he forced Nono to go back to his old job and become a wandering spy. In the end, he felt that the two were no longer useful, so he designed a plan to make them kill each other. It's so vicious. I didn't want my mom to be a spy, so I decided to join the Roots in her place. I'd like to ask you to take good care of Nono's mother and everything at the orphanage. His eyes were full of expectation and trust. Xingyuan Swejian looked at Do's thin face and felt helpless. But at this moment he couldn't change anything, he could only find ways to improve himself as quickly as possible. Xingyuan Swejian understood his feelings very well. Don't worry, this is my home too, I will definitely protect it. I'm really sorry to trouble you. You just arrived today, and Do said a little embarrassedly. Don't say that you can give up everything for the orphanage and throw yourself into the darkness. I can't compare to you. Do looked at the serious Xingyuan Swejian and couldn't help but laugh. You kid, you're younger than me, but you talk so well. Perhaps after experiencing life and death, people have become a little more mature. Xingyuan Swejian looked up at Do and said solemnly, You must be careful in the future. You must protect yourself first in everything. Don't worry about the orphanage. I will definitely grow up as soon as possible. If someone threatens or forces you through the orphanage, you don't have to pay any attention to them, because I'm here. Thank you, Swejian. Kabuto turned his head away, tears in his eyes, and confided, I feel your sincerity. I feel that I will no longer be walking alone from now on. Xingyuan Swejian stood up and walked to Do with a serious face. You might run into Orochimaru in the future, so be careful of him. Orochimaru? Well, if he asks you to follow him, you can lurk around him and learn from him, but don't let him deceive you. Kabuto nodded, I remember him, Orochimaru. I've treated him before. I'll be careful. Xingyuan Swejian felt it was necessary to remind Do in advance. Orochimaru's ability to deceive is no less than Naruto's ability to persuade others with his mouth, especially for children. It is extremely lethal. Well, let's go and take a rest. Xingyuan Swejian, lying in bed, still couldn't fall asleep for a long time. According to the original anime plot, Kabuto will soon be taken to the route to receive undercover training. After that, he wandered around various ninja villages as a spy like a rootless duckweed. In the end, Yakushi Nono was forced to continue his precarious undercover mission by Danzo using the orphanage as a bargaining chip, and even ended up with a tragic ending of fighting with Kabuto. Well, Xingyuan Suejian looked at the cold moon in the sky, full of worry. Kabuto's departure is like an arrow shot from a bow, and it cannot be changed. It seems that we must prevent Nono from being threatened by Danzo in the future in order to change this tragic fate. Ever since she narrowly survived Orochimaru's human experiment, Xingyuan Suejian clearly felt changes in her body. He felt that his physical condition had improved significantly, and he even had the illusion that he had endless energy. However, he knew nothing about chakra. After all, he had never extracted chakra before. Let's wait until we get home from school tomorrow and ask Nono's mother directly. Xingyuan Suejian sighed lightly. The ninja school probably won't teach these things so soon. They will probably arrange some courses about the will of fire first, and it might be another brainwashing lecture. Just as Xingyuan Suejian's thoughts were in a state of confusion, he gradually felt sleepy and fell asleep in a daze. The new students of ninja school have started, and the sun shines on every corner of Konoha village. The campus is very lively, filled with children's laughter and parents' voices. The freshmen were all wearing new clothes, with excitement and nervousness on their faces. They looked around curiously, and some of them held their parents' hands tightly, as if they were a little afraid of the new environment. Xingyuan Suejian was also in the crowd, and his mind kept recalling the conversation between him and Do last night. He didn't understand why Do came to him and told him so many things. He thought he didn't have that much personal charm. Suejian, study hard in school. I've prepared a lunchbox for you. Xingyuan Suejian nodded gently. Mom, Nono, I will definitely do my best and not let you down. Nono adjusted Xingyuan Suejian's collar. Get along well with classmates and make more friends. I remember, Nono's mother. Nono smiled and waved, watching Xingyuan Suejian enter the school. Parents outside the school gates are tirelessly telling their children, study hard and listen to your teachers. Get along well with your classmates and don't make trouble. On campus, the originally empty playground is now crowded with students. On the high platform, the third Hokage slowly appeared in front of everyone. The third Hokage gave an impassioned speech. Dear children, today is the day you enter the ninja school, and it is also a new starting point in your life. At this important moment, I want to talk to you about our Konoha village's invaluable will of fire. Alas, the tormenting moment has arrived. Looking at the third Hokage who was talking excitedly on the platform, Xingyuan Suejian couldn't help but think of the principal of his high school. I really admire how they can talk so much. Don't their mouths feel dry? Xingyuan Suejian looked around boredly. The children were all excited and dancing under the third Hokage's promotion. Among the crowd, Xingyuan Suejian discovered a thin figure with a signature ping-pong racket pattern on his back. Looking at Uchiha Itachi listening seriously to the third Hokage's speech, Xingyuan Suejian couldn't help but complain. It seems that Itachi was led astray from this moment on. Just when Xingyuan Suejian was falling asleep, the third Hokage's speech on the stage was almost coming to an end. The third Hokage vowed, perhaps the road ahead will be full of hardships, but as long as we have the will of fire in our hearts, we will have endless strength and courage. When we contribute to the village and the happiness of everyone, our lives will become extremely meaningful. Children, let us work together to carry forward the will of fire and let the light of Konoha shine forever. The children in the stands howled with excitement, with inexplicable excitement on their faces. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction at this. After the speech, the third Hokage ordered the teachers of each class to take their students back to class. The teachers were busy guiding new students into the classroom, arranging seats, and preparing for the start of school. The cherry trees on campus were blown by the wind, and the petals fell, as if celebrating the start of school. In this atmosphere full of hope and vitality, Xingyuan Suejian took a deep breath and strode into the classroom. He knew that his journey as a ninja had begun from now on. In the classroom, Xingyuan Suejian sat alone in the back corner, quietly waiting for the teacher to arrive. Following the sound of hurried footsteps, a bald ninja wearing a chinin vest quickly walked towards the podium. Hello everyone, I am your teacher. My name is Dong Ni Xiaomu. I like singing and photography. I am good at physical skills and like to hone myself in physical skills battles with others. I will be with you for the next 6 years. Now please take turns standing up and introduce yourselves, said Tony Xiaomu. Hello everyone, I'm Inyazuka Hana, from the Inyazuka clan. That you all know the bond between our clan and the ninja dogs, right? I grew up with ninja dogs and know their habits very well. I'm very happy to be able to come to the ninja school and hope to get along well with everyone. Inyazuka Hana smiled and waved around. I'm Uchiha Itachi, from the Uchiha clan. I have a strong interest in ninjutsu and illusion. I will work hard to learn all kinds of knowledge and improve my strength. I hope to learn more skills to protect the village and family in the ninja school. Hello everyone, I'm Uchiha Izumi. Like everyone else, I came here with the dream of becoming an excellent ninja. I am also from the Uchiha clan. I will work hard to practice ninjutsu that I hope to grow together with everyone and help each other on the road of ninja. As the students finished introducing themselves one after another, Singyuan Suejian slowly stood up. Hello everyone, my name is Singyuan Suejian. I am from the land of rain. After many twists and turns, I finally came to the big family of Konoha. I am very happy. I've found a home here, with new friends, family, and classmates. I cherish everything I have now. I will study ninjutsu well to protect this place, Singyuan Suejian said with a smile. After hearing Singyuan Suejian's introduction, Uchiha Itachi stared blankly at his slowly sitting figure, with an inexplicable flash in his eyes. By the time all the students had finished their introductions, it was almost lunchtime. The students each took out the lunchboxes prepared by their parents and started eating on the table. Singyuan Suejian also took out the lunchbox prepared by Nono. The exquisite combination of meat and vegetables looked very appetizing. Singyuan Suejian immediately started to eat with relish. When I raised my head again, I found a young man standing in front of me. Oh, Uchiha Itachi, right? Is there anything I can help you with? Singyuan Suejian nodded to him with a smile. Singyuan Suejian has no prejudice against Uchiha Itachi, although netizens in his previous life had some controversy about him. Quite a lot. Uchiha Itachi asked cautiously, hello, I would like to ask you, in your heart, which is more important, home or village? Singyuan Suejian was stunned when he heard this. Uchiha Itachi was already thinking about this kind of question at such a young age. How outrageous. Why do you ask me this question? Singyuan Suejian looked at him with interest. I heard you came here from the rain country, so I wanted to hear your opinion on the relationship between home and village. Singyuan Shua nodded in understanding. Uchiha Itachi must want to hear about his understanding of the relationship between family and country as an outsider who had suffered from the war in the rain country. Well, in my heart, I think my home is more important, because it contains my family, friends, and everything I cherish. Singyuan Suejian looked at him with a smile after she finished speaking. Uchiha Itachi hesitated and asked, what if I ask you to choose one of the two? Singyuan Suejian paused, then I'll choose my own little family. Forgive me for being selfish, if I can't even take care of my own little family, how can I take care of everyone else? Even if I really gave up everything just to achieve that so-called righteousness, in the end, what would be left? Endless loneliness. If I become a shadow one day, perhaps I can think from the shadow's perspective, sacrificing my own family for the sake of the community. But I don't have this awareness yet. Uchiha Itachi stared blankly at Singyuan Suejian's eyes, always feeling that there was something meaningful in his eyes. Thank you for your guidance. Uchiha Itachi bowed deeply. Singyuan Suejian waved her hand casually. No need to thank me. If you feel conflicted and don't know how to deal with it, you can look more closely at the people you care about. Remember, what you think is right may not necessarily be right. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me. I am willing to listen to you. Uchiha Itachi nodded seriously. Okay, thank you so much. I'll remember that. His voice was sincere and genuine, and his eyes revealed a determination, as if he wanted to engrave these words deeply in his heart. Singyuan Suejian smiled and nodded, watching Uchiha Itachi return to his seat. Alas, if I had the chance, I would have hoped to change Itachi's fate. He is quite a pitiful man. Singyuan Suejian shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was another boring afternoon. The Will of Fire course. Singyuan Suejian felt like his head was getting bigger. After school, Singyuan Suejian couldn't wait to run to the orphanage. He was very excited just thinking about the fact that he could practice extracting chakra and practicing ninjutsu tonight. As soon as Singyuan Suejian returned to the orphanage, Nono was already waiting for him in the yard. At the entrance of the orphanage, Suejian, welcome home. Did you have a good day today? Nono said with a smile. Before Singyuan Suejian could answer, Brother Suejian. Singyuan Suejian was surrounded by the children. Their innocent faces were full of curiosity, and they chattered and asked questions. Looking at these lovely brothers and sisters, Singyuan Suejian also smiled happily and patiently shared with them interesting things on campus. Sometimes he made them laugh happily, and sometimes he chased them back and forth and played ninja games. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the children. Nono looked at them blankly, with an expression on his face showing infinite hope for a bright future. After playing for a while, the children saw that Nono's mother seemed to have something to say to her brother, so they all ran away sensibly. Mother Nono, I had a good time at school today, but the lesson the teacher taught was a little boring. Nono patted Singyuan Suejian's head helplessly. It's always like this when school starts. Ninjas not only know how to perform ninjutsu, but also have to learn theories and techniques, as well as implement the will of fire of the ninja village. I will study hard. Nono's mother. Can you teach me how to extract chakra today? Singyuan Suejian asked excitedly. Yes, there's really nothing I can do about you. Nono waved his hands helplessly. Then the two of them came to a quiet place. Nono said solemnly with a serious face, chakra is a kind of energy produced by the perfect fusion of the human body's spiritual energy and the energy of the body cells. It is the source of ninja power, and it has 7 attributes: fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin, and yang. First, we must draw physical energy from all the cells in the human body, and at the same time, we must have a certain amount of spiritual energy. Then, we must train these two energies and transform them into chakra. Now, empty your mind, calm down and feel it carefully. Imagine drawing energy from every cell in your body and mixing it with spiritual energy. Let the two energies flow slowly through your body and converge to form chakra. Ask me if you don't understand something. It's normal to fail when extracting chakra for the first time, Nono said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xingyuan Shuejian immediately closed his eyes and calmed his thoughts. Then he gradually began to concentrate, trying to sink his consciousness deep into his body. Xingyuan Shuejian followed Nono's instructions and soon sensed the so-called energy in the cells. Then he carefully controlled his spiritual energy to merge with it. Suddenly, a faint fluctuation came from the body, which seemed to be the initial sign of chakra. He concentrated all his attention, carefully guiding this subtle force, as if nurturing a newly ignited flame. As he worked harder, the power gradually became clearer and began to flow slowly through his meridians, eventually converging into the Danshan area in his abdomen. Although it was only a very small amount of chakra, he could feel his body being covered by this warm energy. At this moment, he knew that he had embarked on the path to becoming a ninja. Mom Nono, I think I succeeded. Xingyuan Shuejian looked excited. Well, it's normal to fail, but I'll try again later. Oh, wait, it worked? Nono was shocked when he heard that. Could I have made a mistake? Nono asked in surprise. Try feeling it again. Upon hearing this, Xingyuan Shuejian immediately mobilized the chakra he had just extracted and slowly directed it to flow to his fingers. The slightly blue chakra flickered at the fingertips, like a flame that could go out at any time. How is this possible? Nono was completely stunned. You know what, for most ninjas, extracting chakra for the first time is a challenging and fumbling process. It takes constant trial and error, and it takes a lot of time and effort to succeed. Nono couldn't help but sigh. Those who can extract chakra in one go will show extraordinary talent and potential later on. This means that they have a high level of understanding and control over the integration of their own spiritual and physical strength. In subsequent training and combat, they are often able to master various ninjutsu and techniques more quickly, and their progress is far faster than that of ordinary people. Xingyuan Shui was stunned when she heard this. Is it so powerful? But I don't feel anything. It's like I've experienced this countless times, and it just came naturally. Xingyuan Shuejian felt very strange in his heart, and always felt that this matter should be related to the experiment conducted by Orochimaru on him. Just as he was daydreaming, Nono handed a piece of paper to Xingyuan Shuejian. Shuejian, inject chakra into the chakra test paper and see your chakra attributes. Upon hearing this, Xingyuan Shuejian gathered the chakra in her hand and transferred it to the chakra test paper. After a while, a puddle of water slowly appeared on the chakra test paper and seeped through the paper. Oh, it's water attribute, that's great. The second Hokage of our village is a powerful water-style ninja. Mom Nono, are there people who are born with multiple attribute chakras? Nono smiled and said, yes, there are some. There are more people who are born with a single attribute chakra. Those with 2 attributes are not so bad. Those with 3 attributes are rarer. Those with all 5 attributes are even rarer. Shuejian, remember, having more chakra attributes doesn't mean you will become a strong person in the future. Being able to perfectly combine your own chakra to achieve the maximum effect is the true power. Nono warned solemnly. Nono is afraid that Xingyuan Shuejian will have wild thoughts because of her single chakra attribute. I understand, Nono's mother, it's the quality that matters, not the quantity. Xingyuan Shuejian said with a smile. Xingyuan Shuejian, who had just come into contact with chakra, was extremely excited and immediately decided, then I will start practicing. Don't call me for dinner. Wild Nayu immediately scolded him with a smile. You kid, you didn't even eat to cultivate? Uchiha Training Ground. In a quiet forest, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi stood opposite each other. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows and falling on them. Uchiha Shisui's eyes were firm and gentle, but he looked at Uchiha Itachi as if he could see through every thought in his heart. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were filled with awe as he faced this man who was both a friend and a brother. Itachi, do you know the predicament our Uchiha clan is facing right now? Uchiha Itachi lowered his head slightly, thought for a moment and then replied, Brother Shisui, I understand, but I don't know what to do. Uchiha Shisui took a step forward and gently patted Uchiha Itachi's shoulder. I believe you have your own ideas in your heart, but you just need some courage to face them. The two people's eyes suddenly met in the air. Uchiha Shisui formed seals with his hands, and instantly, a powerful chakra wave surged. Let me see if you've been slacking off lately, Itachi. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath and responded with the same hand seal. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom dash. 2 huge fireballs collided, and even the air was filled with a burnt smell. In the fierce confrontation, Uchiha Shisui sometimes attacked and sometimes defended. He constantly guided Uchiha Itachi in battle, teaching him combat skills and insights. Concentrate, Itachi, feel the flow of chakra. Uchiha Shisui shouted loudly. Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth and tried hard to keep up with Uchiha Shisui's pace. Sweat immediately soaked his forehead. This battle and exchange is not only a collision of strength, but also a communication of the soul and the inheritance of ideas. The Uchiha clan's training ground. After the battle exchange, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi lay side by side on the grass, gasping for breath. They looked at the sky, no one spoke, just quietly enjoying the moment of tranquility after the battle. Uchiha Itachi said softly, "Brother Shisui, I met an interesting person today." "Oh, you actually find it interesting, Itachi? Tell me about it." Uchiha Itachi said slowly, "I think he is very mysterious. He always looks at me with a smile, as if he can see through my thoughts at a glance." Uchiha Shisui frowned slightly and continued to listen attentively to Uchiha Itachi's story. "When I'm in front of him, I feel like I have nothing to hide and no secrets at all. Every time I have an idea, he seems to know it in advance. It's a strange feeling, but also makes me a little uneasy." Uchiha Shisui said thoughtfully, "It's rare to find someone with such insight, Itachi. Have you had more communication with him?" Uchiha Itachi shook his head. "No, it was just a brief contact, but it left a very deep impression on me. I always feel that he is hiding many unknown secrets. Hearing what you said sounds so mysterious. I would like to meet him. I also have some questions I want to ask him." Uchiha Shisui said softly. Ever since the nine-tailed fox incident, the relationship between the village and the clan has become increasingly strained. Sigh. Uchiha Itachi's brows were furrowed, his expression full of worry and helplessness. Yes, the top leaders of Konoha suspected that the Nine-Tails Knight was controlled by the Sharingan, so they suspected our Uchiha family, and the clan was forced to move again. If only the fourth Hokage were still alive. When he was alive, he was determined to change the relationship between the village and the family. Uchiha Shisui's eyes were filled with nostalgia for Namikaze Minato. "I'm not sure what the third Hokage thinks. I want to contact him first and see how he does it." Uchiha Itachi hesitated and said, "The third Hokage probably also wants the village to become better, but the other senior officials may not think so. You still have to think carefully about it, wait and see for a while, don't rush into contact." Uchiha Shisui thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, we still have to be cautious. After all, it concerns the village and the family, and they don't want to see any losses on either side." "Okay, let's go back. Little Suzuki must miss me too." At the mention of Suzuki, Itachi's expression softened instantly. Orphanage. Xingyuan Suejian was concentrating chakra in the room, feeling the chakra flowing in her body, and her heart was extremely excited. But at the same time, he was also a little confused, because after extracting chakra in the afternoon, he went back to his room to condense chakra. "From now on, my body is overflowing with chakra, and it has been less than an hour. How come I'm recovering so quickly? Is it because my total chakra amount is too little?" Xingyuan Suejian looked confused. He frowned and immediately fell into deep thought. "Let's go ask Nono's mother." As soon as I walked downstairs, I saw a group of half-grown children standing at the door. They all looked at a figure in the distance. "Do?" Xingyuan Suejian's expression changed. Behind Do at this moment stood two people in black robes. The figures of the two men in black robes appeared particularly cold and chilling in the shadows, making people shudder. Kabuto walked forward quickly and said in a low voice, "I'm leaving now. I'll leave the orphanage to you from now on." His voice was low and urgent, and his eyes were full of trust in Xingyuan Suejian. "Don't worry, I'm here. You must be careful." Xingyuan Suejian whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Do nodded when he heard this, turned around and said to the little ones beside him, "Go back and rest quickly. Have you forgotten the orphanage's rule of going to bed at 9 o'clock? One of the children bravely asked loudly, "Are you leaving us?" Upon hearing this, Kabuto did not answer, but lowered his head silently, turned and walked towards the root ninja, then gradually disappeared into the darkness. The children were taken back to the dormitory by the nursing staff to sleep. The empty yard was silent. There was only the lonely figure of Xingyuan Suejian, his eyes confused but with a hint of determination. "We have to hurry up." Xingyuan Suejian couldn't help but sigh. "Kabuto left with them because of me." Nono walked gently to Xingyuan Suejian's side, looking at the place where Kabuto disappeared with red eyes. Xingyuan Suejian looked at Nono with a serious face. "Mother Nono, please don't think like that. This is Kabuto's choice. I believe he can overcome the difficulties and come back to be with us in the end, right?" Xingyuan Suejian's eyes were full of encouragement and hope, trying to give Nono a little comfort. "Yes." Nono nodded with red eyes. "Kabuto is a strong child, he will definitely return safely." Nono's voice trembled slightly, but it also showed his trust in Kabuto. "Mother Nono, I think Danzo from the root will come back again. He might even threaten you with the orphanage. We need to make plans early." "Yeah, I had a hunch too." Nono sighed helplessly. Danzo is a man who will do anything to achieve his goals. Nono's eyes were cold, and his hatred for Danzo was evident. "I have an idea, I don't know if it will work. I met an Uchiha classmate today. He's the son of the Uchiha clan leader. I'd like to ask them to invest money for us so we can completely eliminate the threat of Danzo from now on." Uchiha, why should they help us? Nono asked in surprise. Besides, their relationship with the village doesn't seem to be harmonious right now. If we rashly approach them, will it embarrass the Hokage lineage? Singyuan Suejian turned his head and lowered his voice said, Mother Nono, we have to find a way out on our own. The Hokage-sama doesn't care about our orphanage at all. It's all controlled by Danzo. They've managed to recruit any children in our orphanage who have even a little bit of ninja potential into the root, and train them to become ruthless mission machines. Even if they die in battle, no one will know who they are. Singyuan Suejian's voice was low and angry. How do you know all this? Nono looked at him in amazement. I talked a lot with my Uchiha classmate today, and he told me. Singyuan Suejian said guiltily. At this moment, Singyuan Suejian's eyes were a little evasive, and she didn't dare to look directly at Shineiyu. I suddenly felt embarrassed for taking the blame for Itakid. I guess I should find some time to have a good talk with him. Is this really okay? Nono asked worriedly, wouldn't this be tantamount to opposing the Hokage lineage? Singyuan Suejian smiled faintly, it should be no problem. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We have the Uchiha clan behind us, so I don't think the Hokage clan would dare to cause trouble at this juncture. Okay. Nono nodded, let's give it a try. It's better than just sitting there and waiting for death. By the way, Nono's mother, from the time I extracted chakra for the first time just now, to the time I went back to my room to condense the chakra, it only took me about an hour to fully gather the chakra. What's going on? Is my total chakra amount too little? Singyuan Suejian asked with a puzzled look. Nono stood up abruptly upon hearing this, stunned. How long? They're all here in just 1 hour? Suejian, you're not lying to me, are you? No, I just gathered chakra in the room, and when it was finally gathered, it all dissipated. Singyuan Suejian answered truthfully. Well, I'm not a sensory ninja, and I'm not sure how much chakra you have now, but from my experience, you now have at least as much chakra as a Chunin. Nono suddenly felt incredible. You should know that most ninjas who have just refined their chakra need to go through several days of familiarization before slowly accumulating it until it is full. Singyuan Suejian was surprised when he heard this. Great, then I can use ninjutsu, right? Nono's mother, can you teach me ninjutsu? Nono smiled unhappily. Wait, I'll go get it from the room, I've prepared it for you. Not long after, Nono came back with 2 ninjutsu scrolls. Water Wave Technique and Water Dragon Bullet Technique are a C-level and a B-level ninjutsu. You can take a look first, Nono said with a smile. Singyuan Suejian took a scroll of ninjutsu and started reading it curiously. Looking at the hand seal techniques, sequence, skills, and experience in the scroll, her hands unconsciously formed hand seals and began to perform them. Singyuan Suejian then shouted softly, Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. In an instant, the surrounding water vapor condensed instantly, and a giant, winding dragon appeared before their eyes. Hurry! Stop the ninjutsu, do you want to destroy the orphanage? Nono screamed. Upon hearing this, Singyuan Suejian hurriedly withdrew his chakra and interrupted the spell. Without the support of chakra, the water dragon in the air turned into water vapor again and dissipated into the air. Nono patted his chest lightly with his hand in fear. Suejian, how did you do it? How can you perform a B-rank ninjutsu in one go? And the form and power of the technique are so perfect. Is this really your first time practicing it? Singyuan Suejian was stunned for a long time and didn't react. I don't know either. I just feel like I should be able to perform it very easily, and there's no difficulty at all during the performance, as if I've practiced it thousands of times. Singyuan Suejian replied hesitantly, and then thought of something. Mom Nono, please follow me. Singyuan Suejian brought Nono to a river on the edge of Konoha. After checking around and making sure there was no one else around, Singyuan Suejian said to Nanoya solemnly, Mom Nanoyu, I have a secret to tell you. At this moment, the air around seemed to freeze, and Nono was listening attentively. You should know that I was rescued from Orochimaru's underground base, right? Nono nodded subconsciously. But you may not know that I was indeed subjected to human experiments by Orochimaru, and not just once. I was injected with an unknown drug 3 times in total, but I was lucky and survived in the end. I think the strange phenomena I'm experiencing with my chakra concentration and the way I perform ninjutsu are all related to the experiments Orochimaru performed on me. There was a hint of helplessness and confusion in Singyuan Suejian's voice. It seems to have changed my physique, chakra affinity, cell activity, etc., because I once vaguely heard Orochimaru mention something like compatible cell bodies. Nono walked forward with red eyes upon hearing this, caressing Singyuan Suejian's face tenderly with heartache. Suejian, it must be very painful, right? I can't even imagine you lying helpless on the cold operating table. This damn Orochimaru, I will never let him go. It's okay, Nono's mother. Singyuan Suejian scratched his head and smiled. Isn't this a blessing in disguise? Nono burst into laughter and said, You could. Don't the third Hokage and the others know about this? You probably don't know, because there were 2 other survivors who were rescued at the same time. They were rescued before they could be harmed by Orochimaru. I was taken to the hospital with them for examination, but nothing was found wrong with me, otherwise I would have been arrested long ago. In fact, the reason why the third generation thought that Singyuan Suejian had not been harmed by Orochimaru was because all the people who had been experimented by Orochimaru had died, and no one survived. Nono patted his chest and secretly rejoiced, that's good, that's good. The only person I'm worried about now is Orochimaru. If he knew I was still alive, he would definitely be very interested in me, What should I do? How about not going to school? Her brows instantly twisted into a knot and she said worriedly. Singyuan Suejian smiled and shook his head, no need, he's busy being hunted right now, how could he have time to pay attention to me? By the time he finds me, maybe I'll be able to fight him off. Singyuan Suejian is of course not afraid of meeting Orochimaru, because he knows the future storyline very well. Except for Orochimaru's attack on Konoha many years later, Orochimaru has been developing outside at other times. And with Kabuto lurking by his side from now on, all of Orochimaru's secrets will be transparent to Hoshijin Yukamai. I'm so sorry for making you kids bear so much. Singyuan Suejian laughed and said, don't say that, Nono's mother. The goal of Kabuto and I is to live well in the future. This ninja world may face even greater disasters in the future, and all we can do is constantly improve ourselves. Nono slowly walked forward and gently hugged Singyuan Suejian. Suejian, you've been through so much at such a young age, I don't know how you managed to get through it. Tears welled up in her eyes and her voice was filled with heartache. If you hadn't been honest with me today, I wouldn't have known that beneath your usual smiling exterior, you hide a lonely heart. Her embrace became tighter, as if she wanted to give Singyuan Suejian more warmth. Ahem, that's not the case, I might have felt lonely before, but now that I'm in the orphanage, this is my home. I'm happy every day. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit weird, Singyuan Suejian decided to change the subject quickly. Come here, Nono's mother, let me show you something fun. Singyuan Suejian looked mysterious. Zi Chen Mao Yin. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. The winding dragon reappears, and the scales on the water dragon can be clearly seen, it looks lifelike. Nono was shocked. Isn't it too strong, just 4 seals? Suejian, how did you do that? I can't really put it into words, it's like being able to do whatever I want, as if it were my own arm. It's probably just a feeling. Actually, I was watching anime in my previous life and saw Senju Tobirama use these 4 seals to create the water dragon bullet. So he tried it, and to his surprise the result was really good. Nono looked at the domineering and ferocious dragon with her eyes wide open and her mouth slightly opened. It's incredible. After trying a few more ninjutsu, Nono saw that it was late at night, so he called Singyuan Suejian to go back. Alright, it's getting late, let's go back. Well, I'll find a chance to talk to the Uchiha people tomorrow, Singyuan Suejian said softly. In the moonlight under the illumination, the figures of the two gradually disappeared into the darkness. The next day, the warm morning sun shines on the ground, as if covering the earth with a layer of golden velvet carpet. In the noisy classroom, students were chasing and running back and forth. Singyuan Suejian looked at these energetic classmates from her seat and couldn't help but sigh. They are so energetic and full of vitality. Although he still has the body of a 6-year-old, he can't run around and play like this. Good morning, Singyuan-kun. Singyuan Suejian turned her head and saw Uchiha Itaka standing beside her at some point. Ah, it's Itaka-san, good morning to you too. Singyuan Suejian looked at Uchiha Itaka with a smile. Isn't Itaka-kun going to play with his classmates? No, I think it's too childish, Uchiha Itaka said expressionlessly. That's right, he followed his father to the battlefield to kill enemies at the age of 4. How could he still play such a boring chasing game? Singyuan-kun is also staying in the corner alone. Is there something on his mind? Uchiha Itaka asked softly. Singyuan Suejian waved her hand and smiled. I just think it's good to sit quietly. I don't like noisy things. I do have some worries, though. Singyuan Suejian was speechless. He was actually almost 20 years old, and they were asking him to play in the mud with them. That was ridiculous. Although it's a bit abrupt, can you please tell me? Uchiha Itaka asked tentatively. Singyuan Suejian smiled and nodded. Quiet. Before he could finish his words, Tony Xiaomo walked in quickly. After school, let's find a place to talk, Singyuan Suejian said softly. Uchiha Itaka nodded, then turned around and returned to his seat. It seems that Mr. Tony Xiaomo had been practicing martial arts with his friends all night long yesterday, and after so many consecutive battles, he was exhausted both physically and mentally. As a result, his legs were trembling and he was listless during class today. Okay, be quiet, today we will learn the principles of the 3-body technique, Tony Xiaomo said in a deep voice. Troll in the classroom. Tony Xiaomo talked freely despite having dark circles under his eyes. To use the clone technique, you first need to imagine another self, then form hand seals to guide the chakra flow outside the body, forming a controllable virtual clone. It is form but no substance, no combat power, and can only serve to confuse people. Its emphasis is on imagination, and the hand seals are simple. It is one of the most basic ninjutsu. And the substitution technique is essentially a form of deception. By forming hand seals and releasing mental energy, it interferes with and distorts the enemy's perception, making them mistake a surrounding object for themselves. This is also the basis of illusion. In actual combat, a ninja can instantly switch identities with animals or plants to evade attacks. Transformation jutsu is the temporary transformation of an object by chakra. The easiest thing to change is one's own body. It is equivalent to the art of disguise. You can change your facial features and body shape, but there are limitations, like your body shape can't be too much beyond your own size. Tony Zayamo explained in detail the principles of the three-body technique, as well as the order and techniques of making seals. The students in the audience listened attentively, imagining that they were about to use ninjutsu, and they were all extremely excited. Tony Zayama may have seen the excitement in the children's eyes and immediately poured a bucket of cold water on them. Today's three-body technique class is just to teach you the principles. You are still a long way from success. Because from now on there will be basic teachings similar to the three-body technique every day. Believe me, you will feel like vomiting after listening to it. The most important thing for you now is to extract your own chakra. Without chakra, you cannot perform ninjutsu. Do you understand? Tony Zayama said seriously word by word. I understand, teacher, the children answered in unison. Although Tony Zayama poured cold water on them, the passion in their hearts did not disappear. This is actually Tony Zayama's purpose, to make the children interested in ninjutsu first, and then have a strong desire to extract chakra. You know, extracting chakra is a very boring and tedious process, and those with poor talent will need a long time to successfully extract it. Dong Ni Xiao Mu. Okay, now let's start explaining what chakra is and how to extract chakra. Xingyuan Suejian looked at the book in her hand that introduced the three-body technique. Its hand seals and chakra flow techniques were much simpler than the water dragon bullet technique. He felt that he could use it all at once. It seemed very simple. Seeing Uchiha Itachi in front of him listening to the teacher's explanations seriously, Xingyuan Suejian couldn't help but sigh in her heart. He's such a genius, yet he still works so hard. How can others survive? Uchiha Itachi should have learned the three-body technique long ago. Seeing this, Xingyuan Suejian turned her head to look out the window, staring blankly at the little bird in the tree feeding its chicks. She rested her chin on her hand and fell asleep in a daze. Ding-ling-ling. With a start, Xingyuan Suejian woke up from her sleep. It's time to get out of class. It's time to eat, it's time to eat. The students all held their lunch boxes in their hands and shouted loudly. Xingyuan Suejian felt her stomach upon hearing this and realized she was actually quite hungry. She took out the bento box carefully prepared by Nono's mother from the drawer. Do you want to exchange food? Uchiha Itachi's voice came from the side. Exchange food? Xingyuan Suejian was full of confusion. Here Uchiha Itachi pursed his lips and turned to look in the direction of his classmates. Xingyuan Suejian raised her head and looked at the classmates around her. She saw that the classmates were exchanging food in their lunchboxes with each other and commenting on the quality of each other's food. It was so lively. Xingyuan Suejian was stunned. Is it possible to do this? It looks quite interesting. Here, give me some comments. Xingyuan Suejian laughed as he pushed the lunchbox in front of him. Before Uchiha Itachi could make any move, he suddenly heard two voices behind him. Please let us join in. Uchiha Izumi and Inyazuka Hana laughed in unison. Looking at the 4 lunch boxes on the table, the variety of food inside is dazzling and appetite-stimulating. Then the 4 of them said in unison, I'm starting. The 4 of them picked up each other's food and nodded in praise. Xingyuan-kun, your food is really delicious. Uchiha Itachi praised, and Uchiha Izumi and Inyazuka Hana, with their mouths full of food, kept making review sounds and nodded repeatedly when they heard it. Haha, isn't it delicious? Nono's mother made it for me. She is the director of the orphanage, she is the best person. Xingyuan Suejian looked proud. Yours are delicious too, they all taste just like their mothers. The 4 of them smiled at each other when they heard this. After lunch, the 2 girls took the initiative to help clean the lunchboxes. Xingyuan-kun, is it convenient for us to go to the Uchiha clan training ground after school? Let's have a chat. Uchiha Itachi asked tentatively. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes, and his tone was cautious and polite. Xingyuan Suejian slowly stood up, stretched and smiled. Of course, just take me with you after school. Well, one of my clansmen also wants to meet you after hearing about you. May I know you? Uchiha Itachi said cautiously. At this time, Uchiha Itachi lowered his head slightly and looked at Xingyuan Suejian with some trepidation. Xingyuan Shui was stunned when she heard this. Oh, sure, let's go together. The person who often hangs out with Uchiha Itachi should be Uchiha Shisui, Xingyuan Suejian thought thoughtfully. Lunch break is always short. The bell rang, and the afternoon class was kunao throwing class. Tony Zayamo explained the throwing techniques and key points in detail on the playground. Xingyuan Suejian was playing with the kunao in his hand, feeling puzzled. I wonder if throwing can be learned in one go. When it was the students' turn to test shoot, the children lined up and came forward, shooting randomly. Tony Zayamo was so angry that he roared on the side. Idiot, where's the throwing technique I taught you? Who told you to throw it like that, bastard? Swoosh! At this time a sound of breaking through the air passed by. Bang! There was a dull sound of the kunai hitting the wooden handle. Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw the target hit the bull's eye. Who is it? Everyone asked in confusion. It's Uchiha Itachi, so amazing, everyone said enviously. Uchiha Itachi had a blank expression on his face and calmly turned back to the crowd. Seeing this, Dong Ni Xiaomu was overjoyed and said, "Yes, that's right, Itachi-kun is really amazing, he can learn it as soon as I teach him that he has inherited my true teachings." Everyone was speechless. This guy hadn't even hit the bullseye in his previous test shot, how shameless. As if sensing the disdain in everyone's eyes, Dong Ni Xiaomu scratched his head and said awkwardly, haha, I didn't perform well just now. I was injured in the sparring yesterday. Xingyuan Suejian walked slowly forward with a kunai in her hand, recalling the throwing techniques that Tony Xiaomu taught her in class, and took a deep breath. Call out dash bang. The kunai hit the wooden target, but missed the bullseye by a wide margin, almost missing the mark. Xingyuan Suejian awkwardly took back the kunai. It seems that the basic ninja throwing skills and physical skills have not been directly strengthened. Come to think of it, these things will take time and experience to accumulate, but people with good physical fitness should be able to learn them faster. It seems that I need to strengthen the training of external ninja skills. As for ninjutsu, it shouldn't be a problem, I can master it almost immediately after watching it once. There can't be any shortcomings. If one day when you are performing a ninjutsu, a random genin with a kunai comes close to you and you have to be in a hurry to deal with it, it would be funny. Amidst the noise and bustle, the afternoon passed quietly. After school, Xingyuan Suejian followed Uchiha Itachi to the Uchiha exclusive training ground in a forest. Under a big tree in the training ground, a young man dressed in Uchiha clan uniform stood quietly with a smile on his face. In the Uchiha training ground. Seeing the two people coming, Uchiha Shisui hurried forward. "Hello, I'm Uchiha Shisui. I've heard Itachi mention you before and I'm very curious about you. I'm sorry for coming here without your permission." His words were sincere and his eyes were full of apology. "I've heard of Shunshin Shisui's name for a long time. Itachi has already told me that he will bring his friends here for a gathering, so please don't mind." Xingyuan Suejian smiled and waved her hand. "Is there something you two have invited me here for?" Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui looked at each other, and Uchiha Itachi said seriously, "Xingyuan-kun, please follow us." The three of them walked into the depths of the forest together. Coming to a quiet stream, the three of them sat on the pebbles by the river. "Xingyuan-kun, as far as you know, what kind of existence is the Uchiha clan?" Xingyuan Suejian couldn't help but smile and said, "Of course he is a part of Konoha. From what I've learned recently, Konoha is made up of several large and small families that came together under the efforts of the first Hokage. Then why can't the village accommodate Uchiha?" Uchiha Itachi blurted out. Xingyuan Suejian sighed softly upon hearing this. In fact, it's not that the village cannot accommodate Uchiha, but that the current Konoha high-level officials do not trust Uchiha at all. To be more precise, they are afraid of the Uchiha family. Your family is so powerful, an ordinary Uchiha family member suddenly awakened the Sharingan one day, and his combat power increased several times. If you were a high-ranking official in Konoha, would you feel at ease? Xingyuan Suejian asked calmly. Then how about I try to contact the third Hokage and act as a bridge of communication between the village and the family? Xingyuan Suejian sighed and said, "It's useless. This is not a communication problem, it's an internal problem within the Hokage lineage. They don't have a unified voice at all. The third Hokage is indecisive, the two advisors are playing both sides, and Danzo is secretly sabotaging. Do you think you can unite them first, and then sit down together to solve the Uchiha problem? The most important point is that they are all disciples of the second Hokage, and the second Hokage himself extremely hates the Uchiha clan and calls the Uchiha clan a clan that is inherently evil. So, as their disciples, do you think they would have a favorable impression of the Uchiha? Do you also think they sincerely want to improve the relationship between the village and the Uchiha? The third Hokage won't make a clear statement simply because he's the Hokage. But Danzo is different, that he will definitely spare no effort to implement the second Hokage's ideas and is determined to destroy the Uchiha." Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui were both stunned when they heard this. "What should we do? Is it really that serious?" Uchiha Shisui said in a trembling voice. His voice trembled slightly and his face was full of worry. "Then let me ask you a question. Do you think the village is more important or the family is more important?" Xingyuan Suejian said calmly. Uchiha Itachi and Shisui looked at each other and remained silent. After a long while, Uchiha Shisui hesitated and said, "Itachi and I definitely love our village. We both grew up under the illumination of the will of fire. But as you said, if the village wants to destroy our family and kill all our people, that is absolutely intolerable." Uchiha Itachi said firmly, "Yes, we can sacrifice for the village, fight and kill the enemy, because we love the village. But if someone destroys the Uchiha family for personal gain, I will never agree." Xingyuan Suejian nodded slightly. Fortunately, these two people should not have officially come into contact with the third generation and have not been poisoned. The power of the will of fire is still terrifying. Tell me about the situation within your family, Singyuan Suejian said. Uchiha Shisui sighed, the family is now divided into several factions. There are those who advocate war and are always thinking about destroying the village. There are those who advocate peace, who want to please the village and get along well with it. The rest are just on the sidelines, following whichever side has the most people. Singyuan Suejian said thoughtfully, actually, this matter is simple. Just like they are wary of you, Uchiha. Why are they wary? Because they are not afraid of you. They can deal with you at any time. But what if someone with absolute military power who can suppress everything appears in your family, just like Uchiha Madara back then? Remember, a stable life isn't achieved through words, but through absolute strength. Only by letting them see that you have the ability to fight to the death at any moment. Then, it won't be just you humbly asking them to be a bridge of communication. Instead, they'll fear you from the bottom of their hearts. Do you understand? Absolute force, humble prayer, Uchiha Itaki murmured. Uchiha Shisui said in a trembling voice, yes, why should we make humble requests? As long as we have absolute strength, whether it's the voices in the village or the voices within the family, we can directly suppress them. Who would dare to oppose? His eyes narrowed, burning with anger and determination. Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan in his eyes was spinning rapidly, instantly changing into a hollow four-edged shuriken pattern. Susanoo, a huge and illusory light green half-skeleton gradually emerged around his body. This skeleton exudes a mysterious and powerful aura, like the arrival of an ancient god of war. Shisui. Itake stared blankly at the Susanoo skeleton. Water trembled. Itake, I have already opened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan in our family a long time ago, but I was afraid that telling others would cause the village to be wary, and I was also afraid that the radical members of the family would be overly excited, so I didn't tell anyone. But Xingyuan-kun is right. Instead of trying to please everyone and beg for help from others, it is better to strengthen ourselves. Who would dare not listen to our opinions then? Uchiha Shisui said firmly. Singyuan Suejian smiled with relief. It's great that you can figure it out. In this age of the jungle and the ninja world, only by becoming strong can you protect everything you want to protect. Uchiha Shisui immediately released Susanoo and brought Itaki to Singyuan's woman, bowing together. Thank you so much, Xingyuan-kun. Thank you for clearing up my doubts. Singyuan Suejian waved her hand and said with a smile, you're welcome. You're just confused by the situation. This isn't a brilliant strategy. You are both in the vortex, so you look at things from different angles. Uchiha Shisui nodded. After Singyuan Suejian's casual guidance, they immediately discovered the root of the problem. Without your advice, we wouldn't be able to see through this fog. Thank you very much. No need to thank me. I actually have something to ask your family for help. Upon hearing this, Itake and Shisui hurried forward and asked, Seijan-kun, what can we do for you? Singyuan Suejian said sternly after hearing this, I think your Uchiha family can secretly fund the orphanage so that the orphanage will no longer be coerced. Then Singyuan Suejian explained to them the reason for the need for funds and the constant threat posed by Danzo. Don't worry, Xingyuan Jun. Leave this matter to us. Funding should be no problem. Our family is quite wealthy. I'll go back and discuss it with my father. Danzo, this rat in the gutter, even schemed against the children in the orphanage. How despicable. Uchiha Itake said hatefully. Yes, don't worry, I will explain everything to the clan leader along with Itake. Shisui, you don't have to use honorifics with me. I'm younger than you. Singyuan Suejian said helplessly. It has nothing to do with age. You deserve the respect of us, Uchiha. The two looked at each other and nodded in unison. Although the two are young, they have a keen eye for talent. In their eyes, although Singyuan Suejian is not very old, he is quite wise and is someone worth making friends with. Well, you can talk to your clan leader about what happened today after you go back. According to my recent understanding of your family, your clan leader is not a simple person. Singyuan Suejian smiled meaningfully. Uchiha Shisui looked at him blankly, then nodded thoughtfully. Outside the orphanage, Nono stood quietly at the door, looking into the distance from time to time. At that time, a thin figure slowly walked over from a distance. After seeing Nono's figure, he ran over quickly. Mom, Nono, I'm sorry I'm late. What are you talking about, Suejian? Come and eat, everyone is waiting for you. Nono held Singyuan Suejian's hand and spoke softly. Why don't you eat first? Singyuan Suejian was surprised. Nono smiled helplessly. It's the children who are waiting for you. The two of them walked into the orphanage cafeteria together, and the children were all sitting in their seats. When they saw Singyuan Suejian coming in, they all stood up excitedly. Brother Suejian, are you back? Brother Suejian, why are you so late? Did the teacher keep you after class? We are all starving. Brother Suejian, you are so slow. The children shouted in unison. Singyuan Suejian looked at the children in front of her. A happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she laughed and said, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's eat soon. Looking at this heartwarming scene, Nono couldn't help but tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. I hope things will get better and better, Nono murmured to himself. Singyuan Swejian looked at Nanoyu, who was standing at the door, and greeted her softly. Mom Nanoyu, come here soon. Yes, here I come. She then sat next to Singyuan Swejian. Mom Nono, I went to contact the Uchiha family after school today, Singyuan Swejian said in a low voice. Nono nodded. Let's talk about it later, let's eat first. After dinner, the children helped the caregivers with housework. Nono and Singyuan Swejian sat opposite each other in the orphanage's office. How's it going? Has the Uchiha clan agreed to sponsor us? Singyuan Swejian nodded and said softly, it shouldn't be a big problem. That the person I was talking to today is the son of the Uchiha clan leader. That he is very willing to help the orphanage and has agreed to go back and persuade his father. The Uchiha clan is very aloof and arrogant. Will they be so easy to talk to? Nono's brows were furrowed, his eyes filled with deep doubt. Today they asked me some questions about the current relationship between their tribe and the village. I gave them some suggestions, which they found very helpful. I then took the opportunity to suggest that they donate money to help the orphanage, and they immediately agreed to help. Nono looked confused. Is it that simple? Are there any other requirements? What questions did they ask you? Don't worry, Nono, Mama. The Uchiha family is wealthy and powerful, so it's no problem for them to sponsor a small orphanage. I won't go into the details of the method I suggested to them. I told them to secretly fund our assistance, while we would still receive funding from the village on the surface. This way we won't have to fall out with the village, and we won't be threatened by Danzo's funds. If Danzo still dares to act presumptuously, I will also ask the Uchiha for help. If they are not afraid of going to war with the Uchiha, then let them give it a try. Nono was stunned and said, no way, will Uchiha stand up for us? Mother Nono, from what I've learned recently, the Uchiha family is not as simple as we thought. They were just deliberately ostracized by the village. The establishment of the security department is Konoha's conspiracy against the Uchiha, to make the Uchiha unpopular and always on the edge of power. But their strength is unquestionable, otherwise the Konoha high-level officials wouldn't be so wary of them. And if we develop a friendship with the Uchiha, they will definitely not stand idly by. I think the Uchiha guys are now looking for an opportunity to show off their claws. Singyuan Swejian laughed coldly. Nono suddenly came to his senses and asked, what about the basis for cooperation? Why would they help us for no reason? Even if the Uchiha wanted to intimidate the village, they would have a lot of excuses, right? That depends on their vision. Paying a little bit of money can exchange for the friendship of a future strongman. Why not do it? Singyuan Swejian said nonsense. Nono said angrily, how can they look down on you, a little brat? The Uchiha family is full of strong people. Potential, do you understand potential? Singyuan Swejian said angrily. Nono laughed and said, I'm just kidding. Mom has always believed in Swejian's ability. You will definitely dominate the ninja world in the future. Swejian, Mom has never been able to understand you. You act too mature and smart. You don't act like a child at all. But Mommy feels sincerity and love for this place in your eyes, so no matter what secrets you have, Mommy is willing to trust you without reservation. Her eyes were gentle and loving, full of trust in Singyuan Swejian. Mom Nono, Singyuan Swejian hesitated to speak. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's go to the river. Mom has collected a few volumes of water-style ninjutsu. They were obtained when she was a spy in various countries. Nono changed the subject. Singyuan Swejian scratched his head angrily, okay, thank you. Uchiha clan territory. In the clan leader's residence, he looked at Uchiha Itaki and Shisui who were kneeling in front of him. Uchiha Fugaku said calmly with an expressionless face, is everything you said true? Is this young man so knowledgeable? Uchiha Shisui bowed and said, yes, clan leader, Singyuan Jun. His insights are far superior to those of ordinary people, and his predictions of the future are extremely consistent with our current predicament. His words were firm and powerful, and his eyes were full of trust in Singyuan Swejian. According to his assumptions, the rebellious voices within our family will intensify, and war will be inevitable. Because whether we launch a rebellion or not, the Konoha high-level officials will take measures after receiving the news, and then we will be passive. Uchiha Fugaku frowned and said in a deep voice, what can we do? It's difficult for our family to fight against the entire Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was low, filled with deep helplessness and worry. Chief, look into my eyes. Shisui's eyes rapidly turned from the three-magatama Sharinan to the form of a four-cornered shuriken. Mangekyo Sharinan. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly stood up and screamed in amazement. Shisui. When did you awaken? Uchiha Fugaku was shocked. Uchiha Shisui sighed and said slowly, it's been a while since I've been awakening. At that time, I was worried about the relationship between the village and the family, and I was so worried that I awakened without realizing it. Uchiha Fugaku was surprised and said, what, it's turned on just like that? Chief, your eyes are also kaleidoscopes, right? As a fellow kaleidoscope, I can sense the power of your pupils. Uchiha Shisui stared into Fugaku's eyes and said lightly. Uchiha Itaki, who was standing by, looked up suddenly when he heard this. Father. Are you really? Looking at the eager eyes of the two, Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly. Yes, I opened the Mangekyo Sharinan during the Third Shinobi World War. One witnessed my comrades sacrifice themselves to protect me, and one was extremely sad and angry, so one awakened it. Then our family will have 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharinan, so we don't have to worry about threats to the village, right? Uchiha Itaki lowered his head and asked cautiously. Uchiha Fugaku frowned and said, "It's not that simple. How about this? You two go and invite Sengyuan Suejian to our clan tomorrow. I want to have a good chat with him." The two responded in unison, and Uchiha Itaka then asked carefully, "Father, what about Xingyuan Jun's request for funding the orphanage?" Uchiha Fugaku immediately waved his hand with an indifferent look on his face. "Just agree to it. It's just a small amount of money. Consider it a good relationship." In the forest outside Konoha. Water style, Teppadama. In an instant, a powerful water ball gushed out of Xingyuan Suejian's mouth like a rapidly flying cannonball. The water flowed through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. Boom! The huge impact force caused the tree trunk to shake violently. Suddenly, water splashed everywhere and the surroundings were instantly covered by a mist. Wood chips flew everywhere where the trunk was hit, leaving a deep hole. Branches also broke off under this powerful attack and fell to the ground. "Suejian, you learn too fast, don't you?" Nono looked surprised. Xingyuan Suejian nodded. "I don't know why, but I just feel it's very simple. Advanced ninjutsu may require more understanding, but for low-level ninjutsu, I feel like I can learn it right away. Not only water jutsu, I feel that if I have chakra of other attributes of ninjutsu should be able to do the same." Nono looked serious when he heard this. "Suejian, don't rush to try to develop other attributes of chakra now. Chakra attribute development requires the ninja to have extremely high talent, a strong will, and a lot of time and energy investment. A ninja must first have a clear understanding and control of his or her original chakra properties, and then through continuous practice and experimentation, he or she can comprehend and develop new properties. Furthermore, this process is full of challenges and uncertainties, requiring ninjas to overcome numerous difficulties and break through their own bottlenecks." Xingyuan Suejian saw the worry in Nono's eyes and said seriously, "Don't worry, Nono's mother, I won't do anything I'm not sure of." "That's good. I copied this ninjutsu from the Mizuki's secret room when I was a spy in the Mist Shadow Village. See if you can learn it." Xingyuan Suejian slowly opened the scroll Nono handed her, and when she saw the words on it, she exclaimed, "Water mirror technique." Xingyuan Suejian was shocked. "Isn't this the signature ninjutsu of the 4th Mizukage? How could Nanoya find it in the Mizuki's secret room?" Nono looked at the dazed Xingyuan Suejian and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong, Suejian? Is it difficult?" Xingyuan Suejian looked carefully at the introduction of the water mirror technique in his hand. "It seems quite difficult. I need to study it carefully. How did you get it?" Nono stared blankly into the distance, lost in memories. "I've been hanging around in the water country for a few years. During an undercover mission, I found an opportunity to sneak into the secret room of the Mizukage building. After obtaining important intelligence, I planned to leave. But before I left, I found an extremely secret compartment. When I opened it, I found this scroll of ninjutsu. I immediately felt that this scroll of ninjutsu was extraordinary, so I copied it down. When I came back to hand in the mission, I didn't hand in the root, I kept it for myself." Nono raised his hand to adjust his glasses and spoke calmly. "It's really hard to imagine the consequences if you were discovered. It's too dangerous." Xingyuan Suejian felt a little scared. "Now that I think about it, it's really scary. After being an undercover spy for so many years and traveling to so many countries, I'm really lucky to be able to come back alive." Nono's words were lighthearted, yet there was a hint of emotion about the difficult times in the past. But when she thought about Kabuto being taken away by Danzo and trained as a spy, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Xingyuan Suejian saw Nono's sadness and immediately spoke to comfort her. "Don't worry, Nono, Mom. I'll keep an eye on this side of Kotobuki. It'll be hard on him for a while, but his life will be safe." Nono nodded gently. "Go back, it's time to rest. You can keep this volume of ninjutsu and study it slowly." The next day, after finishing a boring day of studying at the ninja school, Xingyuan Suejian was preparing to return to the orphanage. But then he saw Uchiha Itaki walking quickly towards him and asked politely, "Xingyuan-kun, my father wants to invite you to meet him at the Uchiha clan, may I know?" An invitation from the Uchiha clan leader. "Sure, let's go together then." On the way to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itaka said softly, "Xingyuan-kun, my father has agreed to sponsor the orphanage. I will give you the funds privately every month." Xingyuan Shui was overjoyed when she heard this. She could finally escape the financial threat from the root. "Also, you told Shisui to pay more attention to my father. Later, Shisui discovered that my father also possessed the Mangekyo Sharinan." Xingyuan Suejian nodded and said nothing. Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo had been opened long ago, but he just didn't want to reveal it. The two walked on the street of the Uchiha clan, looking at the Uchiha clan members passing by. They stared at the unfamiliar face of Xingyuan Suejian from time to time, and each of them had a face full of arrogance. After seeing the son of the clan leader next to them, they did not dare to come up and provoke him. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi was embarrassed and hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, Xingyuan-kun, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. It's okay. I understand the Uchiha style that they have the capital to be aloof. But if people develop this kind of character over a long period of time, they will easily reveal problems and become the fuse of instability in the family." Seeing Yuanxiu said indifferently with an expressionless face. Uchiha Itachi nodded. He also felt the changes in his clansmen in recent years. They became more and more arrogant and were dazzled by the glory of their Uchiha predecessors. It was not unreasonable that they were targeted and feared by the village. When they arrived at the clan leader's residence, Uchiha Shisui was already kneeling there waiting. Opposite Uchiha Shisui sat a man with a serious face. It was Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Itachi bowed and stepped forward. "Father, Xingyuan Jun is here." Uchiha Fugaku nodded, poured a cup of tea for Xingyuan Suejian, and said softly, "Sorry for the trouble. Please take a seat." Xingyuan Suejian nodded when he heard this and sat down calmly next to Uchiha Shisui. "First of all, I would like to thank the Uchiha clan for their generous support of the orphanage. Is it because the clan leader asked me to come here to ask you something? You might as well tell me directly, and I will tell you everything I know." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku also sat up straight and said with a serious face, "A mere small amount of money is not worth mentioning. I heard from Shisui that you have a good understanding of the current situation, so I want to hear your views on the current conflict between the Uchiha and the village. You told Shisui that day that you wanted to intimidate the village so that they wouldn't dare covet the Uchiha, right?" Xingyuan Suejian nodded and shook her head. "Yes, and no. What do you mean?" Uchiha Fugaku looked confused. "Your family's main problem right now is not the issue of harmonious coexistence with the village, but the problems within your family. Your family now has many factions, each with its own ideas. How can you deal with external threats without internal unity? The use of force I'm talking about is not only for external deterrence, but more importantly for internal deterrence. Perhaps in the eyes of your people, you, as the clan leader, have already lost your prestige, so they have long since joined the ranks of other elders. A family with multiple voices, do you think it will maintain cohesion? The enemy can easily incite or bribe a few of your clansmen to act as undercover agents. The traitors are fanning the flames, stirring up trouble everywhere. By then, even without the enemy taking action, you'll be killing each other. Do you think what I'm saying makes sense?" Xingyuan Suejian took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. Uchiha Fugaku was shocked when he heard this, and quickly stood up and said, this. In fact, he had long known that there were too many unstable factors in the family, but he always thought that it was just the elders who wanted to fight for power and were unwilling to give up power. He didn't expect that there was this layer of connection within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was sweating profusely, and Shisui and Itachi beside him were also pale. "Please give me detailed instructions, Xingyuan-kun." Uchiha Fugaku bowed slightly. Xingyuan Suejian hurried forward to help him up. "Chief, you are confused now because you are in a difficult situation. In fact, the situation is very clear now. If you calm down and think carefully, you will know the answer. First of all, you need to start showing off your strength. I heard from Itachi that your Mangekyo has already been activated, right? You and Shisui should first work together to reorganize the family and deal with all the troublemakers in the family, whether they are high-ranking officials or ordinary civilians. Find the evidence and capture them immediately. Show no mercy. They are likely spies who have been recruited to divide you. After the tribe is unified, we will need to calm down for a while. I think the village has already noticed the abnormalities within your tribe, but they no longer dare to act rashly. By then, the initiative will be in your hands, right?" Xingyuan Suejian said calmly. The three Uchiha suddenly realized something, and Uchiha Fugaku was also grateful. "Well said, thank you so much, you will always be our Uchiha's friend." Uchiha Itachi and Shisui also nodded repeatedly. "Haha, I'd also like to be friends with you," Xingyuan Suejian said with a smile. "You can actually figure out these things if you calm down. It's just that you've been stuck in the fog of figuring out how to coexist peacefully with the village. If you had known earlier that Shisui and the clan leader possessed the Mangekyo, you would have been able to handle it on your own. And I only served as a guide." "Okay, now that the matter is settled, I should go. Would you like to stay and have dinner with us?" Uchiha Fugaku invited urgently. Xingyuan Suejian smiled and waved her hand. "No, I should go back to the orphanage. By the way, Shisui, Itachi, can I train with you guys in the future? I'd like to learn some techniques on taijutsu and throwing techniques." "Of course you can, Xingyuan-kun, you are our friend, let's train together from now on." Shisui and Itachi responded in unison. Xingyuan Suejian waved goodbye to them and returned to the orphanage. At the door of the orphanage, a familiar figure was waiting there quietly. The afterglow of the setting sun was like a layer of golden gauze, gently sprinkling on the streets of Konoha. Time flies like a white horse passing by. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. In the Uchiha Forest training ground, the sound of shurikens clashing echoed in the empty space. Two figures stood facing each other, their eyes as sharp as eagles. The air around them seemed to be frozen with tension. The figure who launched the first attack flashed like a ghost, and the kunao in his hand shot out quickly, cutting through the air with a sharp chill. The other young man, however, remained calm and rolled sideways, cleverly avoiding the fatal blow. Then, he exerted force on his feet, rushed towards his opponent like an arrow, and punched the opponent's vital points. Their movements were as fast as lightning, and every transition between offense and defense was dazzling. Kunao crossed in the air, colliding with each other and producing fierce sparks. The physical combat afterwards became even more intense, with fists and kicks flying and the wind whistling. Both of them were concentrating their attention and did not dare to slack off even for a moment. However, in this rapidly changing battle, one of the young men was so focused on attacking that he did not notice a protruding stone under his feet and was tripped and lost his balance. The opponent took the opportunity to counterattack, and a knife-handed strike directly hit his chest. With a thump, the young man fell to the ground in embarrassment. Ah! Xingyuan Suejian scratched his head helplessly. I'm still no match for you, Itake. Uchiha Itake chuckled and said, you are already very strong, Xingyuan-kun, that I opened my Sharingan to fight you. Itake, I've told you so many times, just call me by my name, or just call me Yukamai, no need to use honorifics. This is my respect for you, please don't refuse. Uchiha Itake said seriously. Xingyuan Suejian looked hopeless. This was the bad thing about being a ninja from a big family, the rules were too strict and everything was rigid. Ever since he helped the Uchiha family with some advice, Itake has become his little fanboy, even though they are almost the same age. Then from now on, you can just call me Suejian like Shisui does. This way we can be more friendly as friends, okay? Xingyuan Suejian sighed softly. Okay, Yukamai-kun. Uchiha Itake nodded in response. Shall we continue training then? No more training, no more training. I can't beat you. As Shisui returned from his mission. Before Uchiha Itake could answer, Uchiha Shisui's voice came slowly from a distance. I came back this morning. How have you been recently, Yukamai-kun? Not bad, I'm improving every day. Itake and I are planning to graduate early. The knowledge we learned at the ninja school is no longer useful to us. Then congratulations to you in advance. With your abilities, it won't be a problem for you to be promoted to Chinin. Uchiha Shisui smiled faintly. Shisui, how about we have a ninjutsu sparring match? It's been ages since I last sparred with you. Before Uchiha Shisui could answer, Xingyuan Suejian took the first step. He quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted water-style iron cannonball. A high-pressure water cannon sprayed out of his mouth. Uchiha Shisui's expression remained unchanged. He quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, fire-style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball spewed out of his mouth, with blazing flames burning fiercely, and crashed into the water cannon with the momentum of destroying everything. Bang! At the moment of collision, steam spread out, obscuring the view. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui formed a seal again, fire-style, phoenix fire technique. Countless flame bombs shot towards the star source like meteor Suejian. Xingyuan Suejian smiled and said, try this. Water-style, water mirror technique. A huge mirror suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, and another Uchiha Shisui slowly walked out of the mirror. I have been researching the water mirror technique for a long time. Today, I can finally use it as I wish. Mainly because the issues related to space and time in the operation have troubled Xingyuan Suejian for a long time. The mirror image of Shisui also used the phoenix fire technique and attacked him back fiercely. Uchiha Shisui quickly jumped up and dodged. He then quickly formed hand seals and used the fire-style, dragon fire technique with his backhand. A flaming dragon roared out. At the same time, Shisui's clone on the side copied the dragon fire technique again and attacked it. The two fire dragons entangled and fought with each other in the air. Xingyuan Suejian, who was trying to launch a sneak attack from behind, saw an opportunity and quickly formed seals with both hands. Water-style, water dragon bullet technique. A huge water dragon rose into the air from behind him, roaring and rushing towards the seemingly defenseless Uchiha Shisui. Boom dash! A huge hole appeared on the ground where the water dragon had bombarded it, but Uchiha Shisui's figure had long disappeared. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly felt a severe dizziness. Xingyuan Suejian then sat cross-legged on the ground, took a deep breath, and then released the water mirror technique. Seeing this, the two hurried forward and asked, Suejian-kun, are you okay? After a moment, Xingyuan Suejian slowly exhaled, it's okay, it's just that I use ninjutsu too frequently and my chakra is running low. The chakra used by the object copied by the water mirror technique also needs to be supplied by the original body. You should know that after Xingyuan Suejian underwent human experiment transformation by Orochimaru, her current chakra capacity is already higher than that of most ordinary jonin, and it may continue to increase slowly in the future. But after fighting with Uchiha Itake in succession, and then competing in ninjutsu with Uchiha Shisui, it was inevitable that his chakra was exhausted after several consecutive large-scale ninjutsu. After a rest, the three of them sat together by the stream. Xingyuan Suejian half lay on the lawn and said slowly, Shisui, Itake, how is your family doing now? how is the faction problem being sorted out? Well, that's about it. Those who resist will be suppressed by force. Those who are fence-sitters will be forced to express their opinions. Those who are evasive will be detained and investigated. The 3 traitors have been identified and executed. Now there's only one voice in the clan. The village should have heard the news that the clan leader and I have awakened the kaleidoscope, and they have been much more peaceful recently. Uchiha Itachi said sincerely, it's all thanks to Yuki-kun. My father is now vigorously rectifying the atmosphere within the clan. Anyone who stirs up trouble and bullies others will be arrested and dealt with seriously. The Uchiha's reputation in the village has improved a bit now that he's no longer the image that everyone fears. Some merchants even greet us when we're on patrol. Everything seems to be moving in a positive direction. Xing Yuan Shuejian nodded. That's all. Go back and tell your clan leader that you should consolidate the relationships within the clan and maintain the status quo. There's no need to expand into the core of the village. The foundation of the Naruto family is still very strong. The current situation is the bottom line they can accept. If they cross the line, it will be hard to say. The 2 nodded cautiously upon hearing this, knowing that this was a brief peace that everyone had worked so hard to achieve, and that this balance must not be broken. Let's go back. We have an assessment tomorrow. Oh, that's extremely difficult. Yukimai-kun and Itachi need to work harder, Uchiha Shisui said with a smile. Xing Yuan Shuejian was furious when he heard this. Itachi hit him, how dare he laugh at us, ha 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 ha. In the afterglow of the setting sun, several people left playing and fighting. In the orphanage office. You guys go back and tell Danzo that I have long left the route. I am now an ordinary ninja in Konoha and the director of an orphanage, Nono said seriously. Lord Danzo said that if you refuse, the orphanage's funds will. The root ninja smiled sinisterly. Haha, you don't have to worry about that. Nono curled his lips and looked indifferent. Upon hearing this, the root ninja looked at Nono with hatred, then dodged away. Inside the orphanage room, Xing Yuan Shuejian was practicing when he suddenly heard a sound of breaking air coming from the window. Click! A stone fell to the floor, wrapped in a crumpled piece of paper. Xing Yuan Shuejian opened it immediately and found only 2 words inside, Back Mountain. It's Do's handwriting. Xing Yuan Shuejian thought secretly in his heart. He immediately left the room with a teleportation technique and headed to the back mountain of the orphanage. Not long after Xing Yuan Shuejian arrived at the back mountain, Do's figure slowly emerged from behind a big tree. Looking at Do, who was dressed in root attire, Xing Yuan Shuejian said in a deep voice, "Are you going on a mission?" Kabuto nodded. "The training period is over, and I'm being sent out undercover tomorrow. Do you want to go back and take a look?" Xing Yuan Shuejian said softly. "No, I can only leave for a while. Someone is watching me." Kabuto suddenly thought of something, and then said seriously, "You should be more careful recently. You are a little close to the Uchiha family. The Root Intelligence Department has noticed you." Xing Yuan Shuejian waved her hands indifferently. "Whatever, we might clash with them soon." Do was surprised when he heard this. "What's going on?" "I have already established contact with the Uchiha clan. From now on, the orphanage will be funded secretly by the Uchiha clan. We no longer need to rely on the village for supplies, nor will we be threatened by the Root." He then told Kabuto all of his interactions with the Uchiha during this time. No wonder Uchiha intelligence has been appearing frequently at Root during this time, Kabuto muttered thoughtfully. "Someone from the Root came again tonight. They found Nono's mother and wanted to threaten her with money to make her a spy, but my mother refused." Xing Yuan Shuejian smiled coldly. "What, these bastards? I've already penetrated the Root, how dare they do that?" Do gritted his teeth. Xing Yuan Shuejian looked into the distance thoughtfully. "You're going on a mission tomorrow, so they're coming to look for Nono's mom tonight. Haha, they really have a good plan. If Nono's mother is forced to agree today, they can use your life to threaten Nono's mother into submission in the future. Otherwise, they can use Nono's mother's safety to completely control you." Do's veins popped up when he heard this, and he gritted his teeth and said, "What a good plan, hee." "Don't worry, none of this will happen with me here. It's impossible for them to threaten Nono's mother with funds. If you want to use force, we have the Uchiha clan behind us to help us. The Uchiha clan is really looking for an opportunity to flex their muscles against the village, haha." Upon hearing this, Kabuto sighed with heartfelt emotion. "Shuejian, I'm so glad you're here. You've worked so hard." Xing Yuan Shuejian shook her head and said slowly, "We are a family, don't say such things in the future." Kabuto nodded. "Yeah, I get it. By the way, I once found some information about Orochimaru's human experiments in the Root database, and I paid special attention to it." "What information?" Xing Yuan Shuejian was shocked. Do raised his head and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I passed by the database the other day and saw a basket of data that was about to be destroyed at the door. I was curious, so I flipped through it. I didn't expect to see information about Orochimaru's human experiments. One of the experimental projects was particularly interesting, and I took a special look at it. It was just a proposal for an experiment, but it was so wildly imaginative that there was absolutely no chance of success. According to the description, the experiment is divided into 3. Each of these steps requires special body modifications to the experimental subject before the corresponding injection can be completed. The experiment consists of 3 types of potions. The first shot is a decomposition potion, the second shot is a compatibility potion, and the third shot is a fusion potion. According to Orochimaru's idea, if someone can withstand 3 injections and survive, the cells in his body will be transformed into so-called compatible cells. Once successful, simply injected into another person's cells to absorb and fuse their chakra properties and abilities. After the cells are injected into the body will first decompose all the cellular memories of the original host cells, retaining the original genetic properties of the cells, leaving them in an ownerless state, then encourage the newly generated cells to become compatible with the host cells, and finally complete the final fusion with the host to become a new cell genome. Finally, the newly generated cells will gradually spread, engulf, and fuse with old cells, completing the transformation of the entire body. According to the concept described in Orochimaru's experimental records, if the experiment is successful, in the future, simply injecting other people's cells will further strengthen one's own genes. For example, if a person's body originally does not have fire attribute chakra, but after injecting another person's fire attribute cells, they can gain fire attribute chakra. Then, just keep injecting fire attribute chakra into the cells of the person, and it will become more and more perfect until it reaches perfection. But the experiment was stopped shortly after because most of the subjects died during the first injection, let alone completing the 3 injections. Xing Yuan Shui was stunned when she heard this, muttering to herself blankly, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is." Xing Yuan Shuijian suddenly looked up at Do and said solemnly, "Do, you don't have to worry about the mission assigned by the route when you leave this time. You should travel around the ninja world first, then find Orochimaru, find a way to gain his trust, follow him, and learn from him. I might be the only one who survived Orochimaru's experiment. I don't know what's happening to my body now. I just feel like I'm learning things very quickly now, especially ninjutsu. This might be related to the human experiment, which modified my genes." Kabuto's face was also solemn after hearing this. He understood that if Orochimaru's experiment on Hashijin Yukamai was successful, he would most likely become an incredible existence in the ninja world in the future. "Don't worry, I will inform you in time that you must hide yourself well and don't let anyone discover this secret. By the way, I once saw Orochimaru's cell extraction technology in the root database. If Orochimaru's experiment on you is successful, then this technology should be very important to you in the future. The place is not well guarded, so I will go and get it secretly. You wait here." Xing Yuan Shuijian nodded seriously. "Please, if everything is true, then this technology is indeed crucial." Upon hearing this, Do nodded and left immediately, disappearing into the darkness. However, he reappeared not long after, holding a scroll in his hand. "That's it. No one found me. I should leave now. I'll leave you in my care from now on." Xing Yuan Shuijian took the information seriously and said, "Well, go ahead. You don't have to worry about the orphanage anymore." Kabuto nodded slightly, took one last deep look at the orphanage, then turned and slowly disappeared into the darkness. On the streets of Konoha, the place was bustling with people coming and going, and the sun shone on the cobblestone road, casting patches of golden light. "Itaki, after graduating early, are you going to go on a mission?" Xing Yuan Shuijian asked softly. Uchiha Itake nodded. "Probably. It depends on how they arrange it. I'll probably have to follow the team on the mission. What about you, Yukamai-kun?" "I originally wanted to join a ninja team to gain some experience, but after some recent events, I want to work in Konoha Hospital to verify some of my guesses." "Konoha Hospital? I almost forgot you are a medical ninja." Uchiha Itake chuckled. While talking, the two came into the classroom. "Uchiha Itake, Xing Yuan Shuijian, I heard that you applied for early graduation," a group of classmates asked curiously. Xing Yuan Shuijian smiled and nodded. "Yes, the test will be held soon, and I don't know if I can pass it. I'm so nervous." Looking at Xing Yuan Shuijian, who was talking nonsense seriously, Uchiha Itake twitched his mouth and echoed, "Me too." As the school bell rang, Tony Zayama walked into the classroom with dark circles under his eyes and a stumbling step. "I think I practiced martial arts with my friends again yesterday." Xing Yuan Shuijian, Uchiha Itake, your application for early graduation has been approved. Now follow me. Wow! There was a burst of exclamations in the classroom. The two followed Tony Zayama into an empty room, where there were already 2 figures sitting at the top, one of whom was the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Okay, let's get started. I heard that 2 children applied for early graduation after only 1 year of study. I was curious and came to see you." The 3rd Hokage smiled kindly. Upon hearing this, the ninja next to the 3rd generation began to ask questions about basic theories, and the 2 of them answered fluently. Next came the performance of the 3-body technique, which the 2 of them passed with ease. During the tutor's evaluation session, Tony Zayama came forward and commented that both of them performed very well and were top students in the class, worthy of his recognition. The 3rd Hokage nodded and said with satisfaction, "Congratulations, from today on you will become official ninjas of Konoha." The 2 bowed and replied, "Yes, thank you, Hokage-sama. What are your ideas after graduation? I want to arrange a ninja team for you. What do you think? The third Hokage said with a smile. Uchiha Itachi said in a serious voice, Hokage-sama, I am willing to join the ninja team. The third Hokage smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Sengyuan Suejian. What about you? The same. Hokage-sama, I want to go to Konoha's hospital first to gain some experience. Hospital. The third Hokage stared at Sengyuan Suejian's face, thought for a moment, and then said, I remember you. You are the child rescued from Orochimaru's laboratory, right? Tell me, why do you want to go to the hospital? Hokage-sama, I have been learning medical ninjutsu from Nono's mother for a while. I want to go to the hospital to practice. When I have enough experience, I want to join the ninja team and become a medical ninja. Oh, you have learned medical ninjutsu? The third Hokage was slightly stunned. Sengyuan Suejian nodded, and then performed medical ninjutsu. A ball of green light slowly condensed in his hand. Palm Immortal Technique. Everyone stood up at once, staring at him in amazement. You should know that Palm Immortal Technique is considered a high-end medical ninjutsu, mainly because it is very difficult to learn and requires extremely high control of chakra. The third Hokage frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, normally, since you've mastered the Palm Immortal Technique, you're already considered a medical ninja and can follow the team on missions. But considering your consideration, you need to practice at the hospital and become more proficient in the use of medical ninjutsu. Okay, I agree. The time limit is 1 year. After 1 year, you will follow the team to carry out missions. Do you understand? Sengyuan Suejian bowed and replied, yes, Lord Hokage. In fact, his purpose of going to the hospital was to collect blood, hair, and skin tissue samples from others more easily. Going to the hospital is just an excuse. There is nothing practical to do in the hospital. On the way back, the breeze blew gently, and the leaves rustled. Suddenly you don't have to go to class anymore. It feels a bit boring, right, Itachi? I have to meet up with the team tomorrow, so I have to go back and prepare, Uchiha Itachi said with a serious face. Yo, I take it you just want to go back and be with Sasuke, right? Haha. Uchiha Itachi's face suddenly turned red when his lie was exposed. Let's go, I'll treat you to some ramen first, and then we can go back after we finish eating. You haven't eaten it for a long time. Sengyuan Suejian laughed. Welcome. What would you like to eat? Uncle Shouta, 1 serving of pork bone ramen and 1 serving of flavored ramen, large ones, Sengyuan Suejian shouted familiarly. He squinted his eyes and smiled. Okay, you guys take a seat first, I'll be there soon. 2 large bowls of ramen were quickly served, and the two began to devour them. Uchiha Itachi's eating habits are relatively elegant. The quality of children educated in big families is different. But Itachi also eats very quickly. I don't know how he manages to be both elegant and fast. In a short while, the 2 bowls of ramen were eaten up. Uncle Hans, we're done eating, here's your money, bye. Shouta poked his head out of the kitchen and responded with a smile, goodbye, see you next time. Walking on the streets of Konoha, looking at the people coming and going, Sengyuan Suejian sighed, you will be going on a mission with the team soon, and there may be fewer opportunities to meet in the future. Uchiha Itachi nodded, yeah, it's time to get busy. Go back and accompany your brother when Sasuke grows up. Bring him over to play with you. Sengyuan Suejian was laughing and joking all the way that he knew that Itachi was a brother-con, so he didn't disturb their brotherly interaction time. Return to the orphanage. Nono was tidying up the flower garden when she saw Sengyuan Suejian coming back. She hurried over and asked, how's it going, Suejian, did you pass? Sengyuan Suejian took out the ninja forehead protector and said with a grin, of course I passed. I'm going to the hospital for internship tomorrow. Nono was surprised when he heard this. Aren't you going on a mission with the team? Why are you in the hospital? Sengyuan Suejian immediately slapped her forehead in annoyance and said, oh, I forgot to tell Nono's mother that Do came to me last night and told me something. Sengyuan Suejian immediately told Nono what happened when Kabuto came last night in Orochimaru's experiment. Nono was shocked after hearing this and asked in a lost voice, so, was Orochimaru's experiment successful on you? I don't know either. Last night, Kabuto sent me a scroll of Orochimaru's cell extraction technique. I've been studying it. I want to extract a cell and give it a try. That's also why I'm going to the hospital to study. There are better chances of getting blood or other hair and body tissue from others in the hospital. Nono frowned and said worriedly, is it dangerous? Otherwise, don't try it. It's good for you to improve slowly like this. According to the results of Orochimaru's experiment, I should be considered a success. After all, I survived. But I still need to inject a sample of another person's cells to confirm it. Until then, I'll have to trouble you to stay by my side. Don't worry, Nono, Mom. I even survived those 3 injections that put me on the verge of death. So these are no problem at all. Since there's a chance to become stronger, we must seize it. Alas, the ninja world will not be peaceful from now on. Then you must be careful. I don't want anything to happen to any of you. Nono's face was solemn. Sengyuan Suejian nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Nono's mother, I will be careful. In the orphanage room, Sengyuan Suejian was studying the scroll on cell extraction technology with a serious look on her face. I originally thought that cell extraction was a very simple thing, but after understanding the details of the process, I still couldn't help but feel a headache. The biggest difficulty is not the technology itself, but the fact that a large amount of experimental equipment is needed to complete this work. The technology of extracting cells on Blue Star may be child's play, but in this ninja world where science and technology are relatively backward, its difficulty can be imagined. Seeing Yuen Shuejian sighed softly, Kanaha's hospital probably doesn't have these instruments for extracting cells. I don't know who got the lab equipment when Orikimura defected. Without any experimental equipment, Seeing Yuen Shuejian was extremely helpless. She couldn't just inject someone else's blood directly into his body, right? Although Seeing Yuen Shuejian was given an injection of some kind of cell-decomposing agent during Orikimura's human transformation experiment, which should have the effect of decomposing other people's cells, Seeing Yuen Shuejian did not dare to gamble. It still needs a simple extraction. The primary goal now is to collect more blood, skin and flesh tissue from others, then find a way to collect some experimental equipment. With her experience in medical ninjutsu and the fact that she was originally a student at a biological university, Seeing Yuen Shuejian quickly learned the cell extraction technology. The next morning, Seeing Yuen Shuejian arrived at the hospital early. As soon as she arrived at the Kanaha Hospital building, a girl in a nurse uniform appeared in front of Seeing Yuen Shuejian. "Hello, little boy, is there anything wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" the nurse asked kindly. Seeing Yuen Shuejian shook her head gently. "Hello, I'm here for an internship, can you take me to see the person in charge?" The young nurse was surprised when she heard this, but she just smiled and nodded, and brought Seeing Yuen Shuejian to the door of the dean's office. "Director, a ninja has come to the hospital for internship. Please meet him," the young nurse said while knocking on the door gently. "Come in." A clear female voice came from the dean's office. After pushing open the door, Seeing Yuen Shuejian looked up and saw the woman sitting on the office chair. At the moment, she was busy with her head down, not knowing what she was writing. "Hello, my name is Seeing Yuen Shuejian. I just graduated from the ninja school. I learned some medical ninjutsu and want to come to the hospital for an internship for a while." Satoye looked up when she heard that. "Oh, I know you, Hokage-sama has already sent someone to inform me. You may not be familiar with the place since you just arrived. Just walk around and ask the nurses if you have any questions. If you can help, you can try it yourself." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Seeing Yuen Shuejian and lowered his head to get busy again. Seeing this, Seeing Yuen Shuejian nodded, gently closed the door and left. Then he walked around the hospital. Most of the patients who come to the first floor for treatment are civilians in the village, and there are only a few ordinary doctors sitting there to treat patients. Because medical ninjutsu is not suitable for ordinary patients, just like the palm technique, its principle is to quickly increase body activity and accelerate wound healing, and its essence is to overdraw life. Therefore, medical ninjutsu is best used as an emergency, and you still have to rely on yourself to slowly recover in the hospital afterwards. The second floor is where the ninjas receive treatment, but it is mostly beds, more like an inpatient department. Because the ninjas are all in good physical condition, they can fix minor injuries by themselves, just by tying a few bandages. If it is a major trauma, they can just lie there and wait for the medical ninja to treat it, without the need for outpatient clinics. Just as Seeing Yuen Shuejian was wandering around, a burst of rapid shouting suddenly came from the second floor. "Hurry up, my teammate was injured by the detonating talisman," a middle-aged ninja shouted loudly. Seeing this, Seeing Yuen Shuejian hurried forward. When he saw the wounds of the injured ninja, a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. The calf was blown to pieces up to the base, but the bleeding had stopped. It must have been some rough emergency treatment. But after waiting for a long time, the medical ninja did not arrive. Seeing Yuen Shuejian immediately stepped forward and performed the palm magic technique on the patient's wound, and the bright green light emitted a soft glow. A moment later. "Alright, the wound has stopped bleeding and healed, but some minor surgery will be needed to remove the necrotic skin and flesh around the wound." Seeing Yuen Shuejian turned around and gave a light instruction. Upon hearing this, the injured ninja and his teammates expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Seeing Yuen Shuejian looked around, and while no one was paying attention, he secretly put a piece of flesh and blood tissue that fell on the ground into the fresh-keeping pocket of his shirt. In the following time, Seeing Yuen Shuejian wandered around again. When passing by the door of a warehouse, Seeing Yuen Shuejian suddenly stopped. Through the glass of the warehouse, you can vaguely see the styles of some machines and equipment. Looking at the styles of these instruments, Seeing Yuen Shuejian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could this be the equipment from Orochimaru's underground laboratory? Seeing Yuen Shuejian muttered to herself. Just as Seeing Yuen Shuejian was staring blankly at the pile of instruments, a voice came from behind her. "Ha, you're here." Seeing Yuen Shuejian quickly turned his head and saw Dean Satoyan is slowly walking towards him. "I heard you just treated a patient with medical ninjutsu, so I came to see you." Seeing Yuen Shuejian nodded slightly upon hearing this. "Yes, Dean, it was just a simple wound healing treatment." "That's great, you've mastered medical ninjutsu at such a young age. Your future achievements are limitless." Satoye came to the door of the warehouse where Seeing Yuen Shuejian was standing and looked inside. "Oh, these were confiscated from Orochimaru's underground laboratory. they were first taken away by the Umbu, but they didn't find any useful information, so the third Hokage had them all piled up here. What's wrong? Are you interested in these things? Satomayan asked doubtfully. Well, I have an idea. I've recently had some new ideas about medical ninjutsu. I just happened to see some equipment here. I wonder if I can borrow it. Singyuan Suejian didn't expect that Orochimaru's experimental equipment would be stored here. Logically, it should have been divided up by the root or the Umbu long ago. What a coincidence, but there's a problem. These things are not used in the hospital. Satoyanyan can't set up a laboratory specifically for Singyuan Suejian. It's probably impossible to borrow them. Lord Hokage plans to sell these instruments in the near future to subsidize the hospital's expenses, because these things are of no use here. Sato Yaon said regretfully. Sell it? Singyuan Suejian suddenly had some ideas in his mind. Singyuan Suejian immediately wanted Uchiha to come forward and ask those purchasing merchants to take over these instruments. But how can he trick Uchiha into helping him pay for it? They are not stupid, so it seems that he can only use his Sharingan to manipulate it. Ah, that's such a pity. Singyuan Suejian looked at Satoyani helplessly. Don't worry too much about it. We medical ninjas don't actually need these things. They are mostly used by scientific researchers. Singyuan Suejian nodded politely. He then said goodbye to the dean and hurriedly left the hospital. After returning to the orphanage room, Singyuan Suejian immediately sealed the flesh and blood that she had secretly collected with a sealing scroll. Then we must immediately set off for the Uchiha base to prevent these instruments from being bought by others. The Uchiha clan's underground star source Suejian and Uchiha Shisui came to the clan leader's house together. Singyuan Suejian met Uchiha Shisui on the way here. When she heard that he was looking for the clan leader, she accompanied him. Kneeling on the tatami, Uchiha Shisui and Singyuan Suejian were drinking tea quietly. The clan leader's wife, Uchiha Mikato, said that Uchiha Fugaku had gone out to the security department and someone had been sent to notify him to return. As they were talking, Uchiha Fugaku came back, exhausted. Yukamai-kun, it's been a while since we last met. How have you been recently? Uchiha Fugaku said happily. Master Patriarch, it's been a long time since we last met. How's the family situation been lately? Well, since listening to your advice, Shisui and I have reorganized the family inside and out, and the results are of course excellent. Now that the whole family is united, the villagers have seen our transformation and no longer dare to suppress us deliberately. Singyuan Suejian nodded. Yeah, the effect seems good. It seems that the deterrent power of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui's Mangekaya is too great, and both the family and the Hokage lineage in the village have become much more honest. After all, Uchiha Madara's Mangekaya was able to fight against Senju Hashirama at his peak, but now the Uchiha have two pairs of Mangekaya, but they no longer have the original Senju Hashirama. How can they not be afraid? Yukamai-kun, what are you doing here today? Uchiha Fugaku asked curiously. Yes, Master Clan Leader, I would like to ask you to help me purchase some medical equipment, which are those confiscated from Orochimaru's basement and are now stored in Konoha's hospital. Oh, medical equipment? Of course, no problem. Could you tell me what it's for? I'm currently doing some research on genetic cells and I'm in urgent need of some equipment to assist me. As for the purchase costs, I'd like to ask the clan leader to advance the money for me. I'll pay you back in the future. Uchiha Fugaku nodded thoughtfully. There's no need to talk about money. Your help to our family cannot be measured by money. Don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to contact some merchants and ask them to come forward to buy it. If we go to buy it ourselves, the Hokage and his men won't sell it to us. Singyuan Shui was overjoyed when he heard this. It would be best if the Uchiha family could handle this matter. The power of a family is still very strong. Thank you very much. This is some information about the kaleidoscope that I accidentally obtained. I hope it will be useful to you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku took it excitedly and couldn't wait to open it and take a look. However, after just a few seconds, Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed drastically, and then he quickly closed it again. Thank you so much, Yukamai-kun. Uchiha Fugaku was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. Okay, you guys take your time to study it. I'll go back first. I can't guarantee the accuracy of this information. I got it by accident, so you should be mentally prepared. Singyuan Suejian immediately stood up and prepared to leave. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui hurriedly stood up to see them off. The information that Singyuan Suejian gave to Uchiha was about the advancement method of the Eternal Mangekyo. However, this information is not very practical because it has too many restrictions. It requires the Mangekaya Sharingan of two pairs of immediate relatives to be synthesized, preferably brothers, or father and son. After seeing off Singyuan Suejian, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui hurriedly opened the information scroll. After reading it carefully, they saw shock in each other's eyes. Clan leader, is this true? Eternal Mangekaya Sharingan, the consumed eye power can be restored? Uchiha Shisui looked shocked. You should know that Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku have not dared to use their Mangekaya Sharingan easily since they opened it, because every time they use it, they can feel that their eyesight has permanently decreased a little. If the information is correct, then yes, but the requirements for advancing to the eternal kaleidoscope are too high. To be an immediate family member, both must possess a kaleidoscope, and one must also contribute an eye. It's too difficult. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Uchiha Shisui also nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly said with a serious expression, Shisui, remember, this matter is between you and me, don't reveal it to anyone. Uchiha Shisui nodded solemnly, I know, clan leader. Uchiha Shisui was well aware of the consequences if this matter were to be spread, that he was afraid that by then, scenes of fratricide and estrangement within the family would occur every day. What's even more terrifying is that if someone with ulterior motives finds out, they might capture some of the Uchiha clan members and torture them to open their eyes by raising poisonous insects. Then the Uchiha clan will fall apart. Uchiha Shisui shuddered at the thought of this happening. Did you hear what Suejian-kun asked? I'll leave this matter to you, you must complete it as soon as possible. Uchiha Fugaku always felt that Singyuan Suejian was not a simple child, and was full of mystery. He could only make friends with him and maintain his friendship with him while he was still weak. Yes, chief, I'll be there right away. The next morning. The Uchiha family acted quickly. The next day, a businessman walked into the Hokage building and discussed the purchase of equipment with the third Hokage. Singyuan Suejian, who was treating a patient in the hospital, also heard the news. The businessman who had just entered the village in the morning had already arranged for people to move the equipment in the afternoon. We were just talking about this yesterday, and it was sold today. Sato Yaon looked surprised. Yes, what a coincidence, I was looking for an opportunity to borrow it, what a pity. Singyuan Suejian pretended to regret. On the way back from the hospital, a member of the Uchiha clan suddenly appeared in front of Singyuan Shua. Hello, Singyuan Suejian, I'm Uchiha Inahim. The clan leader asked me to tell you that everything he asked me to do has been done. Uchiha Inaab was handling this matter together with Uchiha Shisui. The clan leader specifically instructed them to be respectful to Singyuan Suejian and not to offend him. Okay, thank you very much. Now, may I ask? Please follow me. Uchiha Inahim brought Singyuan Suejian to a forest in the Uchiha clan's territory, where Uchiha Shisui was already waiting. Suejian-kun, we've got the things. They're all in these sealing scrolls. Uchiha Shisui took out 3 large sealing scrolls from behind him and handed them to Singyuan Suejian. Singyuan Suejian was very excited holding these scrolls in her hands. He immediately said goodbye to the two of them anxiously and returned to the orphanage. Nono looked at Singyuan Suejian, who was very excited, and asked with a smile, Suejian, what are you so happy about? Mother Nono, the equipment needed for cell extraction technology has arrived. Nono was also surprised after hearing this. But there are so many instruments and I don't know where to put them. Singyuan Suejian looked distressed. Upon hearing this, Nono smiled mysteriously and pulled Singyuan Suejian directly to the back mountain of the orphanage. In a hidden place in the back mountain, a huge natural cave came into view, with air circulation. It's really a good place to build a secret base. I discovered this by accident. I was thinking that if I ever have a falling out with Danzo, I could take the children and escape here for refuge. Now I leave it to you, Nono said with a smile. Singyuan Suejian nodded excitedly upon hearing this, and immediately unsealed all the instruments and placed them in their proper positions one by one. After the connection was debugged, I found that there was no problem and it could start normally. Singyuan Suejian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we have overcome the difficulties of the first stage. Now that we have the equipment, the next experiments can proceed normally. In the laboratory in the cave, Singyuan Suejian was operating the experiment in his hand with a serious look on his face. The small piece of flesh and blood he had picked up was washed with buffer solution to remove impurities. Enzymes are then used to break down the extracellular matrix, allowing the cells to disperse. Cells are collected by centrifugation based on the density difference between cells and other components. After a series of simple extract ions, Singyuan Suejian successfully collected some cells. Looking at this small tube of extracted cells, Singyuan Suejian couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Let's go back to the room down the mountain, let Nono's mother stay by our side so that we can get quick treatment if anything happens. Singyuan Suejian stared blankly at the test tube in her hand and murmured softly. As he said that, he packed up his things and ran quickly down the mountain. Back at the orphanage, Nono was playing games with the children. Seeing Singyuan Suejian coming back, he stepped forward and asked, Suejian, what's wrong? Singyuan Suejian nodded, then took Nono back to her room. Singyuan Suejian looked at the information she had brought back from the hospital. It was about the owner of that piece of flesh and blood. Ichiro Hirano, male, 35 years old, special jonin, chakra attributes water and earth. I don't know if there will be any new chakra properties after cell fusion. If there is an earth attribute, then it will be a success. Mom, I'm starting. Suejian, do you want to reconsider? Nono raised her hand slightly and wanted to persuade her again. Before Nono could finish her words, Singyuan Suejian thrust the needle in her hand into his arm. Hiss dash. The injection was completed in less than 2 seconds. Singyuan Swejian immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes and carefully felt the changes in her body. As time passed, Singyuan Swejian felt waves of heat flowing through her body, but she did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, she felt warm. Swejian, how do you feel? Nono asked worriedly. Singyuan Swejian closed her eyes at this moment. Mom, don't worry, I feel fine now, there should be no problem. Singyuan Swejian carefully felt the changes in her body, and could vaguely feel that all her cells were trembling with excitement. It was as if she was experiencing a rebirth from a cocoon. But before he could react, he felt sleepy all of a sudden, and Singyuan Swejian just lay on the ground and fell asleep. Nono was shocked when he saw this and hurried forward to check the situation. After finding that Singyuan Swejian's breathing was steady and there was nothing unusual, he slowly helped her to the bed. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight in the early morning shines on the earth, Singyuan Swejian slowly woke up from her sleep. It felt like I had a very long dream. I haven't slept so comfortably in a long time. Singyuan Swejian stood up suddenly and stretched slowly. Nono, who was waiting nearby, was also awakened from his sleep. Ah, Swejian, what happened? Are you okay? Nono looked worried. It's okay, Nono-san, I feel better than ever. Singyuan Swejian looked impatient and said, let's go outside and see if there are any changes. The two hurried to the open space downstairs of the orphanage. Singyuan Swejian took out the chakra test paper and slowly injected chakra into it. After a while, the chakra test paper slowly reacted. There were 2 states on it, one side was soaked in water, and the other side was torn into pieces. A success, Singyuan Swejian screamed in excitement. It seems to have succeeded, Yukamai. Nono was also excited. Singyuan Swejian carefully felt the changes in her body and felt that the amount of chakra had almost doubled. In addition, the water attribute chakra has been significantly strengthened. It should be that Ichiro Hirano's water attribute cell gene strengthened his original water attribute chakra. But Singyuan Swejian can now clearly feel that the water attribute chakra in his body is far from perfect and can be further strengthened. Singyuan Swejian suddenly had a very bold idea in his mind that what would happen in the end if all 7 chakra attributes were piled up to perfection. Swejian, come and try this and see if you can use it. Nono walked over with a scroll of Earth Escape Ninjutsu. Singyuan Swejian nodded when he heard this and studied it carefully for a while. Then he quickly formed seals with his hands. Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. A wide earth wall suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Nono yelled excitedly, ah, Swejian, you did it. Haha, it didn't disappoint me, it really works. Singyuan Swejian also looked excited. I have to say that Orochimaru is really a genius. He can come up with such wild ideas. It just so happened that Singyuan Swejian traveled through time at that time, and due to various coincidences, the miracle today came about. Swejian, should we collect some cell tissues from others and continue to strengthen them? Nono said excitedly with an unsatisfied look. Singyuan Swejian pondered for a moment, then slowly shook her head and said, no, I can clearly feel that the cells, genes, and blood in my body are still in the process of integration and transformation. My body and the new cells also need to adapt to each other. It should take a long transition period. I estimate that this process will take about a year. If I force myself to fuse new cells, I'm afraid my body will collapse. Ah, I was too excited. Sorry, Swejian. Nono was also scared after hearing this. It's okay, Nono's mother. If we happen to have the opportunity to collect them, we can extract the cells in advance and seal them up. It can be taken at any time, or injected selectively depending on the situation. Nono nodded and said, okay, I will come if I have time. Recently. I will go to the hospital to help. Mother Nono, when we collect cells, we should try to select strong individuals, at least around Shinin level. If the cell quality is too low, the improvement will not be significant, and it will waste the transition time during the cell fusion process. Singyuan Swejian discovered a disadvantage of cell fusion, that is, no matter whose cells are fused, there will be a transition period of time. The fusion process is equivalent to reshuffling and reorganizing the entire body. Even if you fuse the cells of a genin, it will take a year to fuse again, so the object needs to be chosen carefully. Nono suddenly realized what he was saying. That's right, although low-quality cells won't lower the quality of your original cells, if the increase is too small, it's a complete waste of time. Singyuan Swejian suddenly thought that even in the hospital, it would not be easy to collect other people's blood, flesh, cell tissues, and it would arouse others' suspicion. It is not easy to make a ninja powerful and at the same time collect his blood or body tissue. Sure enough, you still have to encounter enemies on the battlefield or on a mission to obtain it openly. Mom Nono, just let nature take its course. When you find something suitable, collect it and seal it up. We don't have to be too deliberate. Singyuan Swejian said with a faint smile. During the following period of time, Singyuan Swejian worked in the hospital during the day and returned to the laboratory in the back mountain to be busy at night. He even laid out a small bed in the laboratory and slept on it when he was tired from experiments. Nono couldn't see Singyuan Swejian at the beginning, so he often came to the laboratory to look for her. After a long time, he got used to it. In a trance, a year passed in a flash. During this period, a total of 3 cell genes were collected, 2 from Chinin and 1 from Jonin. But Xingyuan Suejian still felt unsatisfied that it would be fine to just find a random Chinin to test the waters for the first time, but every subsequent fusion would have to be carefully considered, otherwise if she missed one, she would have to wait another year. He didn't even bother to look at other genin, or those civilians, he had no interest. However, on this day, someone came to the hospital which surprised Xingyuan Suejian. Uchiha Inahim? A bold idea suddenly popped up in Xingyuan Suejian's mind. I wonder what the effect will be after fusing with Uchiha's cells. Xingyuan Suejian thought excitedly. At the entrance of Konoha Hospital, watching Uchiha Inahiro limping in with the support of his teammates. Seeing this, Xingyuan Suejian hurried forward and helped her to the treatment room. Dao Wo, what are you doing? Xingyuan Suejian looked curious. Oh, don't say anymore that I was so unlucky. While on a mission at the border of Wind Country, I encountered a group of sand ninjas and had a skirmish. There was a puppeteer on the opposite side, and I was accidentally injured by his puppet hidden weapon. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Uchiha Inahiro gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Come, let me show you." Xingyuan Suejian slowly tore open Uchiha Inahiro's pants at the wound. The wound suddenly appeared before his eyes that it was caused by the weapon poisoned by the puppet. The wound was purple and swollen, and some muscles had already died. Dao Wo, why did the wound become like this? Alas, we only gave him a simple bandage treatment on the battlefield. When we discovered he was poisoned, he had already become like this. There was no medical ninja in the team, so we had to wait until we got back to the village for treatment. Xingyuan Suejian nodded when he heard this. Then I will treat you now, please be patient. Xingyuan Suejian first cut off the necrotic flesh, and then secretly cut off some of the intact flesh around it. Then inject the antidote and use the palm magic to repair and heal the wound. Okay, just give it a simple bandage and go back to rest for a few days. Thank you so much, Yukamai-kun, Uchiha said with a grateful look on his face. You don't have to be like this. I'm good friends with Itake and Shisui, and I have a good relationship with your Uchiha clan, so please don't be so polite. After sending Uchiha Inari away, Xingyuan Suejian hurried back to the laboratory in the back mountain of the orphanage with the sealed flesh and blood. He now urgently wants to know whether there will be any unexpected gains after fusing the Uchiha cell genes, such as awakening the Sharingan. If this idea could succeed, then maybe I could also possess the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Xingyuan Suejian became more and more excited the more she thought about it. Concentrating his mind, Xingyuan Suejian carefully operated the small piece of flesh and blood in his hand after a series of tedious operations. Get a small tube of transparent cell genes. It has been a year since my last injection. I was originally thinking of choosing one from the 3, but now I have a better choice. Xingyuan Suejian no longer hesitated and injected it directly into the body. It was still the same state as before the injection, warm, and she felt that every cell in her body was trembling slightly. Then, with a wave of sleepiness, Xingyuan Suejian slowly fell asleep again. In the forest on the border of the Fire Nation. Uchiha Shisui completed the border exploration mission alone. On the way back to the village, although the mission was simple, Uchiha Shisui always felt uneasy. I always feel a little strange why this mission is a solo mission and not carried out with a team. Call out dash. There was a sharp sound of a kunao breaking through the air. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui slightly raised the kunao in his hand. Bite. After casually blocking the opponent's kunao, Uchiha Shisui instantly opened his Sharingan. He suddenly raised his head and found that dozens of people wearing black robes and masks appeared in front of him. In the middle of this group of men in black, a man with a bandage on his face and a crutch in his hand slowly walked out. You are the root, right? Why are you blocking my way? Uchiha Shisui said lightly. Danzo smiled sinisterly when he heard this. In fact, he deliberately issued the task to lure Uchiha Shisui to come alone. The Mangekyo Sharingan, and the mirror-like glasses, they're so mouth-watering. I am the leader of the root, Uchiha Shisui, and I would like to invite you into the root. No need, I'm not interested in the roots. Uchiha Shisui has not been deceived by the third Hokage and others yet, so he is not so easy to fool. The original Uchiha Shisui foolishly chose to trust the top leaders of Konoha, and as a result, his Mangekyo was taken away by them. After being enlightened by Xingyuan Suejian, he gradually saw through these people, a group of hypocritical villains. Not interested, then why don't you keep the Mangekyo, ha ha ha. There was a crazy greed in Danzo's eyes. Haha, is it really for my eyes? Uchiha Shisui sneered. Danzo gave the order, go. In an instant, the root ninjas launched ninjutsu in unison. Wild flames spurted out like raging fire dragons, roaring towards Uchiha Shisui with bared fangs and claws. The surging water and the whistling wind blades swept over, and all kinds of ninjutsu swept over like an overwhelming force. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Shisui's eyes became extremely cold, and his figure suddenly became erratic like a ghost. The kunao in his hand flashed a chilling light under the cold moonlight. He accurately avoided one fatal attack after another, and at the same time, activated the instant body technique. He harvested the enemy with lightning speed. Every attack was carried with a resolute killing intent, and several root ninjas fell in an instant. Then, Uchiha Shisui saw the opportunity and suddenly jumped high. He quickly formed seals with both hands and shouted loudly, "Fire style, great fireball technique." A huge, blazing fireball suddenly burst out of his mouth, rushing towards Danzo with a scorching heat wave. The expert beside Danzo reacted quickly. Water escapee water formation wall. Earth escapee earth flow wall. Boom! With a loud explosion, Uchiha's fireball did not work. But the smoke and dust rising from the explosion still obscured everyone's vision. Uchiha Shisui once again used the instant body technique to rush into the crowd. However, Uchiha Shisui discovered that most of the root ninjas that Danzo brought today had the strength of a jonin. As the enemy's attacks become more and more fierce, relying solely on one's own origin Albin's power was already overwhelming, and Uchiha Shisui was soon surrounded. Danzo was smiling sinisterly at the side, already imagining what it would be like to get the Mangekaya. Sheri-nan. Suddenly, Uchiha Shisui, who was fighting, roared loudly. The three Megatama Sheri-nan in his eyes were spinning rapidly, and suddenly a four-cornered windmill-shaped Mangekaya. Sheri-nan was formed. As a powerful force erupted in an instant, Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo was instantly activated. I saw the huge light green skeleton emitting a mysterious and powerful aura, protecting Uchiha Shisui firmly inside. The light green Susanoo swung its arm violently, and a powerful force swept out directly. A bang, 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 the root ninjas were smashed to pieces as if they were hit by a giant object. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Shisui controlled Susanoo, and a huge spiral sword condensed in his hand in an instant. He suddenly slashed towards Danzo with all his might. Wherever he went, the wind whistled and the momentum was astonishing. However, just as Uchiha Shisui was about to launch a fatal attack, two figures quickly flashed out from behind Danzo. A Barameitajin controlled countless tiny poisonous insects, rushing towards Shisui like a black tide. Yamanaka Fang used his powerful mind transfer technique to try to interfere with and control Uchiha Shisui. However, Uchiha Shisui, who was inside Susanoo, remained unmoved. His huge body exuded a powerful pressure, and with just a slight shake, he shattered the poisonous insects that rushed over. However, Yamanaka Fang's mind-turning technique had no effect at all, and Uchiha Shisui bounced it back with just a look. It's ridiculous to use mental attacks in front of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui immediately roared angrily, and Susanoo once again swung his huge fist, smashing towards the root people with the momentum of destroying everything. Boom dash! With a deafening roar, the ground collapsed instantly. Genbu and the others were directly beaten into floating in the air. Then, punch after punch came down, and with a burst of puff-puff sounds, everyone at the root was instantly smashed into meat patties. Danzo's face was full of fear and unwillingness. He originally thought that he could withstand Uchiha Shisui's attack with the help of his own guards, but he did not expect that Uchiha Shisui, who activated Susanoo, would be so powerful. Finally, Danzo realized that continuing to fight would only lead to his death, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Retreat!" Upon hearing this, Abarame Tone and Yamanaka Kaze felt as if they had been pardoned, and quickly turned around and fled with Danzo. Their figures looked disheveled in the chaos, their steps were hurried, and they had none of their previous majesty. Danzo looked back as he ran, his eyes filled with resentment and fear towards Shisui. Abarame Tajin and Yamanaka Kaze were breathing heavily, not daring to look back, but just trying their best to speed up. At this moment, a roar was coming from the Uchiha clan. "What? You're so brave!" Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened with anger. Uchiha Fugaku was immediately furious. It had been so many years, the Uchiha family had never been provoked like this. How dare he blatantly try to snatch the Uchiha's supreme Mangekyo Sheri-nan? In order to curb the tempers of his clansmen, Uchiha Fugaku ordered them to restrain themselves, not to cause trouble, to be friendly to others, and he also fantasized about coexisting well with the village. Unexpectedly, my patience was seen as weakness in the eyes of others. Before they awakened their kaleidoscopes, they dared to challenge the village. Now that there are two pairs of kaleidoscopes in the tribe, are we still afraid of them? Come here, notify the clan members immediately and hold a family meeting tonight, Uchiha Fugaku shouted. In the laboratory behind the orphanage, Xingyuan Suejian slowly woke up from her sleep. At this moment, he felt full of strength, especially the deep sleep after each injection, which made him feel like he didn't want to wake up for a long time. Carefully feeling the situation in my body, I found that the amount of chakra had increased a little, but not as much as the first time. Most people in the Uchiha family have fire attribute chakra, and Uchiha Inahim should be one of them. Xingyuan Suejian came to the open space outside the cave entrance and quickly formed seals with his hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball spewed out of Xingyuan Suejian's mouth at a high speed. Boom dash. The fireball exploded instantly when it hit the tree on the opposite side, burning the tree as thick as a person to ashes. Haha, it works as expected. Luckily I asked Shisui for the great fireball ninjutsu in advance. Seeing Yuan Suejian returned to her room and finally took out the chakra test paper to test it. After a while, the chakra test paper showed the 4 effects of water, fire, earth, and wind. There's also wind attribute. Seeing Yuan Suejian was a little surprised. You should know that most members of the Uchiha family play with fire, so their main attribute is definitely fire. As for other attributes, it depends on personal fate. As for awakening the Sharingan, Seeing Yuan Suejian felt that there was no hope for the time being, because he could not feel any changes in his eyes at all. He only felt that the yin-attributed spiritual energy in his body had become much stronger, but the Sharingan was a bloodline limit and was not so easy to awaken, because the Uchiha family essentially belongs to the Indra gene bloodline. Unless he keeps looking for Uchiha clan members and constantly integrates the Uchiha genetic bloodline, so that the genes belonging to Indra in the cell genes in his body can reach perfection, then there may be a chance to open the Sharingan. Seeing Yuan Suejian felt that this plan was very feasible, so the tentative goal was to collect the cell genes of the Uchiha clan members, preferably with dual attributes, and find an opportunity to collect those with thunder attributes as well. Just as Seeing Yuan Suejian was lost in thought, Uchiha Shisui rushed into the orphanage. Shisui, what's wrong with you? Why are you so panicked? Seeing Yuan Suejian asked in confusion. Yukina-mai-kun, I was attacked by Danzo and the Root when I was returning from my mission. Right now the family is preparing to hold a family meeting to discuss how to take revenge on Danzo and the Root. Seeing Yuan Suejian was surprised. Is this Danzo so brave? Is he crazy? You have to know that an Uchiha clan member who opens the Mangekyo is equivalent to a cage-level fighter, and at the very least can be considered an elite jonin. In addition, both Mangekyo have their own special abilities. Uchiha Shisui's ability is Kota Amatsukami, which is known as the strongest illusion. In other words, Uchiha Shisui was also affected by the will of fire and had no intention of becoming an enemy of the village for the time being. Otherwise, it is not impossible to directly use Kota Amatsukami as the Hokage of Konoha to control Konoha. Of course, Uchiha Shisui did not tell anyone about his Mangekyo ability. He knew very well how terrifying this ability was. No matter if it was his enemies or his clansmen, if they knew about it, they would be afraid and stay away from him. They might even join forces to kill him, because no matter who they are afraid that their will and thoughts will be inexplicably tampered with one day. Come on, I'll go with you. The two arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's mansion, where Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi were already waiting. Suejian-kun, please have some tea. Drinking the freshly brewed tea, Seeing Yuan Suejian smiled faintly and said, Clan leader, Shisui already explained the reason for the incident on the way here. What are your thoughts now? I want to lead my clan members to the Hokage building to ask for an explanation and ask them to hand over Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. It's useless, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo are in the same boat. If you go to them, the most you'll get is a verbal punishment. And if you go find the Hokage first, then the Hokage can directly determine the nature of the matter. No matter how the Hokage ultimately deals with Danzo, you can't mention this matter again later, otherwise you will face the enemy of the entire village. You have to know that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo grew up together, went to ninja school together, studied under Senju Tobirama together, fought life and death together, and ruled Konoha together. The bond between them is not easy to understand. No matter how much trouble Danzo has caused, Sarutobi Hiruzen will eventually forgive him. Danzo knows this very well, so he is so unscrupulous. Then what should we do? We can't just swallow this anger, right? Otherwise they will become more and more aggressive. Uchiha Itachi said anxiously with a look of worry on his face. Then let me give you a suggestion. Send out the Uchiha's top fighters, those above Chunin level, and attack the Root's lair unexpectedly, without giving the Hokage and the others a chance to react. If you encounter resistance, kill them directly. It would be best if you can kill Danzo directly. If you can't kill him, force the third Hokage to hand over Danzo. Anyway, it's just an attitude, strong, because it's you we are right. Anyway, in the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely protect Danzo, but by then you can make your conditions to the village. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a while, then nodded heavily. That's it. After the clan meeting tonight, we'll march straight into the Root. We'll make sure they never underestimate us again. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi nodded heavily upon hearing this. Itachi, come here for a moment, I want to tell you something. Seeing Yuan Suejian secretly pulled Itachi aside and said softly, the Uchiha ancestral land is brightly lit at night. The house was packed with Uchiha clan members, and those who came were at least Chunin or above who had opened the Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku came to sit in the middle and said in a deep voice, today, our family's Uchiha Shisui was tricked out of the village by Danzo's Root. On his way back, he was ambushed by Danzo and the Root. They wanted to steal our family's Mangekyo Sharingan. Wow, all the Uchiha clan members stood up instantly after hearing this, and then their eyes were filled with anger. What a courage! This damn Danzo is simply courting death. Chief, please give the order. We will declare war on the village right now. How dare you covet my clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, it's unforgivable. Looking at everyone shouting and cursing, everyone was furious. Uchiha Fugaku saw that the atmosphere was ripe, so he raised his hand and shouted angrily, "I have decided. Tonight we will charge into the Root's lair and kill all the resistance we encountered. We will kill them before the third Hokage arrives, and there will be no mercy." The Uchiha people excitedly said, "Yes, they have been holding it in for too long. The clan is undergoing major reforms recently, and they have to be very cautious every day, fearing that they will make mistakes and be punished. Since they have such an opportunity to vent, of course they have to do it well." The outskirts of Konoha's root base. The sky was as dark as ink, without a single star. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui led the Uchiha clan and marched towards the Konoha root base like a surging tide. Uchiha Fugaku exuded a murderous aura, his eyes were firm and cold, and his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip from it. When he was about to reach the root base, he took the lead in activating Susanoo, and the huge crimson skeleton appeared instantly, standing like a towering mountain, emitting a heart-pounding and powerful pressure, which made people terrified. Uchiha Shisui followed closely behind. His Susanoo was light green, and its skeleton emitted a faint green fire, majestic and sharp, like a ghost crawling out of hell in the dark night, terrifying. When everyone arrived at the root base, the gate of the base was closed and a solid barrier appeared in front of everyone. However, this could not stop the burning anger of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Fugaku gave the order, and the voice exploded like thunder, "Attack!" Everyone performed various ninjutsu, and flames instantly shot up into the sky, illuminating the dark night like day. Shouts and cries of killing rose and fell, resounding through the night sky, as if they were going to tear the heavens apart. The members of the root rushed to fight, but their resistance seemed so pale and powerless in the face of the powerful offensive of the Uchiha clan, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Uchiha Fugaku controlled Susanoo, and his huge fist smashed down with the force of a tidal wave. Boom dash. There was a loud bang, and the fortifications at the root were instantly destroyed and turned into ruins. A group of root ninjas were knocked down by the powerful impact and were in a mess. Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo wielded an extremely sharp spiral sword. Wherever it went, root ninjas fell down one after another, and blood splattered everywhere, like a tragic picture. The other members of the Uchiha family were no less impressive. They cooperated with each other tacitly, and their ninjutsu flew like colorful fireworks. For a moment, the root base was filled with smoke, and the thick smoke rose straight into the sky, and screams were heard continuously. The root ninjas tried to organize a counterattack, but under the devastating attack of the Uchiha clan, their defense line quickly collapsed, like a burst dam, and the whole country was in chaos. This battle was destined for the Uchiha clan's victory from the very beginning. With their long pent-up anger and unwavering determination, they swept through the entire root base with unstoppable momentum. On the other side of the root base, Uchiha Itachi did not participate in the battle. Uchiha Itachi led dozens of non-combatant clansmen to sneak into the root's database, financial library, and secret experimental base. At this time, all the root personnel were concentrated outside the base, and there were no guards inside. He encountered a few lone root ninjas and they were instantly killed by Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi and his companions held a large number of sealing scrolls in their hands, and they packed up and sealed everything they could see and took it away. All the materials about cell research that Sing Yuan Suejian had specifically instructed, as well as the experimental equipment, were looted. The rest of the Uchiha clan was still killing people in the root base. Blood was flowing freely, staining the ground red, and screams were heard one after another. At this time, Danzo hurried over with a barame tone and Yamanaka Kaze. Danzo's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it, and his eyes were bloodshot, like an angry beast. Abarame Tajin and Yamanaka Kaze also had serious expressions, tense and ready for battle. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. Without any nonsense, the battle starts instantly. Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui's Susanoo attacked as fiercely as the wind, rushing towards them madly. Danzo and the other two were instantly under tremendous pressure. They were busy and overwhelmed, and were caught in a dilemma. Although Danzo used all kinds of strange and powerful ninjutsu, he was still unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the Uchiha Susanoo. All kinds of ninjutsu attacks on Susanoo instantly dissipated, and even the defense could not be broken. The poisonous insects that Abaramatagen had just appeared were easily defeated and disappeared in an instant. Yamanaka Feng's mind-transforming technique was like a stone falling on a stone in the face of Uchiha's powerful mental power, and was completely useless. Just when Danzo and his men were powerless to resist and were about to be killed, the third Hokage arrived in time with the Umbu. The figure of the third Hokage appeared in the firelight. He looked serious and shouted loudly, "Stop it!" The sound was like a loud bell, deafening. The Umbu members quickly dispersed, their movements in unison, separating the two sides and forming a solid human wall. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense and solemn, as if the air was about to solidify, and it seemed that a bigger storm was about to come. "Is the Uchiha family going to launch a rebellion?" the third Hokage said hatefully with a gloomy face. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking at the tragic situation at the root. Corpses were everywhere, and the entire root base was destroyed beyond recognition. Seeing Danzo and the others lying on the ground gasping for breath, he couldn't help but tremble with anger. Uchiha Fugaku sneered, "Rebellion, Lord Hokage, you must be mistaken that you should first ask Danzo and the root what they did to us Uchiha." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage suddenly turned his head and looked at Danzo. Danzo snorted softly and turned his head away guiltily. "Tell me, what happened?" asked the third Hokage. Danzo stammered and opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. "Let me tell you." Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward and said, "Danzo deliberately tricked Uchiha Shisui out of the village, then ambushed him on his way back, intending to steal our clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. How about it? Do you understand? Is it clear enough?" Uchiha Fugaku shouted loudly towards Danzo and the others. The Uchiha clan members were still upset when they heard the news from their clan leader again. Their eyes were wide open with anger, and some even drew their weapons, ready to attack at any time. The third Hokage was also stunned by the news. This Danzo. He felt that this idiot Danzo must have gone crazy. The relationship between the village and the Uchiha family was already becoming increasingly tense, so how could he dare to provoke them? The Uchiha clan had been much more well-behaved recently, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat relieved. Why would there be a need for civil strife when they could live in peace? You must know that at this time Uchiha has 2 pairs of Mangekyo, which is equivalent to the combat power of 2 Kage level, plus the other elite Jonin and so on. The strength is very powerful. If you want to fight them to the death, even if you win, the village will suffer heavy casualties in the end. Fugaku, don't get excited, let's have a good talk first, the third Hokage hurriedly advised. Hokage-sama, this matter has touched the bottom line of our Uchiha family. That you have also seen our recent changes, right? We are preparing to actively integrate into Konoha, and we have also restrained our temper for the harmony of Konoha. But is this the reward? I hope the Hokage can give us an explanation. Uchiha Fugaku said lightly. What explanation do you want? The third Hokage frowned and said in a deep voice. Leave Danzo to us. Impossible. The third Hokage hastily refused. Change your request. Then remove Danzo from his advisory position and disband the root. I don't want my people to face retaliation in the future. This is our last line of defense, otherwise we will fight at all costs. Uchiha Fugaku stared at the third Hokage with a firm gaze. You. The third Hokage frowned and thought for a while, then looked down at Danzo who looked like a dead dog, and then turned to look at the Uchiha people. Finally, he sighed helplessly and said, Orders, remove Shimura Danzo from his position as Konoha's advisor, remove him from his position as leader of the root, disband the root, and incorporate his root personnel into the Umbu. Is it okay? The third Hokage felt 10 years older at this moment. Uchiha Fugaku nodded expressionlessly. Then he snorted coldly at Danzo and the others, waved his hand, and led everyone back to the clanland. The next day, in the Uchiha clan leader's residence, Singyuan Suejian sat opposite Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Shisui. After a series of battles last night, the Uchiha people still felt a little unsatisfied. The Uchiha clan members were all in high spirits, and the expressions on their faces returned to their original arrogant and conceited look. Suejian-kun, thank you for your advice this time. This time, we Uchiha have severely suppressed their arrogance. We also collected a lot of resources, money, information, etc. from the root. Uchiha Fugaku looked excited. Uchiha Shisui and Itaki were fine, with no expression on their faces, but the slight smiles on their lips showed that they were very happy. Oh, I think your family should think about a way out. Singyuan Suejian sighed helplessly. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned when he heard this. What do you mean by that, Yukimai-kun? You've already completely antagonized them last night. No matter what you do, you won't be able to mend your relationship in the future, so think of a way out as soon as possible. We didn't kill Danzo, didn't we? Give in, we just asked them to disband the root, and the root members returned to the Umbu. Uchiha Shisui asked in surprise. From the moment you attacked, you were already at odds with them. They were simply in the wrong and couldn't fight back. I can sense that your days are going to be difficult. They'll target you in every way they can. When you can no longer endure it and want to launch a rebellion, that will be the day the war begins. Don't underestimate the power of Konoha as a whole. You can't rely on the power of one family alone to fight against the entire village. You can't even imagine their strength. After last night's battle, your people have become complacent again. Everything seems to have returned to its original state: arrogance, conceit, and insolence. Singyuan Suejian looked at this group of arrogant Uchiha and sighed helplessly in her heart. They thought they had won a battle and began to show their true colors, not knowing that the fate that awaited them was either the extermination of their clan or the entire village being forced to flee Konoha. The third Hokage and his men may have now made up their minds to find a way to deal with the Uchiha clan. In their eyes, the existence of the Uchiha clan has done more harm than good. Although they have strong combat capabilities, there may be cases of rebelliousness and disobedience to orders in the future, which is something that a superior cannot tolerate. The Danzo incident was just a pretext, which only made them more determined to eliminate the Uchiha. The Uchiha people also looked solemn when they heard this. Yes, when people see the fighting power of Uchiha Mangekyo with their own eyes, not to mention outsiders, even family members will be terrified. I still understand the principle that I should not allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed. Yukimai-kun, is there any other way? Uchiha Fugaku also looked worried. Xingyuan Suejian shook her head thoughtfully. Continue to control the tempers of your people and rectify the family traditions. Then, prepare for the worst. If a war breaks out, immediately arrange for your people to take their families and flee the village. The most hoped for situation now is to wait until the 5th Hokage is born, because the new Hokage may have no grudges against you, and everything can still be adjusted. The 3rd Hokage's lineage is no good. It has reached a point where it cannot be reconciled. Ever since their teacher, Senju Tobirama, they have been targeting you Uchiha, and this lineage has completely inherited this philosophy. Their original intention wasn't to coexist peacefully with you. Instead, they were wary of you, suppressing you, and even trying to exterminate you if they had the chance. Uchiha Fugaku also sighed deeply when he heard this. He knew this very well. Since the 2nd generation, the village has been ostracizing and suppressing them. We can only endure it temporarily. The 3rd generation is old, and maybe we can outlast them, Uchiha Fugaku said helplessly. On the way back to the orphanage, Uchiha Itachi and Shisui were hesitant to talk all the way. Everyone came to the courtyard of the orphanage together. Just say whatever you want to say. We are not outsiders. Xingyuan Suejian smiled faintly. Yukimai-kun, I may have a way to change the 3rd Hokage's attitude. Uchiha Shisui hesitated for a long time, and finally said it. Tell me about it. In fact, I have awakened a power in my Mangekyo Sharinan called Koda Amatsukami. It can silently and permanently change a person's will and thoughts. I want to use this on the 3rd Hokage and change his mindset to peacefully coexist with the Uchiha clan. This will ensure the safety of the clan before the 5th Hokage takes over. Do you think this is okay? Uchiha Shisui stared at Xingyuan Suejian with a sharp gaze. You know, even Uchiha Itachi subconsciously avoided looking away in fear when he heard about the Mangekyo ability. This ability is both endearing and terrifying. Uchiha Shisui was afraid that Xingyuan Suejian would be scared after knowing this ability and would not dare to contact him, but he felt that Xingyuan Suejian was a trustworthy person, and he would never use this technique on him. Oh, is there such a magical eye technique? In that case, this method can definitely be used. As long as we control the 3rd Hokage, there is no need to worry about others. Then we can wait until the 5th generation takes the throne. Then we can just build a good relationship with them. If that doesn't work, we can control them as well. Anyway, the goal is for everyone to get along well. It's harmless. Uchiha Shisui stared into Xingyuan Suejian's eyes the whole time. However, he did not see any emotions such as avoidance, fear, disgust, etc. in Xingyuan Suejian's eyes. I couldn't help but wonder, Suejian-kun, aren't you afraid of my pupil technique? It's a very powerful eye technique that can change a person's will, but aren't we friends? I believe you won't attack me. Xingyuan Suejian looked into Uchiha Shisui's eyes and smiled faintly. Yukimai-kun, don't worry, you and Itachi are my friends and my closest people. I will never use any power against you, Uchiha Shisui said solemnly. Uchiha Itachi also looked serious. Yes, we are friends, please believe us. Ha, you treat me as a friend, so how could I not trust you? It's because I treat you as good friends that I take the trouble to think of various ways to help your family. Xingyuan Suejian waved his hand. Yukimai-kun, this is the information about cell research from Danzo's route, as well as a large number of cell cultures and experimental equipment. They are all here. Also, Yukimai-kun, your chakra attribute is watered. I found a few volumes of water-style ninjutsu for you in the route. You should like it. As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi took out several sealing scrolls and several volumes of ninjutsu and handed them to Xingyuan Suejian. Xingyuan Suejian quickly took it and then took them to the laboratory in the back mountain. As the seal was broken, items came into view one by one. What surprised Xingyuan Suejian was that there were a lot of extracted cells in there, from different ninjas, with different chakra properties, some from the same village and some from other villages, all clearly marked. Among the volumes of ninjutsu that Itachi gave, one was the ninjutsu invented by the 2nd Hokage water-style, water-breaking wave, and the other was the big exploding water wave, 4 building dams. It was really a series of surprises. Of course, there is the most surprising thing. Senju Hashirama cells. It was really effortless to get it. I don't have to run around collecting it myself in the future. Xingyuan Suejian was immediately ecstatic. In the laboratory behind the orphanage, Xingyuan Suejian was fiddling with the plates of extracted and cultured cells on the ground with an excited look on her face. Uchiha Itachi and Shisui were assigned to place the experimental instruments. The irregular protruding rocks were also smoothed out by the two of them using ninjutsu, and the overall look looked like a real laboratory. The three of them worked for a long time and finally finished tidying up everything. Yukimai-kun, what do you do with so many experimental equipment? Can you study these? Uchiha Itachi looked curious. Xingyuan Suejian knew that she could not hide it from them, so she told them about Orochimaru's experiment on her and about her cell fusion. Because they will be needed to help provide blood cells of the Uchiha clan in the future. Among the cells collected in Danzo's laboratory, there are very few from the Uchiha family, only 2, and they are just genin. Most of them are ordinary ninjas from other villages, and there are also civilians. They should be used by Danzo to match with Hashirama's cells. Xing and Shuejian destroyed the cells of those civilians, and there was no chakra in their bodies. Only multi-attribute ninja cells are kept. A total of 42 genin, 54 chinin, and 72 jonin are collected. That you can see how many there are in total. Xing and Shuejian also destroyed the genin and chinin. There were too many of them and they could not be used at all. If they were to be merged once a year, it would take forever, and it would be a waste of space to store them. I don't know where that old scoundrel Danzo found the genetic cells of so many people. This is the benefit of power. With just one order, a professional team will arrange everything clearly. Now that Danzo is temporarily useless, there is no need to worry about the orphanage. Now is the time to improve myself. Yukamai-kun, are you saying that these cells confuse with the cells in your body? Uchiha Shisui said blankly. Yes, theoretically speaking, if I fuse your Uchiha cell genes to a certain extent, I will also have Uchiha bloodline, and I may also be able to open the Sharingan. That's great, Yukamai-kun, come and become a member of our clan. Uchiha Itaki looked excited. Xing Shuejian. Uchiha Shisui said solemnly, Yukamai-kun, Orikimura's experiment is terrifying. If we can mass-produce people like this, then each of them will be able to evolve into an invincible existence in the future. Impossible. My appearance was just an accident. No one else could have succeeded. This was originally Orikimura's ideal concept experiment, and I was just a casual experiment. My success in the experiment had nothing to do with his technique itself. It was due to many external factors and a combination of coincidences. I really can't imagine what kind of terrifying existence you, Yukamai-kun, will grow into in the future. Uchiha Shisui's eyes were dull. Let's talk about the future later. Shisui Hitake, each of you should contribute some cell genes to me. I also want to try to see if I can awaken the Sharingan. Yeah, no problem, Yukamai-kun, you can arrange it. Upon hearing this, Xing Shui immediately extracted blood and some body tissues from the two of them. They are all top figures in the Uchiha clan, and they have all opened the Mangekyo in the original work. Find an opportunity to extract Urju's cell genes. He is the authentic reincarnation of Indra, and his bloodline should be purer. By the way, Shisui, how are you going to use Kota Amatsukami on the third Hokage? Xing Shuejian asked curiously. Uchiha Shisui pondered for a moment. I want to approach him directly by discussing the topic of harmonious coexistence of the family, and then control him unconsciously during the conversation. Well, that's a good idea. Let's go right away. Delay will lead to disaster. Uchiha Shisui nodded when he heard this, and then left in a flash. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat quietly on a chair alone. Looking in the direction of the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage couldn't help but sigh deeply. Cracked. The door opened and Danzo walked in slowly. Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan has become increasingly difficult to control. We should gather all the major families to discuss and pool the strength of the entire village to wipe out the Uchiha clan. Danzo said bitterly, gritting his teeth. Shut up, you idiot, who told you to touch the Uchiha? Did you discuss this with me? You just want to covet the Uchiha's Mangekyo. Are you satisfied with the current situation, you idiot? The third Hokage roared angrily, even his beard blew up. This guy, who is more likely to cause trouble than to do anything good, has never been so stupid before. Why is he getting dumber as he gets older? Even if he wanted to attack the Uchiha clan, he had to have an excuse. This idiot just attacked and killed them. If he succeeded, it would be fine, he could blame it on ninjas from other countries. The key point is that he couldn't beat them even after the sneak attack, and a group of people were beaten by one person and ran away in disgrace. Oh, I'm so angry. The third Hokage became more and more angry the more he thought about it. That he was not angry about Uchiha attacking the root, but he was angry about how he had worked with this idiot for so many years and had to clean up his mess countless times. Danzo watched the third Hokage venting his anger until he calmed down, then he stepped forward and said, I was reckless this time. I originally wanted to snatch the Uchiha clan's pair of Mangekyo and hand them over to the village, so as to weaken the Uchiha clan's power. I didn't expect the power of the Mangekyo to be beyond my imagination. Hand it over to the village? Danzo, don't treat others as fools. Don't I know what you were thinking? I almost drooled when you stared into Jing's eyes. The third Hokage sneered. There's nothing we can do now. Let's plan to contact the major families and wait for the Uchiha family to reveal a flaw, then destroy them in one fell swoop. The roots have been disbanded on the surface, so don't show up again. I will consider resetting the root after the Uchiha incident is over. Danzo wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the third Hokage with a wave of his hand. Report to Lord Hokage, Uchiha Shisui requests to see you. An staff member knocked on the door. Send him in. Danzo, you should go back first. I will inform you if anything happens. Danzo nodded and left. The third Hokage sat on the chair in the office, and the Umbu ninja walked in with Uchiha Shisui. Oh, it's Shisui, is there anything wrong? The third Hokage smiled kindly. Hokage-sama, I want to talk to you about the things between the family and the village. There have been many misunderstandings recently, and I want to explain them to you. Yes, we are all part of Konoha, all under the illumination of the will of fire. If there are any misunderstandings, it will be fine. Shisui, your eyes. At some point, Shisui's eyes had transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan with a four-cornered windmill pattern. Bang, then a feeling of trance came over me. The third Hokage only felt his heart beating violently, but it seemed as if nothing had happened. He just suddenly felt that Uchiha Shisui in front of him was particularly kind. "Oh, Shisui, we just said that the family and the village should get along well, right? Actually, I think so too. Uchiha is originally a part of Konoha. This is all Danzo's fault. I must deal with him." At this moment, the third Hokage felt from the bottom of his heart that the people of the Uchiha clan were very good. The village should be tolerant of them, influence them with love and bonds, and get along well with them. Only in this way will the village become stronger. Hokage-sama, what you said is very good. I think so too. Our family and the village will definitely coexist harmoniously. At this moment, there was an inexplicable light flashing in the eyes of both of them. As the dawn breaks, a hint of paleness appears in the sky. A young boy slowly woke up in a simple wooden bed in the laboratory. The long brown hair swayed gently in the wind, and a few strands of hair gently brushed across the forehead. Although his face still had the youthfulness of a teenager, it had already begun to show signs of determination, and his eyes were deep and full of mystery. Under the early sunlight, his fair skin glowed with a healthy luster, adding a touch of warmth to his handsome face. His figure is no longer as tender and round as that of a child, but has gradually developed into a slender and upright one. His simple clothes cannot hide his vigorous vitality. "Another year has passed, and I'm 10 years old," Xing Swejian murmured. "I injected Uchiha Itaka's cell genes last night, but unfortunately, I was unable to awaken the Sharingan in the end." Xing Swejian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed about this, but she didn't know which link went wrong. During the injection process over the past few years, Xing Swejian was injected with the cells of Ichiro Hirano at the age of 7, Uchiha Inabi at the age of 8, Uchiha Shisui at the age of 9, and Uchiha Itaki at the age of 10. Xing Swejian could clearly feel at this moment that the Uchiha genetic bloodline in her body was becoming increasingly strong, and it might even surpass that of ordinary Uchiha members. The body's chakra attributes have integrated fire, wind, water, earth, and yin attributes. Among them, the yin attribute is relatively dominant. Because of the fusion of 3 Uchiha clansmen and a time traveler, his spiritual power has become extremely powerful. As for the Hashirama cells, Xing Swejian wanted to wait until the other 6 attributes could master the changes in chakra properties before deciding to fuse the Hashirama cells. Because the Hashirama cells are too powerful, Xing Swejian is not sure if her current body can support it. It is better to be safe and wait until the other 6 attributes are all integrated to perfection, and finally integrate the Hashirama cells that represent the ultimate yang power. If there is an opportunity during this period, you can also first fuse some chakra representing the yang attribute, such as the people of the Akimichi clan and the Uzumaki clan, to increase the amount of chakra and physical fitness, and lay the foundation for the fusion of the final Hashirama cells. By then, there might be some unexpected gains. Ever since Uchiha Shisui used Koda Amatsukami against the third Hokage a few years ago, the third Hokage stopped his policy of targeting the Uchiha clan, and instead his relationship with the Uchiha clan became increasingly harmonious. Uchiha Fugaku also felt inexplicably surprised. According to Xing Swejian, the third Hokage's lineage should take some measures against the Uchiha clan after this rude incident. But what is puzzling is that the relationship between the two sides has become more harmonious. Is this a trick of the third generation? Uchiha Fugaku, who couldn't figure it out, could only restrain his clansmen more carefully and not let the third Hokage's lineage find any reason to target the Uchiha. Those who violated the rules would be severely punished. Uchiha Shisui, Itake, and Hashijin Setsuke were also happy to see what Fugaku had done after knowing it. It would be better to let him control his tribe members. A group of arrogant and unruly tribesmen will sooner or later cause trouble for the family. It was just a pity for Uchiha Fugaku, who was kept in the dark and was worried all day long. The internship period at the hospital had long ended, and the Hokage had sent people several times to notify Xing Swejian to report to the Hokage building and to arrange for the team to carry out the mission. Xing Swejian is nominally still a genin and a medical ninja. She should be arranged to form a team led by a chunin or a guiding jonin with 3 genins. It is worth mentioning that Uchiha Shisui was promoted to elite jonin not long ago, and Uchiha Itaki was promoted to chunin. In the Hokage's office. "Hiruzen, what have you been doing recently? Didn't you say you were planning to destroy the Uchiha clan, and what are you doing now?" Danzo roared with a ferocious look on his face. You have to know that Danzo has been very well behaved over the years. He waits for news at home every day, looking forward to it every day, just waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, and then completely eradicate the Uchiha clan. In order to cooperate with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has transferred all the power of the root to him. The original root members have been taken over by the Umbu. Now he is alone, and only Abarame Tone and Yamanaka few are left who follow him loyally. Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior made him feel like he was being tricked and cheated. "Danzo, I always think that we should get along well with the Uchiha family, so that the village will get better and better. When the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara jointly established Konoha village, wasn't their original intention to allow the various families to merge together and become a new big family? Look, the Uchiha clan has changed a lot now. The relationship with other families has become much more harmonious, and the enforcement of the security forces has become much more civilized. Isn't this a good start? You were the one who provoked the root in the initial conflict, and now you don't allow them to fight back. You need to reflect on yourself, Danzo. Danzo was stunned when he heard this. Hiruzen, are you crazy? Have you forgotten what Tobirama-sensei warned you? The Uchiha clan is a naturally evil family, so we should find an opportunity to destroy them. Danzo roared angrily. Danzo, shut up. You are not allowed to say such things that are detrimental to the unity of the village. I am determined to coexist peacefully with the Uchiha family. You don't need to say more. The third Hokage waved his hand. Danzo was stunned when he heard this, and immediately said angrily, then you returned the root to me, you liar. I transferred all the rights of the root to you, and then you failed me. I have to find a way to deal with them myself. How dare you? The third Hokage shouted, I gave you all your rights, and it is only natural for me to take them back. If you dare to disobey my orders, I will definitely punish you. Danzo, remember this. I am the Hokage. You will regret this, humph. Danzo slammed the door and walked out angrily. Xingyuan Suejian was on her way to the Hokage's office when she saw that old bastard Danzo passing by with an angry look on his face, muttering something. Standing at the door of the Hokage's office, Xingyuan Suejian knocked gently. Come in. A steady response came from inside. Oh, it's Xingyuan Suejian, right? You've grown a lot taller. Your internship in the hospital must have ended a long time ago. What did you gain? The third Hokage said with a kind smile. Very good, Hokage-sama. I am now a qualified medical ninja. Please assign me a team and make some contributions to the village. Great, seeing the growth of you, the new generation, makes me, an old man, very happy. I will arrange a team for you right now. A moment later. Here, this is the information of your team leader. Go find him. There are 2 other genin in the team who have just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Yes, thank you Hokage-sama. I'll be leaving now. Yeah, the third Hokage nodded with a smile. In Konoha's training ground, Xingyuan Suejian looked at the information of the team leader in her hand. Tony Xiaomu, male, 31 years old, Jonin. Good at taijutsu and water-style ninjutsu. Xingyuan Suejian was suddenly surprised. Wasn't teacher Tony Xiaomu a teacher at the school? Why did he suddenly become the team leader? And he was only a Chunin before. When did he get promoted to Jonin? It seems that his daily physical training with many people has greatly improved his strength. Xingyuan Suejian nodded in agreement. But seeing how listless and absent-minded he always seems during class, I don't think he can handle this kind of training. Xingyuan Suejian thought about it and decided to forget it. He had originally planned to ask Tony Xiaomu for advice on the essentials of physical training. At this time in the training ground, Tony Xiaomu was still fighting with others in physical skills. They fought fiercely in the small space, blocking or dodging, and every parry was accompanied by muscle tension, sweat, and unknown liquid splashing everywhere. The 2 figures intertwined on the training ground, going back and forth, and the charm of physical skills was fully revealed in each attack and defense. Suddenly, Tony Xiaomu's speed increased instantly, so fast that his figure was almost invisible. He launched a series of fierce attacks on his opponent. In the end, the opponent could not withstand it anymore, cried out, and begged for mercy. This allowed Xingyuan Suejian to experience the true speed and passion of physical skills. Teacher, long time no see. Xingyuan Suejian waved and greeted from afar. Oh, it's Xingyuan Suejian. Didn't you go to the hospital for internship? Is it over? Yes, teacher, Lord Hokage summoned me today, and I will be a member of your team from now on. Xingyuan Suejian responded. Tony Xiaomu nodded in understanding. Oh, so I'm waiting for you, kid. The Hokage told me to wait for a genin to join the team. Yes, teacher, what a coincidence. Aren't you teaching at school? Why are you here to lead a team to carry out a mission? Xingyuan Suejian looked puzzled. I took the exam to be promoted to Jonin, and after I passed, the Hokage wouldn't let me continue teaching at the school. It's good to come out and carry out the mission. I'm tired of teaching you all the time. Okay, meet here at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning and I'll introduce you to your other 2 teammates. Tony Xiaomu looked at Xingyuan Suejian and smiled meaningfully. Okay, Mr. Xiaomu, goodbye. After saying goodbye to Tony Xiaomu, Xingyuan Suejian returned to the orphanage. As soon as I returned to the yard, the children's laughter and joyful chatter are intertwined, filling the air with joy. Nono sat quietly in the corridor with a faint smile on his face. Her gaze fell gently on the group of children from the orphanage on the playground not far away. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her, casting a warm yellow halo on her outline. Xingyuan Suejian walked gently to her side. What a beautiful picture, Nono-san. Nono smiled and nodded. Yeah, it would be nice if it could go on like this forever. Don't worry, everything is going in the right direction. Danzo's root has fallen, and we have solved the financial problems ourselves. As long as there are no other external factors interfering, we will get better and better. If the children are old enough to go to school, let them go to ninja school. There will be no need to worry about them being taken away and trained to become ruthless killing machines. Suejian, all this is thanks to you, Nono said with emotion. This is our home, Nono's mother, please don't be so formal. Oh, right, I'm going on a mission with the team tomorrow, so I might be out and about a lot. Please keep an eye on the lab in the back mountain and make sure no one finds me. Nono nodded. Don't worry, the cave entrance is very hidden and ordinary people can't find it. I will also keep an eye on it. You must be careful when you go on a mission. Although you have integrated multiple chakras, you have not learned many corresponding ninjutsu. You must act with caution, Nono warned solemnly. I understand, Nono-san. In the team, I am a medical ninja and a water-style ninja. I won't reveal my cards easily. Xingyuan Suejian's external information is that he is a medical ninja who also knows some water-style ninjutsu. He is the sixth in the team. When there is a battle, he hides first and no one blames him. If a medical ninja can protect himself from dragging the team down in battle and does not require his teammates to be distracted to protect him, that would be the greatest help to the team. The next day, the early morning sun shines on the open space of the training ground. Xingyuan Suejian arrived early in the morning and was lazily lying on the grass basking in the sun. Ah, Yuka-mai-kun, is that you? Xingyuan Suejian, who was taking a nap with her eyes closed, suddenly heard a familiar voice. Ha, it's Uchiha Izumi and Inyazuka Hana, Xingyuan Suejian said in surprise. Aren't they supposed to be in school right now? You guys graduated early too. Yes, I have learned everything about the ninja school a long time ago. After seeing you graduate, we discussed it and applied for early graduation together, Uchiha Izumi said with a smile. Inyazuka Hana laughed out loud and said, it seems we are a team now. The leader is Tonikaji-sensei, and the last one to be waited for is you. Ahaha, you're all here, haha, good morning everyone. Teacher Tony Zayaumu, you are a full 10 minutes late, Uchiha Izumi said angrily. Oh, it's okay, we are so familiar with each other, there is no need to introduce ourselves, let's go and take the task directly. Tony Zayaumu quickly changed the subject. Everyone came to the mission center. Hello, could you please help me find out what D-level tasks are? It's all here, you can see for yourself, said the staff member indifferently. Weeding, finding pets, picking up trash, what the hell? Xingyuan Suejian was speechless. In the end, Tony and Zayama chose the task of picking up garbage, and they could only helplessly pick up garbage everywhere around the village. And this is not over yet. In the following days, weeding, finding cats, cleaning rivers, and helping farmers catch insects in the fields. Xingyuan Suejian and the others were having a miserable time. Even Inyazuka Hana's ninja dog Himura was exhausted. But Tony Zayama did nothing and just lay there leisurely, which was really hateful. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed Konoha village golden, and the genin who had completed their mission for the day were walking on the way back to the village. Teacher, could you please stop assigning these tasks? We're about to collapse, the three of them howled in unison. Dong Ni Xiaomu scratched his ear. Alright, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we will accept the C-rank mission. Great, the two girls shouted happily. Xingyuan Suejian also looked relieved. She was really afraid of these tasks. Not only were they a waste of time, but they were also very tiring. But there is no other way. In order to accept high-level tasks, you must complete a certain number of low-level tasks. Konoha Mission Acceptance Center. The three people standing at the door were waiting anxiously. Oh no, I'm sorry. I was practicing physical skills with my friends last night and overslept. Haha. Tony Zayama held his forehead with his hand and smiled awkwardly. Looking at Tony Zayama, who came late, the three of them wanted to beat him up. Let's go, and take on the missions quickly, otherwise all the good ones will be taken. The three of them were completely confused. How dare you say that? I don't know who agreed to meet at 8 o'clock, but you didn't arrive until 9:20. Here I come, I've accepted a C-rank mission, escort the target person to the land of hot springs. Now go back and prepare, and gather at the village gate at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After saying this, he disappeared in a flash, ignoring the resentful looks from the three people. 3 people, then let's go back and prepare. See you in the afternoon, Xingyuan Suejian said helplessly. Inyazuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi nodded and went back to prepare. Xingyuan Suejian returned to her room at the orphanage and donned her Konoha forward protector. Her tool bag was fully stocked with kunao, military pills, and detonating talismans. When he went downstairs, Nono was waiting for him quietly downstairs. Mother Nono, I'm going on a mission and this time I have to leave the village. Suejian, be careful. Nono looked worried. Xingyuan Suejian nodded without saying anything, turned around and left. He was afraid that if he talked any longer, Nono would feel even worse, just like a mother worried about her child leaving home and going on a long journey. There was still plenty of time, so Xingyuan Suejian went straight to Ichiraku Ramen and planned to have lunch there. As soon as I arrived at the store, I met an unexpected person. With yellow hair and two small mustaches on his face, it was the Prince Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, little Naruto was standing outside the store with a conflicted look on his face, tightly holding a discount coupon for a ramen shop in his hand. Looking at Naruto's haggard face, Sing-Yuen Suejian felt a little sorry for him. The third Hokage was really a piece of shit. The orphan of a hero ended up in such a situation, drinking expired milk, eating moldy bread, and being called a fox demon by everyone. Even if the third Hokage wanted to hide the identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he wouldn't let such a young child go hungry. Sing-Yuen Suejian didn't care about all this. When he saw Uzumaki Naruto like this, he thought of those children who had just been brought back to the orphanage from outside, all of them pale and skinny, and lonely. Even though she sensed that there were UMBU members monitoring Uzumaki Naruto, Sing-Yuen Suejian didn't care. When he got angry, he asked Shisui to kill the third Hokage Kota Amatsukami and turn him into Alzheimer's patient. "Hey, kid, do you want to eat ramen?" Sing-Yuen Suejian said softly. "Are you talking to me, big brother?" Uzumaki Naruto asked weakly. "Of course, little guy, I have 2 coupons with a 70% discount, and they will expire today. How about I treat you to ramen?" Sing-Yuen Suejian laughed. "Really? Aren't you afraid of me? They say I'm the son of a fox demon, they all hate me and don't dare to talk to me." Naruto lowered his head, his little fingers nervously intertwined, his eyes full of loneliness. "Nonsense, there's no such thing as a fox demon, son. You're just an ordinary kid, just like many of my brothers and sisters." "Many brothers and sisters?" Uzumaki Naruto asked in confusion. I'm an orphan from an orphanage. I live in an orphanage with many children of your age. Come in, let's eat ramen." Sing-Yuen Suejian took Naruto's hand and walked straight into the ramen restaurant. At the same time, several black shadows in the dark flashed repeatedly, as if they wanted to make some move. Sing-Yuen Suejian immediately turned her head and glared at them fiercely. His murderous gaze, coupled with the powerful mental pressure, frightened the UMBU members so much that they were stunned and dared not move. "Snort, Uncle Shouta, 2 extra large bowls of ramen, more," Sing-Yuen Suejian shouted. "Okay, please wait a moment," a voice responded from the kitchen. Soon, 2 large bowls of ramen were served. "Eat quickly, let's see who eats faster, haha ahahaha, here I come." Then the 2 of them started eating with big mouthfuls. After a while, they had finished their noodles and even drank up the soup. Uncle Hand Beater, 2 more bowls, super large portions. In the end, the 2 of them walked out of the ramen shop, holding on to the wall with their bellies in hand. "Big brother, thank you for the ramen. Today is the happiest day I've ever had." Looking at Naruto's innocent face, Sing-Yuen Suejian shook her head helplessly. He should have been at an age where his parents loved him, but he had suffered since childhood. It's rare for Uzumaki Naruto to grow up in such an environment without turning evil. It can only be said that Ashura's good attributes are too influential. "Haha, kid, I'm off on a mission. When I come back, we'll continue fighting for another 300 rounds, this time it's a draw." "Big brother, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. You must come back safely and take me to the orphanage to play." Sing-Yuen Suejian smiled and nodded, then waved and left. It was not yet 1 o'clock when we arrived at the village gate, but Inyazuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi had already arrived early. This time, Tony Zayama was not late and arrived just on time. After meeting up with the employer who issued the task and submitting the village exit certificate to the gate god duo, the task officially begins. The employer was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. There was no trace of chakra on his body, but he was much more agile than ordinary people. I guess he had practiced some physical skills in his daily life. Sing-Yuen Suejian and his 3 companions, plus their employer, were all traveling light, so they were still moving very quickly. When they were about to reach the border of the Fire Nation, it was already completely dark. A few of them planned to rest there for 1 night and then take a boat to the Kingdom of Hot Springs tomorrow morning. 5 people sat around the fire, quietly eating the dry food in his hand. Normally, ninjas are not allowed to light open flames in the wild, but now they are still in the land of fire, so it's not so important. "Tonight the 4 of us will take turns keeping watch, 2 people in a group, me and Inyazuka Hana, Hoshijin Yukamai and Uchiha Izumi," Tony Zayama ordered. Yes, they had no objection to Tony Damu's arrangement. Uchiha Izumi and Sing-Yuen Suejian were guarding the first half of the night. Looking at the starry sky, Sing-Yuen Suejian's thoughts gradually became empty, as if she was in the embrace of the vast universe. "Izumi, how's the progress with Itachi?" Sing-Yuen Suejian asked with a chuckle. "Ah, what did you say?" Uchiha Izumi's face suddenly turned red. "You like Itachi, and Itachi also has feelings for you. If you like someone, you should be brave enough to say it." Sing-Yuen Suejian often saw the 2 of them flirting with each other, but they just didn't point it out, which really made him anxious. There are many things in a person's life that they will regret. Whenever they miss something and lose something, when they feel regretful, they always blame themselves for not being braver. Sing-Yuen Suejian looked up at the starry sky quietly and said lightly. Uchiha Izumi stared blankly at Sing-Yuen Suejian, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Thinking back to what Sing-Yuen Suejian had just said, and combining it with the problems between her and Itake, she nodded secretly, as if she had made some kind of decision. Nothing happened overnight. Early in the morning, the five of them boarded a boat and set off for the land of hot springs. However, just as they were about to reach the land of whirlpools, several ships suddenly appeared on the sea. The other party jumped off the boat without any reason and ran towards this side on the sea. "Get ready for battle," Tony Zayama shouted loudly. "There are nearly 4 ninja teams coming here. What are they going to do?" "Hey, ninjas from Konoha, we are bounty ninjas that we have been commissioned by our employer to hand over the man behind you to us. That he is a spy who collected important information from my employer and wanted to escape. That he was wanted by my employer at his expense. There are so many of us here now. You can't defeat us. That we don't want to be enemies with Konoha, so give up the mission." "No, I don't know them. I'm just a businessman," the client shouted in panic. As they were talking, a senior ninja from the enemy side came around from behind and tried to launch a sneak attack on the client. Tony Zayama stepped forward to block it. Ding! The crisp sound of kunai colliding was heard. "Kill them all," the enemy leader shouted. In the sea near the Whirlpool country, the battle was about to break out, and Tony Zayama faced off against an enemy senior ninja alone. The other 2 senior ninjas and the remaining middle and lower ninjas all had ferocious expressions on their faces and rushed towards Sing-Yuen Suejian and the others madly. Inyazuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi were immediately panicked when they saw this. They were just genin, they had never even killed a bandit. How could they face so many ninjas? Zi Chen Mao Yin. Sing-Yuen Suejian's fingertips flew, and 4 seals were formed in an instant. "Water style, water dragon bullet technique," Sing-Yuen Suejian shouted loudly. I saw a huge, whining dragon rising rapidly from the sea roar and then pounce towards the enemy with its fangs and claws. The water dragon shuttled across the sea, and with the help of the power of the seawater, it became more and more ferocious, and wherever it went, it caused huge waves. Boom dash! The violent water dragon rushed into the middle of the enemy in an instant, and then exploded violently. The strong impact caused by the explosion directly knocked the ninjas unconscious, and those who were unlucky were directly killed on the spot. The 2 senior ninjas dodged in time before Sing-Yuen Suejian's attack arrived. At this moment, Inyazuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi no longer cared about being surprised by the power of Sing-Yuen Suejian's ninjutsu. At this moment, they were each facing an enemy chinin, and the hasty fight was full of loopholes. Suddenly, a jonin from the enemy team suddenly appeared behind Inyazuka Hana, holding a kunai in both hands and saying with a ferocious look on his face, "Hey, kill one first." Ah! Inyazuka Hana was so frightened that her face turned pale. Water style, water mirror technique. A huge mirror suddenly appeared in front of the senior ninja, and a person who looked exactly like him suddenly appeared in the mirror. What is this thing? The senior ninja was immediately surprised. The mirror clone didn't waste any time and immediately rushed forward to fight with the ninja. The moves and ninjutsu were all exactly the same. But the mirror image will never get tired. As long as Sing-Yuen Suejian has enough chakra, the mirror image will only become stronger and stronger, and will be able to find the flaw and then kill him. Sing-Yuen Suejian flashed in front of Inyazuka Hana, took the frightened her to a safe place, then turned around and hurriedly looked for Uchiha Izumi. However, when he turned around and saw this, Sing-Yuen Suejian was immediately furious. I saw that Uchiha Izumi was seriously injured, and the kunai of the senior ninja was stabbing her stomach. Caoni. Sing-Yuen Suejian suddenly dodged and rushed towards him at high speed, quickly forming seals with his hands while running. Water style, water break wave. I saw a high-pressure water line shooting out from Sing-Yuen Suejian's mouth at a very fast speed. The speed was so fast that the jonin had no time to react, and the hand holding the kunai was cut off at the root. "Ah, my hand," the ninja screamed in pain. "Haha, your hand? I want your life too," Sing-Yuen Su said indifferently with no expression. Just as the ninja was still screaming madly, a sharp hissing sound rang in his ears. I saw a high-pressure water line suddenly cut through his crotch from bottom to top in an instant. The scream stopped abruptly, and he was split in 2. "Quan, how are you?" Sing-Yuen Suejian slowly pulled out the kunai from her body, and then performed the palm magic. Fortunately, the wound was blocked by clothes and was not very deep and not fatal. After a while of continuous treatment with the palm immortal technique, Uchiha Izumi slowly opened his eyes. "Ha, Yuka-mai-kun, you dot your eyes." Uchiha Izumi looked surprised. Uchiha Izumi, who just woke up, was confused. Could it be that Sing-Yuen Suejian is also a member of the Uchiha clan? Sing-Yuen Suejian subconsciously looked at the reflection on the sea. Looking at herself in the water, Sing-Yuen Suejian was also confused. He actually awakened the Sharingan he had been longing for, and it was a double Megatama one. Sing-Yuen Suejian was overjoyed when she came to her senses. He turned around and looked at Uchiha Izumi, who was staring at him blankly, then realized something and immediately tried to close his Sharingan. I saw the double Megatama Sharingan and his eyes slowly turn back into black pupils. "Izumi, you can't tell anyone that I have the Sharingan, understand? I'll explain it to you slowly with Itaki when we get back." Uchiha Izumi nodded blankly after hearing this. I understand, Yukimai-kun, we'll talk about it when we get back. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. Then Sing Yuen Suejian looked up at the battlefield and saw that Inyazuka Hana had been sent back to her employer's ship. Tony Zayama was still anxiously fighting with the enemy chief, a jonin, and there were several mid-level and low-level ninjas surrounding him, trying to kill Tony Zayamu. Luckily, Tony Zayamu often practices playing against multiple people, so he's not too far behind. The senior ninja who was fighting against the mirror image also seemed to be exhausted, and the mirror image's strength had completely surpassed him. It was only a matter of time before he was killed. But Sing Yuen Suejian didn't want to waste time. When she found the opportunity, she used Iron Cannonball and her mirror clone to kill it directly. Since you dare to come here to ambush us, you must be prepared to be killed in return. Although Sing Yuen Suejian's current chakra amount is not exaggerated, the chakra has increased a lot after the fusion of 4 cells. In addition, the water-based ninjutsu is very effective in sea combat. Quan, give the teacher a signal and tell him to retreat to our side immediately. Uchiha Izumi nodded when he heard this, and immediately made a unique sound with his mouth, combined with gestures, to send a signal to Tony Zayamu. Focusing, Tony Zayamu, who was fighting, heard the secret signal, hesitated for a moment, and finally quickly flashed to the side of Sing Yuen Suejian and others. The remaining 10 or so ninjas on the opposite side saw Tony Zayamu retreating and quickly chased after him. Hee, this is the ocean's home turf, so let's go big. Without any hesitation, Sing Yuen Suejian quickly formed seals with his hands, and then slapped the sea surface hard. Water release, big explosive water wave. Boom! The sea surface suddenly became like a giant bomb that had exploded, and the overwhelming seawater exploded in all directions with the force of a tidal wave. The surging waves were like a raging monster, instantly drowning the enemy. Under the impact of the endless force of heavy water, the enemy was instantly swept into it. Ah, help, Gilyalu! A group of bounty ninjas struggled frantically, but it was of no avail. The huge water pressure crushed them directly, and the enemies who were not directly involved were also knocked unconscious by the heavy aftermath. They lost their combat capabilities and could only struggle to float in the sea. Sing Yuen Suejian, like the master of the sea, stood quietly on the gradually calming sea surface. Tony Zayama was confused at the moment. Although he also practiced water-style ninjutsu, the amount of his chakra was not much, only the amount of an ordinary jonin. The battle today lasted so long thanks to the fact that it was fought at sea, but he knew that it was impossible for him to perform this large-scale water-based ninjutsu. Thinking back to Sing Yuen Suejian's big water explosion wave just now, the overwhelming feeling of oppression still makes people feel scared. It's really terrible. Is this something a genin can use? Then what about him being a jonin? Is the Hokage suffering from Alzheimer's? And why is he rated a genin just like that? While Tony Zayama was still in a daze, Sing Yuen Suejian raised his hand and motioned Inyazuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi to come over. Go and kill all those who have lost their fighting ability. Be careful, Sing Yuensu said expressionlessly. The two of them looked very solemn upon hearing this. This was a test for them. They had long anticipated that this day would come, and that being a ninja would ultimately mean shedding blood. Without hesitation, he took out the kunao and slashed the necks of the enemies floating on the sea who had lost their fighting power one by one. In fact, this was also the first time that Sing Yuen Suejian saw blood, but he did not feel fear or resistance. Maybe when watching Naruto in the previous life, I knew that this day would come. When I saw my companions in danger, I didn't have time to think about these things. Afterwards, when I saw corpses floating all over the sea, I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Sing Yuen Suejian, you are too strong, aren't you? You killed almost all the enemies. Tony Zayamu murmured. Teacher Tony, I'm not only a medical ninja, I'm also a water ninja. Didn't you read the information? But this, something seems wrong. Tony Zayamu still couldn't react and looked confused. Let's go see our employer. Sing Yuen Suejian patted Tony Zayamu's shoulder without explaining. In the cabin on the sea, the employer sat inside with a nervous look on his face, holding something tightly in his hands. Sing Yuen Suejian then stepped forward and opened the hatch. Come out, the enemies have been eliminated. The employer walked out tremblingly, looked up and looked around, and only breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that it was safe. Tell me, what's going on? It doesn't match the mission briefing you provided. Sing Yuen Suejian said coldly. I'm not a spy. They're the ones trying to steal my things. I'm from the land of Earth. What I have in my hands are some real estate deeds and other assets. If you don't believe me, just look at them. Sing Yuen Suejian carefully looked through the things in his hand, which were a pile of house deeds, land deeds, and other materials. I'm a businessman in the land of Earth. I've worked there for half my life, and now I'm planning to retire and return to my homeland. I want to sell my assets, and I've agreed with my client to do the transaction in the land of hot water. On the way, I vaguely felt that someone was following me, so I hurried into the land of fire to issue a mission to escort me. I didn't expect them to be so cruel and send so many ninjas to hunt me down, the employer said with lingering fear. Xing Yuingxiu nodded when she heard this and handed the asset materials in her hand back to him. This group of people are actually wandering bounty ninjas. They don't wear forward protectors and even use all kinds of strange ninjutsu. It is obvious that they have not received systematic training. The strength of a jonin is actually not as good as that of an elite shinin from a big country. Your information must have been leaked intentionally, not because someone issued a mission to hunt you down. If it were a black market mission, at most a temporary team of a few people would be dispatched, or a strong individual could take it. There wouldn't be so many people. The employer was stunned when he heard this. It must have been done by my opponents. When they saw that I was about to leave, they deliberately leaked my information. The employer gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Okay, since everything is fine, let's get on the road." Xing Yuan Shuijian waved his hand. "Thank you all, Ninja Masters. I will apply to increase the mission level for this mission and give you a lot of extra mission rewards. When you arrive in the land of hot springs, please spend as much as you want. I will pay the bill," said the employer solemnly. Xing Yuan Shuijian and others nodded casually, and then they set out on the journey to the kingdom of hot springs. After another day of sailing on the sea, even Xing Yuan Shuijian felt a little bored. At first, she was amazed at how beautiful the scenery on the sea was, but as she looked at it, she felt like vomiting. Standing on the deck of the ship, Xing Yuan Shuijian looked at the outline of the kingdom of hot springs faintly visible in the distance. "It's finally here," Xing Yuan Shuijian murmured. "This is your first time traveling far away. Are you feeling a little impatient to go back now?" Tony Xiaomu asked with a smile. "Yes, a little bit, but it's okay. It's a unique experience to appreciate the scenery of different places." "Yeah, that's right. The people and customs of each country are different. You'll be traveling all over the world on missions in the future, and you'll be able to experience it all. By the way, what about the ninjutsu you used to kill the enemy yesterday?" Tony Xiaomu wanted to say something but stopped himself, because asking about other people's ninjutsu casually was very impolite, but as the leading ninja, he needed to make a mission report when returning to the village. "Oh, that's right. Didn't the Uchiha clan attack the root last time? These ninjutsu were obtained from within the root. I'm close friends with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, and they gave them to me. You can go back and tell the Hokage. The Hokage has a good relationship with the Uchiha family now and will not blame you. But when you go back and summarize the mission, don't exaggerate my performance. Those ninjas themselves weren't very strong. Just say it was a collective effort. This is originally your credit that you killed almost all the enemies," Tony Xiaomu said depressedly. "Okay, teacher, just say that the enemy is extremely weak. That there are many of them, but they are just a mob. We just need to work together to deal with them. I don't want to be in the spotlight, so being a genin is also good." Xing Yuan Shuijian waved her hand. As the outline of the dock gradually became clear, the buildings on the shore shone with golden light under the sunlight, and people on the dock were constantly busy. After Xing Yuan Shuijian and the others sent the employer to the designated place, the employer signed his name on the task book, indicating the completion of the task. As promised, the employer increased the difficulty of the task, doubled the hiring fee, and sent an attendant to accompany Xing Yuanxiu to meet them and pay for everything along the way. Everyone was not polite and tried everything, including food, drinks and entertainment. Since someone was paying for it, it was a good idea. From the thick stack of contracts that the employer had, it could be seen that he was not short of money at all. In fact, it was already very good that Xing Yuan Shuijian and the others could maintain their original intentions and not try to steal his assets. You have to know that there is no morality in the ninja world. There are many ninjas who are tempted by money and kill their employers. When he reached the door of a jewelry store, Xing Yuan Shuijian stopped unexpectedly. There was a girl inside who looked very familiar to him. The girl also turned her head as if she sensed something. "It's you," the girl exclaimed in surprise. "You are the girl who was rescued in the laboratory at that time?" Xing Yuan Shuijian suddenly realized. "Yes, we were rescued together. My name is Fukata Maime. Have you forgotten?" I didn't forget. It's been a long time since we last met. How are you?" Xing Yuan Shuijian said embarrassedly. "My parents came to pick me up not long after I was rescued. My home is here. Come over and have a seat. I'll teach you how to take photos," Mei Fukata said happily. No, we are here to do. I am on a mission and will be returning to Konoha tomorrow. I'm a ninja now, so I'll come to Konoha if I have the chance." "Okay, by that I'm going to the land of fire to shoot some footage soon. I'll come to Konoha to play with you then." Xing Yuanxiu nodded when she heard this and left with everyone. At night, Xing Yuan Shuijian lay alone in the hot spring in the bathhouse. The hot springs in the land of hot springs are different from those in the land of fire. After soaking in them for a while, you will feel that all the pores in your body are dilated, and even your breathing becomes smoother. Xing Yuan Shuijian slowly closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under her eyelids. His face looked a little hazy in the steaming hot air, and his cheeks were slightly red from the hot steam from the hot spring. He was immersed in this tranquility, and his thoughts gradually drifted away, as if all the troubles in the world had nothing to do with him, and only the warmth and tranquility at this moment were real and tangible. After taking a comfortable bath, Xing Yuan Shuijian returned to her house. "The moment I opened the door, I was shocked to see a black figure sitting in the room." Xing Yuan Shuijian immediately took an attacking stance and shouted, "Who?" The figure slowly turned around, and the familiar glasses came into view. Do? Seeing Yuan Suejian was shocked. Suejian, long time no see, how are you? Kabuto smiled softly. It's really you, kid. Then he walked up to him and gave him a big hug. Since Do left, there has been no news from him, and he didn't even tell him to establish communication, which made Seeing Yuan Suejian think that he had an accident. In the house, Seeing Yuan Suejian and Do sat opposite each other. Do, why are you here? How have you been these years? Seeing Yuan Suejian said softly. I happened to be on a mission in the land of hot springs. It was arranged by Orikimura. He wanted me to help him buy some medical equipment. He was planning to start human experiments again recently. It seems that he wanted to study some forbidden techniques. Seeing Yuan Suejian nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. Orikimura probably hadn't joined the Akatsuki organization during this period, and he should have been tinkering with the forbidden technique of reincarnation from the dead. This technique is really powerful, it is almost impossible to kill. But there is also a big disadvantage. Every time the immortal reincarnation technique is performed, it will cause many harms to the soul of the practitioner. When this technique is performed, the soul will gradually be eroded, just like Orikimura's soul in the original work became twisted and fragile after multiple reincarnations. With each reincarnation, the compatibility between the soul and the new body will deteriorate, which may lead to problems in controlling the body, such as slow physical reactions and inability to use some abilities normally. In any case, Seeing Yuan Suejian would not learn this technique even if he got it. He deeply understood the importance of the soul. If his soul had not been strong, he would have died on Orikimura's experimental table long ago. How did you get in touch with Orikimuru? Seeing Yuan Suejian asked curiously. After I left Konoha, I didn't immediately go looking for Orikimura. Instead, I gathered a group of ninjas and tried to establish an intelligence organization. But, we failed. Those ninjas were completely useless. They were all adults and completely disobeyed orders. As long as there was immediate benefit, they would abandon the mission without hesitation. Later, I traveled to many countries, searching for Orikimura. Finally, I heard about him in the land of rice. I didn't go looking for him immediately, but helped out at the clinic in the land of rice for a while. Kabuto was certain that Orikimura would come looking for him. As expected, Orikimura later received news that a medical ninja had arrived in the land of rice. Since he needed assistance to help with many of his experiments, he decided to come and see for himself. And when he saw Do, he recognized Do because they had a brief exchange before. Then he asked him why he was not in Konoha. Kabuto also revealed how he and the orphanage were threatened by Danzo and then forced to act as an undercover agent. Later, the route was destroyed by the Uchiha clan, and all of Danzo's power was transferred to the third Hokage. Only Danzo knew that he was a spy. Without a superior, he had to give up his undercover mission and wander around. Orikimura was overjoyed after hearing this, and immediately began to lobby Kabuto to follow him and realize his great dream. And Kabuto also tried his best to cooperate, showing that he very much agreed with Orikimura's ideas, and successfully blended in with him. Fortunately, Kabuto was reminded by Seeing Yuan Suejian in advance and understood that Orikimura's temptation was very powerful, especially for children. Otherwise, Kabuto felt that he might become Orikimura's follower. Kabuto, you can return to Konoha anytime now. Orikimura's covered plan can be abandoned. It's of no use to me. What do you mean? Kabuto looked confused. Look into my eyes. Seeing Yuan Suejian's eyes turned rapidly and instantly turned into two Megatama Sharingan. Looking at Seeing Yuan Suejian's eyes, Do suddenly screamed. Suejian, you succeeded? Kabuto was stunned. Yes, it should be said that Orikimura's experiment on me was successful. He would be very happy if he knew. Seeing Yuan Suejian smiled coldly. I have fused the Uchiha gene cells 3 times in this period. Luckily, I successfully awakened the Sharingan. I may fuse them a few more times until I achieve perfection. Then consider fusing chakra with other attributes. The ultimate goal is to perfectly fuse all attributes. 2.2 Powerful. Kabuto was shocked beyond words. Yukamai, do you think Orikimura's experiment can replicate your situation again? Kabuto murmured. Absolutely impossible. To be honest, I've had 3 soul-leaving experiences while on the lab bench due to extreme pain. Every time my soul ascends, I can clearly feel that I'm dead. Then, an inexplicable force pulls me back into my body. I can't explain the source of this force, but anyone else would be dead for sure. Don't even try this. Seeing Yuan Suejian was worried that after seeing this power, Do would secretly try the same experiment. Because in the original work, Kabuto is a paranoid, crazy, and courageous person who dares to go to Ryokai Cave alone to learn magic. Don't worry, Suejian, I won't do anything stupid. As long as you can become stronger, I will try to find a way to become stronger myself. By the way, is the orphanage okay now? The orphanage is doing well now. Danzo's route has been disbanded, and the funding is no longer a threat. Even if the Uchiha no longer supports it, I can get a large amount of funds back myself. You should come back to the orphanage as soon as possible. The children and Nono's mother miss you. Seeing Yuan Suejian said earnestly. Kabuto shook his head upon hearing this. No, it's not time yet. Orikimura still has many secrets that I feel will be useful to you in the future. I finally got close to him, and I want to get everything before returning. Kabuto. Actually, there's no need. I think if things continue like this, I can become a strong man in the future. Don't worry, I have my own ideas. It is inevitable that you will become a strong man in the future, but I am growing very fast next to Orochimaru now. I can learn a lot, and I also want to become stronger. I want to protect our home with you in the future, instead of relying on you for protection all the time, Kabuto said with a firm look on his face. Okay, then you must be careful. Xing Yuan Suejian looked helpless. Pocket is indeed a paranoid person. If he makes up his mind, others cannot easily change it. He probably also wants to be strong and doesn't want to be a burden. I copied this from Orochimaru's secret vault that you should find it useful. Kabuto took out several volumes of ninjutsu from the backpack behind him, including the Art of Darkness, the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, the Art of Impure World Reincarnation, the Multiplicative Exploding Talisman, and the Art of Multiple Shadow Clones. Seeing this, Xing Yuan Suejian immediately flipped through the pages. This should be the skill from the sealing technique that Orochimaru copied from Konoha, but Xing Yuan Suejian is not interested in many of the skills. I only want the darkness walking technique and the multiple shadow clone technique. The others are of little use to me, and it's not good to learn too many of them. Kabuto nodded upon hearing this and put the others away. The 8 Gates ninjutsu technique is actually quite good, but it requires 10 years of uninterrupted training every day to develop the body to the extreme before it can unleash the magical skills. Xing Yuan Suejian thinks that he does not have that perseverance, so he gives up. Okay, it's time for me to go. Take care of yourself, Do said with a serious face. Xing Yuan Suejian raised her hand and opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Do seemed to see Xing Yuan Suejian's reluctance, and then walked forward and hugged him tightly. I'll be careful and wait for me to come back. Then he disappeared into the darkness in a flash. In the early morning, the sunlight is like fine golden arrows, penetrating the thin clouds and falling down. Xing Yuan Suejian woke up lazily from the bed. He studied ninjutsu until midnight last night and finally completed the darkness walking technique and multiple shadow clones technique. This is because Xing Yuan Suejian's cultivation speed is different from that of ordinary people. If it were someone else, it would take 10 days or half a month to practice. After washing up and going downstairs, Tony Zayamu, Inyazuka Hana, and Uchiha Izumi were waiting at the door. Oh my, it's finally your turn to be late. How rare, haha. Inyazuka Hana smiled gloatingly, her hands on her hips and a smug look on her face. Sorry, I slept late last night. Xing Yuan Suejian scratched his head with an embarrassed look on his face and smiled sheepishly. No problem, I'm late sometimes too. Tony Zayamu smiled and patted Xing Yuan Suejian's shoulder, showing an open-minded look. Everyone let's go. We decided to go back by land. What do you think, Xing Yuan Suejian? Uchiha Izumi asked softly. Of course, it's nice to enjoy the scenery along the way. I'm almost sick of looking at the sea all the time. Then you will be disappointed that we still have to take a boat. We have to take a boat to the Iron Country first, and then return to Konoha from the Iron Country. Inyazuka Hana hugged Haimaru and laughed. A few people came to the dock in a noisy manner and boarded the return boat. In the cabin, Xing Yuan Suejian was practicing in a small room that would take some time to reach the Iron Kingdom, and he didn't want to watch the sea there. Xing Yuan Suejian hurriedly closed the door and began to study her Sharingan. She had no time to observe it carefully since she opened the Sharingan. He looked in the mirror, carefully examining those bright red and mysterious eyes, his heart filled with curiosity and anticipation. With the Sharingan open, Xing Yuan Suejian carefully felt everything around her. Even when a fly flew past him, he could clearly see the movement of its wings flapping. It was really amazing. Whenever he saw Uchiha Itachi and Shisui's Sharingan, it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious, especially the Mangekyo Sharingan, whose various extraordinary abilities really made him salivate. No wonder Orochimaru developed such a morbid obsession with the Sharingan during that period. It is said that the Sharingan is the eye that reflects the soul, and the awakening skills of the Mangekyo are also related to one's deepest inner desires. Xing Yuan Suejian didn't know what kind of abilities he would gain after awakening the kaleidoscope, because he himself didn't know what he was thinking deep down. Return to the original world? I don't really want to, because I finally survived in this world, and after escaping death, I even gained abilities comparable to the protagonist. Isn't this better than studying and getting a job as a screwdriver in the original world? Just when Xing Yuan Suejian was still daydreaming, the sound of footsteps interrupted his thoughts. A knock knock, Uchiha Izumi knocked gently on the cabin door. Is that Quan? Come in directly. Xing Yuan Suejian said softly. Excuse me, Yukimai-kun, why aren't you out playing? Inyazuka Hana and Kaji-sensei are fishing. I've been a little seasick from being on the sea lately. It's nice to be in the cabin. I can also take this opportunity to practice. Uchiha Izumi stared blankly at Xing Yuan Suejian's eyes, and then asked weakly, Suejian-kun, are you practicing the Sharingan? I forgot to turn it off. Sorry, I just woke up and I'm not used to it yet. Xing Yuan Suejian smiled awkwardly. Yukimai-kun, are you also an Uchiha? Uchiha Izumi was really curious. It was incredible that a person who was not an Uchiha could awaken the Sharingan, the symbol of the Uchiha family. No, I am not from your Uchiha clan, but for some special reasons, I have the bloodline genes of your Uchiha clan, so just treat me as a member of your Uchiha clan. When you were injured, I was so nervous and excited that I suddenly woke up. I still find it incredible. Uchiha Izumi suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Do Itaki and Shisui know about this? Well, they all know it, but I haven't told them that I've awakened the Sharingan yet. I'll give them a surprise when I get back. When they return to Konoha, if Uchiha Shisui and Itaka see Seijan Setsuki's Sharingan, their jaws will drop to the ground in shock. Although it was said before that there might be a chance of awakening after fusing cell genes, these were all theoretical. Even they felt in their hearts that this was unlikely to succeed. They will definitely be surprised. I was also shocked when I saw it for the first time. Quan, I'll have to trouble you to keep this a secret for me. No one else can know about this, otherwise it will cause a big dispute. Uchiha Izumi nodded solemnly upon hearing this. She understood that a non-Uchiha clan member had awakened the Sharingan, which was exclusive to the Uchiha clan. What did this mean? This would be a disaster for Xingyuan Suejian. Don't worry, Suejian-kun, this is a secret between us. Xingyuan Suejian heard this and said sincerely, thank you, Quan. No, I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for saving me. Also, I thought about what you said to me that night for a long time. I think you are right. Although everyone will have regrets in life, if you don't have the courage to try, if so, then Ida not a regret, but a direct choice to give up. Xingyuan Suejian nodded when she heard this. This silly girl finally got it. I hope she and Itaki will have a perfect ending. Itaki, that fool, also needs to find an opportunity to enlighten him. Although both of them have each other in their hearts, they are always vague and unwilling to speak. Ahaha, look what I caught. Outside the cabin, Tony Zayamu's screams could be heard, as well as Inyazuka Hana's yelling. Seeing this, Xingyuan Suejian and Uchiha Izumi hurried out of the cabin to check. I saw Tony Zayamu caught a tuna half a man's height and was dancing with excitement. Everyone rushed forward and held down the fish. The tuna, having just come out of the water, was extremely powerful and Inyazuka Hana was almost thrown out. At noon in the cabin, 4 people and a dog had a delicious meal of tuna sashimi. Ninjas are all big eaters with extremely fast metabolism. They finished hundreds of kilograms of tuna in one meal. It would be nice if there was some wine, Tony Zayamu said with an intoxicated look on his face. Don't even think about it. You're not allowed to drink during the mission. It will affect your thinking and judgment. Inyazuka Hana rolled her eyes speechlessly. Haha, I'm just saying that you have to have a good drink when you return to the village. Finally in the afternoon, the 4 of them finally set foot on the land of the Iron Kingdom. After being out for so many days, everyone began to miss home. Although the scenery outside was nice, it still did not have the warmth and stability they had in Konoha. The 4 of them sped along the village road in the Iron Country, and the surrounding scenery was rapidly receding. Wang, Huimaru in Inyazuka Hana's arms called out vigilantly. Stop! A battle just happened ahead, take cover, Tony Zayamu said with a wary look on his face. On a remote path in the Iron Country, Xingyuan Suejian and the other 3 slowly approached the place where the battle took place. The smoke of battle was slowly dissipating, and the originally peaceful mountain stream was now in ruins. On the uneven ground that was bombed, there were still a few unextinguished flames, swaying alone in the wind. Most of the trees around the valley had been torn down by the power of ninjutsu, and the ground was covered with broken branches and leaves. The originally clear stream was also stirred into muddiness, and the sound of gurgling water was mixed with the sound of rolling stones. In the ruins, corpses were lying in various postures, some curled up, some with their limbs spread out, as if they were still struggling in the last moments of their lives. The chest of one of the corpses was brutally ripped open, with purple-black blood scabs surrounding the hollow wound. The heart that once beat with the fire of life has disappeared, leaving only this horrifying wound. When he saw the forehead protector on the corpse on the ground, Tony Zayamu was instantly furious. Damn it, it's a ninja from our Konoha. Xingyuan Suejian and others quickly stepped forward and were furious when they saw this tragic scene. He must have been attacked and killed on his way back from a mission, but the mission credentials on him were not lost. Uchiha Izumi said in a deep voice. It was a ninja team from our village. I know them. The captain was a jonin, and the other 3 were genin. They were all killed, and the captain's heart was dug out, Tony Zayamu said with a serious face. Dig out a person's heart? Xingyuan Suejian suddenly thought of a person, the traitorous ninja Kakuzu from Takigakur. This guy has gained almost unlimited lifespan and the ability to use a variety of chakra ninjutsu with the ability of the Earth Grudge. Now he should be recruited by the Akatsuki organization. In the Akatsuki organization, Kakuzu is mainly responsible for finances. He is quite serious about the organization's tasks, but his purpose is mostly to obtain money. Let's go and catch up, Tony Zayamu said anxiously. After collecting the companion's body with a sealing scroll, the 4 of them quickly chased after the enemy following the scent trail left by them. Woodman took the lead, and with his sensitive sense of smell, he was always able to capture the lingering smell in the air. Stop! Tony Xiaomu shouted softly. Found it. There are two enemies, wearing black robes with red clouds. They have already entered an underground black market gold exchange. There are too many people here, let's ambush them in front, Tony Xiaomu said, gritting his teeth. Xingyuan Suejian opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but when she saw the indignant people, she could only shut up helplessly. Xingyuan Suejian actually wanted to say that their team of 4 might not be enough to face the Kakuzu duo. Let's not talk about the two little ones, they are definitely a burden. The guy next to Kakuzu may not be Haiden yet, but he should be at the level of a Jonin. Even if Tony Xiaomu dealt with that Jonin, Xingyuan Suejian had no confidence that he could defeat Kakuzu. It seems we need to think of a solution. Xingyuan Suejian sighed softly. On a narrow path in a closed jungle, Xingyuan Suejian and the other 3 were lying in ambush quietly. Some explosive talismans and other hidden weapons have been simply placed around. In order to prevent Tony Xiaomu and others from underestimating the enemy, Xingyuan Suejian decided to remind them. Teacher, I think I know one of these two people. That he is a traitorous ninja from Takigakur. That he has a powerful secret technique called Earth Grudge. This person can control the black tentacles released from his body to attack from a distance. The length and shape of the tentacles can be changed at will, allowing him to attack the enemy from all angles without any blind spots. In addition, the tentacles can also seize the hearts of others and absorb them into the body along with the chakra attributes. As a result, he has 5 lives and 5 types of chakra attribute changes, and can use the basic 5 high-level ninjutsu. Xingyuan Suejian felt that it was necessary to explain to them how terrifying the enemy was, so that they would not rush forward foolishly and die. Tony Xiaomu was shocked when he heard this. No wonder he wants to steal other people's hearts, how despicable. After hearing this, Inyazuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi also felt that the enemy seemed a bit tricky. Xingyuan Suejian had made up her mind at this moment. She turned to Inyazuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi and said, "This place is not far from the land of fire. You two should quickly return to the village to inform the Hokage and ask him to send reinforcements as soon as possible. The teacher and I will hold them off." "No, we have to fight together," Inyazuka Hana said anxiously. "Shut up, the enemy is very powerful, the 4 of us can't defeat them. If you don't go find reinforcements quickly, we will all die," Xingyuan Suejian shouted harshly. Dong Ni Xiaomu nodded and said, "Shuejian is right. That you should go back and call for help. That we will delay them here. Although we can just leave, if we see our comrades being brutally killed and remain indifferent, that is not my ninja way." Inyazuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi looked at each other, then nodded heavily. "We will go back and inform Lord Hokage that you must hold on. If you can't, retreat first." The 2 of them set off immediately and rushed towards Konoha. But they still couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. If only they were stronger. Although Xingyuan Suejian and Tony Xiaomu didn't say it, they knew in their hearts that they had become a burden to the team. "I became more and more eager to become stronger. Teacher, the enemy this time will be very powerful. To you and you can split into 5 split bodies with different attributes. It is equivalent to us fighting against 6 people. That you have to be careful." Xingyuan Suejian looked cautious. Dongni Xiaomu also had a serious expression on his face. "Suejian, you seem to understand them better. How do you think we should fight them?" "Teacher, you go over there and find his companions. Find an opportunity to kill them quickly. I will deal with that Taki ninja. I will try to hold him back. After you kill the enemy, come and support me quickly." "Okay, then you be careful, I will try to deal with the enemy quickly." Tony Xiaomu nodded heavily. On the other side, Kakuzu and his companions had just come out of the gold exchange. "Hey, Kakuzu, could you please stop counting the money one by one over and over again? Do you think these black market people dare to cheat us?" "Humph, what do you know? The pleasure of counting money is the most wonderful feeling in the world." During his almost infinite lifespan, he even lost his direction in life for a while, and felt that the rest of his life was filled with confusion. But after completing a mission in an underground exchange and receiving a bounty, he felt that he had found his life's goal. Yes, money. Money gave him the motivation to move forward, and he was no longer confused. He didn't care whether the amount of money was just a number. What he cared about was the process of collecting and the pleasure of making money again and again. Then there's no need to count over and over again, right? Upon hearing this, Kakuzu narrowed his eyes and said sinisterly, "You talk too much nonsense, haha. You're lucky I just finished replenishing my heart, otherwise I would have killed you and taken your replenishment. You don't go too far. The leader warned you not to attack your companions." "Humph." Kakuzu shook his head with disdain upon hearing that. The 2 then walked slowly towards the forest path. The Kakuzu duo walked leisurely along the path. There was a soft hiss sound. Boom! The explosion of the detonating tag, along with the kunai fixed by the steel wire, shot towards Kakuzu and the other man at high speed. Ha ha! The 2 of them jumped away easily to resist. The ambush trap did not cause any harm to them. "Ha, where did this rat come from? How dare it attack me?" Jiaodu said impatiently. "You 2 killed our Konoha ninjas for no reason, so just wait for death," Tony Xiaomu said angrily. "Oh, so it's those ninja reinforcements. What a pity, you're too late, they're all dead. By the way, one of them's heart has become my collection. What, do you want to be collected too?" Kakuzu giggled. Teacher, he is provoking you. Ignore him and act according to the plan. Xing Yuan Suejian shouted. Tony Zayama nodded when he heard this, and then quickly attacked his companions. The two of them started with fierce moves, fighting back and forth, getting further and further away, and gradually fading from sight. What, kid, are you going to be my opponent? Kakuzu said in surprise. Xing Yuan Suejian didn't waste any time and quickly formed seals with his hands. Darkness walking technique. In just a moment, the originally bright sky was suddenly shrouded in deep darkness. While Xing Yuan Suejian was performing the dark walking technique, his figure approached Jiaoda like a ghost. Before Kakuzu had time to fully adapt to the sudden darkness, Xing Yuan Suejian had already completed the seal. Water style, water break wave. I saw a sharp water blade shooting out in the darkness, cutting towards Jiaoda accurately. Kakuzu was aware of it, but his vision was obstructed, so he couldn't dodge with all his strength. A sharp line of water cut straight through his body. In a split second, the moment that Jiaoda was hurt, he endured the pain and twisted his body forcefully. The attack was originally intended for the head, but was changed to the right chest. Crack! A crisp sound of something breaking was heard. As the mask shattered, Kakuzu's life was taken away in an instant. Kakuzu's body was severely injured and his breath became disordered. Good boy, you are quite capable. You actually managed to kill me once, and you used the ninjutsu of the second generation Hokage. Who are you? Kakuzu said breathlessly. When you die, go ask the second Hokage yourself. Xing Yuan Suejian said with indifference. He then hid his figure and disappeared into the darkness again, ready to find an opportunity to launch another sneak attack. But Kakuzu was an old and experienced man after all. His body shook violently, and the remaining 3 clones of Daiyuanyu suddenly split out of his body and scattered around. As soon as these clones appeared, they immediately entered combat mode. Their eyes flashed with strange red light in the darkness, trying to lock onto Suejian's position and kill her with one blow. Suejian took advantage of the cover of darkness and quietly changed her position, planning to launch another sneak attack. The remaining 3 clones of Daiyuanyu, plus the original body. They seemed to gradually get used to the darkness, and their long gray tentacles quickly extended in all directions. The tentacles of one of the clones accidentally touched Xing Yuan Suejian's ankle. In an instant, 4 monsters made of lines appeared with their fangs and claws bared, rushing towards Xing Yuan Suejian from different directions. Xing Yuan Suejian showed no fear when he saw this. The Sharingan in his eyes opened instantly, accurately observing every move of the enemy. He took a deep breath and quickly formed seals with his hands. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Roar dash. The huge water dragon roared madly and rushed towards the 4 clones of Earth Resentment. Wherever the water dragon went, a deep gully was instantly washed out on the ground. However, Kakuzu's Earth Wrath relied on the sensing of a large number of tentacles on the ground to flexibly dodge and continue to slowly approach the direction of Xing Yuan Suejian. Xing Yuan Suejian's figure flashed and his hands formed seals again. As the Earth Escape heart beheading technique was activated, a rock arm suddenly stretched out from the ground, trying to grab Kakuzu and drag him into the ground. Haha, little trick. Kakuzu had forgotten how many times he had come across this kind of low-level ninjutsu, and he easily controlled the Earth Wrath to dodge it. After avoiding the beheading technique in his heart, Kakuzu's Earth Grudge clone immediately launched a fierce attack, and various black tentacles shot towards Xing Yuan Suejian like sharp arrows. Looking at the overwhelming black tentacles, Xing Yuan Suejian responded calmly, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Water escapee water formation wall. A rapidly rotating waterspout suddenly appeared around Xing Yuan Suejian. And when those black tentacles touched the water column, the huge rotating pulling force directly tore those tentacles off. Just as Kakuzu was thinking about how to pull out Xing Yuan Suejian from the water column, suddenly, a hissing sound came from behind, which scared him to death. I saw a sharp water line shot out like a laser, cutting towards the corner again at a high speed. Ah dash! Kakuzu was immediately horrified and quickly used one of his earthly wrath clones to block the attack. Sizzle! The high-pressure water line cut the clone into 2 halves in an instant like cutting tofu. Crack! Another mask broke. Damn it, it's a shadow clone? Kakuzu didn't expect that there was actually a shadow clone inside the water array wall, and it was discovered by the tentacles of the Earth's resentment. You're really good at scheming, kid, Kakuzu said with a gloomy expression. I originally thought he was just an ordinary genin brat, but I didn't expect him to be so difficult. Kakuzu quickly controlled the remaining 2 clones of Daiyuanyu, forming a triangle and surrounding Xing Yuan Suejian in the middle. The 2 clones of Daiyuanyu, together with the original body, jumped high and quickly at the same time, releasing ninjutsu of different attributes from their mouths, and bombarded Xing Yuan Suejian fiercely. Xing Yuan Suejian's eyes were calm as he quickly formed seals with his hands and whispered, "Water escape, water mirror technique." In an instant, a huge water mirror appeared out of thin air beside him. The surface of the water mirror was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting everything around it. In a flash, 3 identical figures jumped out of the water mirror, releasing the same ninjutsu from their mouths. Boom dash! The bombardment of various ninjutsu produced huge explosions that resounded throughout the world. Xingyuan Suejian, who was at the center of the explosion, was also thrown far away by the violent impact. The dark walk technique was therefore forced to be interrupted. In the center of the battlefield, 6 Earth resentful you were still bombarding each other. This scene looks a bit strange, as if you are fighting against yourself. But at this time, Xingyuan Suejian was not in the mood to pay attention to these things, because his chakra was being rapidly consumed. Not daring to delay any longer, Xingyuan Suejian immediately flashed and secretly came behind a ground resentment you. Fire style, great fireball technique. At the same time, Xingyuan Suejian quickly manipulated her 3 mirror clones, instantly and frantically surrounding and killing one of Kakuzu's earth grudges, firmly restraining it, and then combined it with a huge fireball. Boom! Crack! Another mask broke. And Xingyuan Suejian's 3 earth reproaching beasts were also killed by Jiaodu. Boy, you're out of tricks, right? Haha, you're quite the character to have forced me to this point. In his opinion, it was worth it to use one clone to kill all 3 mirror images of Xingyuan Suejian. Anyway, his post-war heart could be replenished at any time, so there was no problem at all. Come on, give me your heart and become a part of me. Kakuzu laughed crazily. Xingyuan Suejian heard this and a sneer gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. Water escape, water mirror technique. The familiar mirror appeared again, and the figures of Jiaodu and the last clone of Daiyuanyu appeared in the mirror again, and then slowly walked out of the mirror. Kakuzu was immediately defeated by this and started cursing in panic. When your earthly blame you dies, he's truly dead, but I can continue to create mirror images. Xingyuan Suejian looked at Kakuzu who was cursing in the street and spoke calmly. In fact, after Xingyuan Suejian performed the water mirror technique again, her chakra had reached its lowest point. I can only control the 2 mirror images to launch the last attack. We have no choice but to fight. Xingyuan Suejian said secretly. He used the same trick again, and quickly controlled the 2 mirror images to attack the opponent together. Xingyuan Suejian suddenly jumped forward, but Kakuzu saw through Xingyuan Suejian's intention. His original body and Daiyuanyu's clone relied tightly together to avoid being defeated one by one. Xingyuan Suejian looked at the 4 figures that were tightly stuck together, leaving him no room to attack. He immediately gritted his teeth and became ruthless. Go to hell, everyone. Water style, water break wave. An extremely compressed water line cut straight towards them. A bang, 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 the sound of 3 masks shattering was heard, and the 2 mirror images of Xingyuan Suejian and Kakuzu's last earth wrath were all chopped into pieces. Kakuzu, with only his original form remaining, gasped for breath. If he hadn't realized something was wrong at the last moment and quickly took a few steps back, he would have been dead. Kakuzu's legs were trembling slightly, and a look of fear flashed across his face. This little ghost is so scary. In a devastated battlefield, Xingyuan Suejian and Kakuzu faced each other. Both of them were breathing heavily, obviously reaching their limits. Kid, you're out of chakra, right? Cough cough. Kakuzu said weakly. You can try to attack me. Xingyuan Suejian said coldly with sweat on his forehead. Neither of them dared to make the first move, and they could only confront each other quietly. Swish swish, following a flashing sound, several figures rushed over quickly. Tony and Kanaha also rushed over after killing Kakuzu's companion. Many Kanaha ninjas were also with them. Inyazuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi came back with many ninjas. At the same time, a figure appeared beside Kakuzu, a man with orange hair and purple thread-shaped eyes. It was none other than Heavenly Way Pain Yahiko. How did you get injured like this? Tendo Pain said expressionlessly. There was a powerful kid on the opposite side. I suffered a great loss this time and almost died. Kakuzu said hatefully. Chief, please take action and kill them all, otherwise there will be endless trouble. Tendo Pain shook his head expressionlessly. No, I can't display my strength here, I'll take you away. He then stepped forward, pulled up Kakuzu, and was about to leave. Don't go, you killed our companions and you still want to get away with it? Tony Xiaomu shouted. All the ninjas rushed forward immediately. Xingyuan Suejian raised her hand and said hurriedly, don't go. Shinra Tensei. Boom. An invisible repulsive force suddenly spread out. The ninjas were shattered into pieces like pieces of paper. Fortunately, this Heavenly Deo puppet should be very far away from the main body, and its power is not very great. The Heavenly Deo puppet then turned around, glanced coldly at everyone in Kanaha, and then left with Kakuzu without looking back. All the people who were knocked to the ground by Shinra Tensei stood up one after another, with surprise in their eyes. Looking at the scenes after the bombardment of various ninjutsu around them, even the experienced ninjas were surprised. What level of battle is this? It's like this. Looking at the surrounding trees being cut into bald heads, and the traces of various ninjutsu being used, the place has turned into a pile of ruins. Dong Ni Xiaomu in the crowd was also confused. Was this the battle between Xingyuan Suejian and the masked man? Wasn't it too fierce? Xingyuan Suejian? Where is Xingyuan Suejian? Tony Zayama was shocked and started looking for him quickly. Finally, everyone realized that Sing Yuen Swejian had fainted on the ground. Then he hurriedly picked him up and ran towards Kanaha. Where is this? Sing Yuengsu woke up in a daze. Are you awake, Swejian? We're in the hospital. Ha, it's Nono's mom. Why am I in the hospital? When Sing Yuen Swejian saw that everyone had arrived, she felt safe and relaxed, but then she felt a little tired, and then she fainted in a daze. Nono said unhappily, the doctor said you overused your chakra and collapsed. Fortunately, nothing serious is wrong. Haha, Nono's mother, I'm fine, don't worry. Sing Yuen Swejian scratched his head. You guys were in real danger this time. The enemies you encountered were all at the Jonin level. Should we say you were lucky or unlucky? Yeah, I didn't expect so many things to happen during this mission. A simple escort mission would involve so much trouble. Sing Yuen Swejian complained in his heart. God knows why Kakuzu appeared near the Land of Iron. It's a jackpot to meet him. Sing Yuen Swejian guessed that Kakuzu destroyed a heart when he was capturing the bounty hunter, and then happened to meet the Kanaha team returning from the mission, and then brutally killed them and took away the heart. Sing Yuen Swejian, we're here to see you. Before anyone arrived, Inyazuka Hana's shouting was heard. What's wrong, are you okay? Inyazuka Hana came in shouting, with Huimaru on her head, and Huimaru responded by barking. Following behind were Tony Zayama and Uchiha Izumi, who walked in with flower baskets. Hey, I'm just exhausted from chakra, I'm not dying, are you guys really? Sing Yuen Swejian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she was still very touched. It felt really good to have the care of teammates. Teacher, how are you okay? Dangi Zayama said with a smile, we are all good. I rushed to your side immediately after killing the enemy. As a result, you almost finished it yourself. You are really amazing, Swejian. That ghost-like ninja is really terrifying. I saw you fighting in the darkness from afar, with ninjutsu flying everywhere and roaring sounds. Tony Zayama always felt that he was holding Sing Yuen Swejian back, and it would take him a long time to deal with an ordinary jonin. Fortunately, nothing happened to Sing Yuen Swejian, otherwise he would blame himself to death. Kakuzu is indeed very strong. I just happen to have information about him, so I can attack him based on his weaknesses. If someone who is not familiar with him fights him, they will be easily killed. Sing Yuen Swejian smiled faintly. Hokage-sama has helped us upgrade the mission level to A-rank mission, Inyazuka Hana said happily. By the way, Swejian, the ninjutsu you used were marked on my mission report. Will it have any impact on you? But if I don't tell you, I can't explain all this. Tony Zayama looked embarrassed. It's okay, teacher, you can report it casually. I'll explain this to Lord Hokage. Sing Yuen Swejian waved her hands indifferently. Then let's take a good rest for the time being and improve our strength. After this life and death test, I believe everyone will make great progress. After this incident, Tony Zayama deeply felt his own shortcomings. Although he was a jonin, he still lacked a lot. It seems that he needs to find some friends to learn from during this period of time. Inyazuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi nodded heavily upon hearing this. After this incident, they became deeply aware of their own shortcomings and did not want to become a burden to the team. Okay, everyone, don't disturb Swejian-kun's rest, let's go, Uchiha Izumi said softly. Everyone nodded and waved goodbye to Sing Yuen Swejian. After everyone left, the room suddenly became quiet. Swejian, I'm going back to the orphanage first. You should have a good rest. Okay, Nono's mom, go back and tell the little ones not to worry. Nono smiled and nodded, then gently closed the door and left. Seeing this, Sing Yuen Swejian gradually calmed down, looked at the empty ceiling, and recalled the details of the battle in the past few days. The battle with Kakuzu was still a bit difficult, but fortunately, I used the darkness walking technique at the beginning to limit his vision and destroy his 2 Earth Grudge clones. Otherwise, the outcome is hard to predict. The combined ninjutsu used by the 5 earthly wraiths is very terrifying. Sing Yuen Swejian was also very glad that she had learned the water mirror technique. Although it consumed a lot of chakra, it was really powerful. As long as there was enough chakra, she could easily fight 5 people at once. Of course, the most important thing at this stage is Shui Duanbo. Every time we kill an enemy, we rely on this technique. It is extremely powerful and anyone who is attacked by it will either die or be injured. Sing Yuen Swejian plans to practice other types of ninjutsu during this period of time. His reserve of ninjutsu is almost all water-based, and there are very few ninjutsu of other attributes. It is simply a waste of so many attributes. Bang, bang, bang. A crisp knock on the door interrupted Sing Yuen Swejian's thoughts, and Uchiha Shisui and Itaki walked in. Yukimai-kun, we heard from Izumi that you woke up, so we came to see you. How are you? Are you feeling better? Uchiha Itaki said with a smile. It's just that my chakra is exhausted. It's okay that you guys accompany me out of the hospital. I have something to tell you. Sing Yuen Swejian was a little impatient. Uchiha Itaki and Shisui looked at each other and nodded slightly. In the orphanage's laboratory, Sing Yuen Swejian, Uchiha Itaki and Shisui sat opposite each other. They all sat quietly, waiting for Sing Yuen Swejian to speak. Look into my eyes. Singyuan Suejian then opened the Sharingan, and the 3 Megatama Sharingan slowly rotated in the eye sockets. Sharingan? Uchiha Shisui and Itachi screamed. Uchiha Itachi and Shisui were stunned with shock, even though Singyuan Suejian had said before that there was a possibility of awakening the Sharingan. But this is only theoretical. I was still shocked when it really appeared in front of me. This is too incredible. Uchiha Shisui stared blankly into Singyuan Suejian's eyes. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is a special kind of thing. It can be forcibly transplanted by outsiders, but without the Uchiha bloodline, it cannot be closed normally. It has to consume chakra to keep it open, and it cannot be advanced, and its ability will be greatly reduced. Yukinamai-kun, when did you awaken? How come you already have 3 Megatama? Uchiha Itachi was extremely surprised. Even the Uchiha clan members have to slowly upgrade their Megatama, and it takes a long process to go from 1 Megatama to 3 Megatama. There are also some people with extraordinary talents who have 2 Megatama right from the moment they open their eyes, but it is almost impossible to see one with 3 Megatama right from the moment they open their eyes, because 3 Megatama is the highest level of Sharingan except for the Mangekyo. What 3 Megatama? I have 2 Megatama. Singyuan Suejian looked confused. Singyuan Suejian hurriedly looked in the mirror, and when she saw the 3 Megatama in the Sharingan in her eye socket slowly rotating, she was very confused. He clearly had 2 Megatama when he was in the land of iron. Singyuan Suejian must be right about this. That must be when he advanced again during the battle with Kakuzu. After carefully feeling the Sharingan, I found that it indeed has stronger insight and copying abilities than when it had 2 Megatama. It can see the opponent's movements and predict attacks more accurately. When I first woke up, I had double Megatama Sharingan. Later, during the battle with the enemy, I awakened again and it became triple Megatama. Singyuan Suejian explained to the two. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui looked at each other and murmured, Yukinamai-kun, I think you are more like an Uchiha than us Uchiha. Do you know how difficult it is for our clan to awaken the Sharingan? Maybe you can really awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi looked envious. Singyuan Suejian scratched his head awkwardly and said, let's talk about the future later. I need to practice well during this period. My ninjutsu reserves are still seriously insufficient. I almost used water-based ninjutsu in this battle. The only ninjutsu with strong killing power is the water-breaking wave you gave me. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui said in a deep voice, Yukinamai-kun, just learn a few ninjutsu of various attributes. Don't learn too many, otherwise, in a sudden battle, your mind will be confused and you won't know which ninjutsu to use. In fact, with your current strength, ordinary Jonin level ninjas are no match for you. You can sweep away the powerful nations with just the water mirror technique and the water break wave. After hearing this, Singyuan Suejian also felt that it made some sense and nodded cautiously. It is true that you don't need to learn too much, just like the third Hokage, who was known as the ninjutsu doctor and knew all kinds of ninjutsu, and even played various combination ninjutsu, but what's the use? Without the ability to kill the enemy with one blow, you will always be on equal terms with others. The fireball technique is very powerful, but can you hit someone? You can only cooperate with the ninja's actions, otherwise it will only serve to block the enemy and interfere. Uchiha Itachi also nodded repeatedly, yes, Yukinamai-kun, I mean the same thing as Shisui, quality is more important than quantity. Now that you have the Sharingan, it's easy to copy other people's ninjutsu. You don't have to learn it deliberately. Your most important task now is to familiarize yourself with the power of the Sharingan. If you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan one day, that will truly enhance your top-tier combat power. Singyuan Suejian nodded secretly. Yes, if I really awaken the Mangekyo, why bother learning this and that? I can just use Susanna to push through all the way. From now on, I just need to pay attention to those secret techniques and rare ninjutsu. Singyuan Suejian's thinking fell into a misunderstanding. She thought she was learning ninjutsu very quickly, and she was only thinking about learning all the ninjutsu. This was really putting the cart before the horse. Thank you for your reminder. I will focus on studying the Sharingan in the future. I feel that my mental power is particularly strong after fusing the cell genes of your 3 Uchiha. I want to learn some illusions, so I would like to trouble you to teach me about the ability of illusions. Singyuan Suejian said sincerely. Of course it's no problem. Itachi and I will come to see you as soon as we have time during this period. By the way, Itachi, how is your relationship with Izumi going? Singyuan Suejian smiled obscenely. This. Uchiha Itachi's face suddenly turned red. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui gossiped and said, yesterday I secretly saw Izumi confessing his love to Itachi. Hurry, tell me, what happened? Singyuan Suejian looked excited. Let me say it. Uchiha Itachi looked helpless. Yesterday, Quan came to me and expressed her feelings. She said she almost died during the mission that day, and in her despair, the last thing on her mind was that she regretted not telling me her feelings. She said she didn't want to run away anymore. What do you think? Singyuan Suejian looked expectant. Uchiha Itachi nodded shyly. I also have a good impression of her. I should take the initiative to speak first. That's great. I often see you flirting with each other, but you never break that thin paper. It really drives me crazy. Seeing Yuan Suejian laughed. Brother Shisui is also on a blind date arranged by the family. Uchiha Itake quickly changed the subject. Seeing Yuan Shui was stunned when he heard this. Shisui, you're really quick. Uchiha Shisui scratched his head. Her name is Uchiha Keiko. It was arranged by the clan leader. He said that the excellent Uchiha genes should be passed on as soon as possible. That makes sense. The genes for the Mangekyo Sharinan are indeed good. Well, congratulations. When you have concerns in your heart, you will cherish them more. Seeing Yuan Suejian smiled like an ant. What about you, Suejian-kun? Don't you have someone you like? The two asked in unison. Me, I don't know. Seeing Yuan Suejian looked dazed. Seeing Yuan Suejian recalled what she had done since coming to this world. He always tried to make up for the regrets and frustrations he encountered when watching Naruto in his previous life. But I have never brought myself into this world. I always face everything with the mentality of a passerby, subconsciously avoiding everything and not wanting to integrate into it. Subconsciously, I feel that they are all characters in anime and are all fake. But everything that happened was so real. Every flower and grass, every person, and everything were real. Seeing Yuan Suejian felt extremely confused at the moment, as if his head was about to explode. Plop. Seeing Yuan Suejian fell straight to the ground and fainted. Suejian, Yuka-mai-kun. In a daze, I heard the exclamations of Uchiha Itake and Shisui. In the laboratory behind the orphanage. Seeing Yuan Suejian felt like she had been struggling in chaos for a long time, and finally regained a sense of consciousness. His eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds as he slowly opened them. The glaring light made him squint subconsciously. After he got used to it, he realized that he was lying on a small bed in the laboratory. Yuka-mai-kun, Yuka-mai, are you okay? Uchiha Shisui and Itake hurried forward with anxious looks on their faces. Seeing Yuan Suejian stared at them blankly, seeing the nervous expressions on their faces as they worried about their safety. I was immediately deeply moved. Does it matter where he came from? Why do you keep dwelling on the past? Isn't Chen Feng from Blue Star already dead? Isn't this your new home? Isn't everything you've worked for just to survive here? Do you still dream of returning to Blue Planet? If you were to go back, would you be willing to give up everything you have now? Bang! Seeing Yuan Suejian slapped herself hard. In his heart, he had always understood all this, but he just didn't want to face it, or rather, he didn't dare to face it. He was afraid that after investing too much emotion, he would suddenly return to the original world one day. But unknowingly, a deep bond has been left here, which cannot be severed. So, just live well, in the name of Seeing Yuan Suejian. I'm fine, I just remembered my hometown. Seeing Yuan Suejian smiled faintly. Uchiha Itake and Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. That's easy. Let's find a chance to go to the land of rain and visit your hometown. Ha, okay. Seeing Yuan Suejian smiled awkwardly. By the way, Yukamai, I have already explained to Hokage-sama about your ninjutsu. He said that all your ninjutsu were given to you by us. Under the influence of my Itsuma Tsushin, he believed my words without a doubt, and he even allowed you to use them at will. Seeing Yuan Suejian nodded. Yes, that's great, I don't need to explain anymore. Come on, let's go for a walk. I've been lying in bed these past few days and it's so boring. The two Uchiha nodded. It would be nice to go out for a walk. They were also afraid that Seeing Yuan Suejian would lie in bed alone and miss his hometown again. He looked quite scary just now. It seems I should find a chance to bring him some specialties from the rain country to ease his homesickness. The three of them returned to the orphanage from the laboratory in the back mountain. As soon as they reached the door of the orphanage, they saw a little yellow-haired ghost peeking around stealthily. Hey, kid, are you looking for me? Seeing Yuan Suejian asked with a smile. Big brother, you're back from the mission? I've been waiting for you for several days. Didn't you say you would take me to the orphanage to play? Naruto said weakly. Let's go eat ramen first, and then I'll introduce you to a lot of new friends. Great, I'm going to beat you this time. Seeing Yuan Suejian held Uzumaki Naruto's hand and went to Ichiraku Ramen with the two Uchiha. Passers-by along the way saw Seeing Yuan Suejian holding Naruto's hand and pointed at them with contempt, and kept saying things like son of a fox demon and so on. Seeing Yuan Suejian turned a deaf ear all the way. Naruto was a little scared and wanted to pull his hand back, but Seeing Yuan Suejian held his little hand even tighter. A group of ignorant and foolish people, believing the rumors spread by some people with ulterior motives, can speak ill of such a young child. Don't be influenced by these people. Remember, you are not a fox demon, you are just a normal child. If they don't want to play with you, come to the orphanage. There are many brothers and sisters there, do you understand? Seeing Yuan Suejian said softly. Uzumaki Naruto had tears in his eyes. I know, big brother, you are the only one who doesn't despise me, is willing to talk to me, and is willing to play with me. Well, Seeing Yuan Suejian shook her head helplessly. Uchiha Itake and Shisui behind him also looked helpless. They also knew that this kid often ran around, and the shop owners even deliberately sold expired food to him. As soon as he entered the Ichiraku Ramen restaurant, Naruto excitedly shouted, I want tonkotsu ramen, large portion. Let's have 4 servings first, they're all the same. Seeing Yuan Suejian said to the uncle who was fighting. Hey, Swejian-kun, are you back from your mission? Please sit down first, the noodles will be ready soon. He responded happily with his eyes squinted. After a while, all the ramen was served. The person serving the noodles was a girl who should be a little younger than Sing Yuen Swejian. Hey, Uncle Hand, business is good, are you looking for help? Ah, this is my daughter, her name is Icarus. That you came at an unfortunate time before and didn't even meet her. He laughed out loud with his eyes squinting and his hands clasped. Hello, please enjoy your meal. Changpu ran away shyly. In the original novel, it seems that there is a daughter, but the exact age is unknown. All I know is that when Kushina was pregnant, she came here to eat ramen with Minato Namikaze, and little Ayam was helping out in the store at that time, so the time was about the same. Big brother, let's get started, let's see who comes in first. Naruto's loud shouting interrupted Sing Yuen Swejian's thoughts. Come on, I'll definitely be the first. After saying that, he started eating. Ah, you're cheating. After saying that, he immediately buried his head in eating. Everyone was confused as they watched the big and small eating like crazy. After Uchiha Shisui and Itake looked at each other, they smiled helplessly. Little Changpyo hid behind the curtain and secretly looked at Sing Yuen Swejian. I don't know what she was thinking about, her little face flushed. Uncle, give me 2 more bowls. Sing Yuen Swejian shouted. You two have already eaten 5 bowls each, how much more can you eat? Shouta said with a look of shock. Kid, are you okay? Sing Yuen Swejian raised his eyebrows provocatively. I vomit. After swallowing the noodles he was about to spit out, Naruto said with difficulty, I can still eat. Come on, the hand-beating uncle is paying the bill, don't get on with it. Sing Yuen Swejian suspected that if Naruto said a few more words, he would spit in his face. After paying the bill, Sing Yuen Swejian helped Naruto walk to the door. Goodbye, Uncle Shouta, and goodbye, little Changpyu. Sing Yuen Swejian waved goodbye. Goodbye, Swejian-jun. Come often, she shouted while hitting her hands in the kitchen. Chang Pu hid behind the curtain and waved gently, whispering, goodbye. On the way back to the orphanage, Naruto walked slowly, holding his waist with his hands, like a pregnant woman. How about, go and vomit? Sing Yuen Swejian said helplessly, holding his head with his hands. No, I finally managed to eat it. Naruto looked stubborn. Everyone Yukimai-kun, let's go back first and come to see you tomorrow. Uchiha Shisui said softly. Sing Yuen Swejian nodded and continued to help little Naruto walk towards the orphanage. Perhaps because of the presence of the 2 Uchiha, no Anbu surveillance was seen today. It should have been explained by Naruto. I can only say that Kota Amatsukami is really powerful. The afterglow of dusk fell on the roof of the orphanage, as if covering it with a layer of hazy golden gauze. In the soft light of dusk, the children were playing happily in the open space of the orphanage. Sing Yuen Swejian brought Naruto into the orphanage. As soon as we walked into the yard, the children's attention was instantly attracted. Sing Yuen Swejian smiled and introduced to the children who gathered around him, this is brother Naruto, he comes to play with everyone today. The children's eyes were sparkling and full of curiosity. After a while, a chubby little boy ran over with a small ball in his hand, and excitedly invited Naruto to play football with him. Naruto happily agreed and started playing with the other kids. In the orphanage at dusk, the children's energy and enthusiasm deeply infected Naruto. The joyful laughter was rising one wave higher than the other, filling the originally quiet orphanage with vitality and joy, as if it had turned into a sea of joy. Sing Yuen Swejian watched Naruto playing quietly on the field, feeling a little melancholy in her heart. Nono slowly walked to Sing Yuen Swejian's side and asked with a smile, whose child is this? He seems to be having a lot of fun. He's an orphan who's always been ostracized and bullied by the villagers. When I met him, I invited him to come visit us. It's so pitiful, he has no parents, and yet there are still people bullying him. How abominable. Nono looked at Naruto running around in the distance with heartache. Isn't he an orphan? Then why doesn't he come to our orphanage? We can take him in. Nono looked confused. His identity is a bit special. Lord Hokage has other arrangements, alas. Sing Yuen Swejian sighed helplessly. Sing Yuen Swejian actually doesn't want to interfere too much with Naruto's growth trajectory, and can only provide some help and care when he encounters difficulties. After all, Naruto has the storyline that runs through the entire Naruto series, and he doesn't want to change all of this so quickly, otherwise he will lose the only advantage of being a time traveler. As the sky gradually darkened, the children prepared to return to the orphanage. Kids, say goodbye to brother Naruto. Upon hearing this, the little guys waved goodbye to Naruto, and Naruto responded enthusiastically. On the way back, brother Swejian, can I come to play often in the future? Naruto looked at Sing Yuen Swejian with hope. Of course, this is your second home. You can come over for dinner anytime you're hungry. Do you hear me? That's great, haha. Naruto shouted happily. After sending Naruto back, Sing Yuen Swejian slowly returned to her laboratory in the back mountain. He hadn't slept in his room in the orphanage for a long time, and he had spent almost every night in this laboratory. The next morning, Uchiha Itachi and Shisui arrived at the laboratory in the back mountain early in the morning. Ah, so early, haha. Seeing Yuen Suejian, who had just woken up, greeted sleepily. Uchiha Shisui smiled and nodded. Yukamai-kun, let's go to the Uchiha training ground. Okay, wait for me. Seeing Yuen Suejian hurriedly got up and washed up as quickly as possible. The three of them then set off for the Uchiha's exclusive forest training ground. In the training ground, Seeing Yuen Suejian stood straight in front of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Then I'll leave it to you. His eyes were blazing and determined, and his journey to learn the illusion technique he had longed for began. He felt excited at the thought that he could manipulate the enemy with just a glare. Yukamai-kun, watch carefully, Uchiha Itachi said calmly, and then began to demonstrate the illusion hand seals. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Seeing Yuen Suejian stared intently, like a sponge that was extremely thirsty for knowledge and was absorbing water crazily. Just one glance and the complex handprints were deeply engraved in my mind. Not bad, Shisui praised with a smile, but be careful about the flow of illusion chakra. As he spoke, he explained the key points to Suejian in detail. Yukamai, what Itachi just taught you is just the basic hand seals of illusion. This is just to help you understand the principles and procedures of performing illusions. Usually, in battle, we don't have time to form hand seals, so the most perfect illusion is to successfully cast it on the enemy without them even noticing. The casting of illusions requires the consumption of chakra, which is silently introduced into the enemy's brain, interfering with their nervous system, thus causing the target to have a false perception. And this perception can be false information such as vision, hearing, touch, taste, or smell. And the casting of illusions usually requires certain conditions to be met. For example, the caster needs to make eye contact with the enemy, like the Uchiha clan Sharingan, or it can be activated through specific hand seals and chakra control. And some illusions can be triggered through media like sound or smell. Furthermore, illusions not only work on the physical level, but can also affect the enemy's mental state. Some powerful illusions can directly induce fear, pain, or other emotions in the target, thereby weakening their combat effectiveness or causing them to lose their minds. Some masters of illusion can turn their enemies into idiots with just a glance. How amazing! Seeing Yuen Suejian looked excited. Time passes quietly in the intense study. In the years that followed, whenever Uchiha Itachi and Shisui were not on a mission, they would come to help Seeing Yuen Suejian practice illusion techniques. With the help of the Sharingan, Seeing Yuen Suejian's illusion ability has also been greatly improved. Yukamai-kun, this is Suzuki's blood tissue. I have been coaxing him for a long time. Uchiha Itachi looked helpless. I'm really sorry for you. Little Suzuki must have cried for a long time. Seeing Yuen Suejian took the blood sample and said apologetically, not really, Suzuki is very brave that he didn't cry when his blood was drawn, he just liked to act cute with me and stick to me. Uchiha Itachi and Suzuki really have a good relationship. Ever since Seeing Yuen Suejian intervened in the affairs of the Uchiha family, Itachi was prevented from turning evil, the family was saved, and the two brothers no longer had to fight each other to death. Bring Suzuki with you next time. That he must be clamoring to come every time, right? Yes, every time I come here, it takes a long time. That I want to accompany you to practice, so I can't be distracted to take care of Suzuki, so. Seeing Yuen Suejian heard this and said helplessly, Itachi, you are just too strict that you can bring Suzuki to our orphanage to play. There are many children there. Suzuki doesn't like playing with other kids, he only likes to follow me. Uchiha Itachi looked helpless. Okay. One is a brother Khan, the other is a brother Khan, perfect. By the way, Yukamai-kun, you should be able to fuse cells again, right? Are you going to fuse Suzuki's this time? Seeing Yuen Suejian smiled and nodded. I have been practicing illusions all this time, and now the time has come to merge again. If we fuse the Uchiha cell genes again this time, it should be perfect. Seeing Yuen Suejian looked expectant. In the laboratory behind the orphanage, Seeing Yuen Suejian was busy at the experimental table with a serious look on her face, while Uchiha Itachi was quietly guarding beside her. Finally extracted. Looking at this small tube of cell fluid, Seeing Yuen Suejian moved his fingers tiredly. I haven't extracted cells for a long time, so I'm a little rusty at it. Yukamai-kun, are we going to start the injection? Uchiha Itachi asked softly, looking at the test tube and seeing Yukamai's hand. Well, I'll need you to protect me. I'll fall asleep for a while after each injection. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly when he heard this. Seeing Yuen Suejian did not hesitate and immediately injected Suzuki's cells into her arm. First there was the stinging pain of the needle piercing the flesh, and as new cells entered the body, a familiar warm feeling slowly enveloped the whole body. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness came over her. Seeing Yuen Suejian slowly fell on the small bed, and then fell into a deep sleep. Uchiha Itachi bent forward and gently covered Seeing Yuen Suejian with a quilt, then sat down on a chair beside her and quietly guarded her. Uchiha Itachi looked at the sleeping face of Seeing Yuen Suejian, and gradually recalled everything that happened after he met him. He is mysterious and seems to know a lot of things, but he has no ill will towards anyone who knows him. He is very kind and can sympathize with strange children, but he is ruthless to his enemies, just to better protect those around him. He is extremely caring towards his friends, and even his girlfriend is arranged clearly by him. Whenever Uchiha Itachi thought of this, he couldn't help laughing. Recalling what Uchiha Izumi had mentioned to him and what Sing-Yuen Suejian had comforted her, he couldn't help but be moved. This is what a friend is, someone who can think of you wholeheartedly and whom you can completely trust with your back. Just as Uchiha Itachi was sighing alone, Uchiha Shisui ran in from outside the cave in a hurry. "Suejian, look what I brought you," Uchiha Shisui said excitedly. Uchiha Itachi put his finger to his mouth and whispered, "Yukamai-kun just finished injecting the cells and fell asleep. Ah, sorry, I just came back from a mission outside and passed by the rain country. I brought some local specialties for Suejian." Uchiha Shisui scratched his head awkwardly. "What specialty?" Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but feel curious. Uchiha Shisui took out raincoats, umbrellas, waterproof clothing, and shoes from his backpack, as well as food such as smoked fish, dried fish, caviar, and some handicrafts, paintings and sculptures with raindrops, water flows, whirlpools and other elements. "Ah, this." Uchiha Itachi was stunned. Uchiha Shisui said happily and proudly, "Isn't it amazing? I've been collecting them for a long time. The guy who sold me these things said they are specialties from the land of rain. Suejian will definitely like them when she sees them." Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha looked at the umbrellas, smoked fish and raincoats scattered on the ground and fell into deep thought. "Would Yuki-kun like these things?" "Itachi, I found some strange things in the land of rain." Uchiha Shisui looked solemn. "What's wrong?" "As soon as I entered the land of rain, I felt like someone was watching me all the time. It was a really strange feeling, but when I looked carefully, I couldn't find any trace. But that feeling of being watched from the dark has always existed. It only disappeared after I left the land of rain," Uchiha Shisui said solemnly. Uchiha Itachi also looked suspicious. "Is it so strange? I also passed through the rain country on a previous mission and felt something was amiss. The residents there seemed to have become extremely xenophobic. I thought it was due to the war. Let's wait until Suejian wakes up and ask him. He might know something." Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly when he heard this. The next day, the sunlight shines through the cracks in the cave entrance, casting a few golden rays, like elves dancing in the air. Sing-Yuen Suejian slowly opened her eyes in the soft light and shadow. She was confused for a moment, her consciousness still hovering on the edge of dream and reality. "Ha!" He yawned long and slowly exhaled the foul air of the night. Suejian-kun, are you awake? How do you feel?" Uchiha Itachi and Shisui both stood up and stepped forward to ask. "It feels great." "Ha, Shisui, are you back from the mission?" Sing-Yuen Suejian said in surprise. "Yes, I came back yesterday afternoon." "How do you feel after the fusion?" Sing-Yuen Suejian immediately stood up, waved his hands, and felt his body carefully. "I feel like the amount of chakra in my body has increased a little, but not much. The yin chakra in the body has almost reached saturation, probably because Suzuki is the reincarnation of Indra. After injecting his cell genes, Sing-Yuen Suejian's Uchiha bloodline has also become extremely refined. It has almost reached perfection, and there should be no need to inject Uchiha cells in the future. After injecting Suzuki's cells, an additional thunder attribute was gained, and the fire attribute chakra was also strengthened. Now the 7 attributes are finally complete. Next time I inject Sing-Yuen Suejian, I will consider using Naruto's genes. The last time I fought Kakuzu, I finally experienced the situation of not having enough chakra. Although it is more than that of ordinary jonin, Sing-Yuen Suejian's ninjutsu are all of huge energy consumption. Although the Uzumaki clan's chakra volume is not as great as that of the Senju clan, they can still improve their physical fitness and lay the foundation for the future injection of Hashirama cells. After deciding on her future goals, Sing-Yuen Suejian slowly turned her head and looked at Uchiha Itachi and Shisui. "I'm sorry to have worried you. I feel very good now. My mental strength has increased a lot. I feel that my illusion ability has been greatly enhanced." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi immediately became curious and said, "Yukamai-kun, quickly use the illusion on me to test its strength." Sing-Yuen Suejian smiled and nodded. "That is to open the Sharingan. Magic, this is not the right place." The scene changed instantly, and after a moment of trance, Uchiha Itachi found himself in a Konoha classroom where teacher Tony Koma was giving a lecture. "Uchiha Itachi, why did you suddenly stand up? Sit down," Tony Xiaomu shouted. "Is it so real? Break it for me." "Magic mirror, the world turns," Uchiha Itachi shouted. In his eyes, the art of not being here was just a low-level illusion that he could easily break. However, despite all his efforts, he was unable to break Sing-Yuen Suejian's illusion. Uchiha Itachi was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. After trying many methods to crack it, there was no effect at all. It was too powerful. After an unknown amount of time, the scene changed again and he was back in the laboratory in the cave. Hoo-hoo, Uchiha Itachi fell to the ground, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. "Yukamai-kun's mental power is too strong, I can't break it," Uchiha Itachi said breathlessly. "Suejian, your Sharingan has evolved into Mangekyo?" Uchiha Shisui said in surprise. It's not that simple, I just feel more comfortable using the Sharingan. Ever since I fused with Suzuki's cell genes, I feel that all aspects of the Uchiha bloodline in my body have reached saturation. I guess we are just one step away from opening the kaleidoscope. Xingyuan Suejian waved his hand lightly. Uchiha Itachi and Shisui looked at each other in surprise and said in unison, too strong. In the cave of the back mountain laboratory, the two Uchiha hadn't recovered from their shock yet. I really can't imagine what you will become after you open the Mangekyo. Uchiha Shisui murmured absent-mindedly. Alas, this is nothing. There are still some unknown powerful forces in the ninja world. Our current strength is far from enough. Xingyuan Suejian sighed meaningfully. Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement. Yes, according to the ninja who went to rescue you that day, they encountered a strange man with a pair of spiral eyes that he could use powerful strength and blew everyone away in one go. Xingyuan Suejian secretly shook her head. This was just the beginning. The heavenly Dao puppet that day must have been too far away from its main body, unable to exert much power at all. You have to know that in the later period, Pain could directly defeat Konoha with one Shinra Tensei, but how could the god of carrying rice get the title in vain? Let's not talk about this anymore. It's not our turn to worry about this now. Uchiha Itachi and Shisui also nodded in agreement. By the way, Suejian, I brought you some specialties from the rain country. Uchiha Shisui looked excited. Huh? Xingyuan Suejian looked confused. Uchiha Shisui hurriedly took out a bunch of items from the backpack behind him. Xingyuan Suejian was also stunned when she saw the umbrellas, smoked fish and raincoats on the ground. Shisui. What are you doing? Suejian, didn't you say last time that you missed your hometown? I happen to be passing through the rain country on my way back from my mission, so I'll bring you some specialties from the rain country to ease your homesickness. Uchiha Shisui looked at Xingyuan Suejian with hope, as if to say, praise me, praise me. Looking at the specialties of the rain country on the ground, Xingyuan Suejian was also moved. Although Shisui's understanding of hometown was different from his, he could truly feel the deep affection. Thank you very much, Shisui, I like it very much. Xingyuan Suejian said solemnly. Haha, Itachi, I told you Yukian would like it, right? Shisui looked happy. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. By the way, Yukimai, I encountered some strange things in the land of rain. Then, Uchiha Shisui told Xingyuan Suejian about some strange phenomena he encountered in the land of rain. Xingyuan Suejian nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. I don't know much about the anomalies in the rain country. I only know that the person with the screw eyes was there that day. You must remember this. Don't set foot in the rain country easily in the future. It's very dangerous. Uchiha Shisui and Itachi looked at each other solemnly, then nodded heavily. Got it, we will definitely pay attention. Xingyuan lowered his head and thought thoughtfully. The rain country should now be controlled by Nagato and his men, and anyone who enters the rain country cannot escape the perception of his rain tiger freedom technique. In other words, Uchiha Shisui went there just to buy some local specialties and did not conduct any deliberate investigation, so he did not attract their attention. Otherwise, if Shisui were to go so deep into their lair and be discovered, he would definitely never come back. Oh, right, Suejian, when I came back to hand over the mission, I met with the Hokage-sama. When he mentioned you, he asked you to go to the Hokage building. It should be a ninja-level matter. It has been delayed for a long time. Xingyuan Suejian nodded when he heard this. Let's go, you go with me. Then the three of them left the laboratory, and Uchiha Itachi went straight to find his girlfriend. Uchiha Shisui and Xingyuan Suejian walked towards the Hokage building together. At this moment, a fierce quarrel broke out in the Hokage's office. I don't care, you have to give the root back to me, Danzo shouted hysterically. The third Hokage smoked calmly. Danzo, you have retired, so don't get involved in the affairs of the village. Hiruzen, you have changed. Have you forgotten your teacher's original intention? The Uchiha clan is a naturally evil clan. How can you get closer and closer to them? Danzo roared angrily. The third Hokage shook his head. No, Danzo, you are wrong, you misinterpreted what the teacher meant. Although the teacher dislikes the Uchiha clan and calls them an evil clan, that is directed at the Sharingan. Because the Uchiha clan is extremely emotional, the condition for the Uchiha clan's Sharingan to open requires strong emotional stimulation, especially negative emotions such as losing a loved one. When they love someone or something to the utmost, once that love is taken away or they are betrayed, the intense emotional impact will cause special chakra to surge from their brains and act on their optic nerves. Then it causes changes in the eyes, opening the Sharingan. The accumulation and amplification of hatred may then cause the Sharingan to continue evolving. Although the teacher was wary of them and disliked them, he never thought of expelling them or exterminating them. They are always part of the Konoha family. Sensei's philosophy is to have the Uchiha fully integrated into Konoha. Do you understand, Danzo? No, Hiruzen, you must be crazy. You are not the Sarutobi Hiruzen I know. Are you under the influence of an illusion? Danzo suddenly stepped forward and tried to pull the third Hokage's beard. The third Hokage quickly dodged and angrily shouted, asshole, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Danzo was also embarrassed when he realized what was happening. How could he do such a childish thing? he was just angry at the time, and when he saw his beard, he subconsciously wanted to pull it out. I just want to confirm whether you were being controlled by someone. The third Hokage glanced at him unhappily and said, the root has been disbanded and integrated into the Umbu. It is impossible to give it to you anymore. Don't have any ideas. It is enough to have a few loyal people following you. Then give me the right to recruit my own subordinates, and I will recruit them myself, and the children in the orphanage will also be recruited by me. Danzo said unwillingly. The third Hokage sneered contemptuously, is this why you came to me today? I can tell you clearly, it's impossible. Do you think I don't know that you still have nearly 100 former root ninjas at your disposal? I'm just turning a blind eye because of our long-standing friendship. I'm leaving you with a small team, and you're still dreaming of expanding it. At this stage, the power of the third Hokage has been unprecedentedly strengthened, and nothing in Konoha can escape his eyes and ears. Danzo's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that he would be discovered even though he was hiding so secretly. The third Hokage waved his hand in disappointment. Go back and don't do anything to embarrass me, or I won't be able to protect you. Hiruzen, you're going to regret this. Bang! Having failed to achieve his goal, Danzo slammed the door and left again. The third Hokage sat back in his chair with a helpless look on his face. Danzo still didn't give up. His obsession with Uchiha was deep in his bones. It seems like I have to keep a closer eye on him from now on, otherwise I'll really have to collect his corpse one day. He has an unshirkable responsibility for Danzo's current state. He indulged him too much, causing him to become more and more arrogant, and even he, the Hokage, was often given the cold shoulder by him. The third Hokage suddenly recalled how happy they were when they were fighting side by side with Danzo under the second Hokage. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was still reminiscing about the past, thinking back to his youth, and couldn't help but burst into tears. Knock knock knock. There was a soft knock on the door. The third Hokage hurriedly put on his appearance and said sternly, enter. Uchiha Shisui and Sing-Yuen Suejian walked in together. Hokage-sama, the two of them greeted in unison. Well, you are here. The third Hokage smiled kindly. Suejian, I was shocked after reading the battle report submitted by your captain. You were able to kill so many ninjas by yourself, including many jonin. I am really impressed by you. You are too kind, Hokage. I just happen to have some talent for illusions and the use of water attribute chakra. And it just so happened that Shisui and Itaki obtained these jutsu from the root and gave them to me. I gained a lot from practicing them, and now I can use them in battle. I want to apologize to Hokage-sama here for learning those ninjutsu without your permission. The third Hokage waved his hand indifferently. Shisui told me all this. These are what the Uchiha clan got from the root. They are equivalent to the compensation the village gave to the Uchiha clan, and they pass it on to you. After you learn it, you can help your companions and save their lives. This is the best reward, isn't it? Sing-Yuen Suejian nodded when he heard this. Although the third generation was a bit pedantic and conservative as he grew old, he still devoted all his energy to the development of the village. Of course, this is definitely influenced by the effect of Shisui's Koda Amatsukami, which makes the third Hokage have a certain degree of goodwill towards his Uchiha friends. In view of your above achievements, the village has decided to upgrade your ninja rank to Special Jonin. Your previous team has been supplemented by another member. You are already a Special Jonin, so it is not appropriate for you to stay there any longer. After saying that, the third Hokage took out the Special Jonin appointment letter from the table and handed it to Sing-Yuen Suejian. Sing-Yuen Suejian took it solemnly with both hands. Suejian, you haven't been assigned a ninja team yet. I wonder if you are interested in joining Konoha's Umbu? The third Hokage asked kindly. Sing-Yuen Shui was stunned when she heard this. Of course he knew about the Umbu. Almost all of Konoha's powerful men came from the Umbu, and had more or less served in the Umbu. If one wants to join the upper echelons of Konoha in the future, experience in Umbu will play a big role. But Sing-Yuen Suejian didn't have any ideas. He had no desire for power. Moreover, the Umbu is directly under the command of the Hokage, and the workload is extremely heavy. On the other hand, he has so many secrets, so how could he have the time to complete the tasks all day long? Sorry, Lord Hokage, I have no intention of joining the Umbu for the time being. My strength has skyrocketed recently, and I want to adapt alone for a while. I can also take on some solo missions to improve myself. Sing-Yuen Suejian said apologetically. The third Hokage waved his hand nonchalantly. It's alright, this is your choice. No matter what role you take, you are working hard for Konoha, right? Sing-Yuen Suejian nodded in agreement. Yes, Hokage-sama. Speaking of solo missions, I have one here. Are you interested? Hokage-sama, please speak. According to the Umbu's investigation, there have been many cases of burning, killing, looting, and massacres near the Land of Rice. Not only are there bandits involved, but there are also suspicions that ninjas are involved. The Land of Rice has officially issued a mission request to Konoha. I originally wanted to arrange a four-man team to go, but I am considering that the 3 genin in the four-man team may not be able to handle such a situation and will become a burden instead. The third Hokage took a puff of his cigarette and paused before saying, that's why I want to send you to investigate the situation first. If it's just bandits doing evil, kill them right away. But if a large number of ninjas join in, you should act accordingly. If you can handle them, kill them. If you can't, come back and gather others to wipe them out together. No problem, Lord Hokage, I'll pack up and leave immediately. Xing Yuan Shuijian said solemnly. The third Hokage smiled and nodded, be safe. After taking the mission briefing handed over by the third Hokage, Xing Yuan Shuijian and Uchiha Shisui quickly left the Hokage building. Shuijian, do you want me to ask Lord Hokage to let me go with you? Uchiha Shisui looked serious. Xing Yuan Shuijian waved her hand casually. No need. It's probably just a group of bandits causing trouble. Even if there are ninjas joining in, they are just some small fry, I can easily destroy them. Well, you must be careful then. Looking at Uchiha Shisui's worried look, Xing Yuan Shuijian couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. She patted his shoulder gently without saying much. Xing Yuan Shuijian immediately returned to the orphanage alone, packed up simply, and went to say goodbye to Nono. Mom, Nono, I'm going on a mission. This time it's a bandit suppression mission, I'll be back soon. Nono knew that being a ninja meant going on missions frequently, so it wasn't surprising. Go ahead. We'll wait for you at the orphanage. When we arrived at the gate of Konoha, the two gate gods were standing guard there as usual. He casually handed them the certificate for leaving the village. Have a safe journey, they said in unison. Xing Yuan Shuijian smiled and nodded at them, then quickly headed towards the land of fields. The fire country is quite large, and Xing Yuan Shuijian walked intermittently for a day and a night before reaching the border. Although it is to eliminate bandits, although it was a mission, Xing Yuan Shuijian was still very serious. She was not worried about the strength of these bandits, but wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop and kill them all. There is no need to talk about morality when dealing with these inhumane beasts. Any battle of wits and courage between ninjas can be understood because everyone is playing by the same rules. Most of those bandits were civilians before, but after becoming bandits, they lost their humanity and started slaughtering civilians everywhere. There were also some ninjas who had learned a little bit and joined in, burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil. Xing Yuan Shuijian opened the mission scroll, and the content indicated that there were several gangs of bandits committing crimes, and after looting, they set fire to the village and ran away. Xing Yuan Shuijian quickly arrived at a village based on the information, but unfortunately, they were still a step too late, and the village was already engulfed in flames. At the entrance of the village, dozens of robbers holding butcher knives gathered, and blood was still dripping from the sharp blades. We just happened to be gathered together, so let's go together. Xing Yuan Shuijian smiled coldly. The bandits at the entrance of the village were gathering to count the looted supplies, their faces flushed and they were shouting with excitement. At this moment, they saw a young figure slowly appearing on the road in the distance. The young man had long hair draped over his shoulders and wore a Konoha ninja forward protector. His handsome face was filled with murderous intent at this moment, especially his eyes. There were 3 megatama slowly rotating in his scarlet eyes. One of the robbers stepped forward and laughed loudly. Hey, kid, are you from this village? We killed them all, ha 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 ha. Xing Yuan Shuijian sneered disdainfully. In the village where flames were rising to the sky, the robber who was laughing loudly suddenly felt his throat tighten and something stabbed into it. Then it was quickly pulled out, blood gushed out, and then he gradually lost consciousness. Xing Yuan Shuijian was like a ghost in the dark night, quietly rushing into the group of bandits. He was agile and moved without making any sound. His stern face revealed a murderous aura in the shadows. When the robbers saw their companions being killed, they immediately became chaotic and rushed over shouting. Xing Yuan Shuijian's eyes were cold, without any fear. With a slight flick of his wrist, the kunao shot out like a meteor. The kunao made a sharp whistling sound in the air and accurately pierced the throat of the robber who was rushing in the front. Woo. The man opened his eyes wide and fell down before he could make a sound. Immediately afterwards, Xing Yuan Shuijian's figure flashed like lightning. He dodged left and right among the group of bandits, and the kunao in his hand danced into a piece of light and shadow. Every swing could cleverly avoid the bandits' attacks while leaving fatal wounds on their vital parts. Xing Yuan Shuijian kept moving and spinning, and the kunao seemed to come alive under his control, attacking the robbers from all tricky angles. Under his ruthless attack, the bandits fell down one after another like fragile ants. In a moment, the ground was littered with corpses, but Xing Yuan Shuijian was still like a cold-blooded god of death, standing in the blood without a trace of emotion. The fire was still burning fiercely. Under the light of the flames, Xing Yuan slowly stood up with an expressionless face and prepared to go to the next location. Suddenly, a girl with an anxious look on her face came running from outside the village. The girl's eyes suddenly became blank when she saw the village on fire. Then he thought of something and rushed towards a burning house like crazy. Xing Yuan Shuijian saw this and quickly stepped forward to stop him, shouting, "Are you trying to kill yourself?" The girl's eyes were dull and tearful, and she kept mumbling, "Dad, Mom." Alas, Xing Yuan Shuijian sighed deeply. "The bandits who killed your parents have been dealt with by me. They're the pile of corpses at the entrance of the village. Your parents and the villagers here were killed by bandits, and their bodies were thrown into the..." Xing Yuan Shuijian didn't say anything else, but just stared at the raging fire. Upon hearing that, the girl knelt on the ground in a daze, crying loudly. Xing Yuan Shuijian didn't try to comfort her, so she just let her vent. Not everyone can bear the pain of losing a loved one. After a while, the girl gradually stopped crying and looked at Sing Yuan Swejian with tears in her eyes. Thank you for avenging my parents and the villagers here. Sing Yuan Swejian felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. Don't thank me, I'm sorry I couldn't get here in time. If I had been faster, maybe they wouldn't have died. Please don't say that. The fact that you've made it here means you've tried your best. We can only blame these damn beasts, the little girl said hatefully, gritting her teeth. Alas, Sing Yuan Swejian sighed helplessly. What are your plans for the future? The girl was stunned and stood there blankly. She had no home. Oh, come with me, I can find a home for you, Sing Yuan Swejian said softly. The girl stared at Sing Yuan Swejian blankly, and seeing his sincere eyes, she nodded slightly as if possessed by a mysterious force. Let's go. Sing Yuan Swejian took her hand and was about to pull her away. Oh my, what a heartwarming and touching scene. A hoarse voice came from a distance. A figure slowly emerged. He was wearing a white Japanese robe. The waist is cinched with a wide belt and delicately accessorized with two huge purple bow knots hanging down the back. The cuffs were wide, and he was wearing dark clothes underneath. The face in the shadows only showed cold eyes and a strange smile. Ah, the show is over. It's so boring, Orochimaru said with a hoarse voice and a sinister smile. Have you been here all the time? Sing Yuan Swejian asked with a cold look. Orochimaru raised his hands and shrugged his shoulders. Yes, those bandits were too cruel. Are you a ninja? Why don't you save them? The little girl burst into tears. Oh, why should I save them? Orochimaru asked in surprise. Tisk tisk, in this cruel world, it's always you kill me and I kill you. Isn't it normal to be killed if you are not strong enough? Orochimaru laughed cruelly. There may be a lot of darkness in this world. It is your freedom to save him or not, but as a human being, you must at least have humanity. Sing Yuan Swejian stared at Orochimaru coldly. Orochimaru seemed not to have heard what Sing Yuan Swejian said at this moment, and kept staring at him with a dull look in his eyes. You are, Orochimaru said in a trembling voice. Oh, you recognized me, Sing Yuan Swejian laughed. Orochimaru was shocked. How did you survive? Was the experiment successful? The original experiment was just something I did on a whim. It was just a conceptual experiment in theory. This. Sing Yuan Swejian smiled faintly. Orochimaru, I can tell you clearly that your experiment was successful. I have fused the cells of many people and now have many incredible abilities. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru stared blankly at Sing Yuan Swejian and murmured, Is this true? He is still a little overwhelmed, as if he has seen a ghost. Isn't this a perfect container born by nature? Isn't this a container tailor-made for me? Orochimaru's dull gaze gradually turned into ecstasy. Hurry. Let me eat you. I want you. Become my container. Orochimaru's eyes were red, and his look gradually became perverted. Sing Yuan Swejian heard this and said meaningfully, Haha, take your time, today play, I will let you taste the pain I suffered in the past. Sing Yuan Swejian waved at the girl, signaling her to stay away. The girl nodded and immediately ran away. Sing Yuan Swejian no longer hesitated, immediately opened the Sharingan, and instantly cast an illusion towards Orochimaru. Magical, the art of shackles and hangs. In an instant, a mysterious force seemed to condense in the air, and invisible shackles carrying the breath of death attacked Orochimaru. In the illusion space, Orochimaru felt his limbs tighten, and huge metal wedges were nailed into his body all over. The cold touch penetrated his skin and reached his soul. His originally agile body became immobile in an instant, and a look of astonishment flashed across his face. Illusion. Orochimaru, who was under control, reacted immediately. After all, he was a strong man who had experienced many battles, and he was immediately ready to break through the constraints of this illusion. There are many ways to break the illusion, and Orochimaru tried them one by one. But as time went on, he became more frightened. He didn't expect Sing Yuan Swejian's illusion ability to be so strong that he couldn't break free in a short time. At this time, Sing Yuan Swejian seized the opportunity and wanted to give Orochimaru a fatal blow before he could break free. Orochimaru stood there in a daze. At this time, Orochimaru had not yet experienced reincarnation, and his soul power was still quite strong. In the illusion space, Orochimaru tried desperately to break free from the illusion, but he didn't expect that the kid's illusion ability was so difficult to deal with. Sing Yuan Swejian could feel that Orochimaru was about to force his way out of the illusion space. Without any hesitation, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Water style, water break wave. A high-pressure water line shot out from Sing Yuan Swejian's mouth and cut straight towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru had just woken up from the illusion in a daze, and before he was fully conscious, he felt Sing Yuan Swejian's attack coming. Before Orochimaru could react, the sharp water line passed through Orochimaru's body at a high speed. He quickly turned back and drew a big Z shape on Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru's head, body, and legs were all cut off and shattered to the ground. Sing Yuan Swejian let out a long breath and stared at Orochimaru's body. He knew that Orochimaru was not so easy to kill, as he had countless strange ways to save his life. Suddenly, Orochimaru's head fell to the ground and his mouth suddenly opened wide. Woohoo! A sticky arm stretched out from inside, followed by the rest of the body. You almost killed me, Yukamai-kun, he. You're so powerful. Sharingan and superb water-style ninjutsu. This should be a fusion of Uchiha's cell genes and the genes of a water-style ninjutsu master, right? Orochimaru licked his tongue with excitement on his face. Come on, let me test how strong you are. Shadow Snake Hand. Several giant snakes shot out from Orochimaru's sleeves and headed straight for Singyuan Suejian's face. Singyuan Suejian was not at all panicked, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Water-style, water mirror technique. Suddenly, a huge mirror appeared in front of me. The figure of Orochimaru instantly appeared in the mirror, and the same shadow snake hand quickly attacked Orochimaru. As long as you know it, mirroring is also possible. So are you afraid? As long as they are not special people, special bloodline limits, and water mirror techniques can all be copied. Bang! The collision between the ninjutsu produced a huge impact, and the giant snakes on both sides were tightly entangled with each other. Orochimaru immediately dodged away, formed seals with his hands, slammed the ground, and shouted Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. However, just as Orochimaru formed hand seals and released a ninjutsu, the mirror image also released the same ninjutsu at the same time. Boom! Another exchange of ninjutsu, but neither caused any damage. As long as Singyuan Suejian's chakra is not exhausted, this mirror clone will keep pestering him. Whatever you release, it will copy. There is no solution. Just as Orochimaru was fighting fiercely with the mirror version of Orochimaru, Singyuan Suejian secretly came to Orochimaru. Taking advantage of its unpreparedness, he quickly cast an illusion on it. Magic Tree Binding Kill. Orochimaru was hit again, and his body was locked tightly by the tree. Singyuan Suejian's figure quickly emerged from the tree, holding a kunao in her hand and stabbed at Orochimaru's head fiercely. Orochimaru's face immediately turned grim, and he bit his tongue extremely hard. The force was so great that the entire tongue was almost bitten off. The severe pain made him wake up instantly. Relying on his body's instinct, he shook his head with difficulty and avoided Singyuan Suejian's attack. But before he could recover, the mirror clone's attack arrived. Orochimaru was stabbed in the throat by a kunao from his mirror clone, and blood gushed out immediately. Orochimaru reacted extremely quickly and immediately used the Orokai-style substitution technique to escape. Huff, huff, huff. Orochimaru fell to the ground with a pale face, breathing heavily. It's a really uncomfortable feeling to be played around with by others. All attacks are copied. Orochimaru, being an experienced ninja, immediately understood the principle of his water mirror technique and looked at the huge mirror not far away, which was constantly shining on him. He discovered that as long as he didn't use new ninjutsu, the mirror image would not be used. But the more he used it, the more mirror images would be copied, and the stronger it became. The key to this technique should be the mirror, which must be broken immediately. Orochimaru's face was solemn, and he immediately used the shadow clone technique. He created 2 clones and made a feint attack on the mirror. Singyuan Suejian seemed to see through Orochimaru's purpose and showed a disdainful smile on her face. I saw 3 Orochimaru figures taking turns to cover each other and quickly running towards the mirror. Water-style, Teppadama. A huge condensed water ball took shape instantly and shot towards Orochimaru's clone. Bang! Orochimaru's figure was directly shattered into smoke. The other 2 figures were attacking the mirror without hesitation, but before they could get close, the attack of Orochimaru's mirror clone had already arrived. Earth Escape Earth Dragon Bullet. A winding earth dragon spiraled out from the ground and went straight towards Orochimaru's 2 figures to strangle them. Bang bang! Orochimaru's 2 figures turned into smoke and disappeared. All 3 of them are shadow clones. Where is the real one? Singyuan Suejian looked confused. In a flash, a figure quickly broke out from the ground right in front of the mirror. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Orochimaru threw a shuriken, and as his gestures changed, countless shurikens shot towards the mirror. Just when Orochimaru thought he was going to succeed, he didn't notice that the mirror clone in the distance had already disappeared. Orochimaru's mirror clone reappeared on the smooth mirror surface, also using the shuriken shadow clone technique. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of shurikens colliding was endless, and each one was shot down accurately without any error. The mirror clone was even faster, as if it had predicted the outcome. Before the shuriken was shot down, ready for the next attack. Shadow Snake Hand. Several giant snakes tied Orochimaru tightly in a flash. But before Orochimaru could use the substitution technique to break free, Singyuan Suejian's attack had already arrived. Fire-style, Dragon Flame Song Technique. Singyuan Suejian instantly spit out 4 fire dragons from her mouth, attacking Orochimaru from the top, bottom, left and right directions at the same time. This technique is extremely difficult to resist, and without special means, it is difficult to escape its pursuit. Boom boom boom, 4 extreme roars were heard in succession, and Orochimaru and the giant snake that bound him were blown into pieces. Now there was a sudden silence. Cough cough cough, Orochimaru's slimy figure reappeared, a creepy smile on his pale face. That's amazing. I've been killed by you several times, Yukamai-kun. I didn't expect that my casual arrangement would unexpectedly yield such a huge reward, but it's really a pleasant surprise. Isn't this the best container for my next corpse transformation technique? Hahaha. Orochimaru laughed crazily. Seeing Yuangsu saw that he had no expression on his face, but looking at his crazy expression, she couldn't help but sigh, what a pervert. This is the latest forbidden technique I've learned. I haven't used it in practice yet. Let me test it on you today, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Orochimaru quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted loudly, Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Boom, followed by a shaking of the ground. 2 coffins slowly emerged from the ground, with 1 and 2 engraved on their lids respectively. The fires around it are still burning. Xingyuan Suejian stared at the 2 coffins not far away with a serious expression. He already knew who was lying inside. Bang bang. The 2 coffins opened at the same time, and 2 figures slowly walked out of them. The bright firelight slowly illuminated their faces. It was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Both of them had expressionless faces and dull eyes. As the technique was completed, the 2 gradually regained consciousness. Where is this? Asked Hashirama Senju with a confused look on his face. Brother, we were summoned by the Impure World Reincarnation Technique. You can tell at a glance that Tobirama Senju is very familiar with the ninjutsu he developed. Oh, it's the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, the one you developed to fool the dead. Ah, bastard, I told you not to study these things. Senju Hashirama cursed angrily. Senju Tobirama ignored his elder brother's shouting and turned to look at Orochimaru. Hey, boy, did you summon us out? Don't you know that the dead cannot be disturbed at will? Orochimaru said in a hoarse and sinister voice. Second Hokage, this ninjutsu was originally developed by you. Isn't it for future generations to use? He. The second Hokage was furious. You. Xingyuan Suejian hurried forward to explain. Master Shot Aim, Master Night Aim, I am a ninja from Konoha. My name is Xingyuan Suejian. I came here to carry out a mission, but I didn't expect to meet him halfway. This person is Orochimaru, a disciple of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was discovered for conducting cruel human experiments and later defected from Konoha and has remained there ever since. Defecting from Konoha and conducting human experiments. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had a gloomy expression when he heard this. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, also had an ugly expression on his face. Monkey is really blind. How could he accept such a thing as his disciple? The 2 Hokage chakra was seen gushing out, as if it was out of control. Orochimaru's face changed drastically, and he hurried forward, quickly forming seals with his hands. The 2 Hokage regained their composure in an instant, their eyes becoming dull again. Haha, let's forget about reminiscing about the past. Although the strength of the unconscious Impure World Reincarnation body is greatly reduced, it can still be used. Orochimaru laughed coldly. Then he controlled the 2 of them to rush towards Xingyuan Suejian. Xingyuan stood still without changing her expression when she saw him, and quickly formed seals with her hands. In an instant, the surrounding water vapor began to gather frantically, and a huge and transparent water mirror reappeared. At this time, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, who were reincarnated by Orochimaru, rushed towards him like surging waves under his control. Xingyuan Suejian looked determined and used the water mirror technique to accurately reflect the figures of the first and second generation Hokage in the mirror. The image in the mirror gradually solidified, and 2 illusory yet extremely realistic Mirror Image 1 and Mirror Image 2 stepped out from it. Then he rushed towards the 2 Impure World Form Hokage without hesitation, and the battle between the Mirror Image and the Impure World Form began immediately. Would release, Violent Spear Tree. The first Hokage of the Impure World Reincarnation waved his thick would release arm, and the branches shot out like sharp arrows. The mirror image of the first Hokage responded with the same move. The collision of the wood release and the wood release made a dull loud noise, shaking the earth. The second Hokage unleashed the powerful water-style, Water Dragon Bullet technique. The huge water dragon roared and pounced on the opposite side, and the mirror image second generation Hokage was not to be outdone. The water dragons entangled and bit each other, and the splashing water seemed like a torrential rain. Xingyuan Suejian stood aside, concentrating on feeling the condition of her body. Sweat oozed from her forehead because her chakra consumption was too great. Before Xingyuan Suejian could catch her breath, the first Hokage's attack came again. Would release, Tree World arrives. I saw big trees emerging from the ground madly and sweeping towards Xingyuan Suejian. The mirror clone did not hesitate to use the wood realm to descend, and the trees on both sides entangled with each other and attacked each other. Water style, water breaking wave, a sharp line of water attacked from a distance, and the mirror image of the second generation Hokage beside Xingyuan Suejian also responded. Two thin and sharp water lines attacked each other and once again cancelled each other out. Plop. Xingyuan Suejian's face was pale as he supported himself on the ground with his hands. His chakra was almost exhausted. Hey, your water mirror technique's mirror clone consumes your own chakra, right? And my impure world body doesn't consume my own chakra, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. Huff, huff, huff. miscalculated. Xing Yuan Shuejian took a deep breath and trembled, then released the water mirror technique. There's no other way, the energy consumption is too high. It's okay when encountering a single enemy, or multiple enemies with insufficient chakra, but there is no way to deal with this kind of filthy earth body, and it is impossible to overcome it. The tree world descent released by the mirror clone just now actually consumed nearly half of his own chakra. You should know that Xing Yuan Shuejian's chakra at this moment is several times more than that of an ordinary senior ninja, but it is still not enough. Water mirror technique is a very powerful ninjutsu. Under normal circumstances, using this technique against the enemy can make the opponent suffer unbearable pain, which is equivalent to 2 against 1 and very comfortable. But if you meet a chakra monster like Senju Hashirama, he doesn't need to do anything. He will just release several super large ninjutsu for you to copy, and you will die from chakra exhaustion. After all, it was too early to be happy. Orochimaru was indeed one of the 3 most famous ninjas in the ninja world. He saw the flaw of this technique after fighting for a while. It seems that I can only rely on myself. Xing Yuanxiu's face was solemn. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the originally complicated seal was quickly completed after his deep understanding and simplification. Darkness walking technique. The surrounding space was quickly surrounded by darkness, and it was pitch black so that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. After being strengthened by multiple cell gene fusions, Xing Yuan Shuejian's mental power has become unprecedentedly strong. The dark art is completely different from the previous one. Orochimaru also had a solemn expression at this moment. He certainly knew about the second Hokage's dark walking technique, which was an illusion developed against the Uchiha clan, but I have never seen anyone use this technique to such a high level. Even the second Hokage himself could not achieve such an effect. At this moment, Orochimaru felt like he had fallen into an endless abyss, unable to see a trace of light or perceive any information. Orochimaru immediately summoned the impure world form of Hashirama Senju to his side. Since he couldn't see it, he used ninjutsu to cover it. Would release Tree World Advent. I saw huge trees rising from the ground one after another, spreading in all directions. Orochimaru, who was still in the dark walking technique, was now carefully controlling the impure world body. There was no sound in the darkness, and Orochimaru only felt something cutting and sliding through his body. Orochimaru's body fell to the ground and split into 2 in an instant. Xing Yuan Shuejian, who was hiding in the dark, breathed a sigh of relief. I found you. Orochimaru's strange voice came lightly from his ear. A glimmer of fire suddenly appeared in the pitch-black environment and then slowly spread out. When Xing Yuan Shuejian heard Orochimaru's sudden whisper in her ear, she was instantly shocked. Orochimaru's body, which was originally cut in half by the water wave, slowly turned into a pile of yellow earth. Xing Yuan Shue's face tightened when she saw him, and she immediately wanted to drive her body away from the spot, but she found that her body was tightly wrapped by a bunch of trees, and she could not move at all, and the chakra in her body was rapidly lost. The dark movement technique also became ineffective due to lack of chakra supply. Yukamai-kun, you don't have enough combat experience, hee. Orochimaru walked out slowly from behind with a sinister look. Xing Yuan Shuejian was a little panicked. Her body was completely restricted and she could not move at all. She felt that the chakra in her body was being rapidly absorbed by the would-release ninjutsu. Orochimaru walked forward slowly with an excited look on his face and licked his lips subconsciously. After all, I created you, and you will eventually make me successful. This is fate, Yukamai-kun. Xing Yuan Shuejian opened her mouth weakly, wanting to say something. Sudden dash. A slender figure rushed out and stood in front of Xing Yuan Shuejian. You are not allowed to hurt him. The girl glared at Orochimaru. Oh, another touching bond plot, tisk tisk. Can I give you a moment? Let me be moved. Orochimaru licked his tongue and said sinisterly. Xing Yuan Shuejian was sweating profusely, his face pale, and he said weakly, go quickly, you will only die here. If you have a chance, go to Konoha, where you can live in the future. The girl shook her head firmly and stood in front of him without saying a word. It's so boring, I thought there would be some touching moments of life and death. Orochimaru looked disappointed. Since there's nothing more to say, then Yukamai-kun, please follow me. Orochimaru was about to go forward and take Xing Yuan Shuejian away, but he saw the girl suddenly turn over, picked up the kunao on the ground and rushed towards Orochimaru. No, go away, you idiot. Xing Yuan Shuejian's eyes were red and bloodshot. He. Orochimaru casually grabbed the girl's hand holding the kunao, and then stabbed the kunao into the girl's neck with his backhand. Squeak! Blood suddenly gushed out, splashing all over Xing Yuan Shuejian's face. This. Xing Yuan Shuejian was stunned and murmured absent-mindedly, why did you kill her? In Xing Yuan Shuejian's opinion, Orochimaru only needed to kick her away, and she posed no threat to him, but, for the first time, he experienced a person being killed right in front of him because of him. Orochimaru looked at the demented Xing Yuan Shuejian, and kept muttering why? Because I'm weak. Living like an ant is worse than dying, I've already told you that, didn't I? Only eternal life is his lifelong pursuit. As long as he obtains Xing Yuan Shuejian's body and then performs reincarnation without corpse, he will be one step closer to his goal. Orochimaru was fantasizing excitedly. However, he did not notice that Sengyuan Suejian's eyes were quietly changing as he lowered his head. The original 3 Magatama Sharinan is gradually changing into a gear pattern. Mangekyo Sharinan. Sengyuan Suejian gradually came back to her senses from her sadness, feeling the information coming from her mind. From the information that emerged, we learned that the name of the kaleidoscope skill is Time Apocalypse. Ability of the left eye can turn back time and return to a time point in the past according to the amount of pupil power consumed. Ability of the right eye can make time stand still instantly, and travel through the still time according to the pupil power consumed. This dot is too strong. Sengyuan Suejian carefully felt the information in his mind and suddenly his face became dull. Looking at Orochimaru, who was slowly approaching with ill intentions and with a weird smile on his face, Sengyuan Suejian did not hesitate at all. Time revelation, time goes back. I saw the gear in Sengyuan Suejian's left eye turn with a click. Suddenly, my mind was like a slideshow, with the scenes that happened before flashing by frame by frame. Sengyuan Suejian suddenly felt dizzy, and a sharp pain broke out in his eyes. A tear of blood flowed from his left eye. Although this pupil technique is extremely powerful, the longer the time of retrospection, the more pupil power is consumed, and the side effects are extremely severe. Stop hesitating and freeze time quickly. Sengyuan Suejian suddenly felt dizzy, and the scene in front of her eyes gradually became clear. Oh, another touching bond plot. Tisk tisk, can I give you a moment? Let me be moved. When she heard Orochimaru's annoying voice again, Sengyuan Suejian knew that she had successfully traveled back. You're so touched. The Mangekyo Sharinan was instantly activated, and a sense of innate ability emerged in Sengyuan Suejian's mind. The power of God. It is the ultimate power that resides in the eyes of those of the Uchiha clan who have opened the Mangekyo Sharinan. Susanoo. In an instant, a black skeleton appeared. In an instant, it wrapped around Sengyuan Suejian's whole body, and the wood-style tree trunk wrapped around her body was shattered instantly. The skeleton was emitting faint black flames, and Sengyuan Suejian, who was standing in the center of the skeleton, had red light flashing in his eyes. From a distance, he looked like a messenger from hell. What is this? Orochimaru was stunned by the scene before him. Sengyuan Suejian slowly raised his skeleton hand and pushed the girl away. Seeing her still alive, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Go, stay away from here, I'll take care of him. The girl looked at Sengyuan Suejian in a daze after hearing this. After he seemed to be in good spirits, he nodded and ran away. Orochimaru hadn't recovered from his shock when he suddenly seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, This is the legendary Mangekyo Sharinan of the Uchiha clan? Looking at Sengyuan Suejian's eyes, there was a pattern that had never been seen before, like a gear pattern. Yes, it was the Mangekyo Sharinan recorded in the data. Orochimaru immediately laughed ecstatically, and even his face was distorted with laughter. Another unexpected gain. Not only does it have a 3 Magatama Sharinan, but it also has a Mangekyo. It was the right decision to go out and watch the fun tonight. Burp, you seem very happy? Sengyuan said indifferently with an expressionless face as he listened to the annoying voice like broken glass. Of course, I never believed in miracles, but it really happened tonight. It's incredible. Suejian-kun, I really thank you. Thank you for sacrificing your body and making such a great contribution to my path to immortality. Oh, then you're welcome. You won't be able to live forever because you're going to die. Sengyuan Suejian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the gear in Sengyuan Suejian's kaleidoscope right eye clicked and turned. Silence, everything in the world suddenly stopped. Time completely stopped at this moment. The power in his kaleidoscope right eye was being consumed rapidly and madly at an astonishing rate. Without hesitation, Sengyuan Suejian controlled Susanoo and instantly came in front of Orochimaru, and smashed down hard with the huge skeleton fist in her hand. Bang, bang, bang. The earth shook and Orochimaru's body was instantly smashed into a meat patty. Absolutely dead. No sign of life at all. There was not even a moment for Orochimaru to use the great snake-style substitution technique, and he was instantly annihilated. Feeling that the power of his pupil was still rapidly dissipating, Sengyuan Suejian immediately deactivated the ability of his right eye. Click! The kaleidoscope gear in the right eye turned back slightly. There was no other way. The pupil power was really depleted. Sengyuan Suejian could feel that if he used the power of his eyes without restraint, he would soon go blind. The ability of this pair of kaleidoscopes is undoubtedly top-notch, and nothing related to time is weak. But at this stage, it can only be used as a trump card, unless there is a way to restore pupil power in the future. In a static world, Orochimaru was hammered for about 10 seconds, but in reality, the interval was less than a moment. Orochimaru was standing there with a sinister smile on his face in the last second, and in the next moment he instantly turned into a piece of meat patty. He should be dead, right? Sengyuan Suejian murmured uncertainly. Worried, he added another fire-style, great fireball technique. The meat patties were roasted directly and then burned to ashes. Sengyuan Suejian knows Orochimaru's methods very well, and has come up with various ways to save his life. With a tired look on her face, Xingyuan Suejian immediately released Susanoo and Mangekyo Sherinan, and her eyes returned to normal black. Seeing the battle gradually subsided, a girl's figure came running quickly from a distance. "Are you okay? Is that man dead?" The girl looked around angrily. Xingyuan Suejian looked at the remaining ashes on the ground, took a deep breath, and nodded gently. "I think so, let's go." The girl nodded silently, took one last look at the village that was still burning, wiped away her tears, and then left with Xingyuan Suejian without looking back. In a dark laboratory. Tick-tock. In the silent laboratory, a girl lying on the experimental table suddenly opened her eyes, her pale face full of fear. Huff, 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 he was really killed. How did he do that? Orochimaru gasped for breath. He had no idea that he would be killed instantly without any warning. He didn't even have time to react and lost consciousness. If it weren't for the backup plan left in the laboratory, we would be doomed this time. The girl in front of him is the vessel into which Orochimaru will be reincarnated. The ritual of the non-corpse reincarnation technique has already been arranged. If Orochimaru hadn't seen the fire tonight and decided to go out for a walk on a whim, he would have been ready to reincarnate by now. At this time, Orochimaru did not feel the joy of successful reincarnation. Although he was reincarnated successfully, it was not perfect, because the soul and consciousness remaining in the reincarnated body at this time are only a small part, and the original body should be required to cooperate in reincarnation. But the main body was directly destroyed, resulting in the loss of a large part of the soul. The only way is to find a way to recover the lost part of the soul. Fortunately, I have not died, my soul has not returned to the Pure Land, and it has not been sealed, so I can try to find it. How abominable! Orochimaru pounded the lab table unwillingly. You are clearly the best vessel, why are you resisting? Why don't you just let yourself be possessed? Thinking of Xingyuan Suejian's abilities and the coveted Mangekyo Sherinan, Orochimaru couldn't help but tremble with excitement. But then he thought that the time interval between reincarnations was at least 3 years, and Orochimaru couldn't imagine what Xingyuan Suejian would grow into in these 3 years. Thinking back to the previous battles and the inexplicable instant death in the end, Orochimaru felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Orochimaru shook his head in despair. He knew very well that he could no longer deal with Xingyuan Suejian with his current strength. It will be even worse in the future. He will only get stronger. Suddenly, Orochimaru was stunned and muttered to himself, "Yes, since I created a Xingyuan Suejian, why can't I create another one?" The more Orochimaru thought about it, the more he felt that this matter had great potential. He could clearly remember every step and every link of the experiment. Yeah, why bother messing with a grown tiger? Wouldn't a newborn cub be easier to control? Orochimaru became more and more excited the more he thought about it, but the most urgent thing at the moment was to find the missing soul to avoid any accidents. At this moment, crisp footsteps were heard outside the laboratory. A silver-haired boy wearing round-framed glasses pushed open the door and walked in. "Oh, it's Kabuto," Orochimaru said weakly. Kabuto looked suspicious. "Lord Orochimaru? It's me. I just reincarnated, and something unexpected happened. The process wasn't perfect. How could this happen? Haven't we been preparing for a long time? Is there something wrong?" Do looked surprised. "No, my original body met with an accident and died. I was forced to reincarnate now. Kabuto, let's talk later. Take me to find my remaining soul outside right now. I can sense the direction. Hurry," Orochimaru said anxiously with a face full of anxiety. Kabuto nodded when he heard that, and with a puzzled look on his face, he carried Orochimaru on his back to the place where the battle had taken place before. When the two arrived at the previous village, the fire had subsided. Everywhere were traces of the fire, it was pitch black and filled with smoke. Kabuto and Orochimaru came to the place where they had fought before. It was a mess with traces of destruction left by various ninjutsu. "I sensed it." Orochimaru looked excited. Orochimaru quickly formed seals with his hands, and the residual souls around him seemed to be attracted by something and rushed into Orochimaru's body. After a long time, Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. "Ha! Luckily we arrived in time. If it had been a few days later, who knows where it would have drifted to," Orochimaru said with a look of relief. Orochimaru, whose soul was restored, took Kabuto back to the underground base and told him a series of events that happened there. "Xingyuan Suejian, is he so powerful?" Do looked puzzled, with a hint of gloating. Orochimaru's face was solemn, and then he said with fear, "Yes, he is the product of my experiment. He has grown up and has various chakra attributes. He has also awakened the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sherinan. I have decided, I will restart this experimental plan. I will create another Xingyuan Suejian to prepare for my next reincarnation," Orochimaru said excitedly and confidently. Kabuto looked at Orochimaru with an excited face and could only nod blankly. On the other side, Xingyuan Suejian was walking with the girl on the path of Tianziguo. "By the way, I haven't asked you before, what's your name?" Xingyuan Suejian suddenly felt curious. "My name is Hong Lien." The girl looked at Xingyuan Suejian shyly. "Hong Lien, isn't this the female ninja under Orochimaru who can use crystal release?" The one who was brainwashed by Orochimaru and wanted to become his container seemed to have a good ending after coming to his senses later on. Hello, my name is Xing Swejian. Hello. Looking at his handsome face and gentle smile, Hong Lian felt as if something in her heart was gently touched. I still have a bandit suppression mission to complete. Do you want to come with me? Or should I take you to find a place to stay and wait for me first? Xing Swejian turned his head and asked. I doubt I'll go with you. Hong Lian's face was flushed at the moment and no one knew what she was thinking. The two first found a small shop, went in to eat something, and then went to a robber's den together. The two came to the mountain where the bandits gathered, and Xing Swejian Lian hid in a secluded bush. You stay here and guard it, I'll take care of them quickly. Hong Lian nodded sensibly after hearing this. You must be careful. Xing Swejian nodded slightly and turned into the darkness. Xing Swejian was agile and rushed into the bandits' den in the mountains as swiftly as a cheetah. As soon as he entered the den of thieves, a group of robbers came roaring in, brandishing all kinds of weapons. One of the robbers with a face full of flesh shouted, "Who are you from? How dare you trespass on our territory? You are tired of living." Xing Swejian's eyes were stern, like a cold star, and the kunao in his hand flashed with a cold light under the moonlight. He suddenly turned around, and the kunao in his hand was like a dragon emerging from the sea, instantly piercing the throat of the robber in front, and blood spurted out like an arrow. Seeing this, another bandit shouted in fear, "This is a tricky thing to do, brothers, come on." The robbers rushed forward, shouting and cursing, "Kill him, don't let him get away." Ha ha. There was no fear in Xing Swejian's eyes, that he said nothing and his figure was like a ghost. He flicked his wrist, and several kunao shot out at a speed as fast as meteors chasing the moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The kunao accurately cut through the air and instantly pierced the throats and chests of the bandits in the front. The bandits widened their eyes and made a clucking sound in their throats. Before they fell to the ground, Xing Swejian had passed by them like a gust of wind. He twisted and turned in the crowd, the kunao in his hand flashing with cold light, and every time he swung it, it brought up a bloody mist. The ground beneath my feet became muddy due to the stain of blood, mixed with fallen leaves and dust. A skinny bandit, seeing the situation was not good, immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Sir, please spare my life. I was forced to become a bandit." Xing Swejian just glanced at him coldly, but the kunao in his hand did not stop, continuing to reap the sinful lives. In a moment, there were no more survivors in the robber's den, only deathly silence. The night wind blew, and the bloody smell filled the mountains and forests, lingering for a long time. There was no ripple on Xing Swejian's stern face, as if he had just done something very ordinary. Only the blood on the ground witnessed the killing he had just done. The first light of dawn appeared in the blood-stained sky, as if to break the long night of sin. Xing Swejian stood quietly there. Hong Lian saw from a distance that the battle had subsided, so he hurried over. "Are you okay?" Xing Swejian nodded gently. "It's okay, they are just a group of bandits without chakra." "Why are they so bad? Aren't they just ordinary people?" Hong Lian looked at the corpses on the ground in confusion. Xing Swejian looked at Hong Lian solemnly and said in a deep voice, "When they picked up the knife, they were no longer ordinary people. They may have been ordinary farmers before, but after becoming bandits, they lost their humanity. They will double the suffering they endured and hurt others in return. This is a psychological distortion." Hong Lian nodded seriously upon hearing this. "Yes, these evildoers deserve to die." At this time, a noisy sound came from behind the hill. Xing Swejian and Hong Lian hurried to check, only to see several ragged women and children imprisoned in several dilapidated houses. They were all pale and thin, and one of the children had fallen to the ground, lifeless. The noisy noise just now was made by this group of women. "Oh!" Xing Swejian sighed heavily. Then he stepped forward, cut the chains, and led them all out. When they arrived at the front and saw the bodies of the robbers on the ground, they burst into tears. Some of them even picked up stones and smashed the bodies of the robbers madly. Seeing them venting wildly, Xing Swejian did not stop them. This may be their only way of revenge. "Hong Lian, you stay here and watch over them. I'm going to find the robbers' warehouse." Hong Lian nodded with red eyes. Xing Swejian came to the inside of the bandits' lair and saw a locked door. She cut the lock with a knife. It was discovered that there were a lot of supplies piled up inside, which should have been the accumulation of the bandits over the years. Xing Swejian spent a long time packing and brought all the supplies, money, and food to the courtyard in front. After the women had vented their anger, they were exhausted and knelt on the ground, hugging each other and crying. "I've killed all the bandits. You're free now. Go back. Here are their belongings and food. Divide them all up." Xing Swejian then called Hong Lian, "Go and help them distribute it." Hong Lian nodded and distributed the clothes, food, and money evenly to each of them. The women all came to Xing Swejian and bowed, saying, "Thank you, sir, for saving us and helping us get revenge. There's no need to be like this. You should go back to your respective homes and forget the past. Everything will be fine in the future." Xing Swejian comforted softly. Looking at their figures gradually disappearing in the distance, Xing Swejian felt uncomfortable. Perhaps he still retains the thinking of modern people and cannot treat human life as worthless. When he encounters people suffering, he still subconsciously wants to help. It's not that I'm too sanctimonious, I just don't want to lose my humanity. I always want to remind myself that I'm still a human being. Let's go. The mission information says there's still one bandit doing evil. We can go back after we kill them. Hong Lian stared at Sing Yuan Shuejian's profile in a daze and nodded slightly. What kind of person is he? He is decisive and merciless on the battlefield. He treats suffering civilians with compassion, and his kindness and cruelty are perfectly embodied in him, which makes Hong Lian very curious about him. The two men traveled all night and finally arrived at another bandit gathering place before dawn. There were not many bandits here, only about 10, but Sing Yuan Shuejian felt the chakra fluctuations among them. There are ninjas among this group of bandits. They must be rebels or wandering ninjas. You better hide well and don't come out. Okay, go ahead and don't worry, I'll hide well. The bandits were sleeping in a mess around the campfire, with many wine jars scattered around them. Sing Yuan Shuejian came to them with an expressionless face, holding a kunao in his hand, and wiped their necks one by one while they woke up from their sleep. Perhaps the smell of blood was too strong. The three bandit ninjas in the house became alert instantly, flashed out of the room, and surrounded Sing Yuan Shuejian in a triangle. Kid, how dare you kill our brothers? Where did you come from? The bandit leader asked cautiously. Xing Yuanxiu saw the cold expression on his face and tapped the forehead protector lightly. Oh, little brother, you're a ninja from Konoha. Water style, water break wave. I saw an extremely compressed high-pressure water line sliding across their necks at an extremely fast speed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground were heard. The bandit leader still had an incredible look on his face. Sing Yuan Shuejian spat, so much nonsense. After checking the house, we found a lot of valuables, but no one was imprisoned. This group of robbers probably only killed people and robbed them of their money, and they didn't have the habit of kidnapping people. After packing up all the valuables with the sealing scroll, put them into the backpack. These ill-gotten gains can be used to buy some new clothes and toys for the children. Sing Yuan Shuejian nodded with satisfaction. After returning to Hong Lian's hiding place, Hong Lian was surprised. So soon? Well, most of them are still asleep, but I sent them directly to the Pure Land. Sing Yuan Shuejian said casually. Can you teach me ninjutsu? Hong Lian asked Sing Yuan Shuejian carefully. Oh, you want to be a ninja? Well, I want to learn something, and then I want to protect some people, and also kill some people. Hong Lian looked serious. Sing Yuan Shuejian pondered for a moment and then nodded. I will teach you how to extract chakra first, and you will learn it slowly. Chakra is the basic energy for a ninja to perform ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. It is a mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy. In the cells of the human body, it is a manifestation of the body's vitality. And spiritual energy comes from the ninja's spirit, will, and emotions. Hong Lian listened attentively and wrote down everything Sing Yuan Shuejian said without missing a word. Let's go to the town to rest up, buy some local specialties, and then set off back to Konoha tomorrow. Then the two of them came to the streets of the town of Tianzikuni. Hong Lian was extremely excited along the way. She had rarely been to such a place since she was a child. The only time was when her father brought her to sell firewood. Her father also bought her some delicious 3-color meatballs, which were the best thing she had ever eaten. Sing Yuan Shuejian looked at Hong Lian staring at the shop of 3-color meatballs in a daze. Then he took her hand and walked forward and said, Boss, please give me 2 servings of 3-color meatballs. Okay, please wait a moment, sir. After paying the money, Sing Yuan Shuejian handed the 3-colored meatball in her hand to Hong Lian. Eat. Sing Yuan Shuejian said softly. Hong Lian stared blankly at Sing Yuan Shuejian. Thank you. Thank you. Sing Yuan Shuejian looked at Hong Lian eating with tears in her eyes and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. On the streets of Tianquo. After eating the 3-colored meatballs, Sing Yuan Shuejian took Hong Lian to the clothing store again. Looking at Hong Lian, she was wearing tattered clothes with several patches on them. Sing Yuan Shuejian waved and called the proprietress over. Please, give her a few sets of clothes, both inside and out, and the best. When the proprietress heard this, she immediately smiled and said, Don't worry, leave it to me. Come with me, young lady. Hong Lian looked at Sing Yuan Shuejian somewhat embarrassedly. Go ahead, after you buy some, we'll go eat something delicious. Sing Yuan Shuejian said with a smile. Watching Hong Lian follow the proprietress into the fitting room, Sing Yuan Shuejian felt a lot of emotion in her heart. The little girl had a hard life since she was a child. It was okay when her parents were around and she had the company of her family, but without her parents, she was like a rootless duckweed. It seems that I have to be nicer to her in the future. It's none of my business to care about other people's sufferings, but since we have known each other, I can't just sit back and watch. Recalling the girl who stood in front of him without hesitation when facing Orochimaru, Sing Yuan Shuejian gradually showed a smile. Just as Sing Yuan Shuejian was daydreaming, Hong Lian changed her outfit with the help of the proprietress. She wore a dark green dress, slim black trousers, and brown leather sandals. Yeah, it looks good. You should grow your hair long in the future, comb it all back, and expose your forehead. Don't make it puffy like a hedgehog. Xing Yuan Shuejian covered her mouth and chuckled. Hong Lian blushed and whispered, yeah, okay. Boss, please give me a few more sets based on this size. The proprietress was delighted when she heard this. Okay, young master, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The two left the clothing store carrying large and small bags. Let's find a place to stay first, put these things in the room, and then go shopping, how about that? Hong Lian blushed the whole time and whispered, you decide. Then the two of them came to the accommodation, checked into 2 rooms, threw their belongings into the rooms, and went out shopping. Along the way, the two of them ate barbecue, played goldfish scoop together, and participated in a big eater competition. Xing Yuan Shuejian ate 18 bowls of ramen and won the first prize. Hong Lian waved his arms and shouted excitedly in the audience. The two of them had a crazy day and it was already dusk when they came back. Arriving at the door, Hong Lian said softly, Shuejian-kun, thank you for today. I know you want me to forget my worries and get out of the pain and haze. Today is the happiest day since I was born. Xing Yuan Shuejian sighed softly. He planned to place Hong Lian in an orphanage. With the company of many people in the future, she should be able to gradually get over the pain of losing her loved ones. After Xing Yuan Shuejian returned to the room, he first went to the bathroom to take a bath, then came to the room and sat cross-legged, thinking carefully about what had happened in the past few days. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Xing Yuan Shuejian. Shuejian, long time no see, how are you? Do, I guessed you would come, I'm waiting for you here, haha. Xing Yuan Shuejian hurriedly stood up and walked forward, hugging Do tightly. Do hadn't seen Xing Yuan Shuejian for a long time, and he was very excited. After all, he had been lurking around the enemy under high pressure for a long time and had to disguise himself as the enemy's confidant. This is a great test of a person's willpower. People who are not firm in their hearts will either be seen through by others or have mental problems and be assimilated by the enemy. Do, what's going on? Can you come back now? You don't have to be undercover anymore, right? Xing Yuan Shuejian asked expectantly. Kabuto saw the concern in Xing Yuan Shuejian's words and said softly, I'm fine now, don't worry, Orikimura trusts me now, there is no danger. Shuejian, you are really strong now. You even killed Orikimura. If he didn't have the secret technique reincarnation of the corpse, he would have been killed by you. But even if he was resurrected by using the backhand, you still beat him half to death. Today I even went out with him to retrieve his lost soul. Xing Yuan Shuejian had long known that Orikimura was not easy to kill, and he had come up with all kinds of weird life-saving methods. He was originally researching immortality, which was all related to life, so it would be strange if he could be killed in one go. Well, I know Orikimura quite well, I don't expect to kill him, I just want to scare him and stop bothering me in the future. Xing Yuan Shuejian smiled indifferently. You know what, he's really scared of you. He's still wondering how you killed him, haha. It's right to be afraid. When Xing Yuan Shuejian thought about the power of the kaleidoscope, even he himself felt it was incredible. It was simply too powerful. I awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan during the battle with Orikimura. Its ability is related to time. I accelerated time to quickly move to his side and killed him. Xing Yuan Shuejian said calmly. Regarding the ability of the kaleidoscope, this is his ultimate trump card. He cannot tell anyone, especially the ability to go back in time, which is an ability that can change destiny and must never be known to others. We can simply say that time stands still as time accelerates, so that you can understand it easily. Although the two are very similar, they are ultimately different. Time stillness means freezing time at this moment. In a still world, it is equivalent to accelerating time countless times to carry out activities. When everything is over, the reality is actually just a moment away. Time acceleration is similar to a low-profile version of time stillness. It also acts on oneself, speeding up one's own time. It is equivalent to making an action that originally took 10 seconds to complete take only 10 seconds. It only takes 5 seconds. Kabuto was also shocked when he heard this, so strong, no wonder Orikimura didn't even know how he died. After Orikimura saw how terrifying you were, he really didn't want to attack you anymore. But now he's looking for experimental subjects again, intending to replicate your success. Xing Yuan Shuejian sneered at the words and said, I expected this day to come. When he sees my ability, he will definitely find a way to replicate it. But it's almost impossible to succeed. I've said before, my success was just an unexpected accident. If it were someone else, the success rate would be 0. It's just a pity for those innocent test subjects. Xing Yuan Shuejian can't do anything about it. Hunting down Orikimura, unrealistic, kill him once, and then he'll be resurrected in some corner, and then do experiments again. How can you kill them all? You can't follow Orikimura around every day to save people. Let him do whatever he wants. Just don't bother me. You can look at the situation and leave him when you feel the time is right. Okay? Xing Yuan Shuejian said seriously. Don't worry, I know my limits. By the way, I have some forbidden techniques from Orikimura. Do you want them? Impure world reincarnation and corpse reincarnation. I don't use these. Just learn them on your own. Don't use them, especially reincarnation. It has huge drawbacks. You'll understand what happened to Orikimura in the future. Now Orikimura can still slightly resist Seijan Yukamai's illusion because he has not experienced reincarnation yet, and his soul power is still strong enough that if he meets him again after reincarnation several times, By then, just a glance would be enough to make him unable to stop. You know, his current illusion ability is much stronger than Itaka's. Do nodded carefully after hearing this. Okay, I'll remember, I've been out for a while, I should go back. Xing Yuan Shuejian patted Do's shoulder and nodded gently. Then Kabuto flashed and disappeared into the darkness. The next morning, the dawnlight gently enveloped the earth like a veil. Xing Yuan Shuejian woke up from the bed and stretched comfortably. After quickly washing up and opening the door, Hong Lian from the opposite room also opened the door and came out. Today, Hong Lian was wearing the dark green outfit she bought yesterday. The only change was that her hair was combed back, revealing her smooth forehead. The hair on the back of her head was no longer standing up like before. She looked like a fresh and clean girl. Good morning, Hong Lian, you look very beautiful today. Xing Yuan Shuejian encouraged. Good morning, Yukamai-kun. Hong Lian's face suddenly turned red. Come on, let's go get something to eat and then head home. Hong Lian was stunned when she heard this and asked, go home? Yes, my home will be your home from now on. My family is very big, with many people. Xing Yuan Shuejian seemed to recall something and smiled gently. Hong Lian looked at Xing Yuan Shuejian with red eyes, then nodded heavily. Yes, go home. After finishing breakfast, the two of them slowly walked away towards Konoha. After a day's journey, the two finally set foot in the territory of the Fire Nation. When passing through a small village, the two rested there, and in a small tavern, Xing Yuan Shuejian saw a familiar figure. Lord Jiraiya? Xing Yuan Shuejian hurried forward and said. Jiraiya was drinking alone at the moment, and turned back in confusion after hearing the voice. Oh, who are you? Hello, Master Jiraiya, I am a ninja from Konoha. My name is Seijan Yukamite. I just returned from a mission to the land of rice. Oh, haha, so, did the mission go well? Jiraiya asked casually. Jiraiya should be searching the world for Orochimaru at this time, as the bond between them is always unclear. Well, it went pretty smoothly. It was a bandit suppression mission, but there were some unexpected events along the way. I encountered the traitorous ninja Orochimaru during the mission. What? Jiraiya was shocked. Where did you meet him? I met him in Tianziguo. He seems to have been arresting people for human experiments recently. What? Jiraiya immediately became furious. How could this bastard do this? In the land of rice, right? I'll go find him right away. Jiraiya immediately stood up and wanted to go to Orochimaru. Xing Yuan Shuejian hurried forward to stop him. Don't be impatient, Master Jiraiya, I have some information to share with you. Before you were away from the village, something happened in the village. The Uchiha clan had a conflict with Danzo's root. Danzo has now been dismissed from all his positions, and the root has been disbanded and merged into the Umbu. Also, we encountered a powerful enemy during a mission. He had wavy eyes and could perform some strange abilities. The organization he belongs to is very powerful and is full of traitorous ninjas. If you encounter him in the future, please be careful. This. Jiraiya stared at Xing Yuan Shuejian in amazement. Is this all true? Jiraiya's three views were completely shattered. The old man and Danzo were almost like a pair of pants. Could he remove Danzo's roots? And wasn't that Nagato with the wavy eyes? How had he formed an organization with a bunch of renegade ninjas, and even attacked the Konoha ninjas? Jiraiya's mind was in a tizzy. It's true. You'll know all this when you return to the village. Later, I learned from various sources that the man who attacked us was named Uzumaki Nagato. Those eyes possess many incredible abilities. It's really. It's Nagato. What does he want to do? Jiraiya muttered with dull eyes. The reason why Xing Yuan Shuejian told Jiraiya the information about Orochimaru was that she wanted Jiraiya to harass Orochimaru constantly so that he could not do experiments with peace of mind, and also indirectly save some innocent people persecuted by Orochimaru. Telling Jiraiya about Nagato's information is actually risky. Because Nagato and his team have just started their initial organizational activities, there is no possibility of information leakage. And Xing Yuan Shuejian finally told Jiraiya about it. Because Xing Yuan Shuejian liked this character very much in her previous life, and didn't want him to die in such a miserable way at the hands of her traitor. Since I have changed the fate of so many people, this one more won't make a difference. Xing Yuan Shuejian, right, thank you for your information, it's very useful to me, Jiraiya said gratefully. Master Jiraiya, the information about Orochimaru is not important, but please keep Nagato's matter a secret for me. You only need to know it. He couldn't explain to him the source of the information because there were too many loopholes. Who could believe that a 10-year-old kid could have such a network of connections and intelligence? I could only vaguely tell him that it was provided to him by someone else. Jiraiya's face turned serious when he heard this, and then he nodded heavily. He knew very well the importance of intelligence and the danger of undercover agents providing intelligence. He would never do anything to betray others. Don't worry, as a ninja I will never betray my companions. We can talk about Nagato later. Knowing some of his information is enough. Orochimaru is my primary target right now. I'm going to capture him and bring him back to Konoha to teach him a lesson, Jiraiya said bitterly. Well, Orochimaru seems to have conducted some special experiments recently and is now very weak, Xing Yuan Shuejian said casually with his head down. That's God's help, boy, thank you very much for today, I will treat you to a hot spring after returning to Konoha. He disappeared before he could finish his words. At this time, a shop assistant came over and said, "Hello, please pay the bill." Ha! Xing Yuan Shuejian looked confused. Hong Lian, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, saw Xing Yuan Shuejian walking out with a constipated look on his face. Hong Lian was puzzled. "Shuejian-kun, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, I met an old bastard," Xing Yuan Shuejian said angrily. "This bastard, I kindly told him the information, but he actually ran away without paying. If I get the chance, I will give him a good beating." After a short rest, the two set out on the journey back to Konoha. As evening approached, the gate of Konoha finally appeared in front of the two. The setting sun shines softly on the village, which looks like a beautiful painting from afar. When the duo of goalkeepers saw Xing Yuan Shuejian coming back, they hurried forward to greet him. "Hey, Xing Yuan Shuejian, why did you take so many days on this mission, and you brought back a girl?" Shinayu Chuiyun teased softly. Xing Yuan Shuejian smiled slightly. There were some unexpected events during this mission. I will report to Lord Hokage when I return. This is a specialty for you. I will go in first." After saying that, he handed over some specialties he bought in Tianzi country to Gangza Tetsu and Shinayu Izumo. On the streets of Konoha, Hong Lian was looking around excitedly. She was dazzled by the various shops and goods. "Let's go, we'll go to the Hokage building first. We'll have plenty of time to take a look later." Xing Yuan Shuejian chuckled as she looked at Hong Lian, who looked excited. "Okay, by the way, Yuki-kun, I successfully extracted chakra last night, and it seems I've even awakened a special ability." Hong Lian opened her hands, and a crystal lotus gradually appeared in her hands. "Crystal escape," Xing Yuan Shuejian said in surprise. "I almost forgot that in the original work, Hong Lian used the crystal release Kekkei Genkai, which seems to be unique. At least I have never seen anyone else use it." Hong Lian nodded after hearing this. "Crystal escape, it sounds pretty good. I don't know why, but as soon as I extracted the chakra, I felt like I could transform it into crystal. Well, this should be your unique bloodline limit. In the future, you can read more books on ninjutsu and create some unique crystal-style ninjutsu of your own." Xing Yuan Shuejian was not sure whether a crystal release ninja had appeared before, but he was completely clueless about the crystal release ninjutsu. He didn't deliberately remember these ninjutsu when he was watching Naruto in his previous life. It seemed that they were all developed by Gurren himself. They were all very powerful and could fight against the tailed beasts. Hong Lian nodded happily. "Well, I will study hard and I will be able to protect you in the future." Okay, you must protect me well in the future," Xing Yuan Shuejian laughed. The two arrived at the Hokage building, having been informed in advance by an Umbu ninja, went straight to the Hokage's office and knocked on the door. "Come in," the third Hokage's weathered voice came. "Hokage-sama, it's been a long time since we last met, how are you?" Xing Yuan Shuejian greeted him with a smile. "Haha, it's Xing Yuan Shuejian. You're back from the mission. What's this?" The third Hokage pointed at Hong Lian and asked softly. "This is the task report, take a look." The third Hokage took it and looked at it carefully. After seeing Xing Yuan Shuejian easily wipe out the bandits, the third Hokage nodded with satisfaction. It turned out that this girl was a survivor rescued from the bandits. After seeing Orochimaru's message, the third Hokage looked solemn. When he saw Xing Yuan Shuejian defeating Orochimaru and Orochimaru fleeing, the third Hokage was stunned for a moment. "Yukamai, are you saying that you met Orochimaru during your mission, and then he attacked you, but you defeated him and he escaped?" The third Hokage looked incredulous. He knew Orochimaru's strength. He had a lot of strange ninjutsu and had also stolen and learned forbidden sealing techniques. His strength was definitely above that of an elite jonin. Xing Yuan Shuejian nodded and said, "He didn't seem to be in his prime when he fought me. I couldn't kill him. I just used ninjutsu to restrain him. He didn't seem to want to fight me for a long time. He escaped after being injured. It seems he's recently started conducting human experiments again, searching for orphans and wandering ninjas." What? The third Hokage's face changed drastically after hearing this. He originally thought that Orochimaru had gone into hiding after escaping and would not dare to do evil anymore, so he did not pay much attention to him. Even the Umbu that was chasing him were withdrawn. Unexpectedly, he became even more aggressive after his defection and dared to conduct those inhumane human experiments. This bastard. The third Hokage slammed the table in anger. "Hokage-sama, during my battle with Orochimaru, he used a ninjutsu that could summon the dead, allowing them to fight for him. And when he was fighting with me, he summoned." Xing Yuan Shuejian was hesitant to speak. The third Hokage was horrified when he heard this. "It's the impure world reincarnation technique. Who did he summon?" "Yes. It's the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama." Bang! The third Hokage's pipe fell straight to the ground, but he seemed not to notice. The first. The second, the third Hokage muttered in a daze. "Yes, but he seemed to have just learned it not long ago and was not very skilled. In the end, I cracked it." Xing Yuan Shuejian didn't want to expose the Sharingan, so she simply simplified the battle and concealed the killing of Orochimaru. She just wanted the third generation to understand the threat posed by Orochimaru and then create trouble for him. Come here, quickly summon the Umbu to issue a mission and hunt down Orochimaru with all your might. It would be best if we can capture him alive, but if not, kill him on the spot. The third Hokage had a face full of anger. Human experiments, fooling the dead. The third Hokage is really merciless this time. He has to deal with the traitor he trained himself. Otherwise, if Orochimaru summons the second generation Hokage in the future, he won't know how to face his teacher. The current Umbu is unprecedentedly powerful. After absorbing the members of the root, it has a large number of people, which is just enough for them to hunt down Orochimaru. Hokage-sama, I met Jiraiya-sama on my way back from the mission. After hearing the news, he also went to find Orochimaru. Seeing Yuen Suejian said softly. The third Hokage nodded. Well, I won't let him get away this time. Thank you, Suejian, your information was very timely. Orochimaru must be having a hard time this time, with Jiraiya chasing him and a large number of Umbu members hunting him down. Let's see how he can still show off. This is what I should do. By the way, Hokage-sama, I want to place Hong Lien in an orphanage. I can take good care of her. The third Hokage smiled kindly. Your name is Gurren, right? Welcome to Konoha. This will be your home from now on. Although your parents are gone, we will all be your relatives from now on, okay? Upon hearing this, Hong Lien immediately bowed and said, Thank you, Hokage. I will treat this place as my home because my relatives are here too. After saying that, he turned around and glanced at Sing Yuen Suejian. The third Hokage smiled and nodded. Then I'll leave it to you to take care of Yukamai and Hong Lien. Get her a Konoha ID and arrange accommodation for her. Okay, Hokage-sama, we'll take our leave now. Then the two of them walked slowly on the streets of Konoha. Suejian-kun, do you live in an orphanage? Hong Lien asked carefully. Sing Yuen Suejian smiled and nodded. Yes, I am an orphan too. My parents died to protect me. Do you know why I hate Orochimaru so much? Because I am the one who accidentally survived Orochimaru's human experiment. Hong Lien's face suddenly changed. No wonder he was so excited when he saw you that day. Hong Lien looked at Sing Yuen Suejian with a distressed look on her face. She couldn't imagine how helpless he was at that time. Sing Yuen Suejian smiled and patted her head. It's okay, it's all over. I also gained some abilities because of this blessing in disguise. Oh, by the way, don't tell anyone about the Black Skull ninjutsu I used that day. It's my secret weapon. Hong Lien nodded heavily when he heard this. I would rather die than tell you. Looking at Hong Lien's stubborn little face, Sing Yuen Suejian suddenly laughed and said, It's not that serious, let's go home. The two figures walked away towards the orphanage. The sky gradually darkened. As it was about to get dark, the orphanage looked like a warm-toned oil painting. In the yard, several tall sycamore trees stretched out their branches, and the leaves swayed gently in the breeze, making a rustling sound. The kitchen was steaming hot, and the dim light shone on the busy children and the nurse. The long wooden table was filled with ingredients waiting to be cooked, including fresh vegetables picked from the small vegetable garden in the yard, still carrying the fragrance of soil. In the restaurant, the tables and chairs were neatly arranged. Although they were a bit old, they were wiped clean. Children's hand-painted works are hung on the walls. They are colorful and full of innocence and hope, as if telling small dreams. At this time, Nono came out of the vegetable garden. Ah, Suejian, you're back, Nono asked in surprise. Sing Yuen Suejian also came forward happily. Mom Nono, I just returned to the village. Is everyone okay? All is well. Who is this? Looking at Hong Lien, who was a little embarrassed, Nono asked softly. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Hong Lien. I brought him back from Tianziguo. His parents were killed in a bandit attack on the village. He will live with us from now on. Then he turned to Hong Lien and introduced her. This is Nono's mother, the director of the orphanage. She's a very gentle person. Hong Lien hurried forward to greet her. Hello, Nono's mother. I'm sorry to bother you from now on. Nono stepped forward, held Hong Lien's hand, and said softly, Good child, you have suffered so much. This will be your home from now on. We are all your family, okay? Don't be shy. Hong Lien's eyes were filled with tears. Okay, thank you. She was originally afraid that everyone in the orphanage would not accept her, but when she saw Nono's sincere eyes and the love in his heart, she felt at home again after losing her loved ones. Okay, let's go in and introduce the new member of our family to the children. Nono clapped his hands. In the restaurant, the children were sitting in neat rows in their seats. When they saw Nono come in with Sing Yuen Suejian and Hong Lien, they immediately shouted excitedly. Brother Suejian, you're back. Did you bring anything delicious? Brother Suejian, where have you been? Brother Suejian, I can write now that you promised to reward me. Who is this beautiful sister? Is she your girlfriend? Looking at this group of chattering kids, Sing Yuen Suejian shook her head helplessly. Hong Lien's face was also flushed, and she looked at Sing Yuen Suejian secretly. Nono hurried forward. Alright, stop arguing, let me introduce you all. This sister is Hong Lien. She will be a member of our family from now on. You all should get along well with her. When the children heard that this sister would also be a member of the orphanage in the future, they gathered around her and excitedly introduced themselves one by one. Looking at these enthusiastic little guys, Hong Lien was a little overwhelmed. Sing Yuen Suejian hurriedly took out the gifts she brought back from the land of fields from the bag behind her and handed them to Hong Lien, asking her to distribute them to the children. These are the gifts that my sister Hong Lian and I brought you from TNZ country. Most of them were carefully selected by my sister. Xing Yuan Shuijian raised his eyebrows and gave Hong Lian a wink. Oh, this is my favorite doll. It's great. Thank you, sister. This is my ball. This is my ball. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Hong Lian distributed the gifts one by one, and she finally understood the purpose of Xing Yuan Shuijian taking her to buy so many small gifts that he was really loving. Seeing Hong Lian getting along so well with the children, Xing Yuan Shuijian also felt very relieved. Seeing Nono not far away also watching the scene with a smile on his face, he quietly walked forward. Mother Nono, take these and use them to improve our orphanage. As he spoke, he took out a large backpack from behind him and opened it, revealing that it was full of gold, silver, and money. Nono covered her mouth lightly. Shuijian, what is this? Mother Nono, this is the spoils I got from killing the bandits. I didn't hand it over to the village, we kept it for ourselves. We still need money at this stage. Although we have the support of Uchiha, we also need it on our own. Xing Yuan Shuijian said softly. Nono nodded slightly when she heard this and quietly put these things away. She certainly understood the importance of money and she still remembered the feeling of being strangled by Danzo. We had a pleasant dinner together, with lots of fun and laughter. After dinner, Xing Yuan Shuijian took Hong Lian to her original room on the second floor. Hong Lian, you will live here from now on. This is my room that you can move in after you clean it up a bit. It's mine, what about you? Hong Lian was stunned when she heard that. Xing Yuan Shuijian looked at her puzzled face and said softly, I haven't lived here for a long time. I now live in a place in the back mountain. That's my laboratory and also my other residence. I'll take you there to see it tomorrow. Hong Lian nodded gently. Okay, thank you, Shuijian-kun. What are you thanking me for? Just pack up and go have a rest. You've been tired all day. Xing Yuan Shuijian smiled slightly. After saying goodbye to Hong Lian, Xing Yuan Shuijian came to the laboratory in the back mountain alone. He felt relieved after seeing that the furnishings inside had not changed and there were no signs of being turned over. After a simple wash, he quickly lay down on his small bed to rest. He was exhausted after several days of fighting and traveling. Fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Xing Yuan Shuijian had just woken up from her sleep when she saw two figures appear in front of her. Hey, can you guys please stop showing up at my bedside so quietly? It's scary, okay? Looking at Uchiha Itachi and Shisui standing by the bed with smiles on their faces, Xing Yuan Shuijian felt extremely helpless. You got up too late, Yukimai-kun. We have been waiting for you for a while. Uchiha Itachi said seriously. Uchiha Shisui scratched his head awkwardly. Shuijian, we heard yesterday that you returned to the village, so we came to see you early this morning. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded from behind Uchiha Itachi. What, you lazy pig, you slept so late and woke up so late that we've been waiting for you for a long time. A small figure walked out from the side. It was the arrogant Uchiha Suzuki. Haha, little Suzuki, good morning. I haven't seen you for a long time. You've grown taller. Xing Yuan Shuijian laughed. Suzuki, you can't be rude to Yukimai-kun, Uchiha Itachi said with a serious face. Xing Yuan Shuijian waved her hand nonchalantly and said, Itachi, don't be so serious. I'm very happy that Suzuki can come to see me. Humph, you're lucky you can talk. Uchiha Suzuki looked proud. Looking at Uchiha Suzuki's cocky look, Xing Yuan Shuijian couldn't help but laugh. Wait for me for a while, I'll wash up, and then I have something to tell you. The Uchiha nodded and sat down quietly on the chairs. Uchiha Itachi and the other two didn't have to wait long before Xing Yuan Shuijian came out after washing up. I met Orochimaru during this mission, Xing Yuan Shuijian said lightly. Orochimaru, are you okay? Uchiha Itachi and Shisui looked at each other. Uchiha Shisui had heard of Orochimaru's strength, nearly cage-level strength, and one of the three ninjas. As the third Hokage's favored disciple, Xing Yuan Shuijian would have been in great danger had he encountered him. His safe return indicated that something significant had happened. Xing Yuan Shuijian couldn't help but sigh. I was almost captured by Orochimaru and used as his vessel. Thinking back carefully, I am really scared that if I hadn't awakened the Mangekyo in time, I would have been captured by Orochimaru. Xing Yuan Shuijian is not afraid of Orochimaru using reincarnation of the dead to take over his body, because his soul and spirit are extremely powerful. Even Suzuki in the original work couldn't take it down, let alone him. I'm afraid that Orochimaru will do something to him when his body has no strength to resist. Uchiha Itachi was surprised and said, what, then you? Don't worry, I wasn't possessed. I activated my Mangekyo Sharingan at the last moment. After saying that, Xing Yuan Shuijian opened his eyes, and a gear-shaped eye appeared in front of everyone. Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi and Shisui exclaimed in surprise. Only Uchiha Suzuki looked at everyone in confusion. It is really incredible that a person who is not a member of the Uchiha clan has awakened the Uchiha clan's supreme Mangekyo Sharingan. My Mangekyo's ability is related to time and can accelerate time. During the battle with Orochimaru, I sped up my own time flow and killed Orochimaru unexpectedly. He still had to hide his ability to go back in time, which was his own secret. He only needed to tell them a simplified version of the ability to make time stand still and accelerate time. Even the low-end version of time acceleration shocked them. Abilities related to time are extremely powerful. Suejian, you are so lucky. Uchiha Shisui looked envious. Uchiha Itachi also nodded, yes, the ability of the Mangekyo of space and time is rare even in the history of the Uchiha clan. Yukian-kun, your future achievements are limitless. Xingyuan Suejian shook her head helplessly, no, although my kaleidoscope's ability is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy. I can clearly feel my pupil power rapidly draining away when I activate it. I can't use it unless it's absolutely necessary, otherwise I will go blind soon. Uchiha Shisui nodded thoughtfully, yes, if a truly powerful ability can be used at will, then it will be truly invincible. The effort and reward are directly proportional. While giving you great power, the price you pay is also extremely high. For example, those kaleidoscope abilities that are not very strong consume greatly less pupil power. Did you really kill Orochimaru? Uchiha Itachi asked in confusion. No, Orochimaru has a ninjutsu called Kyushi Tensei. He can attach his soul to the reincarnated body, thus achieving the purpose of immortality in theory. That's really hard to kill. Orochimaru is really obsessed with immortality. Uchiha Shisui sighed. Strictly speaking, Orochimaru's concept of immortality is successful. He can achieve eternal immortality by simply changing his body. If he has a way to repair the injured soul after each body possession, that would be a magical skill. Let's not talk about him anymore, let's go for a walk outside. Everyone came to the yard of the orphanage, where a group of children were playing happily. Among them, a little boy with yellow hair was particularly conspicuous. Xingyuan Suejian suddenly thought that she would need to fuse Naruto's cells next time, so it seemed that she had to find a way to get some cell samples. Suzuki, do you want to play with them? Xingyuan Suejian asked with a smile. Uchiha Suzuki said with disdain, humph, only children play with these things. I'm already learning shuriken throwing techniques from my brother in Shisui. Okay. Xingyuan Suejian smiled awkwardly. The children of the Uchiha family are indeed very talented, and there are very few who can surpass them at the same age, Obito not being an exception. Naruto, who was playing at this time, saw Xingyuan Suejian and his group and hurried over. Naruto ran over sweating, big brother, you are back. Hey, little Naruto, long time no see. You've grown a little taller. Uncle will check your body later. Xingyuan Suejian laughed. Xingyuan Suejian looked around secretly, but found no trace of the Umbu. The third Hokage knew that Naruto often came to the orphanage to play, so he didn't care much after a long time. The Umbu would only follow Naruto quietly when he was alone. I've been eating at the orphanage recently. Director Nono always asks me to finish my meal before going home. I've gained a little weight. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and gestured at his muscles. You're growing up right now. Come here to eat when you're hungry. Treat this place as your home, okay? Okay, big brother, I won't be polite. Naruto waved his hands happily, in stark contrast to Uchiha Suzuki's arrogant image. Ever since Naruto made many good friends in the orphanage, he has become much more cheerful and optimistic, and no longer plays pranks to attract other people's attention. By the way, Naruto, I'm doing some experiments now and need some of your blood and muscle cell samples. Can you give them to me? Xingyuan Suejian asked softly. Xingyuan Suejian decided to ask Naruto directly about his thoughts and get it from him instead of deceiving him. Although a little cell tissue is nothing, she still has to respect others. Even if she disagrees, she can think of other ways. Of course it's no problem, big brother, you are so kind to me, I am very happy that I can help you, but I don't know where my cells are. How can I give it to you? Naruto said with a silly look on his face. Xingyuan Suejian suddenly laughed, then took Naruto to sit under the eaves. When Uchiha Itachi heard the conversation between Xingyuan Suejian and Naruto, he returned to the laboratory in the back mountain to get tools. Xingyuan Suejian drew a little blood from Naruto and some muscle tissue around the wound, and then sent them back to the laboratory for preservation, to be extracted again when she was free. Thank you, Naruto. Let's go get some ramen, shall we? It's my treat, everyone come together. Great, I will definitely defeat you this time. Naruto cheered loudly. Uchiha Suzuki rolled his eyes, what's so delicious about ramen? It doesn't smell as good as my mother's cooking. Uchiha Itachi heard this and gently tapped Suzuki's forehead. Don't be rude, the ramen made by the hand-beating uncle is still very delicious. Uchiha Suzuki rubbed his forehead. I know, brother. Uchiha Shisui looked at them with a smile on his face. A group of people rushed towards Ichiraku Ramen. Time flies by like a white horse, slipping away quietly without us noticing, leaving only a few traces to prove its passing. Xingyuan Suejian stared blankly at Naruto's cell genetic tissue in her hand. It had been a year since she last asked Naruto for cell tissue. During this period, Xingyuan Suejian stayed in the laboratory almost every day, studying various ninjutsu and the effects of the Sharingan, so as to calm down her impetuous mood caused by the sudden increase in strength. Suejian-kun, it's time for you to eat. Hung Lian's crisp voice came from behind, interrupting Xingyuan Suejian's thoughts. Xingyuan Suejian slowly turned around after hearing this. Looking at Hong Lian, who looked a little angry, Xingyuan Suejian quickly stood up and said, Thank you for your help, you don't have to bring me food every time. Seeing the changes in Han Lian over the past year, Xingyuan Suejian felt relieved. In the big family of the orphanage, she felt the warmth and her personality gradually became cheerful. She was no longer the timid person she was when she first arrived. If I don't come to see you, you won't eat for the whole day, humph, Han Lian said angrily with a tense face. Xingyuan Suejian scratched his head awkwardly. Time always passed quickly in the laboratory, and a day passed before he knew it. Thank you so much for troubling you, hee. Looking at Xingyuan Suejian's face, which had become a little thin recently, Han Lian felt distressed in her eyes, like a wronged young wife. Eat it quickly, I made it myself, Han Lian said softly. Xingyuan Xu was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then nodded and started eating with big mouthfuls. Just as Xingyuan Suejian was wolfing down her meal, Uchiha Shisui and Itaki walked in together. Suejian, Lord Hokage wants to summon you and asks you to go to the Hokage building when you are free, Uchiha Shisui said awkwardly as he looked at Xingyuan Suejian who was eating. Xingyuan Suejian nodded casually. If you are not in a hurry, go over tomorrow. I plan to fuse Naruto's cells today, so you two should protect me. Uchiha Shisui and Itaka nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Uchiha Shisui has not changed much in recent years. He has been helping to coordinate family affairs. Uchiha Itaki and Hoshijin Setsuki are both 12 years old. Their strength has improved a lot, but they still have not opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Han Lian's face was filled with worry. Suejian-kun, is there any danger? Don't worry, we have merged many times, there is no danger, Xingyuan Suejian said calmly. After saying that, he slowly inserted the syringe in his hand into his arm. As the cells were injected into the body, a familiar and warm feeling once again surged into my heart. As her consciousness became heavier and heavier, Xingyuan Suejian slowly fell onto the bed. Uchiha Itake covered him with the quilt with ease, and then silently waited by his side with Uchiha Shisui. Looking at Han Lian who was also guarding beside him, Uchiha Shisui said softly, Han Lian, you go and rest, Itaki and I will guard here. Han Lian shook her head gently and murmured, I have to watch him, I don't want him to get into any accidents. Han Lian has also made great progress in the development of crystal release over the past year. She listened to Xingyuan Suejian's opinions, drew inspiration from many ninjutsu, and developed a series of blood-related ninjutsu of attack, defense, control, etc., which greatly enhanced her strength. Uchiha Shisui looked at Han Lian staring at Xingyuan Suejian's face and couldn't help but teasing Han Lian, do you like Suejian? Looking at Uchiha Shisui's half-smile, Han Lian's face flushed immediately, no, I'm not. Ah, you don't like him, then I will tell Suejian later that you don't like him. Uchiha Shisui touched his chin thoughtfully. Han Lian was horrified when she heard this, don't I. Okay, Shisui, stop teasing Gurren, or you might get beaten up by Yukamai-kun when he wakes up. Uchiha Itaki looked helpless. Uchiha Shisui smiled and shook his head, okay, no more jokes, Han Lian, we can all see that you like Suejian. Suejian should also understand your thoughts, but he always doesn't respond, right? Han Lian nodded helplessly after hearing this, yes, he doesn't seem to resist me, I can feel that he has feelings for me, but he seems to be afraid to face it all. Alas, Uchiha Shisui shook his head and sighed, he has been like this since we met Suejian, he treats us like family, but there is always a vague sense of alienation about him. But since waking up from his last faint, his state of mind seems to have changed. I feel that the sense of alienation is gone, and he has a deeper sense of identification with everyone and everything. But in your case, it's probably because he hasn't experienced anything emotionally, so he seems a little slow. Uchiha Itake looked at Shisui with a strange expression, where did he get all those emotional theories he always talked about? He was teaching me seriously at that time. How could they know that Xingyuan Suejian had been single since birth and in both of his lives, and had never even been in love? What he said to Uchiha Itake were all things he read on the internet. How could he understand these things himself? What about that big-tailed wolf? Uchiha Shisui turned to look at Han Lian. Suejian may not be as strong in emotional matters as he says. If you want to take the next step with him, then you should take the initiative to try to express your feelings to him. If you want to wait for him to speak first, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Han Lian's face flushed red as she rubbed her hands in confusion. I doubt I'll find a chance to talk to him. Uchiha Shisui and Itake looked at each other and nodded with satisfaction. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to turn pale, and the thin clouds seemed like a few strokes of light ink casually painted by the morning light, slowly spreading across the horizon. How after exhaling a breath of foul air, Xingyuan Suejian stretched comfortably. The three people who were guarding the bed were awakened by Xingyuan Suejian's movements. The three of them hurried over, and asked with anticipation, how is it, Suejian? Xingyuan Suejian smiled and nodded, it must be no problem, it has been fused so many times. Uchiha Itake said seriously, it's still a little different. Before, you were fusing Uchiha cells, and your body has gotten used to it. If you suddenly switch to Uzumaki bloodline cells, I'm afraid your body won't be able to bear it. It's okay. I can feel a bigger reaction than the previous fusion, but otherwise there aren't many changes. Uchiha Shisui saw that Xingyuan Suejian seemed to be fine and nodded gently, how is it? Are there any changes in your body? Xingyuan Suejian had not yet carefully felt the condition of her body since waking up, so she immediately closed her eyes and carefully felt the changes in her body. Suddenly, Singyuan Swejian opened his eyes abruptly. He was shocked to find that the amount of chakra in his body had increased nearly tenfold. A constant flow of chakra flowed through his body. The changes brought about by the Uzumaki clan were far more than that. He could feel that his vitality had been greatly enhanced. Singyuan Swejian was stunned and said, "I seem to have become stronger again." Uchiha Itaki and the other two looked at each other in surprise. Deep in the Konoha forest. This place is uninhabited. Singyuan Swejian brought 3 people here to test his abilities. "Swejian, why did you bring us here?" Uchiha Shisui asked in confusion. Singyuan Swejian did not answer, but just made seals with his hands quickly. After he improved the originally complicated seals, he was able to release the ninjutsu after just a few seals. Water released big explosive water wave with Singyuan Swejian's angry roar. The chakra in her body surged instantly, and a large amount of chakra gathered in her throat. She combined the gathered chakra with the changes in the properties of water, and then continuously and forcefully sprayed a huge amount of water from her mouth forward. The water started out like a raging fountain, and then it pushed forward like a tsunami, forming a powerful water flow that rushed towards the distance with the force of a mountain and a sea. Soon the place where everyone was located turned into a vast ocean. The 3 of them stepped on the water, their faces filled with shock. In the absence of rivers and water, he was able to use such a large-scale water-based ninjutsu with just his own chakra. The amount of chakra was too terrifying. "Shue. Yukamai-kun, how much chakra do you have left?" Uchiha Itaki asked blankly. Singyuan Swejian closed her eyes and felt it carefully. "About 70% left, less than 30% consumed." "Isn't it too strong?" everyone exclaimed. Singyuan Swejian took out a kunao from the ninja tool bag and gently scratched her arm, leaving a long wound on her arm. In a short while, the blood and flesh on the arm surged, and the wound healed in a short while. Singyuan Swejian couldn't help but sigh. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline is really strong. Not only is the amount of chakra extremely large, but the recovery ability is also terrifying. Uchiha Shisui recovered from his shock and murmured, "Swejian, I feel like no one can beat you now." Singyuan Swejian smiled and shook her head. "It's still a long way off. Now he may not even be able to defeat Uchiha Obito and Nagato, let alone Uchiha Madara, Itsutsuki Kagaya, and the Itsutsuki clan outside the planet in the future. Unless you use the ability to stop time, it is no problem to kill them instantly, but they almost all have the ability to resurrect, like Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. They know the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique is Inagi. As long as they have enough spare Sharingan, they can be resurrected all the time. But your own time stop cannot be used indefinitely. If you use it too many times in a row, you may go blind." Singyuan Swejian immediately released the ninjutsu, turned around and said to everyone, let's go back." Everyone returned to the laboratory in the back mountain. "Swejian, what kind of cells do you plan to fuse in the future? I feel like you have nothing to fuse now," Uchiha Shisui thought, touching his chin. Singyuan Swejian thought for a moment. In the future, the fusion should focus on the 5 chakra attributes of fire, water, wind, thunder, and earth. The yin attribute is already saturated, and the yang attribute is already there. After the fusion of the Uzumaki clan, I will wait until the other attributes are full, and finally integrate the Hashirama cells that represent the ultimate yang attribute. Uchiha Itaka stood there in a daze, muttering, "Yukamai-kun, what will you become in the end?" Singyuan Shui was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know what he would become in the end, but he should be very strong. "The next goal is to collect the cell genes of multi-attribute chakra ninjas. Do you know who they are?" Singyuan Swejian asked. Although Singyuan Swejian's laboratory contains many Jonin cells looted by Danzo, most of them are of dual attributes, and those with 3 attributes are very rare, let alone those with 4 or 5 attributes. These are only considered as backup when there is really no other choice. Uchiha Itaka frowned and thought, "The ones I know of who have multiple chakra attributes are the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, or Akimaru, and Heite Kakashid. I don't know about the others." Singyuan Swejian nodded thoughtfully. "Then these 3 will be enough for 3 years. As for the others, if any attribute is not full, we can use the spare cells to fill it. Well, we have to find a way to collect the cell tissues of these 3 people in the future," Uchiha Shisui said softly. Singyuan Swejian said thoughtfully, "Now we have the chance. Shisui, come with me to the Hokage building. I will use illusion to hypnotize the 3rd Hokage and then obtain his cell genes. You help me keep an eye on the Hokage guards around." Uchiha Shisui's eyes widened. "Yukamai, wouldn't it be bad to attack the Hokage?" Singyuan Swejian smiled unhappily and said, "Then do you think the Hokage will take the initiative to give it to us? It's just a matter of hypnotizing him, and it will heal quickly without hurting his life." Uchiha Shisui nodded awkwardly. "That's right. Then let's set off immediately." When they arrived at the door of the Hokage's office, the door was open today, so the 2 of them went straight in. "Hokage-sama," the 2 stepped forward to greet him. The 3rd Hokage smiled kindly and said, "Ah, you're here. It's been a while since I last saw you, Singyuan Swejian." Singyuan Swejian scratched his head embarrassedly. "I have been studying ninjutsu in my room recently and rarely go out. Here, this is a Jonin certificate. I applied for it for you a long time ago." Singyuan Swejian looked confused. "Jounin, I didn't apply for it. I applied for you and it has been approved by the daimyo a long time ago that you have the ability to kill many jonin and can fight against Orochimaru without losing. You have been qualified for promotion to jonin a long time ago. Now the village does not have enough jonin, and I hope you can help, said the third Hokage with a smile. Xingyuan Suejian solemnly took the jonin certificate. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the village. The third Hokage nodded with satisfaction. After hearing what he thought was a satisfactory answer, he said with a smile, Suejian, since you are already a jonin, you can't hide at home every day. I have a mission requires you to be the captain and lead the team to complete the mission. What do you think? Xingyuan Suejian was shocked. Hokage, I'm only 12 years old this year, how can I be the leader? The third Hokage waved his hand and said, Heite Kakashi is also a 12-year-old jonin. Don't underestimate yourself. Okay then. Xingyuan Suejian nodded helplessly. The third Hokage smiled happily upon hearing this, and took out some information from the drawer and handed it to Xingyuan Suejian. Here are the details of this mission. We need you to infiltrate the Water Kingdom and bring our undercover agent back safely. It seems his identity has been exposed, and he is evading capture. Time is of the essence. Your two teammates will be waiting for you at the village entrance at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember not to be late. Okay, Lord Hokage, Xingyuan Suejian said and stared at the third Hokage. The third Hokage suddenly felt a little sleepy, and his head felt particularly heavy. After a while, he fell asleep with his head resting on his hands. Xingyuan Suejian hurried forward, quickly took out the tools, collected the cell tissue of the third Hokage, and then used the palm magic to heal the tiny wound without a trace. The whole process took no more than a minute. The Sharingan was not activated during the entire process. With Xingyuan Suejian's current level of illusion, she could easily take care of it with a hypnosis spell when the Hokage was caught off guard. Uchiha Shisui also kept staring at the Hokage guards nearby and found nothing unusual. Not long after, the third Hokage woke up from his trance. Why did I doze off? I'm really getting old. Then Hokage-sama, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving first. Okay, remember to meet up with your teammates tomorrow. The third generation still felt a little confused. He always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't notice anything abnormal. The two then quickly returned to the laboratory. In the laboratory behind the orphanage, Xingyuan Suejian extracted the cells of the third Hokage quickly and skillfully, and then sealed them in the storage room. Xingyuan Suejian let out a long breath. I've taken care of one, we'll talk about the other two when we have a chance. Uchiha Shisui nodded. Well, Kakashi still has a chance, and no one knows where Orochimaru is. Xingyuan Suejian waved her hand casually. Let's not talk about this for now, maybe there will be a better candidate in the future. Xingyuan Suejian was worried that her peaceful life was about to be disrupted. She had to bring a team with her to be responsible for protecting their safety, which was just like a nanny. It would be better for her to carry out the mission alone. Looking back on the past days, I would occasionally go out to do tasks, return to the laboratory to do research when I had nothing to do, and sleep when I was tired. It was simply wonderful. Okay, you guys can go back too, you've been working hard these past 2 days, go back and rest. The three nodded after hearing this, said goodbye to each other, and returned to their own residences. In a dark underground room, a figure stood with his back to the wall, and behind him was a ninja kneeling on one knee. How's the progress? The man asked in a cold voice. Master Danzo, we have contacted Orochimaru. He said he has already made an arm for you, but it will be injected with Hashirama's cells. We need the Sharingan to balance the cells. Let's collect the Sharingan, the more the better. Danzo said with a gloomy face. You know that I have a bad relationship with the Uchiha, but you still ask me to collect Sharingan. The ninja asked carefully. Then be careful, handle it cleanly, and don't leave any evidence behind. Danzo said grimly. Yes. The ninja responded and then disappeared into the darkness. Danzo turned around with a gloomy face that he was in urgent need of strength. The dissolution of the root made it extremely inconvenient for him to do things, and the experiments he had done with Orochimaru had been shelved for a long time. Orochimaru used the special ability of one of his experimental subjects to cultivate an arm for Danzo. According to Orochimaru's description, this arm was fused with Hashirama cells and could use some of the wood release abilities, but it needed to transplant the Sharingan to counterbalance the rebellious Hashirama cells. Hiruzen, you are old after all. When my experiment is successful, I will be the Hokage, ha. Danzo laughed crazily with a distorted face. On the other side, in Orochimaru's underground base, Lord Orochimaru, Danzo sent someone to reply saying that the Sharingan will be delivered in a while. Kabuto said respectfully. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and smiled. Oh, that old fellow is very determined, hee. Lord Orochimaru, there's something I want to say but I'm not sure if I should say it or not. Kabuto asked cautiously in a low voice. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Danzo has lost his roots in Konoha and there is no need for any support. Do we still need to help him so hard? Kabuto looked confused. Orochimaru chuckled. His arm was already created a long time ago. If I don't give it to him, it will eventually be destroyed. I might as well do him a favor. I'm eager to study the power of the Sharingan, so it would be best if he could take it that I'm already having enough trouble escaping the village's pursuit. I don't want another Uchiha. Kabuto nodded in agreement. Let Danzo and the others fight with the Uchiha and the village, and we can develop in peace. Orochimura didn't care whether Danzo's experiment would succeed or not, as long as he could send the Sharingan. Ever since he witnessed the power of the star source Snow Mangekyo, Orochimura was deeply fascinated by it, and the huge black skull made him unable to forget it for a long time. He has recently been replicating Xingyuan Suejian's experiments, but the results are always unsatisfactory, with no successful cases. A series of failures has made Orochimura doubt the feasibility of the original experiment. So he took a different approach and wanted to see if he could cultivate a body that could adapt to the Sharingan. That he only wanted the Sharingan, he didn't care about Xingyuan Suejian's other ninjutsu at all. Orochimura thought that as long as he wanted to learn, he could learn it. As long as one can cultivate a body with Uchiha's genetic bloodline, one will be able to control the Sharingan freely. Although he had considered using reincarnation to possess an Uchiha clan member, the risk was too great. Uchiha clan ninjas generally had strong spirits and were easily vulnerable to backlash. Orochimura didn't want to risk his own soul. After all, he had suffered a severe injury and was still in an extremely weak state. It would be better to cultivate an unconscious body to possess a body perfectly. I have to say that Orochimura's idea is still good. Since he can't replicate Xingyuan Suejian's achievements, he will have to settle for the second best. As long as he can create a body that is compatible with the Uchiha clan's bloodline, the success rate will be much higher. The next morning, Xingyuan Suejian woke up early from her sleep, said goodbye to everyone in the orphanage, and hurried to the village entrance. Xingyuan Suejian's two teammates were already waiting at the village entrance. It's almost 8 o'clock, why hasn't the captain come yet? Who is our captain? Mao Yuxiyan muttered. Moonlight Gale looked at Uzuki Yujeo and said softly, it's not even 8 o'clock yet, wait a little longer. The captain is Xingyuan Suejian, a jonin, but I don't know the others. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Sorry to have kept you waiting, you are my teammates, right? Xingyuan Suejian said softly. The two of them turned around and saw a kid who was a head shorter than them appear in front of them. He had long brown hair, a delicate and fair face, and a thin body that seemed like it could be blown down by the wind. Mao Yuxian cautiously stepped forward and asked, are you the captain? Xingyuan Suejian smiled slightly. Hello, I am Xingyuan Suejian, the captain of this mission. Hello, captain. The two stood up immediately. Stand straight. There was no scene of looking down on others as imagined. The two of them knew very well how powerful a jonin was. It would be foolish to judge a person's strength based on his age. Please introduce yourselves. My name is Gecko Hayate, I'm 17 years old, a Chunin, skilled in Konoharayu swordsmanship, and I also have the bloodline limit transparency, which is suitable for reconnaissance and sneak attacks. My name is Uzuki Yujeo, I'm 16 years old, a Chunin, and I'm good at taijutsu and various Konoha-style sword techniques. Xingyuan Suejian nodded calmly. I am Xingyuan Suejian, 12 years old, good at illusion and water ninjutsu. Time is running out, let's go. This mission is very difficult and requires disguise and infiltration. The two nodded cautiously upon hearing this, and were also very surprised at Xingyuan Suejian. Judging from his height, they thought the captain should be around 14 to 5 years old, but they didn't expect that he was only 12 years old. Like Kakashi, he became a jonin at the age of 12. The three of them did not hesitate any longer. After submitting their village exit certificates, they hurried to the border of the Fire Country. This mission shows that the undercover agent has been exposed and is in danger of his life at any time, so we must hurry to meet up with him. After traveling for a day and a night, the three finally arrived at the border of the Fire Nation. Beyond that is the Whirlpool Country. The three of them planned to cross the Whirlpool Country and then take a boat to the Water Country. After sailing for another half a day, at the ruins of the Whirlpool Country, Xingyuan Shui saw them taking a short rest and eating some food to replenish their strength. Captain, what does the intelligence say? Where are our undercover agents waiting for us? Asked Moonlight Gale. Xingyuan Suejian looked down at the information, his eyes full of caution. It seems we have to infiltrate the Water Country. The undercover agent's original plan was to escape from the Water Country and hide on the surrounding islands and wait for rescue. But unfortunately, he was discovered. Now a large number of mist ninjas are hunting him down. He can only hide in the land of water and wait for us to join him. Uzuki Yujeo said seriously, the waterway from the land of whirlpools to the land of water should be under martial law. We must be careful. Xingyuan Suejian nodded when he heard this. We will rest here for one night and set off tomorrow morning. We will take turns keeping watch tonight. Xingyuan Suejian frowned and thought, he always felt that things were not that simple. It's just an undercover agent, so there's no need to go to so much trouble to send so many ninjas to hunt him down. The undercover agent must have obtained some important information, and the enemy urgently needs to silence him. Moreover, Xingyuan Suejian always had the illusion that someone was watching her, but after looking around, she seemed to find nothing unusual. The current 4th Mizukage should be controlled by Uchiha Obito. The one who has been hanging out with Obito for many years should be Ju. This guy has a strong reconnaissance ability. The feeling of being spied on just now must come from this. You should know that after Xingyuan Suejian merged with the cells of the Uzumaki clan, her perception has also been greatly enhanced. Ordinary enemy reconnaissance cannot escape his perception. It looks like there will be some fun tonight. If Uchiha Obito is not stupid, he will definitely send people to harass us. The ruins of the Whirlpool country were unusually quiet at night, yet there was something a little weird about it. The moonlight breeze not far away was patrolling carefully. But Xing Yuan Suejian did not rest. He had already sensed that enemies were slowly approaching. Jai Feng, come back. Xing Yuan Suejian called softly. Moonlight Gale was shocked when he heard this and ran back immediately. Mao Xian was also awakened from her sleep, and the two of them quickly came to Xing Yuan Suejian's side. Xing Yuanxiu said calmly, the enemy is coming, and there are quite a lot of them. We should have been discovered by enemy spies as soon as we arrived here today. When we fight later, you must stay behind me and don't rush out. Do you understand? Yes, Captain. Both of them looked solemn. As the sound of footsteps slowly approached, a group of mist ninjas appeared in the eyes of Xing Yuan Suejian and others. Haha, who did I think they were? They're just a bunch of Konoha brats. They even needed the Mizukage to send someone to notify us to come. The leading ninja looked at Xing Yuan Suejian and the others with disdain. Xing Yuan Suemian looked at them expressionlessly. This group of people should be sent by Uchiha Obito to test them. If they are weak, they will be killed directly by them, but if they find that Xing Yuan Suejian and others are very strong, subsequent enemies will probably follow soon. Xing Yuan Suejian carefully sensed the surroundings again and found a white figure hiding in the grass. Xing Yuan Suejian thought for a moment and immediately came up with a solution. He immediately decided to kill Bai Ju unexpectedly to prevent him from reporting the news. Then we can kill these mist ninjas. Hey, are you guys dumb? Get ready for me too. Before the ninja could finish his words, he found that everything around him was suddenly pitch black and he could not see anything. Even when I put my hand in front of my eyes, I couldn't feel anything. It was completely dark. Bai Ju, who was not far away, also noticed this situation and his face changed drastically. When he realized something was wrong and was about to escape, he felt a chill on his neck and his head and body were separated. After killing Bai Ju, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to look far ahead. The group of mist ninjas were still wandering around there stupidly, and Xing Yuan Suejian smiled coldly. Soon, screams were heard continuously. More than 10 mist ninjas had no power to resist and were all killed. You should know that Xing Yuan Suejian, who has fused with the vortex cells, has reached the peak of his chakra amount and physical fitness. When it comes to using the darkness walking technique, he is even stronger than the developer, the second-generation Hokage. The dark sky slowly disappeared, and the surrounding moonlight began to shine again. Moonlight Gale and Uzuki Ujeo felt that for the first time since they were born, the faint light from the moon felt so comfortable and so bright. The feeling in the darkness just now was so terrifying. I felt so lost and sinking, as if I would go crazy if I stayed there any longer. Captain. Was that your ninjutsu just now? Uzuki Ujeo asked blankly. Xing Yuan Suejian nodded calmly. It is the darkness walking technique developed by the second Hokage. It can make people lose themselves in darkness and be unable to extricate themselves, thus killing them. Moonlight Gale looked at the corpses on the ground with a look of shock. Captain, you are too strong. Xing Yuan Suejian smiled and shook her head without answering, but turned around to study the body of White Zetsu. Clean up the battlefield and gather the enemy's supplies. We can use them. Upon hearing this, the two immediately cleaned up the battlefield. Because it was a one-sided battle, the enemy's combat supplies were not consumed. Confiscated. Xing Yuan Suejian looked at Bai Zetsu's corpse on the ground and poked it curiously with her hand. It was soft and bouncy. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of the sacred tree, which could cultivate such a life form. After gathering everything, the three of them came to the coast and waited for dawn, planning to go out to sea early in the morning. Originally, Xing Yuan Suejian planned to set off directly under the cover of night, but she considered that it would be dangerous for the two Chinins to encounter the enemy at sea at night. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone on the sea, the three of them were already sailing on the sea. On the other side, in the Mizukage's office, Uchiha Obito sat casually on the Mizukage's office chair. What's going on? Why is there no information after a whole night? Why is there no information feedback from your spore clone? Uchiha Obito said lazily. Julie, with his black and white face, said seriously, no information has been sent back, so they must have all been killed. Have you found the undercover agent? He seems to know the secret of how we control the Mizukage. We must find him and kill him. I still want to play in the land of water for a while longer, hee. Uchiha Obito smiled sinisterly. I didn't find it. It seems like he used some special secret method and I can't find any trace of him, Ju said helplessly. Send out all the White Zetsu to search for it. As long as it's still in the water country, we'll definitely find it. Zetsu nodded expressionlessly. You haven't paid attention to Nagato for a long time. Don't you go over there and keep an eye on it? Aren't you watching? Just tell me if anything happens. Uchiha Obito looked indifferent. Compared to going to the rain country to keep an eye on Nagato, it's not as fun as yelling at them in the water country. He hasn't forgotten the hatred for Rin's death at all. By the way, send more people in the name of the Mizukage to intercept and kill the supporting team. Send more experts to kill them, Uchiha Obito said lightly. As for the plan to resurrect him that Uchiha Madara mentioned, Uchiha Obito didn't care at all. He just wanted to create a world with Rin with his own hands. The boat sailed lightly on the sea, its bow breaking through the azure water, splashing waves like broken jade and making a rustling sound. The three of them sat quietly in the cabin with their eyes closed. Yueguang Jiafeng and Mao Yazian always felt a little uneasy, and their eyes drifted outside the cabin from time to time. Here I come. Xingyuan Suejian spoke softly with her eyes closed. The three of them came out of the cabin. Hundreds of mist ninjas were densely packed on the sea. Mao Yixian was stunned and said, "This is it's such a big deal?" Moonlight Gale's expression was extremely grim. "This is troublesome. Isn't it just an ordinary rescue mission? Why is it like a ninja village war? It's still the same old rules that you fight behind me and don't leave my sight." Xingyuan Suejian spoke calmly, as if he didn't take these enemies seriously at all. The enemy's lineup is very powerful, including 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zigwashin Pufferfish, Baiwa Juzo, and Kuro Horega. The rest were kicked to death by Might Dai, and they probably haven't been reorganized yet. There is also a team composed of some senior ninjas such as Hoshigaki Kisame, as well as many junior ninjas. This configuration is enough to launch a small battle. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost bared his fangs and stepped forward, saying, "Hey, kids, are you the ninjas from Konoha? Why are there only 3 of you? Do you look down on us Miss Ninjas?" The Mist Ninjas were also confused. Didn't Lord Mizukage say that some powerful ninjas had come to Konoha to rescue Konoha's undercover agents? How come there are only 3 young kids? One of them is even a child. "Hey, old ghost, don't take it lightly. The kid opposite is not simple. I sensed extraordinary chakra from his body." Hey Chu Leiya said cautiously. With many years of combat experience, Black Hole Leiya can roughly judge the strength of the enemy from some of the enemy's subtle behaviors and dynamics. The 2 Chinins on the opposite side were fine, but they were extremely nervous when they saw so many of them. But their eyes kept looking at the thin boy, as if he was the backbone. The handsome young man had a stern expression on his face and never showed a trace of fear from beginning to end. He looked at them as if they were a group of dead people. He knew this look all too well, because he often looked down upon the weak reptiles with it. When he saw the mist ninjas around him preparing to rush forward to surround and kill the 3 people, Heichuleya was cautious and quietly retreated. Hoshigaki Kisame, who was standing by, seemed to have noticed his abnormality and became secretly alert. Xingyuan Suejian looked at the mist ninjas staring at him eagerly, and without further ado, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Darkness walking technique. Wow! The originally clear and bright sky suddenly turned pitch black, without a trace of light. The mist ninjas felt as if they had fallen into an abyss, as if they were the only ones left in the world. That feeling of loneliness arises from the bottom of my heart. Some ninjas with weak minds were already extremely panicked and held their breath and tried to dive into the water. But they were under the spell of walking in darkness, like blind people. No matter where they went, they were always wandering in darkness. Xingyuan Suejian kept moving his hands and violently mobilized the chakra in his body. Water release, big explosive water wave. Because they are in the ocean, there is no need to consume a lot of chakra to create water. They can directly draw the seawater to perform this ninjutsu. Boom dash. A dull roar came from the bottom of the sea. When the surging and violent force was transmitted to the sea surface, a giant wave mushroom was formed instantly. The surrounding sea walls were raised to hundreds of feet high, and then a violent explosion, accompanied by the overwhelming force of a tidal wave, swept across the mist ninjas. Gurgle. The mist ninjas were still wandering in the endless darkness when they suddenly felt dizzy and were swept into the sea. Ah, help me. Boundless forces were ruthlessly ravaging their bodies, and they were crushed into pieces under this tremendous force. After a long time, a ray of light shone clearly from the darkness. Then it spread out, and the warm sunlight reappeared before our eyes. Xingyuan Suejian immediately lifted the darkness technique and looked at the gradually calming sea with a calm expression. There were many ninjas floating on the sea, their lives or deaths unknown. Moonlight Gale and Mao Yuzai Jo watched all this in a daze. Mao Yixian stared blankly at Yuguan Jifeng and muttered, Captain can complete the mission alone, right? Are we here to clean up the battlefield? Moonlight Gale. The only ninjas still standing on the opposite side were the 3 from the 7 ninja swordsmen, and Hoshigaki Kisame, who retreated to the rear at the beginning of the battle. The remaining mist ninjas were all gasping for breath. If they had not been proficient in water escape and knew how to protect themselves in the water, their fate would have been the same as the surrounding ninjas. They had never expected that the brat could unleash a ninjutsu of this magnitude. Although there are certain bonuses when using it at sea, the power of ninjutsu and the precision of chakra cannot be compared with fighting at sea alone. Even if they were to unleash this ninjutsu at sea, it would not be as powerful as his. Seeing this, the mist ninjas immediately began to think of retreating. This kid's strength was unfathomable, so it was better for them to leave first. Xingyuan Suejian seemed to see what they were thinking and didn't want to let them leave. He immediately rushed forward and came in front of the fat watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. Magic Shackles Hangs Technique. Buzz. The Zigguashan puffer ghost was hit on the spot and looked dazed. He stood there without any reaction. The mist ninjas immediately wanted to go forward and wake him up, but unexpectedly a thin high-pressure waterline was making a hissing sound, passing by them at high speed. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost and Loquat Juzo, who was about to wake him up, were directly cut through by the high-pressure waterline. The Zigguashan puffer ghost was split into two and died on the spot. However, Baiwa Juzo was not affected by the illusion and escaped at the cost of losing an arm. "Run, run!" Baiwa Juzo shouted. There was no need for him to remind them, as Kurikurega and Hashigaki Kisame had already disappeared. Looking at the two people's quickly receding backs, Baiwa Juzo was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a while. Baiwa Juzo ran away in frustration, cursing angrily. Ha ha. Singyuan Swejian did not chase after him. This Baiwa Juzang was also an interesting guy. Although there is not much description in the original work, when Akatsuki and Itaka teamed up, he helped Itaka block the tailed beast ball of the fourth Mizukage at the critical moment. He can be regarded as a man of honor. All I can say is that I was born in the wrong country. Under the blood mist policy of the water country, no one who can survive is a normal person. Besides, his arm is broken and he will be useless from now on, so let him escape. Looking at the fat corpse, Singyuan Swejian kicked it away with disdain. This Zigguashan pufferfish ghost is different. He is a typical profit-seeking person who forgets his principles. He deserves to die. Looking at the bottom of his body, a weapon covered with spikes was twisting constantly. Singyuan Swejian leaned forward and grabbed it. Not only did the weapon not resist at all, but it also rubbed gently on his face affectionately. Is it same Hata? Follow me from now on. Singyuan Swejian patted its body gently and said softly. Same Hata let out an excited squeak. It seems to like the chakra on Singyuan Swejian. Singyuan Swejian knew that the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Ninja had special recycling methods, but Singyuan Swejian did not know how to seal ninjutsu. We can only think of a solution after returning to the village. On the calm sea, Moonlight Gale and Uzuki Yujeo were quietly cleaning up the battlefield. When they encountered half-dead Mist Ninjas, they killed them all with the finishing blows. Mayu Shiyan complained with an unhappy look on her face. Captain, the two of us have become a corpse-collecting duo. Upon hearing this, Moonlight Gale quickly responded, Xian, don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for the captain, we would definitely be dead. Cough cough cough. Before he could say a few words, Moonlight Gale started coughing non-stop. Looking at Yueguang Jiafeng coughing and gasping for breath, Singyuan Swejian had long discovered that Yueguang Jiafeng seemed to have some illness and was coughing all the way. Singyuan Swejian didn't say much, but walked straight up to check him. After careful investigation, some causes of the disease were discovered. Your lungs were injured before, and you never sought treatment. Furthermore, your frequent use of your bloodline limit has invisibly deepened the damage, causing you to cough constantly. If you don't get treatment, it will only get worse and you might die. Seeing Yuangsu said indifferently with no expression on his face. Moonlight Gale was speechless for a moment after hearing this, and said angrily, I've been to the hospital for treatment, but it never got better. I thought it was just a common cough that would go away with just a bit of effort, but recently it seems to have gotten much worse. Just as Singyuan Swejian said, his lungs were severely damaged by the enemy when he was on a mission. He thought it was nothing serious, so he applied some medicine and left it alone. But after using Tou Dun, I felt extremely weak and had no strength in my body. Singyuan Swejian then used the Palm Immortal technique on his lungs, repaired the damage he had previously suffered to his lungs. Moonlight Gale felt warm all over under the treatment of the Palm Immortal technique, and even his breathing became much smoother. After a moment, Singyuan Swejian finished the treatment. I have healed the hidden injury in your lungs, but your weakness remains. You are not allowed to use your bloodline limit for the next year. Take good care of your body if you don't want to die young. Moonlight Gale nodded gratefully upon hearing this. Thank you, Captain. Mayu Zijao was also extremely excited. She had already persuaded him to go out and seek treatment from a medical ninja, but he never took it seriously, thinking it would pass if he just endured it. They seemed to be a couple in the original novel, and now they have already started to flirt with each other. Singyuan Swejian waved her hand casually. Let's go and rescue the undercover agent. The two nodded immediately, and the three of them boarded the boat and sped quickly towards the Water Kingdom. In the hall of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku frowned as he listened to the reports from his clansmen. What, Akikawa hasn't come back yet? Uchiha Fugaku said angrily. The Uchiha clan members below were also worried. Recently, many Uchiha clan members who went out on missions have disappeared, and none of them have returned. By the time the abnormality was discovered, more than 10 Uchiha clan members had already disappeared, and those who disappeared were all members of the clan who had opened the Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui said in a deep voice, someone is targeting our Uchiha clan and coveting our Sharingan. What? The Uchiha clan members were shocked, and then they were all furious. How dare you? Uchiha Fugaku said with a grim expression, "Go check which of our clansmen are out on missions and send someone to pick them up immediately. They are in danger. The enemy is targeting the Sharingan." Not long after, a member of the tribe returned. "Chief, the tribesmen who were about to go on a mission have been notified to stop their mission. And those who are already on missions outside include Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Akikawa, and Uchiha Lyowo." What? Uchiha Itaki was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that Uchiha Izumi would go on a mission at this time. He should have set out with the team. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Fugaku immediately decided, "Get ready for battle. I will go to the Hokage and report the situation immediately. Pack up immediately and gather at the village entrance. Only the Jonin are allowed. The mid-level and lower-level ones shouldn't go. The enemy is targeting the Sharingan. Do you understand?" "Yes," everyone answered. Uchiha Fugaku immediately rushed to the Hokage's office and reported the situation to the third Hokage. "What?" The third Hokage was shocked when he heard this, and then he said in anger, "How dare you provoke us, Konoha? You should know that the third Hokage has been baptized by Uchiha Shisui's Kota Amatsukami, and now he has a much better impression of the Uchiha family." He immediately gave the order, "Immediately arrange for all idle ninjas in the village, as well as Umbu and those above Chunin, to gather at the village entrance and follow the Uchiha clan to track down their teammates. Fugaku will be in charge of the entire process. Quick." After receiving the order, the Umbu left quickly to inform. Uchiha Fugaku was suddenly deeply moved. He felt that the third Hokage had changed. Now he can stand up for the Uchiha without hesitation, which means he really treats them as family. After a while, the ninjas who received the notice gathered at the entrance of the village. Most of them looked confused, not knowing what had happened. At this moment, Hokage and others appeared in front of the crowd. The third Hokage shouted loudly, "An unknown force from another village attacked the Uchiha clan of our village." According to the report from the ninja who escaped, all the Uchiha clan members who were on the mission were killed and their eyes gouged out. They covet the Sharingan. There are still 3 Uchiha clan members who have not yet received any news. I want you to move out immediately, split into 3 teams, and retrieve them. Yes, everyone responded and then divided into 3 teams under the arrangement of Uchiha Fugaku, with more than 30 ninjas in each team. Uchiha Itaki is also in one of the teams, and he is going to look for Uchiha Izumi's team. He knew that he couldn't panic at this moment and had to stay calm. The 3 teams set out to search for the missing person according to the task instructions they had accepted at the time. And the other side, Xing Yuingxiu saw that they entered the Water Kingdom without any obstruction. All 3 of them disguised themselves, wearing the unique ninja costumes of the Water Country, and arrived at the rendezvous point according to the mission instructions. When we arrived in front of a farmhouse, an old man with a haggard face appeared in front of us. Xingyuan Swejian stepped forward and whispered, "Is it Nightmare? We were sent by the cat cave to bring back the kitten." Night Cat is the code name of this undercover agent. The undercover agent nodded secretly and took out the task docking mark. "Let's go, we've got someone." The 4 of them quickly rushed towards the coast. We quickly got back to the boat and had a safe journey. But when they were not paying attention, a white figure appeared in the direction they left. A strange smile appeared on the white face, and then it slowly sank into the ground. In the Mizukage's office, Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obito with a serious face. All the ninjas who went to chase him were destroyed, and only 3 escaped. Uchiha Obito was surprised and said, "Oh, so powerful. I sent out hundreds of ninjas. Even though they were all useless, they shouldn't be nearly dead, right?" At this time, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground. "We found the undercover agents. After picking up the people, they headed towards the coast, preparing to leave by boat." Uchiha Obito chuckled and said, "Then let me go meet them." Seeing this, Ju said seriously, "You'd better be careful. I don't have any information about the enemy. They might have the ability to defeat you. Be careful." Uchiha Obito looked nonchalant. "What are you afraid of? If you can't beat me, won't you just run away? Besides, I have a spare Sharingan transplanted into my body. Even if I'm killed, I can still revive with Izanagi. And I'm bringing the 4th Mizukage with me, so there's absolutely no problem." Ju still felt worried. He had a vague feeling that the enemy this time was unusual, but he couldn't tell why. He could only say, "I hope so." In a corner on the border of the Land of Fire, a ninja dog from the Inyazuka clan followed the scent and discovered something. Everyone rushed forward to check, and saw 4 bloody corpses in front of them. Uchiha Fugaku hurried forward to check. "I saw Uchiha Akikawa lying on the ground, already dead. His eyes were empty and sunken, and his Sharingan was gone." "How dare you?" Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. The ninjas from various families present were also extremely angry, as some of their family members were among the dead. Not long after, news came from another search team that another team of 4 had been killed, and Uchiha Lyowo's eyes had been gouged out. Uchiha Fugaku laughed angrily. Okay, it's better not to let me know who did it, hee." Everyone looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who was on the verge of exploding, and they all kept their mouths shut, not daring to bring bad luck upon him. On the other side, the team led by Uchiha Itachi was chasing in the direction of Uchiha Izumi's mission at a high speed. At this time, the 4 members of Tony Zayamu's team, who had just returned from their mission, were slowly returning to Konoha. Woof! Inyazuka Hana's ninja dog, Haimaru, let out a series of rapid shouts. Something's happening. Haimaru said he smelled danger and there's an enemy approaching, Inyazuka Hana said hurriedly. The 4 of them prepared for battle. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 of them were surrounded in an instant, and dozens of masked ninjas were staring at them hungrily. Without any nonsense, the opponent launched an attack directly, using all kinds of ninjutsu and hidden weapons to attack the 4 people. Boom dash! Various ninjutsu and detonating tags bombarded the area with loud noises, and the 4 of them were soon unable to withstand it. Over there, quickly! After hearing the sound of the detonating talisman, Uchiha Itachi and others immediately led everyone away at high speed. The 4 men huddled together back to back, all of them seriously injured. As the captain, Tony Zayamu, stood in front at the first moment, his empty trouser legs dripping with blood fluttering in the wind. Teacher, your leg? Inyazuka Hana looked at Tony Zayamu with an ugly expression. It's okay, you still have 1 leg left, but it looks like you're in danger today. I feel so sorry for your families that I couldn't protect you. Tony Zayamu shook his head helplessly. Teacher, don't say that. Since we became ninjas, we have long been prepared for death. Uchiha Izumi looked at the enemies around her, holding a kunao tightly in her hand. She was ready to fight the enemy to the death. The remaining 2 also nodded. The enemy ninja didn't seem to want to delay any longer and gave orders to the surroundings, be careful not to damage the Uchiha Sharingan, and kill everyone else. Upon hearing this, the figures in the dark rushed forward, wanting to kill them in one fell swoop. The 4 men's eyes were filled with despair. Just as they were about to fight to the death, a loud shout suddenly came from their ears. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge orange-red fireball slammed into the enemy crowd. Boom dash! The fireball did not cause any substantial damage to the enemy, but it still successfully prevented the enemy's attack. Uchiha Itachi flew and squatted in front of the 4 people, looking at Uchiha Izumi, who was dying and spitting blood from his mouth. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but feel furious that he had finally come to terms with his relationship, and yet how dare they do this? How dare you? Uchiha Itachi stared at them with bloodthirsty eyes and let out a low roar. Itachi Uchiha's eyes quickly turned and suddenly turned into a triangular windmill shape. Uchiha Itachi, who was already a meticulous person, finally opened his belated Mangekyo Sharingan after seeing his beloved being hurt so badly. You all must die, Uchiha Itachi said coldly with an expressionless face. It was as if this was just telling them a fact, without any extra explanation. When more than 10 enemies saw Uchiha Itachi's eyes, their hearts trembled and they felt something was wrong. Knowing that he was no match for his opponent, he wanted to retreat immediately. It might be okay if the mission fails, but Danzo's information cannot be leaked, otherwise everything will be over and my family will suffer too. But before they could take any action, swish, swish, swish. The area was already densely packed with Konoha ninjas. After the enemies realized that there was no hope of escape, they looked at each other and then wanted to commit suicide with their knives. Want to die, but it's not that easy. Uchiha Itachi instantly activated Susanoo, and a bright red skeleton took shape instantly. He clenched his fists and hammered them hard on the ground. Boom dash! The ground collapsed instantly, and the huge impact force directly blew the enemies away. The knife he was holding in his hand to commit suicide was also knocked out of his hand. Uchiha Itachi quickly flashed in front of the enemy leader, and the Mangekyo in his eyes was instantly activated. Tsukuyomi! After a dizzying spin, the enemy leader came to an illusion space, his body placed on a wooden stake. The next 72 hours will be at my disposal, and I hope you can tell me the answers you want. In the Scarlet Tsukuyomi illusion space, Uchiha Itachi spoke expressionlessly and without a trace of emotion. In this environment, Uchiha Itachi, holding a long sword, began this pleasant torture. However, I don't know how long I spent in the illusion space. Huff, huff, huff. After the enemy leader came out of the illusion space, he instantly collapsed to the ground and gasped for breath. He was tortured inhumanely for 72 hours, and Uchiha Itachi was able to control the flow of time in the illusion space. Speed. The endless torture lasted far longer than 72 hours, but outside it was just a moment. Now that I've got the information, you all go to hell. Uchiha Itachi's face was grim, and he released his Mangekyo technique without mercy. Amaterasu. I saw a tear of blood flowing from the corner of Uchiha Itachi's eye. I saw more than 10 enemies on the ground covered in black flames, howling in pain from the burning, and soon they were burned to ashes. Let's go back. Uchiha Itachi picked up Uchiha Izumi with a gloomy face and disappeared. Everyone looked at each other, all shocked by Uchiha Itachi's strength. Then everyone quickly returned to Konoha with the injured. A new storm is coming. On the sparkling sea, a small boat is sailing through the waves. Xingyuan Suejian closed his eyes and rested in the cabin, while the other three were on guard at the bow. They haven't left the waters of the water country yet, so they can't help but feel a little panicked. Suddenly, Xingyuan Suejian suddenly opened his eyes and sensed a figure approaching at a high speed. Xingyuan Suejian quickly came to the deck and said solemnly, "There are powerful enemies chasing us. Keep going. I'll hold off the enemy. Don't look back, just run straight to the Fire Nation at full speed." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Then Xingyuan Suejian didn't answer, but quickly jumped off the boat, activated his chakra, and slammed hard on the bottom of the boat. The small boat seemed to be equipped with a motor, rushing forward rapidly, heading towards the fire country at high speed. After watching the small boat gradually disappear from sight, Xingyuan Suejian turned around and stood quietly on the sea waiting for the arrival of the enemy. However, not much time passed before a figure slowly appeared in front of Xingyuan Suejian. The figure was short, with a baby face and dull eyes, like a soulless puppet. It was the fourth Mizukage, Karatsuki Yagura, who was controlled by Uchiha Obito. Seeing Xingyuan's serious expression, he no longer hesitated and took the lead in attacking, quickly forming seals with his hands. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A winding dragon rose from the sea and rushed towards Gaji Yagura. Water style, water mirror technique. I saw Yagura Karada using the water mirror technique on Xingyuan Suejian, and another Xingyuan Suejian appeared in front of him, also using the water dragon bullet technique. Boom dash. The two water dragons entangled and collided with each other, causing a large splash of water. "Ha, are you the only one who knows the water mirror technique?" Xingyuan Suejian smiled disdainfully. Water style, water mirror technique. A man with the same face as Kuruhi Yagura appeared before him. Seeing the scene, a hint of shock finally appeared on Kurujutsu Yagura's expressionless face. However, Xingyuan Suejian did not dare to use large-scale ninjutsu at this moment. He understood the principle of the water mirror technique very well, because whatever he used, the other party could copy. Now that we know that Karada Yagura is being controlled, all we have to do is break Uchiha Obito's control. Lead gray clouds piled heavily in the low sky, tightly blocking out the last ray of light. The sea seemed to be covered with a dark curtain, the color was gloomy and deep. On the sea, four figures stood facing each other quietly. Xingyuan Suejian had already understood the principle of the water mirror technique. As long as you don't actively use your own skills and abilities, the copied mirror image will be useless. Because every skill used or every move will be recorded by the mirror, and then it can be used at will. Originally, Xingyuan Suejian wanted to use a skill that consumed a large amount of chakra to kill Karatachi Yagura, but suddenly remembered that he was a perfect Jinchuriki. Xingyuan Suejian was not sure if she could match the chakra of a tailed beast, so she finally thought about it and gave up. Don't let his chakra be exhausted by then, and instead create a terrifying mirror image. Xingyuan Suejian is well aware of her own strength, and it would be embarrassing if she couldn't defeat the mirror image. Xingyuan Suejian no longer hesitated and instantly opened the Mangekyo Sharingan that he planned to release Uchiha Obito's control over Karatachi Yagura. With a flash of her body, Xingyuan Suejian instantly appeared in front of Goju Yagura. Before he could react, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan instantly invaded his consciousness. After searching in his spiritual world, he finally found the traces of eye control left by Uchiha Obito in the body of Yagura Karatachi. Then wrap it up in an instant and crush it hard. Bang! I saw Kyuji Yagura suddenly dazed, stumbling, then he was stunned. "Me? What's happening to me?" Kuruju Yagura looked confused. He looked at the surrounding environment and Xingyuan Suejian opposite him in confusion. "You have been controlled by someone using the Sharingan for many years, and the hidden mist village is now in ruins." Xingyuan Suejian looked at Goju Yagura, who had regained consciousness, and kindly reminded him. Goju Yagura was suddenly stunned, and then the memories of the period after he was controlled slowly emerged in his mind. After a moment, "Ah, how dare this damn guy do this to me?" Karada Yagura instantly became furious that he had actually controlled him to do so many things. Xingyuan Suejian watched Goju Yagura venting wildly and did not go forward to disturb him. It is not a pleasant feeling for anyone to be controlled and treated as a puppet for a few years. Uchiha Obito also miscalculated and actually sent Yagura Karatachi to hunt him down. He never thought that Xingyuan Suejian knew that Kurujutsu Yagura was controlled by the Sharingan. I didn't expect that Xingyuan Suejian had the Mangekyo Sharingan, so it was easy for him to break his illusion control. Huff, huff, huff. Kurujutsu Yagura seemed to have realized what was happening and hurried forward, breathing heavily. "Thank you so much, Kanahas ninja. If you hadn't helped me break the illusion control, I don't know how long I would have been toyed with." Gaji Yagura expressed his gratitude with a sincere look on his face. A Mizukage could humble himself and express his gratitude, so one can imagine how much of a shadow Uchiha Obito's torture had cast on him. Xingyuan Suejian shook her head upon hearing this and said, "No need to thank me. We have a common enemy. Helping you has saved me a lot of trouble. Your water mirror technique is very powerful." Kurujutsu Yagura stared blankly at the four figures on the field. You also know the water mirror technique. Karada Yagura was extremely surprised at this was the ninjutsu that he had devoted himself to studying for many years, and it had not been passed down. How could others learn it? In addition, this technique is extremely difficult to learn, and one must have a certain level of attainment in water-style ninjutsu, space, time, etc. To learn it. Oh, I found this in a secret compartment when I was secretly investigating the Mizukige's office. Otherwise, I wouldn't know the secret that you were being controlled. Seeing UN Swejian said nonsense. Upon hearing this, Karadagi Yagura nodded. He did leave a backup of this technique in a secret compartment in the Mizukige's office. I had intended to leave it to the future Mizukage. Since you have obtained this technique, I will give it to you as a gift. I hope you will not pass it on easily. After all, this is a product I want to leave to the Water Kingdom in the future. Seeing UN Swejian nodded in agreement. After all, he learned it without permission. Although I'm not afraid of Yagura Gojo getting angry, I still feel like I've been caught stealing someone else's things by the owner. The person who previously controlled you should soon realize that the control he left in your body is no longer effective. That you must take action as soon as possible to avoid being controlled again. Seeing UN Swejian kindly reminded Kyuji Yagura, but was also very confused. Wasn't he a perfect Jinchuriki? How could he be controlled so easily? Why didn't the three tails in his body help him to release the control? This puzzled Seeing UN Swejian. Don't worry, I won't be controlled by him again. I was just careless before, and the three tails in my body were also controlled by him beforehand, so he couldn't remind me in time. For Karada Yagura, being controlled once was already a great humiliation. That if he was controlled again, he would rather die. Then you should hurry back to the village. Your ninja village has been shattered by him. There is a lot of mess waiting for you to clean up. That weirdo should be here soon. Don't you need my help? Goju Yagura was still thinking about joining him and beating that guy up, but seeing UN Swejian was right, they had to go back and tidy up the village first. I'm fine. I know some of his weaknesses. I need to attack him unexpectedly. Your presence will only affect me. The main thing is that if Goju Yagura is here, Seeing UN Swejian can't let go of the battle. Some secrets cannot be known to others. Upon hearing this, Kurujutsu Yagura nodded. He knew that everyone had their own secret means of attack. This is all information. It's normal that people don't want others to know. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. I'll go back and clean up first. He immediately turned around and was about to leave, but after taking a few steps he suddenly turned back and said, "Young Konoha ninja, can you tell me your name?" "My name is Seeing UN Swejian." Goju Yagura took a last deep look at Seeing UN Swejian, and then quickly disappeared from sight. And in the Mizukage office on the other side, Uchiha Obito was half lying on a chair leisurely, while Zetsu beside him had a worried look on his face. "Aren't you going to hunt them down yourself? What if the fourth Mizukage is no match for them and gets killed?" Uchiha Obito looked indifferent. What does it matter to him whether the Mizukage is dead or alive? Wouldn't it be better to wait until he has almost exhausted all the enemies before going over? Anyway, the enemy can be caught up with just one Shinwei and can't escape. It's okay. Let the Mizukage fight the enemy for a while. If he can kill him, that would be great. If that doesn't work, I'll go over. With my Sharingan controlling him, he won't be able to cause any trouble. Uchiha Obito is extremely confident. He believes that no one can break his Mangekyo-I's power at this stage. Sudden dash. He felt a palpitation in his heart and found that the mental imprint he left on the fourth Mizukage had disappeared. No, it was directly erased. Uchiha Obito's face looked ugly. Looking at Ju's strange black and white face, he suddenly felt that this guy's crow's mouth might have been blessed. "I need to go out for a while. The Mizukige's control has been broken." After saying this, before Ju could react, he turned into a vortex and disappeared. Black Zetsu, on the other hand, had a look of disdain on his face. "I warned him long ago. What an ignorant and arrogant boy, humph." On the calm sea surface, it is like an endless piece of blue silk spread out. Seeing UN Swejian stood quietly on the sea, her body swaying gently with the waves. This damn dizziness. Seeing UN Swejian could not understand why he would feel seasick even though he was not even on a boat. He swore that if there was peace in the ninja world in the future, he would never choose to settle in the water country. The reason was, it was just because he felt disgusted. Just as Seeing UN Swejian was daydreaming, a vortex swirled not far away and a figure emerged. The man was wearing a black robe with red clouds and a single-eyed vortex-shaped mask on his face. It was none other than Uchiha Obito. "Oh, are you the one who has been ruining my plans all the way?" Uchiha Obito said in a hoarse accent and in a sinister tone. Seeing UN Swejian looked at Uchiha Obito, who was pretending to be serious, but did not expose him, and asked cooperatively, "Who are you? Are you controlling the Mizukage?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito said in a deep voice, "I am Uchiha Madara. That you little brat has ruined my plan. I want you to pay the price." Puff. Seeing UN Swejian still couldn't help laughing out loud. He really wanted to hold it back, but when he heard Uchiha Obito's pretending to be profound, he couldn't stand it anymore. "Why, do you find it so funny to hear my name?" Uchiha Obito always felt that this man was weird. There always seemed to be a hint of mockery in the way he looked at him, which made him very annoyed. Singyuan Suejian tried hard to control her facial expression and said seriously, no, 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 my dog gave birth to her second child, I'm very happy. Are you the legendary Uchiha Madara? You're so amazing. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was certain that the brat was laughing at him. His feeling was definitely not wrong, absolutely. You damned little brat, how dare you laugh at me? Uchiha Obito roared in frustration. Singyuan Suejian couldn't help but wonder, was her performance really that exaggerated? Uchiha Obito was seen walking quickly on the water and approaching, stretching out his hand to touch Singyuan Suejian. Singyuan Suejian already knew his intentions and was well aware of Shinwei's abilities. Singyuan Suejian instantly opened the kaleidoscope, and her gear-shaped eyes emitted a faint light. Sharinan, Uchiha clan, Mangekyo. Uchiha Obito was so frightened that he was scared to death. He knew too well the power of the Mangekyo, so he wanted to retreat immediately. But before he could react, he felt his head shake and then entered a strange space, with his body nailed by huge nails. In reality, Uchiha Obito stood blankly on the sea. Singyuan Suejian didn't hesitate at all and stabbed him wildly with the kunao, but it was of no use. The Shinwei would automatically transfer the injured part of his body to another space. I can only try my best to increase my pupil power, hoping that he can stay in the illusion space for 5 minutes, so that I can kill him. Another way is to kill him instantly when he launches an attack. In the illusion space, Uchiha Obito was extremely anxious. He could feel that his body was under attack, but he had no way to stop it. He could feel that the opponent's eye power was too strong. He only had one Mangekyo Sharinan and could not break the technique in a short time. In reality, Singyuan Suejian was silently keeping track of the time. 4 minutes had passed, and he would be able to kill him in another minute. Although I thought it might not be that easy to kill him in one go, it would still be nice to consume one of his lives. Break it for me. Uchiha Obito roared madly in the illusion. Perhaps he heard his call. In the last few seconds, Uchiha Obito's eyes burst out with strong energy, forcibly breaking through the illusion space. Uchiha Obito, who had just woken up, opened his eyes and saw a kunao stabbing straight at his face. He felt as if his soul was about to die and quickly dodged into another space. In the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito was breathing heavily. I almost fell into his trap. This kid is so scary. Uchiha Obito looked scared. Singyuan Suejian looked at Uchiha Obito, who disappeared on the spot, and was not surprised. With the cell body of Hashirama in his body, his single Mangekyo Sharinan was no less powerful than the eternal Mangekyo. After the cooldown of Kamui was refreshed, Uchiha Obito reappeared in front of Singyuan Suejian. Kid, you really surprised me. The Uchiha clan never had a figure like you before. With your strength, you shouldn't be unknown. Who are you? Uchiha Obito was very sure that he had never seen Singyuan Yujian before. White Zetsu had also been active in Konoha over the years, but he had never heard of such a genius appearing in the Uchiha clan, which made him very confused. Yeah, I'm half Uchiha, right? It's normal that you haven't heard of me. What Singyuan Suejian said was actually true. After fusing the cells of several Uchiha clan members, the Uchiha blood in his body might be purer than that of some ordinary clan members. He just did not have some of the physical characteristics of the Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Obito said seriously, tell me your name, Junior, I am your ancestor. Ah. Singyuan Suejian was confused. Is this considered an insult? I won't tell you my name. If you can survive today, you might get to know me in the future. Singyuan Suejian didn't want to reveal too much information. After all, the other person's spacetime ninjutsu came and went without a trace, making it hard to guard against. He didn't want to be harassed from time to time. Humph, how dare you defy me? I'll make you pay the price. Uchiha Obito stepped forward again. After the last lesson, he deliberately avoided Singyuan Suejian's sight and did not dare to look her in the eye. As long as he touches Singyuan Suejian's body and pulls her into the Shinwei space, she will be at his mercy. Singyuan Suejian seems to see Uchiha Obito had this idea, but he didn't dodge, just stood there quietly. I'm going to succeed. Uchiha Obito said happily, looking at the motionless Singyuan Suejian. Closer, closer, I've touched it. The moment they touched, Uchiha Obito immediately activated Kamui and was about to pull Singyuan Suejian into the different space. Singyuan Suejian sneered, and saw the gear in his right eye click and turn, and then activated the kaleidoscope ability Time Apocalypse. Time stands still, the world seemed to have been paused, and it was suddenly quiet. The beautiful scene was like a beautiful painting. Singyuan Suejian was not in the mood to appreciate all this. He felt the power in his eyes being consumed rapidly and madly. He quickly pulled out the same hata from behind and slashed it hard on Uchiha Obito's neck, separating his head from his body in an instant. Seeing that he had succeeded, Singyuan Suejian no longer hesitated and immediately turned off Time Standstill. The gears clicked and time immediately resumed its movement. It was as if nothing had happened and nothing around had changed, but the corpse falling on the sea was a clear reminder that Uchiha Obito had fallen. However, after a while, the corpse on the ground disappeared silently, and a brand new Uchiha Obito appeared before his eyes. I'm dead? Recalling the battle just now, Uchiha Obito had no idea what happened. All I know is that the moment I came into contact with Sinuan Swejian, my head and body were separated, and the feeling of my head falling into the sea is still vivid in my mind. Looking at the spare Sharingan on his arm that was already closed, the passive setting of his Inaga had been triggered, reminding him all the time that Uchiha Obito had died once. Me, you. Uchiha Obito's mind was extremely confused at the moment. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, he saw Sinuan Swejian carrying Samehada and walking forward a few steps. Uchiha Obito was so frightened that he almost died. He no longer had any backup Sharingan. If it happened again, he would die. He immediately activated his divine power at high speed and fled from the place without looking back. Sinuan Swejian looked at the escaping Uchiha Obito and breathed a sigh of relief. Time could not be stopped for too long. He already felt that his vision was blurred. After confirming that there were no pursuers, Sinuan Swejian quickly dodged and ran towards the fire country on the sea. He didn't want to stay in this broken sea for a moment. At the ruins of the Whirlpool country, Moonlight Gale and others were resting. This place is still too close to the land of water. Should we just return to Konoha? Your captain is so young, he can't stop the Mizu cage. The undercover ninja said this worriedly. He wished he could grow wings and fly back to Konoha immediately. He was living in fear in the water country all day long and he almost had a mental breakdown. Moonlight Gale glanced at him and said calmly, "Wait a little longer, the captain should be back soon." If it weren't for the undercover's meritorious service, Moonlight Gale would have slapped him long ago. Didn't he already know the captain's strength? Although he had never shown his full strength, the impression was that he was definitely not weaker than the Mizu cage. Even if he couldn't defeat the enemy, he would definitely be able to shake it off. Anyway, he had never seen Sinuan Swejian show surprise, fear, etc. during the battle. He always looked calm, as if everything was under his control. "Yeah, don't be nervous, he's just a Mizu cage. The captain will kill him soon and then come back to reunite with us," Maoyu Zijao said with certainty. Speaking of Sinuan Swejian, Maoyu Shiyanzai sparkled. Of course, this was just admiration for the strong. After all, there was a several-year age gap between them. "Hey, what are you talking about? It's so lively." I saw Sinuan Swejian carrying Samehada on his shoulders and walking slowly from a distance with a smile on his face. When Maoyu Shiyan saw that it was Sinuan Swejian who had returned, she immediately jumped up excitedly. "Captain, are you okay?" Sinuan Swejian waved his hand casually. He just didn't want to consume too much of the kaleidoscope's pupil power, otherwise he could just kill them all. The main reason is that there will be more powerful enemies in the future, so we must conserve our strength and not let too many enemies know our intelligence in advance. "It's okay, the Mizu cage has actually been controlled by someone recently. I've helped him break the spell. They're going to have trouble in the water country from now on." The undercover ninja was stunned when he heard this. This was the information he obtained at the risk of his life. But how come he said it was just a trivial matter and solved it easily? This Mizu cage has regained consciousness? Sinuan Swejian turned to look at the undercover ninja and nodded. "Well, he went back to cause trouble for that guy. From now on, Wuing Village will be in for another big baptism. Of course, this has nothing to do with us anymore. Let's go back." Everyone nodded in astonishment when they heard this. They got a message from Sinuan Swejian's understated description that after fighting with the Mizu cage, they found that the Mizu cage was controlled by someone, and then they helped him break the illusion control. That's it? Without thinking too much, everyone followed Sinuan Swejian and set out on the journey back to Konoha. In the Uchiha Ancestral Temple, there were more than 10 corpses covered with white cloth lying on the ground, and the atmosphere around was dark and eerie. The surroundings were filled with Uchiha clan members, all with glaring eyes, breathing heavily, and extremely angry. The leader, Uchiha Fugaku, sat at the top with his eyes tightly closed, but the slightly trembling muscles on his face showed that he was about to explode with anger at this moment. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi knelt below, their faces also gloomy, as if water could drip from them. "Itachi, tell us the information you have obtained," Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi nodded solemnly, stood up, and walked in front of his clan members. "According to the information I obtained through torture, the murderer who recently killed our people was none other than Shimura Danzo and the remnants of the former root. They premeditatedly killed our people and stole the Sharingan." Wow! There was an uproar at the scene, and then the Uchiha clan members stood up one after another, cursing indignantly. "Damn it, Danzo, I'm going to kill you, my child. Chief, give the order, we can't let them escape. These beasts, Chief, we can't let them go." Uchiha Fugaku immediately stood up and ordered solemnly, "You must set off quickly and guard all the exits from the village. Don't let them escape. I will notify the Hokage immediately and we will kill them all." "Yes." The Uchiha scattered and quickly headed for all known exits from the village, determined not to let any of them escape. Uchiha Fugaku took Uchiha Shisui and Itachi directly to the residence of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because it was late at night, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not in the Hokage's office. Arriving at the Hokage's residence in the Sarutobi clan's territory, Uchiha Fugaku knocked gently on the door. After a while, the third Hokage opened the door sleepily, and was surprised when he saw the 3 Uchiha tribe. "Fugaku, what are you doing?" Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly, "Hokage-sama, we have found out who killed my Uchiha clan members and fellow ninjas. The third Hokage was shocked when he heard this, and the slight sleepiness he had originally felt was instantly awakened. Tell me quickly, who is it? The third Hokage's eyes widened with anger. He has been worried about this matter these days. Ninjas in the village were killed for no reason. Among them, the victims were from the Uchiha clan. Their target was the Sharingan, but the enemy was very cunning and did not leave any loopholes. Uchiha Fugaku immediately informed the third Hokage of the information he had obtained from the torture of Uchiha Itachi, as well as Danzo and his group's conspiracy to steal the Sharingan. What, this damn thing? I didn't expect that after losing its roots, it would still be so unscrupulous and dare to attack ninjas from the same village. It's worse than a beast. Sarutobi Hiruzen was really desperate about Danzo. He thought about their brotherly relationship and their shared love for the village. They had sworn to protect the village, but why had he become so strange and so cruel now? Order, all members of the Umbu are dispatched to immediately capture Danzo and all the remnants of the old root who participated in Danzo's evil deeds. This means that all secret passages out of the village will be blocked. If this operation encounters resistance, there is no need to report it, just kill them on the spot. Then he turned to Uchiha Fugaku and the others and said, let's go together. The three Uchiha nodded and quickly followed. In a secret underground base in Konoha, Danzo was sitting upright on a stone chair, dozing off with his hand on his forehead. Sudden dash. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Danzo. Danzo did not open his eyes, but simply said, how is it going? A Barame Tone knelt on one knee and replied, the Sharingan has been sent to Orikimura. Orikimura said you can go there anytime to get your arm transplanted. Danzo nodded lightly upon hearing this. The arm of Hashirama that he had been longing for could finally be transplanted. When he thought of the fascinating would release and the power of the Sharingan, Danzo's face inadvertently grinned. At this time, a ninja rushed in and said in a panic, sir, our secret has been exposed. The village is now under martial law. There are ninjas searching everywhere. Several of our colleagues have been captured. They should find this place soon. Danzo frowned. This happened a few days earlier than he expected. He had originally wanted to go for the transplant as soon as the Sharingan was delivered, but now he was trapped in the village. Gather everyone and evacuate to secret passage number 4 in the original route. Don't split up, just force your way in. Yes. The ninja disappeared upon hearing this to inform others. Danzo grinned and watched everyone leave with a sinister look. He was prepared to sacrifice these losers and let them attract fire, as long as he could escape. Then he turned to Abarame Tone and Yamanaka Kaze and instructed, after they start fighting, the three of us will leave through secret passage number 12. The two looked at each other and nodded cautiously. On the streets of Konoha late at night, various figures flashed. The Uchiha clan members and Umbu ninjas were stationed at various passages. The third Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, and the other two came to the Shimura clan's territory together. In Danzo's house, there was no one in the house. It was so empty that it must have been uninhabited for a long time. He's not here, keep looking, he must still be in the village. The third Hokage's eyes were firm. He decided that this time he must capture Danzo and execute him on the spot. He could tolerate any minor fights before, but this time he dared to attack his fellow villagers, which was absolutely unforgivable. Looking at the corpses of those ninjas and their relatives crying beside them, they did not die at the hands of the enemy, but fell cruelly under the butcher knives of their fellow villagers. Whenever the third Hokage thought of this, he trembled with anger. Boom! A violent explosion was heard, like a thunder in the silent night. Let's go, towards Umbu passage number 4. The third Hokage took the lead and rushed out in an instant. The three Uchiha clans quickly caught up, and when they arrived at their destination, the two sides were already fighting fiercely. They are all Danzo's lackeys, kill them all on the spot. The third Hokage and the three Uchiha joined the battle in an instant. Uchiha Itachi's face was gloomy, and there was no emotion in the Sharingan in his eyes. The kunao in his hands flew everywhere, and the enemy was killed instantly with a wave of his hand. Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui also opened their Sharingan and shuttled across the battlefield. In their extreme anger, the enemies had no power to resist, and in a short while, they were all killed by everyone. Looking at the hundreds of enemy corpses on the ground, the third Hokage was heartbroken that some of these people might be from Konoha, or orphans from other countries, but since they were brainwashed by Danzo, they became ruthless task machines who only knew how to obey orders. I didn't expect that the root organization had been cancelled, but he still secretly gathered so many people. They could have been saved. Many children were found among the corpses. They should be the genin that Danzo had just persuaded and accepted. It's all that damn Danzo's fault. At this time, an Umbu ninja came forward to report to Lord Hokage, Danzo is not found. Boom! Before the third Hokage could answer, another explosion was heard in the distance. From the sound, this is the original root channel No 12. Go quickly. A group of people quickly flashed and rushed to the scene of the incident. When everyone arrived at secret passage number 12, they saw tragic scenes. There were scattered corpses on the ground. Some were cut into pieces by wind-style ninjutsu, some were bitten beyond recognition by certain insects, and some turned purple all over. They all died in a miserable way. The third Hokage's hands trembled, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, chase them, kill them for me. Everyone followed the traces of Danzo and others' escape, with the Sensory Ninja and the Inyazuka clan ninja leading the way. I sensed it, it's right ahead, but they seem to have stayed where they are for some reason. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage and others no longer hesitated and quickly chased after him. In front of Danzo and others, Xingyuan Suejian and 4 others blocked their way. Xingyuan Suejian and the other 3 were originally on their way back to the village. Just as they were about to arrive back, they suddenly noticed 3 figures flashing towards them at a very fast speed. When Xingyuan Suejian saw Danzo and his 2 followers fleeing anxiously, he could roughly guess what must have happened. He wanted to step forward to stop them, but he didn't expect that Danzo and the other 2 would attack him without hesitation, wanting to instantly kill Xingyuan Suejian who was blocking their way. Xingyuan Suejian didn't tolerate them and used the water-breaking wave to force them to stop. Get out of the way, I'm Shimura Danzo and I have an important mission to carry out. Xingyuan Suejian remained unmoved and looked at them with a smile. Oh, what's the important mission? Tell me about it. He had already sensed a large amount of chakra reaction from behind. Just as he expected, Danzo must have done something that angered God and man, which attracted so many people to chase him. Shen Zhongfeng was furious when he heard this. A mere kid dared to block their way. He immediately rushed forward and wanted to kill Xing Yuanxiu with his palm. Looking at Shen Zhongfeng flying in the air, Xingyuan Suejian was not at all panicked. He just saw him quickly forming seals with his hands. Water style, water mirror technique. A huge mirror appeared in front of everyone, and a mirror image mountain wind jumped out of the mirror. Bang! The 2 fists collided and they fell backwards together. A copy type ninjutsu. Look at my family's secret technique. Shen Zhongfeng formed a heart shape with his hands and quickly used it on Xingyuan Suejian. The mirror clone beside him was indeed unable to copy his heart-turning technique, but Xingyuan Suejian was not at all panicked and allowed him to perform the technique of turning his mind. When the secret technique was used on him, the mental power in Xingyuan Suejian's body suddenly erupted, and the violent mental storm instantly rebounded into Shen Zhongfeng's mind, almost turning him into an idiot. Danzo and Abarame Tone tried to escape during the chaos, but Seijan Yuki saw through their intentions. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of Xingyuan Suejian surrounded them, and their clones quickly formed seals with their hands. Water style, water break wave. Dozens of high-pressure water lines formed a crossnet, quickly covering and cutting towards the 3 of them. Danzo and the other 2 were horrified when they saw this and quickly dodged far away. The unlucky Shen Zhongfeng was still lying on the ground, having suffered from Xingyuan Suejian's mental storm, and had no time to react when the cutting net covered him. Ah! The scream stopped abruptly, and the mountain wind was ruthlessly cut into pieces. Danzo, who had escaped the disaster, had a sinister look on his face and said viciously, "The village will not let you go if you kill ninjas from the same village like this." Suddenly, a loud shout came from a distance. "Bah, if we talk about killing ninjas from the same village, you are the culprit." Before he could finish his words, he saw hundreds of ninjas densely surrounding him, and the third Hokage and Uchiha and others slowly walked forward. The third Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itaki all had serious expressions, their eyes fixed on Danzo and his subordinate Abarame Tone in front of them. "Danzo, your crimes are unforgivable." The third Hokage shouted angrily that he came here today with only one purpose, which was to sever his past ties with his own hands. Uchiha Fugaku activated Susanoo, and the huge dark red figure exuded a powerful pressure. "Today I will make you pay for what you have done." Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itaki were also on high alert, their eyes filled with anger. Danzo and the others had ferocious expressions on their faces. "It's not that easy to catch us." As he said that, Abarame released countless poisonous insects, which rushed towards the crowd in a black mass. The third Hokage took a step forward and quickly formed seals with his hands. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. A winding fire dragon surged out, and when it hit the insect group, a violent explosion occurred. The poisonous insects were instantly burned and evaporated, turning into a ball of smelly smoke. Looking at the people who surrounded him with eager eyes. Seeing this, Abarame Torin seemed to have made up her mind and looked deeply at Shimura Danzo. Danzo seemed to sense something as well, and turned to Abarame Togen and nodded slightly. In the dark and impenetrable forest, the battle has reached a stalemate. Abarame Togen was forced into a desperate situation, but a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She made up her mind and was ready to use the forbidden technique. His hands were seen dancing rapidly, forming a series of complex and strange seals. As the chakra in his body surged wildly, the air around him seemed to be sucked out in an instant, becoming heavy and oppressive. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to tremble slightly, and something seemed to be rapidly gathering under the soil. In the blink of an eye, blurry fragments of flesh broke out of the ground from all directions. They seemed to be pulled by invisible threads and quickly gathered around Abarame Togen, stacking and merging, forming a creepy mound of flesh in the blink of an eye. The veins on Abarame Togen's forehead bulged, and with a loud shout, he pulled out a specially made kunao from his bosom and stabbed it fiercely into the pile of flesh. In an instant, a buzzing sound that made one's scalp tingle rang out, and countless poisonous insects as tiny as dust rushed out of the flesh, filling the space with a radius of dozens of meters. They flashed with cold green light, like hungry wolves, madly biting everything in the air. Immediately afterwards, a layer of transparent barrier that seemed to appear and disappear quickly expanded with Kujen as the center, firmly locking the area covered by the poisonous fog. Within the barrier, poisonous insects multiplied exponentially. The originally clear space was instantly filled with thick green fog, and a pungent stench mixed with the smell of blood drifted away. Those pieces of flesh began to decay and disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into pools of pus, from which billowing purple-black poisonous gas rose, roaring and expanding like a hideous demon. With Chu Gen's final roar, the entire barrier exploded, and the air wave, carrying poison, insects, and fragments of flesh, swept around like a doomsday storm. The trees were corroded and withered in an instant, and the land turned charred. The third Hokage knew very well the power of this technique, which was the forbidden technique of the Aberame family, the pot poison technique. As the Hokage, he has dabbled in the secret techniques of various families, and he also knows how to crack this technique. Everyone, use the large-scale wind-style ninjutsu immediately to blow away the poisonous fog. The third Hokage shouted urgently. The ninjas reacted immediately and hurriedly performed ninjutsu. Wind-style, once the typhoon passes. Wind-style, vacuum jade. Wind-style, big breakthrough. Seeing this, Xingyuan Suejian hurriedly used the big explosion water wave to wash away the broken meat and poisonous insects. Various wind escape techniques were used together, and the terrifying poisonous fog was instantly blown to other directions. Wherever the poisonous fog passed, the trees withered instantly and the small animals on the ground turned into white bones in an instant. It can be seen how terrible this technique is. It just so happens that there are so many ninjas here who are continuously using ninjutsu to blow away the poisonous fog. If there are only a few wind-style ninjas, then you should run for your life quickly. Nano-level poisonous insects are no joke. Aberame Tone, whose body had turned purple, was not surprised to see the poisonous fog being blown away. He immediately stepped forward, wanting to attack the third Hokage from close range. Uchiha Itachi, who was standing by, had already seen through his thoughts. Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo opened instantly. Tsukuyomi. Aberame-kun stood there in a daze for a moment, while Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing beside her, saw this and controlled Susanna to move forward, grabbed Aberame-kun who had no power to resist, and squeezed it hard in his palm. Puff Aberame Tone Pawn. Uchiha Fugaku threw the dough-like body of Aberame-kun aside as if throwing away garbage, and looked at Danzo with cold eyes. Danzo seemed to know that he was doomed today, and he said angrily, "What a pity, I was about to transplant Hashirama's arm, and then I could restore would release to the world. It's all your fault. Why don't you just die? Why are you trying to stop me? If I succeed, I can become Hokage, the second god of ninja world, and lead Konoha to dominate the ninja world." Danzo's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared madly. Looking at Danzo, who was roaring madly, everyone was silent, staring at him coldly. What you call strength is sacrificing everything you can to fulfill your wish, right? The third Hokage looked at Danzo with a cold face. He didn't expect Danzo to become so cruel. For the so-called power, he didn't hesitate to cruelly swing the butcher knife at his compatriots. He really regretted that he had given Danzo the power, and that he gradually lost himself in the power and eventually sank. Upon hearing this, Danzo laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, you bunch of idiots, what morality do you have in this cruel world? Only power is eternal. When I stand at the top of the world, who dares to say a word against me? Those untouchables are dead, and it's their honor to contribute to my success. Ha ha ha, he's gone mad. Let's all attack together, to avenge the companions he killed." Looking at this group of people who don't know how to live or die, Danzo snorted coldly. Wind escape vacuum jade sharp wind blades came violently from all directions, and several ninjas in front were cut into pieces in an instant. "Danzo, you're looking for death." The third Hokage instantly became furious and quickly created 4 clones. He quickly formed seals with both hands, 5 styles, great linking bullet technique. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed seals with his hands, and 4 clones instantly appeared on his side and stood in a fan shape. The main body took a deep breath, spewed out a giant fire dragon, and rushed towards the enemy camp with a rolling heat wave. The clone on the right stomped his feet and shook the ground, controlling the earth and rocks to gather into huge rocks, which attacked like a meteorite rain with the help of fire. The clone on the left knelt on the ground to attract underground water, and a water dragon immediately broke through the ground, wrapped around the fire dragon boulder, and water vapor rose. The clone at the back leaped into the air, blowing out a strong wind, compressing and shaping the power of the 3 in front, increasing its power dramatically. The front clone gathered lightning into a ball with both hands and threw it towards the core with all his strength. In an instant, the 5 forces merged in a giant multicolored lotus blossom. The petals spun like sharp blades, accompanied by the whistling wind and the earth cracking, and rushed towards Danzo rapidly. Rush away. Seeing this, Danzo quickly took out a kunao, attached wind chakra to the weapon to form a wind light blade, and quickly threw it towards the third Hokage. But before the light blade could fly a few steps, the surging Dalian bomb arrived and instantly covered Danzo. Boom boom boom, after a series of earth-shaking noises, Danzo was seen kneeling on one knee, covered in blood and panting. "Good opportunity," someone shouted. Seeing this, everyone rushed forward, but before they reached Danzo, they stopped in a hurry. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Then let's go together. Danzo was seen holding up his shaky body, standing steadily with his legs apart, his hands dancing rapidly. The afterimages of the hand seals were so fast that they were almost invisible. He was muttering something, and each obscure and complex hand seal was wrapped in his chakra power. In an instant, the air around him seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand, and a strong wind whistled towards where he was standing. The ground shook violently, and deep ravines appeared out of nowhere. Amidst the flying dust, the huge and mysterious four-symbol sealing technique patterns slowly emerged like the veins of an ancient giant beast. Dark light burst out from the lines, initially just dots of light, then gathered into a blindingly bright beam that seemed to completely illuminate this dark world. Danzo's body was tightly wrapped in the light, the wrinkles on his face were twisted due to the force, the veins on his forehead bulged, revealing extreme pain, and ink-black liquid sprayed out from his whole body. Uchiha Fugaku, I have sent your clan's Sharinan to Orikimura. Go find him quickly, ha ha ha. Danzo knew that his life was coming to an end, but he did not want to let Orikimura get away with it, because he felt that Orikimura was always plotting against him. As the power of the seal climbed to its peak, the dark light spun rapidly in a vortex shape, and the suction force suddenly emerged. The surrounding soil and rocks, broken weapons, and even the diffuse smoke were all ruthlessly sucked into the expanding seal vortex, making crackling sounds. Quick, get away from here, it's the four-symbol seal. If you get sucked in, you'll die, the third Hokage roared. Danzo's figure gradually faded away and was swallowed by the light bit by bit, but he kept his eyes wide open until his death, staring at the center of the seal, as if he wanted to seal all the resentment in the world into this deadly magic. Until the light suddenly shrank, and with a loud bang, all the light and the objects involved sank into the ground, leaving only a dead and scorched earth, as if nothing had happened. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and the 5.5th generation of Hokage came to an end. In a canyon in the land of water, Uchiha Obito was breathing heavily and panting, and standing opposite him was Yagura Karuta, who had transformed into a half-tailed beast. You bastard, how dare you tease me for so long, I'm going to kill you. Yagura Gojira's whole body was red, and all three tails behind him were exposed, and he was just short of transforming into the complete form of the tailed beast. Haha, come on if you can, but it's a pity you can't even touch me. Uchiha Obito originally wanted to pull the fourth Mizukage into the Kamui space, but this guy had no moral principles. As soon as they met, he immediately started to transform into a tailed beast. His speed was so fast that he could not be touched at all. He wanted to use illusion to control the fourth Mizukage again, but this time he was prepared and didn't look into Uchiha Obito's eyes the whole time. In addition, with the three tails in his body and alert the whole time, he couldn't control him at all. This made him feel extremely frustrated, and he had to constantly use Shinwei to dodge. Several times he almost failed to control the cooling time of Shinwei. If he was attacked once, he would definitely be dead. Karuja Yagura glared angrily and said, I don't believe your skills don't have a cooldown. As long as I keep attacking, you'll eventually reveal a flaw. In fact, Karuta Yagura's idea is correct. As long as he continues to attack and keeps him intangible for 5 minutes, he will be useless. When Karutachi Yagura thought back to when he had just returned to the village and saw the devastation, the large number of ninjas fleeing, and the mountains of deaths, he couldn't help but feel furious. Uchiha Obito curled his lips in contempt. I'm a little tired today, let's fight another day. His accumulated holotime had almost reached its limit, and it would be very dangerous to continue fighting. He immediately ignored Yagura's shouting and cursing, and without hesitation, he turned into a vortex and disappeared without a trace. Only Karuju Yagura was left standing there helplessly, roaring angrily. In an underground cave in the land of water, Uchiha Obito's figure slowly emerged, and Zetsu had been waiting there for a long time. What happened? Ju asked expressionlessly. In fact, he already knew the outcome of the battle. He was defeated by a mysterious man and died once. After returning to the land of water, he was hunted down by the extremely angry Karutachi Yagura. In short, to sum it up in one word, failure. Uchiha Obito pretended to be calm. Although there was a little accident, it has no impact on the overall plan. Things here are almost over. There's no point in staying here. Let's go find Nagato? Ju consoled again. Obito was obsessed with revenge for his girlfriend, but he couldn't keep urging him. Although Uchiha Obito looked stupid, it would be bad if he really saw anything. Uchiha Obito nodded when he heard this. Well, it's time to leave. There is really no point in staying here. Karutachi Yagura has already awakened. It is impossible to control him again, and it is meaningless. Everyone in the village knows that the Mizukage is being controlled by someone, and they will always be on guard in the future. The two of them hit it off immediately and evacuated the Water Kingdom overnight. And in a secret underground base in Tien Country, Orochimaru was busy on the operating table, while Kabuto stood quietly beside him. What's the situation in Konoha? Orochimaru asked softly in a hoarse voice. Danzo is dead, Kabuto said lightly from the side. Oh, dead? Orochimaru was a little surprised. In Orochimaru's impression, Danzo was not a person who did things without planning, so something unexpected must have happened. But it was better this way, so he wouldn't have to waste his Sharingan to get his arm. Kabuto nodded. Yes, he was surrounded and killed by the third Hokage and the Uchiha people. It is said that before he died, he deliberately exposed his Sharingan to us. Orochimaru showed an evil smile when he heard this. He certainly understood Danzo's little thoughts, but he didn't care. His experiment is about to succeed. The body fused with Uchiha cells has been completed, and the Sharingan obtained from Danzo was transplanted into it as soon as possible. Although it is not the Sharingan awakened by the experimental subject on its own, they are all of Uchiha bloodline, so as long as they can be used, then wait for the new body and Sharingan to adapt for a period of time, and then you can perform reincarnation. By then, Orochimaru, who has the Uchiha bloodline, will be able to open the Sharingan freely. He was very excited just thinking about it that maybe he would have the opportunity to open the coveted Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. He had this idea ever since he saw Sangyuan Suejian's Mangekyo. His original idea was to directly find an Uchiha clan member to perform reincarnation, but that was too rough and had too many uncertainties. But with the successful case of Sangyuan Suejian, he thought that he could use a simplified version of the original fusion compatibility method to create a body that only contained Uchiha cells and his own cells, so that it could perfectly match his soul. Whenever he thought of this, Orochimaru couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Lord Orochimaru, we will probably be discovered soon. Should we move our position? Kabuto asked cautiously. His real purpose was to quickly go and tell Sangyuan Suejian during the transfer that Orochimaru's experiment was successful. If he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future, it would be a strong obstacle for Sangyuan Suejian. But Kabuto was actually worrying too much. Although Orochimaru cultivated an experimental subject with Uchiha bloodline, his Sharingan was transplanted to someone else later, and the chance of awakening the Mangekyo was almost zero. It's already very difficult for a genuine Uchiha clan member to awaken the Mangekyo, let alone a hybrid like him. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Indeed, there cannot be any disturbance during reincarnation. We must move to a quiet environment." "But Lord Orochimaru, it hasn't been that long since you were forced to reincarnate last time. It's far from the 3 years required by the corpse reincarnation technique. Are you sure you want to do this?" Do was puzzled. He didn't know why is Showan so bold. If he were to forcefully perform this technique before the stipulated time, his soul would be severely damaged, and he might even be reduced to an idiot by the chaotic soul fragments left behind by the original owner. "Don't worry, I've calculated it. Although I was forced to reincarnate before, the test subject's spirit was extremely weak. I successfully took over and digested it effortlessly. This new test subject was tailor-made for me, so there should be no problem, although there are great risks. I can't wait, I want to become stronger, he. Orochimaru had a crazy grin on his face. He was not only cruel to others, but even more cruel to himself. He was simply pathological in his pursuit of his goals. Kabuto stared at Orochimaru in a daze, then lowered his head and said softly, "Then I'll go make the arrangements first, and you can just go over there with your things when the time comes." Orochimaru nodded slightly, but his cold eyes were fixed on Kabuto. "Kabuto, this reincarnation is very important to me, you know that, so can I trust you?" Orochimaru had an evil smile on his face and looked at Kabuto sinisterly. Kabuto was shocked. He thought Orochimaru had seen something, but on the surface he remained calm and said calmly, "Let me put it this way, if I wanted to kill you, you would have died several times." Orochimaru laughed out loud upon hearing this and immediately stepped forward and patted Kabuto on the shoulder. "It's just a joke. Of course I trust you. Go ahead and make the arrangements, I'll move over once I'm done here." Kabuto nodded softly, turned around, and disappeared into the darkness. Orochimaru looked at the direction where Kabuto left, and his smile gradually faded. He was not sure whether Kabuto was loyal to him, but he always felt that Kabuto had some unknown secrets. So he decided to carry out this reincarnation in secret and not tell anyone. At this time, Kabuto was on his way back to Konoha at high speed. He just sensed a hint of murderous intent in Orochimaru's eyes. It was not that he doubted his loyalty, but he realized that he knew too much. Kabuto participated in all of Orochimaru's experiments and knew the whole process very well. When the experiment was about to be completed, Orochimaru couldn't help but want to get rid of the donkey, but he seemed to have not made up his mind yet. Didn't want to wait any longer. He remembered clearly what Sangyuan Suejian had said, that he would leave immediately if there was any sign of danger. Before escaping, Kabuto sneaked into the laboratory and secretly took away the Sharingan sent by Danzo, except for a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan that Orochimaru had taken away and placed on the experimental subject. The remaining more than 10 pairs of Sharingan with various Magatama were all packed up and taken away, leaving no one behind. There were also some important experimental materials, which were all packed up and taken away. The days of lurking under Orochimaru were finally over, and Kabuto was very excited as he could finally go back to the orphanage. In a secret laboratory elsewhere in the land of fields, Orochimaru brought the experimental subject containing the fusion of Uchiha cells and his own cells here, preparing to perform reincarnation. Orochimaru didn't know at this time that Kabuto had betrayed him and left. They also took away a lot of his things, including the Sharinans and a large amount of experimental equipment. At this moment, on the operating table, Uchiha's body was in the eye socket. The 3 Magatama Sharingan that was transplanted earlier had undergone some changes. At this time, the Sharingan in his eyes had turned into dark pupils. This means that the fusion has been successful and the Sharingan can now close on its own. Orochimaru was very excited when he saw this. It was finally possible. After adjusting his state, Orochimaru no longer hesitated, quickly formed seals with his hands, and then shouted, "The art of reincarnation without corpse." A flash of white light passed by, and Orochimaru's body collapsed to the ground, while his soul instantly entered the body of the experimental subject. A mysterious and strange ceremony is quietly taking place, and at this time in Konoha village, everyone dressed in black stood in Konoha's ninja cemetery, mourning with heavy expressions. In the Danzo incident, hundreds of ninjas and civilians were killed. Most of them were attacked indiscriminately by Danzo and others during the breakout, resulting in heavy casualties. The third Hokage had a solemn expression on his face that he had an unshirkable responsibility for this incident. It was because of his indulgence that Danzo committed such a heinous crime. After the mourning ended, the third Hokage immediately held a meeting. He publicly announced that he would resign from the position of Hokage, and the new fifth Hokage would be elected in a month. He also appointed Uchiha Fugaku as the advisory elder of Konoha in the Land of Fire, allowing him to participate in Konoha's high-level meetings. After the meeting, in the Hokage's office, "Hiruzen, aren't you being too rash?" Midaman N said anxiously. Yutane Koharu also had a worried look on her face. Although they all knew Danzo's usual style, they didn't try to stop him. Because Danzo is Konoha's executioner, he is really useful in dealing with some shady things. Moreover, they are all vested interests and they don't care about anything that does not concern them. But no one expected Danzo to be so crazy. Speaking of responsibility, the three of them were responsible for indulgence. Alas, no need to persuade me anymore. I have been thinking about it for a long time. I am no longer the ninja hero I used to be. There is no courage left. It is time for young people to take on this responsibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his eyes. He originally thought that he could hold on for a few more years and retire when he could no longer work. But reality dealt him a severe blow. A Hokage without spirit cannot lead the village to progress. Then why did you promote Uchiha Fugaku to advisory elder? Have you forgotten your teacher's advice? Midaman N said with a serious expression. You know, what Tobirama teacher was most worried about at the beginning was the Uchiha clan. He was afraid that Uchiha's entry into Konoha's upper echelons would have a negative impact on the village. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage took a deep puff of cigarette and then slowly exhaled a smoke ring. I think the Uchiha family has changed. You should be able to see it these days. They have been actively integrating into the village. In the Uchiha Sharingan robbery incident, if it were in the past, it would have caused a huge uproar. But this time they actually notified the village in advance and came to me, the Hokage, first. They weren't afraid at all that we were friends with Danzo and he would bend the law for personal gain. This shows that they have recognized us and our will of fire. After hearing this, Midaman N and Yutane Koharu also nodded slightly. They also saw the transformation of Uchiha. That he became much kinder to the people in the village and was no longer arrogant. In the ninja team, the relationship with the companions has become much more harmonious, and the bond between the teams has been deepened. So it's a good thing to let them join Konoha's upper echelons. It will allow them to further integrate into the village and make them feel that we also regard them as family. The second generation of teachers would be very pleased if they saw this scene. After hearing this, Midamonen and Yutane Koharu also felt that there was some truth in it, so they stopped arguing and asked, "Then who do you want to succeed the fifth Hokage?" The third Hokage pondered for a long time. "I want Jiraiya or Tsunade to be the fifth Hokage." This. When the two heard this, they looked at the third Hokage like a fool. "Don't you know what kind of people your two disciples are? Both of them have been away from the village for a long time and neither of them is a peaceful person." The third Hokage seemed to see the amusement in the two men's eyes, and immediately said awkwardly, "Then let's find them first. The position of Hokage still needs to be carefully considered." On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi were walking home together. "Father, why do you think Lord Hokage gave you the position of advisory elder?" Uchiha Itachi was puzzled. Uchiha Fugaku had a smile on his face all the way, and seemed very happy to be appointed as advisory elder. "This is the village's way of showing goodwill to us, and it also serves as compensation for the Uchiha's loss this time. Since the establishment of Konoha, the position of advisory elder has been considered as a real entry into the upper echelons of Konoha. The elder has certain decision-making power and can discuss matters with the Hokage." Uchiha Itachi nodded. "That's a good thing. The relationship with the village is a little better. We still need to urge our tribesmen to continue to be strict with themselves and not think that once we enter the senior leadership's field of vision, just go back to your old arrogance. If I find out, I won't let you off easily," Uchiha Fugaku ordered sternly. The peaceful scene that was finally achieved would be so pissed off if it was destroyed by a few bastards and slandered the Uchiha family. Uchiha Itachi nodded cautiously upon hearing this. He certainly knew how difficult it was to achieve the current situation. This was the result of everyone's joint efforts. On the other side, Sing-Yuen Suejian was eating ramen with Uzumaki Naruto. "Ah, you are going to ninja school?" Sing-Yuen Suejian asked in surprise. Uzumaki Naruto nodded as a matter of course. Yes, I'm 6 years old now, and I'll be 7 soon after my birthday. Suzuki is also my classmate. There are many other classmates as well. Xingyuan Suejian was stunned when he heard this, that he had been in this world for 6 years without realizing it. The story of the 12 little strongmen was about to begin. Xingyuan Suejian is no longer sure how the storyline will develop in the future. Because this butterfly has changed so many things, he can only take one step at a time. Ah, then you have to study hard and don't be the last one in the class. Xingyuan Suejian knew that the nine tails chakra in his body would continue to interfere with him in the future, and it would take a long time for him to adapt before things would get better. Don't underestimate me, I want to be the Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto said angrily. Haha, okay, future Hokage-sama, now that we're done eating, let's go. After dinner, Xingyuan Suejian returned to the orphanage. Just as he was about to go to the laboratory in the back mountain, he suddenly found a familiar figure standing under a big tree by the wall. The evening light shines through the gaps between the branches and leaves, casting tiny golden spots. Do stood quietly under the twisted old tree, his face hidden in the shadow of his hood, only his stern chin was exposed. Kabuto, is that you? Xingyuan Suejian was extremely surprised. Recently, the third-generation Hokage sent many Umbu ninjas to various places to search for Orochimaru, and since Kabuto has been following Orochimaru around everywhere, there must be some danger. Kabuto slowly took off his hat and showed a long-lost smile. Long time no see, Suejian. Seeing that the orphanage was much better than before, the children's faces were no longer pale, and each of them had an innocent smile on their face. Do knew that he had not trusted the wrong person. Xingyuan Suejian fulfilled all the promises she made, and Nono's mother was not forced to be a spy. So why are you coming back this time? Xingyuan Suejian asked uncertainly. He had no idea what was going on with Orochimaru. The subsequent plot has been completely changed due to a series of interventions. Kabuto nodded and smiled happily. I have left Orochimaru, and today I am officially home. Xingyuanxu was overjoyed when he heard this, as he had already persuaded Do to return. But at that time, Orochimaru's experiment was at a critical moment, and he didn't want to give up this opportunity to learn. But for Xingyuan Suejian, none of this matters. Orochimaru's subsequent experiments are no longer meaningful to him. Even if Orochimaru made himself stronger, he would still be no match for him. Ahaha, that's great, come on, let's go in. Xingyuan Suejian took Do's hand and walked into the orphanage together. The children were eating in the hall, and Nono was standing quietly by. Kids, look who's back. Xingyuan Suejian shouted happily. The children who were eating turned around and were all stunned. Brother Do, is that you? It's Brother Do, it's really Brother Do, he's back. Ah, did Brother Do bring back any delicious food? A little fat boy asked curiously. At this moment, Nono came to his senses from his daze and hurried forward to hold Kabuto's hand. Kabuto, is it really you? Are you back? Nono said with tears in his eyes and choked. Looking at Nono's excited face, Kabuto couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. He felt that everything he had done was worth it, as so many people were silently caring about him. Do's face was full of tears, just like a child who had been wandering for many years and returned home, feeling the same as when he saw his mother again. It's me, Nono's mother, I'm back and I will never leave again, Kabuto said incoherently. Nono has been worried ever since Kabuto left. She is well aware of the dangers of being a spy. If she is discovered accidentally, she will face endless pursuit. But she could only keep all this in her heart and pray secretly for Do's safety. Seeing the two of them hugging each other and crying, Xingyuan Suejian was also deeply moved. He was very grateful that he met these kind and lovely people when he first came into this world, which gave him time to spend his helpless childhood in peace. Hong Lian slowly walked to Xingyuan Suejian and asked softly, is this also a child from our orphanage? Xingyuan Suejian nodded gently. He is the eldest brother of all our children. At that time, Nono's mother was threatened by Danzo and forced to become a spy with the orphanage's funds, and Kabuto stepped forward and joined the route as an undercover agent in Nono's mother's place. Now he has finally returned safely. Hong Lian looked at the silver-haired Kabuto and couldn't help but show admiration. At such a young age, for the sake of his family, he dared to walk into the darkness alone. Afterwards, everyone gathered together again after many years and had a delicious dinner. After dinner, Xingyuan Suejian brought Do to the laboratory in the back mountain. He looked up and down at the laboratory, and exclaimed in amazement. Suejian, your laboratory is quite large. The equipment inside is very similar to Orochimaru's. Xingyuan Suejian laughed. This was originally left by Orochimaru. However, he has no use for most of the equipment, and usually only uses some instruments for extracting cells. You've learned how to use these things from Orochimaru, right? From now on, I'll leave it to you. A lot of my equipment is just sitting there, and I don't know how to use it. Kabuto nodded calmly. No problem, leave it to me. He had been tinkering with these things with Orochimaru every day and had already memorized them by heart. By the way, Yukimai, Orochimaru's Uchiha cell gene experiment was successful, and he should be reincarnated soon. Seeing Yuan Suejian was surprised. Uchiha Cell Gene, what does that mean? Seeing Yuan Suejian was very puzzled. Why did Orochimaru start studying Uchiha Sharingan so quickly and succeeded? Didn't he just get the Sharingan from Danzo? Why is it related to genetic cells again? Kabuto seemed to see Seeing Yuan Suejian's confusion and replied, ever since Orochimaru saw your Sharingan, he has been extremely curious, so he set about replicating your original experiment as soon as he got back, but without exception, all of them failed. During that time, Orochimaru was almost insane that he experimented on thousands of test subjects, and all of them died. Later, he compromised and only injected Uchiha's gene cells into the experimental subjects to perform cell decomposition and fusion. After experimenting with hundreds of experimental subjects, he still did not succeed. He really succeeded in this case. Seeing Yuan Suejian was stunned when she heard this. Orochimaru really played a trick on her. Although there is a huge difference compared to him, even if he only has the Uchiha bloodline, he is still very powerful and can use the Sharingan freely. Oh, that's not right. Wasn't it not long since Orochimaru's last reincarnation? Why is he reincarnating again? Seeing Yuan Suejian said in astonishment. Kabuto also looked puzzled. Yes, he was forced to reincarnate after you killed him last time. Calculating the time, it's far from enough. But he seemed very confident. I asked him, but he answered vaguely, as if he didn't want to tell me. When he thought of Orochimaru's crazy look, Kabuto felt that he either had some special preparations, or he was crazy and ready to go all out. But Seeing Yuan Suejian still didn't take this matter to heart. Orochimaru's reincarnation without corpse required constant reincarnation to achieve the so-called goal of eternal life. There is no point in reincarnating into an Uchiha bloodline. If you reincarnate into another person next time, the Sharingan will be gone, because it is only the soul that is reincarnated, and it cannot carry the bloodline limit with it. It is equivalent to a disposable item. Unless Orochimaru continues to use this body until he grows old, and then reincarnates again when he doesn't want to use it anymore. By the way, when I left this time, I looted a lot of Orochimaru's things, including these. Kabuto took out a bunch of glass containers, which contained more than 10 pairs of Sharingan with various Megatama. Seeing Yuan Suejian looked at Kabuto with a strange expression. Did you empty Orochimaru's house? Do scratched his head and gave an embarrassed chuckle. Since you're ready to leave, you must take away everything you can. As for the experimental equipment and materials, I took everything I could. I can't work for him for nothing. Seeing Yuan Suejian exclaimed, wow, all of Orochimaru's years of accumulation were packed up and taken away by Kabuto. When Orochimaru comes back, he will be so angry that he will die. You should show up less in Konoha in the future. If you meet Orochimaru in the future, run away quickly. I'm afraid he will kill you. Seeing Yuan Suejian covered her mouth and laughed. Do smiled helplessly. After being ordered around for so many years, what's wrong with getting a little salary? In the laboratory in the back mountain, Kabuto said indifferently, let's wait until he comes to me. I'm not afraid of him. I have some ideas in my mind recently and want to modify my body. Seeing Yuanxu was shocked when she heard this and quickly advised, don't mess around, I was just joking. Orochimaru is nothing. If he dares to come, I will kill him directly. Don't mess with your body. Seeing Yuan Suejian felt sick when she thought about how Do in the original novel had made himself look like a neither human nor ghost, and the most bizarre thing was that a snake appeared behind his butt. Kabuto saw Seeing Yuan Suejian's worry and patiently explained, don't worry, it's not those weird modifications. I just have some insights into Orochimaru's genetic cell experiments. I will have to repeat the experiments for a long time in the future. I want to use my cell genes as a basis, using Orochimaru's cell decomposition and fusion method, to try to fuse some of the genetic cells of other people's bloodline limits, just like Orochimaru fused Uchiha cells. Seeing Yuan Suejian looked at Do's determined face. He knew that Do could not be persuaded to change his decision. Seeing Yuan Suejian also understood that Do did not want to be a burden to him. He also wanted to become strong and protect everyone together. If we follow Do's idea, after the experiment is successfully cultivated on the experimental instrument, and then injected into the body, although there is no danger, the efficiency is greatly reduced, and the experiment will take a very long time before it is likely to succeed. Unlike Orochimaru, who directly uses test subjects for experiments and throws them away when they die, his efficiency is indeed very intuitive. Seeing Yuan Suejian nodded helplessly, then you must be careful. Wait until the experiment is completely safe before considering the injection experiment yourself. If you need any help, just tell me directly. It would be great if Kabuto could become a bloodline ninja. Although he couldn't fuse infinitely like him, it would be nice to be able to fuse a powerful bloodline limit. Do nodded happily when he heard this. Although he had made up his mind, he still wanted to get Seeing Yuan Suejian's support. How's your cell fusion going? Can the Sharingan be strengthened? Seeing Yuan Suejian shook her head. A fusion once a year is still too long. I'm going to try to fuse as many ninja cells as possible that contain all 7 attributes. I need to fill up most of the attributes first, and then I can fill up the remaining few in a targeted manner. But this will take several years, and there are very few ninjas with all the attributes. As for the Sharingan, after using it a few times, my eyesight has begun to deteriorate. I need to find a way to replenish my eyesight as soon as possible, otherwise I will go blind after using the Mangekyou a few more times. Kabuto frowned upon hearing this. As for the cells of multi-attribute ninjas, I have Orochimaru's cell genes, so he should have all the attributes. As for the method of Mangekyo pupil power, I have no clue at the moment. Xingyuan Suejian also had some ideas in mind, but she didn't know if they would work. He wanted to use cloning technology to clone himself with the Mangekyo Sharingan, and then fuse the two pairs of Mangekyo into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But after thinking about it carefully, I feel that this method should not work. Because the Sharingan is the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit and is closely connected to the family bloodline. Even if the clone has the same kaleidoscope pattern and abilities, the essence of the bloodline may be the same as that of the original user, and two identical pairs of eyes cannot be fused. Moreover, the evolution of the Sharingan may also be related to spiritual factors such as the user's soul. It is also unknown whether the clone is consistent with the original user on the spiritual level. These uncertain factors may cause the fusion of the two to fail to produce the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, there are too many variables in cloning oneself. If it develops its own thoughts, it will be a terrible thing. Xingyuan Suejian is well aware of his own abilities. The most ideal idea is to develop slowly according to the current model, and after all chakra attributes are full, fuse Hashirama's cells, and perhaps it will be possible to advance to the eternal Mangekyo. There is no other way for now. I can only use the power of the kaleidoscope as little as possible and gather the power of the 7 attributes first. Xingyuan Suejian sighed helplessly. Now that I have the genes of the third Hokage and Orochimaru's, I will find a chance to get Kakashi's, so that I can use it for 3 years. After placing Orochimaru's genetic cells handed over by Kabuto into the incubator, the two returned to the orphanage. In a building in the Rain Country, Uchiha Obito sat quietly astride the windowsill, while Tendo Pain and Konan stood beside him. Mr. Madara, according to your idea, the Akatsuki organization has begun to get on the right track. Should we carry out the tailed beast capture plan next? Tendo Pain said expressionlessly. Uchiha Obito glanced back calmly and said, it still won't work. The organization still needs to recruit people. If you don't have enough strength, capturing the Jinchuriki is just like committing suicide. Then why don't you do something to help the organization? We are doing everything, and you are just giving orders. Who knows whether your plan is true or false? Zionin complained indignantly. Konan always felt that this masked guy had some special conspiracy. He called himself Uchiha Madara, did nothing, and pretended to be mysterious. She had been so busy recently with the organization's funding issues that she was exhausted. Uchiha Obito didn't care when he heard Konan's complaints. He smiled faintly and said, in order to recruit talents, I have just brought back a strong man from the land of water. His name is Hashigaki Kisame. He is willing to become a renegade ninja and follow us. There is also a man named Zetsu, who is an intelligence gathering expert and will also join Akatsuki. Don't be rude, Konan. I believe Mr. Madara is also working hard for our common goal. Tendo Pain said lightly. Uchiha Obito nodded casually. The current goal is to collect funds and recruit talents. When the time is right, we will start the tailed beast collection plan. Before Nagato and others return with that, Uchiha Obito turned into a whirlpool and disappeared. Nagato, I don't think he can be trusted. It has to be said that women's sixth sense is indeed a magical thing, and Uchiha Obito really intends to use them to complete his plan. However, Tendo Pain nodded expressionlessly. He certainly knew that the man who called himself Uchiha Madara was not trustworthy. It was just that they had a common goal for the time being, so they were pretending to cooperate with each other. He believed that with the powerful force of his Rinnegan, any conspiracy would eventually be crushed by him. But he's right that we still have too few powerful ninjas in our organization. We only have Sasori, Kakuzu, and the newly joined Hashigaki Kisame and Zetsu. But it's still far from enough. Let's gather some strong men during this period. We'll look for candidates first, and then I'll recruit them myself. Nagato believed that when they saw his Rinnegan, they would be impressed by the power of God. In the office of the Water Country, a group of mist ninjas gathered here. Lord Mizukage, the thief must have run away. We have been looking for him everywhere, but there is no sign of him. Mei Terumi bowed and replied. Because Karatagi Yagura's illusion was broken by Seijan Yuki, and Mei Terumi, Ao and others have not yet planned a coup, they will still maintain a certain respect for the Mizukage. But everyone was still a little indignant in their hearts. It was really shameful that a dignified Mizukage had been controlled like a puppet for so many years. Ching also stood up and said, I don't know who spread the news throughout the village, and the villagers learned that you have been controlled by thieves recently. They were extremely disappointed in you, which led to the defection of some ninjas, including Hashigaki Kisame. Bang! The fourth Mizukage, Karatagi Yagura, slammed the table hard. Having been controlled for so many years, the Kirigakage village suffered heavy losses. This is an indelible stain on his life, and it must have been spread everywhere by the masked man before he left. Kuruji Yagura looked up at everyone and finally sighed helplessly. The fault here is all mine. I was careless and allowed myself to be controlled by the thieves, causing the village to suffer huge losses. I cannot be blamed for this. I've decided, once this matter is settled and everything is sorted out, I will step down as the fourth Mizukage and re-elect the fifth Mizukage. Wow! There was a commotion below, and some ninjas suddenly showed excitement on their faces. Some of them had melancholy expressions, but among them, Mei Terumi had a burning gaze, as if she had something in mind. No, Mizukage-sama, you were also harmed by the thieves, and what they did was not your will. A ninja burst into tears. He was Yagura Karuda's most loyal supporter. Karuja Yagura sighed and waved his hand, saying, "That's not necessary. Being outskilled and manipulated by others is a stain I can never wash away in my life. I will never forgive myself. Please work together during this period to restore the operation of the village." Yes. Everyone stood up and responded, then left the Mizukage building. And Karujutsu Yagura sat at his desk, his hand on his forehead, wondering what he was thinking about. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a few figures still standing there, seemingly with something to report. "Oh, it's Ming and Ching. Is there anything else you want?" Looking at Mei Terumi and Ao who were still standing there, Karuda Yagura asked softly. Upon hearing this, Ching bowed and stepped forward and said, "Lord Mizukage, a large number of ninjas have defected from the village recently, and our Umbu are actively hunting them down. But 4 of our village's 7 treasured mist ninja swords are missing. I would like to ask the Mizukage-sama for permission to activate the ninja sword recalling technique and summon them back." After hearing this, Karuda Yagura was silent for a moment, and he suddenly thought of the Konoha boy with same hata on his back. Ever since the masked monster fought with him, the monster has been cautious after returning, as if he was guarding against something. Something big must have happened during the battle that day, recalling the young man's look of disdain towards the strange man. Yagura Karuhi guessed that it was very likely that the young man had beaten the masked man into autism. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled so soon after he came back. Karuja Yagura didn't think he had the ability to drive him away. Karujutsu Yagura tapped the table with his small hand, and after a moment's contemplation, he said, "Except for the large sword Same Hata, all the others will be recalled. Same Hata's current owner has some connection to me, so if I have the chance, I will personally ask him for it." Mei Terumi and Ao looked at each other and nodded. "Ming, after I step down, I will propose that you become the 5th Mizukage." Yagura Karuda looked up at Mei Terumi. He knew that Mei Terumi had always had this idea. Mei Terumi has good overall abilities. As long as he can lead the Kirigakure village forward, he actually doesn't mind who the 5th Mizukage is. Mei Terumi's eyes widened. "Thank you, Mizukage-sama, for your support." Mei Terumi immediately bowed to express her gratitude. In the Mist Shadow Village, she knew very well that strength was paramount. Even though the 4th Mizukage made such a big mistake, he is still the strongest in the village. Even if he didn't admit his fault, pushed all the blame onto that weirdo, and continued to sit in the position of Mizukage, no one would dare to say anything. But Karuda Yagura still stood up and generously admitted his mistake. And he wanted to recommend himself to become the 5th generation, which deeply moved Mei Terumi. Karuja Yagura waved his hand casually. "That's not necessary. I will clean up this mess and then gradually hand over the power to you. I hope you can lead the Hidden Mist Village to a new height in the future." Mei Terumi suddenly raised her head and said solemnly, "Don't worry, this is our home. I will definitely protect it well." Karitachi Yagura nodded with a smile. Looking at the energetic Mei Terumi, he gradually recalled the ambition he had when he first succeeded the 4th Mizukage. In the laboratory behind the orphanage, a group of people were sitting around a table, looking at the pairs of sharinans and the glass jars on the table, and everyone fell into silence for a moment. This is what Kabuto brought back from Orochimaru's lab. It's from the Bachu Uchiha were plundered from. You decide for yourselves, whether to take it back or leave it here. Xingyuan Suejian looked at Uchiha Shisui and Itaki with serious faces, and did not disturb them, letting them decide on their own. There is actually no use for these sharinans to stay here, and Kabuto does not intend to fuse the Uchiha genes. He himself has a kaleidoscope, but it is of little use unless he is Like Uchiha Obito. It was transplanted into his body as a consumable item of his Izanagi. But he already has the incredible time skill of the Mangekyo, so this Izanagi is a bit useless. Xingyuan Suejian felt disgusted when she thought about her entire arm being covered with eyes. Besides, Hashirama's cells have not yet been fused into his body, so they cannot be transplanted. After the two Uchiha exchanged glances, they spoke up. "Yukamai, let's leave these sharinans here. They won't be of any use if we take them back. Everyone has passed away, and the tribesmen have accepted the reality. There is no point in taking it back now." Xingyuan Suejian was suddenly surprised. "Don't you Uchiha have always said that the sharinan cannot be left outside? You must know that the sharinan is extremely important in the hearts of the Uchiha clan. Back then, when Uchiha Obito gave the sharinan to Kakashi, the Konoha high-level officials had to haggle with the Uchiha clan for a long time before they agreed." Uchiha Shisui shook his head. "It's meaningless. If we take it back, we'll just store it in the family warehouse. After all, this is what Kabuto collected from Orochimaru with great difficulty. Let's keep it here. It will be a great help to your research." Xingyuan Suejian nodded and said it was okay to keep it here. Maybe it could be used in the future. Looking at the big knife Same Hata standing beside, Xingyuan Suejian suddenly remembered to seal it. "Shisui Titake, do you know anyone who's an expert at sealing? I'd like to modify the summoning technique in this Same Hata." Singyuan Suejian may not be able to use same hata in the future, but it is her trophy after all. Don't let it be taken away by someone suddenly one day. If I meet someone suitable for it in the future, I can give it away as a gift. Uchiha Shisui and Itake both shook their heads. Neither of us is good at sealing techniques. We should ask Hokage-sama. There must be someone in the village who is proficient in sealing techniques. Singyuan Suejian nodded when he heard this, and then the three of them went to the Hokage building together. In the Hokage's office, 3 people came before the third Hokage. Suejian, I'm so sorry I didn't have a good chat with you after returning from this mission. The third Hokage had just settled everything, and he was shocked when he saw Singyuan Suejian's mission report. I didn't expect that in just a few years, Singyuan Suejian has grown to such a high level. The mission report stated that he fought the Mizukage without losing. He also fought with the mysterious man, but although he failed to capture him in the end, he still seriously injured him. It was really surprising. You are too kind, Hokage. It was just good luck. The enemy is still very strong. Singyuan Suejian waved her hand casually, not wanting to say too much on this topic. I still have to keep a low profile as much as possible, even though I've been exposed a lot recently. The third Hokage seemed to see Singyuan Suejian's concerns and did not dwell on it too much. He then asked, so why are you here this time? Singyuan Suejian placed same hata across his chest. This is one of the Mist Ninja swords that I seized from the Mist Shadow Ninja. I would like to ask the Hokage to have a master who is proficient in sealing to help me destroy the summoning technique so that they can't get it back through the summoning method. The third Hokage looked at the large sword same hata in Suejian's hand and said solemnly, it's not difficult to destroy these techniques. But if we take away their ninja swords, will it cause disputes between countries? Singyuan Suejian waved his hand nonchalantly upon hearing this. They attacked me, and I killed them instead, so they can take it back from me if they have the ability. Don't even think about threatening us with matters between nations. Besides, given the current state of the Water Nation, they wouldn't dare to do that. The third Hokage stared at Singyuan Suejian in amazement, and after a while he sighed, this is the youthful vigor. After all, I am old, and the first thought in my mind was that I was afraid that the water country would take the opportunity to retaliate. What Singyuan Suejian said is absolutely right. The spoils of war on the battlefield should be taken for oneself. Should we return them eagerly after winning the battle? The third Hokage stopped talking and immediately arranged for the Umbu to send Samehata to the sealing team. Have it destroy the summoning spell in the sword so that it cannot be recalled through spiritual communication. While waiting for Samehata to deliver the seal, Singyuan Suejian was waiting in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage smoked a cigarette, looked out the window at the scenery, and watched the hustle and bustle on the street. He couldn't help but sigh, I don't know how long this peaceful environment can last. The third Hokage has a premonition that another war will break out in the ninja world soon. There seems to be an invisible hand controlling everything in the ninja world. Uchiha Shisui and Itake looked at each other and shook their heads in confusion. They didn't understand the meaning of the third Hokage's words at all, but Singyuan Suejian understood some of it. After all, the third Hokage had experienced 3 ninja world wars and was extremely sensitive to war. Judging from the undercurrents in the ninja world, it seems that a new war is brewing. After all, Singyuan Suejian has the advantage of foresight. He knows that the next series of wars will be the largest wars in history. But it is not a war between countries, but a war for the survival of the ninja world. Who do you think would be the 5th Hokage? Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? The third Hokage looked at the 3 of them and asked casually. Uchiha Shisui was stunned when he heard this, then hesitantly said, it would be better for you to continue to serve as Hokage. There is no suitable candidate for the 5th Hokage at this stage. Of course, Uchiha Shisui didn't like the change of Hokage. He used Koda Amatsukami with great difficulty to change the thoughts of the third Hokage, which made him more fond of the Uchiha clan. And it turns out that the effect is very good. If it were a different Hokage, who knows what his attitude towards Uchiha would be, and he might even have to use Koda Amatsukami again. The third Hokage shook his head helplessly and sighed, it's no use. I'm old now and don't have the courage I once had. Besides, I still have Konohamaru to take care of at home, so I'm a little overwhelmed. He used to attach great importance to power, but after seeing Danzo's ending, the third Hokage became more open-minded and let the young people go out and make their own way. Singyuan Suejian looked at the determined expression on the third Hokage's face and couldn't help but nod secretly. It's good that their retired 3 generations have done a lot of ridiculous things over the years. For example, a few years ago, the Hidden Cloud Village came to Konoha and kidnapped Hinata, but after being discovered, they turned the tables. In order to calm things down, the 3rd generation and others actually forced the Hyaga family to send Hyaga Hisashi to his death. It's simply unbelievable. Singyuan Suejian pondered for a moment and said softly, as for the candidates for the 5th Hokage, Master Jiraiya and Master Tsunade are the most suitable. The others' age, qualifications, military achievements, etc. are not enough. If Orochimaru had not turned evil, he would have been the most suitable successor. After all, he originally wanted to be Hokage, but Jiraiya and Tsunade, those 2 idiots, had no such idea at all. They yearned for freedom. The The third Hokage nodded and took a deep puff of his cigarette. Yes, some of the older ones do have the qualifications, but he is too old, and his thinking is too restricted. He may not be as good as me. Among the young people, Jiraiya and Tsunade are more outstanding. In fact, there may be some suitable young people who can be qualified to be Hokage, but everyone has selfish motives. It is better for the position of Hokage to be in the hands of one's own direct descendants. Jiraiya and Tsunade are both as a disciple of the third Hokage. There must be nothing wrong with his composition. The problem now is how to bring them back. These two people are not easy to deal with. The third Hokage sighed helplessly. I've sent people to look for them, but there's been no response. If you have nothing to do recently, go look for it too. Uchiha Shisui and Itaki exchanged a glance, and then stopped talking. Hokage-sama, so many things have happened in the family recently, and we can't leave for the time being. The Uchiha clan was in a turmoil over the theft of their Sharingan, so they were definitely not in the mood to help find someone. What about Suejian? Are you free recently? The third Hokage turned around and asked. Xingyuan Suejian was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then said, well, I can go look for it, but I can't guarantee that I can find it. Since returning from the last mission, Xingyuan Suejian has only rested in the laboratory for a few days. Now I have to go on another mission, but after all, it was the Hokage who asked me to do it personally, so it is hard to refuse. Fortunately, I am looking for someone, so there is no time limit and I can take my time. Just think of it as traveling around. I've been in this world for so long, but I haven't had a good time exploring yet. The third Hokage nodded amiably. Then I'll leave it to you. Just do your best to find it. It'll also be a welcome relief. Of course he knew that Xingyuan Suejian had just returned from a mission and had made great contributions to the village. Just treat this time as a holiday for him. Since there is no danger, we won't send a team to accompany him. At this time, the Umbu personnel also sent Samehata back. Your Excellency Hokage, the sealing squad has modified the summoning technique within the weapon. The original spiritual communication ritual has been invalidated. The new spiritual communication contract is already inside, we just need to sign it again with a drop of blood. The third Hokage nodded and signaled the Umbu personnel to hand the sword to Xingyuan Suejian. Upon hearing this, Xingyuan Suejian immediately dripped blood on the contract ritual. Once the contract was completed, he casually carried Samehata on his back and thanked the Umbu personnel. I may not need the Samehata in the future, but it will be troublesome if it falls into the hands of the enemy. It's better to seal it up first and give it to the right person in the future. Hokage-sama, we'll be leaving now. I'll be leaving tomorrow. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead, be safe. In a secret basement in TNQO, a figure lay quietly on the experimental bed, surrounded by darkness. The faint candlelight swayed gently in the wind, as if it would go out at any time. Sudden dash. The figure lying on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. The three-magatama Sharingan in his eyes was slowly rotating, revealing a hint of weirdness. Orochimaru slowly sat up and stared at his hands in a daze. I found that the lines on my palm were so clear, and then I turned around and looked around. He found that everything around him seemed to slow down a lot in his eyes. Is this the power of the Sharingan? Orochimaru murmured in amazement. He finally understood why the Uchiha clan members' combat power would soar several levels after awakening the Sharingan. It's so powerful, with unparalleled visual capture ability, all the enemy's attacks seem to be slowed down several times in the eyes. He can also easily copy other people's ninjutsu, see through all illusions, and his ability to resist illusions is greatly enhanced. This reincarnation greatly enhanced Orochimaru's strength, almost making up for all his previous shortcomings. Ha 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 dash. Orochimaru laughed out loud. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. After venting for a while, Orochimaru gradually calmed down. With a thought, the three-magatama Sharingan slowly disappeared and turned into a pair of dark eyes. I should go back and check. Kabuto probably doesn't know that I've been reincarnated successfully, right? Orochimaru packed up casually and rushed to the agreed secret base. He wanted to give Kabuto a surprise. However, after arriving at the agreed base, Orochimaru did not see Kabuto. The place was completely empty, with no signs of anything having been moved. Orochimaru couldn't help but look puzzled. Could it be that Kabuto hasn't been transferred here? Is he still in the previous lab? Orochimaru then returned to the previous laboratory and found it in a mess and all the supplies had been looted. Did something happen after I left? Was the base attacked right after I left? Was Kabuto killed? Orochimaru still didn't think that it was Kabuto who looted his laboratory. Just think that Konoha's Umbu members captured this place and destroyed it. Although Do knew many of his secrets and had thought about killing him to silence him, he never doubted Do's loyalty. Orochimaru is very confident about this, and he is very confident in his personal charm. Orochimaru then moved to another secret base, which housed many orphans he had adopted over the years. Lord Orochimaru, you haven't been here for a long time, Kimimaro said with a bow. Orochimaru nodded casually. Kimimaro was a vessel that he was very optimistic about, as he possessed the corpse veins of the Hyuga clan. But now that I have the Sharingan, I don't care about these anymore. Has Kabuto been here before? No, Kimimaro shook his head in confusion, they had been here for a long time. Besides, Orochimaru and Kabuto are usually inseparable, so why would he come here to look for Kabuto? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was certain that Kabuto must have been killed or captured by Konoha's people. Kabuto knew a lot of his secrets, and it would be bad if the information in his mind was collected by the people of Konoha Intelligence Department. Orochimaru's face suddenly became serious, and he immediately ordered, "Gather everyone and prepare in the next few days, we are going to sneak into Konoha." Orochimaru decided to take the risk and sneak into Konoha, either to rescue Kabuto or kill him. He must not be allowed to reveal his secrets. I also felt a little regretful that I didn't kill Do at the first time, which led to so many troubles now. Besides, now that Orochimaru has the Sharingan, his heart has become much more inflated. Orochimaru also wanted to see his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it must be exciting to see the expression on his face when he saw the Sharingan. In the laboratory in the back mountain, Kabuto, the Uchiha duo, and Gurren gathered here. "I'm sorry, Suejian, the clan leader has assigned a lot of chores to us recently, so I can't accompany you on missions." Uchiha Shisui and Itake looked embarrassed. They originally wanted to have a good time with Xingyu and Suejian, but since they awakened the kaleidoscope, their status in the family has doubled, and they have to be involved in all matters, big and small. Xingyu and Suejian casually waved his hand upon hearing this. "This isn't a life or death mission, you don't have to be like this. Besides, I'm going there just to relax. Since the third generation has decided to abdicate, we really need to establish a good relationship with the fifth generation beforehand." The two Uchiha nodded when they heard this. They did think about going together to look for someone. "I can build a good relationship with the fifth generation along the way, but now I can only ask Xingyu and Suejian for help. By the way, Kabuto, you stay in the lab while I'm gone. Don't go out and run around. Orochimaru will probably look for you everywhere after he finds out you've disappeared. You know too many of his secrets." Xingyu and Suejian felt that after Orochimaru completed his reincarnation, he would definitely look for Kabuto, and either keep him by his side or kill him. Upon hearing this, Kabuto nodded solemnly. He knew that Orochimaru would not let him go. Not to mention that he stole so many things from him, just the experimental results were enough to make Orochimaru desperate. "Not many people know that I've returned to Konoha. I'll just tell the children in the orphanage about it later and ask them not to spread rumors. Besides, I'm used to staying in the lab, so I can concentrate on my research." Xingyu and Suejian nodded, and then told the two Uchiha to help look after the orphanage when I am here. Seeing Honglian seeming to want to say something but hesitant, Do and the other two looked at each other and immediately understood what she meant. Then he found an excuse and left. Seeing that they were the only two left, Honglian hurried forward to help Xingyu and Suejian straighten her collar and said softly, "Be careful when you go out this time, I'll wait for you here." Xingyu and Suejian gently rubbed Honglian's hair and said, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Before she could finish her words, Honglian gently hugged Xingyu and Suejian. Her head was pressed against his chest, and the girl's unique body fragrance immediately penetrated his nose. Xingyu and Suejian froze for a moment and could only awkwardly pat her shoulder to signal her to let go. Unexpectedly, Honglian hugged her even tighter. Well, Xingyu and Suejian also gave up struggling. He gently hugged her with his backhand, and could clearly feel Honglian's body tremble slightly, and then a hint of joy appeared on her flushed little face. He suspected that Honglian did it on purpose, taking advantage of the separation to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Of course, Xingyu and Suejian didn't object. Since she had decided to integrate into this world, she had to live a good life. After a period of tenderness, Honglian's face turned red. After seeing the playful expression on Xingyu and Suejian's face, she couldn't help but snort, "Humph." Then he covered his face and ran away quickly. Xingyu and Suejian then came to the orphanage and saw Kabuto and Nono talking about something. "Suejian, are you going on a mission?" Nono asked softly. Xingyu and Suejian nodded, then turned to look at Do, who understood and responded softly. Kabuto should have told Nono about Orochimaru and asked Nono to tell the children in the orphanage to keep it a secret. "Mother Nono, I'm leaving now. If you need any help, you can go to Uchiha, but I've already made all the arrangements." Nono and Kabuto nodded slightly and watched Xingyu and Suejian walk towards the gate of Konoha. In the room upstairs in the orphanage, Honglian secretly watched him go away, with her hands clasped together, praying softly for Xingyu and Suejian to have a safe journey. At the gate of Konoha, Xingyu and Suejian submitted her certificate to leave the village. Xingyu and Suejian, who was walking alone on the wide road, felt a little confused at the moment. Jiraiya and Tsunade's whereabouts are always elusive. How can we find them? Xingyu and Suejian finally walked towards the country of fields. He guessed that Jiraiya must have gone after Orochimaru, and he might be able to find him by following this direction. But Xingyu and Suejian's idea was destined to fail, because Jiraiya was not in the land of rice at the moment. Not in any country, to be exact. In an isolated area, huge mushrooms are everywhere. These mushrooms come in various shapes and sizes, and some are even taller than humans. Mayabokuyama has many small, clear ponds surrounded by wetland. There is also a lot of thick fog covering the entire area, which makes people feel mysterious and unusual. The architectural style here is relatively simple, with some simple stone houses and other buildings providing housing for toads and visitors. You can also see many strange toads in Mayaboku Mountain. They are dozing leisurely with their eyes closed. Some were practicing by the pool, blending in with the surrounding natural environment. Master Fukazaku, what is it that you called me here so urgently? Jiraiya had just managed to find out some information about Orochimaru and was about to set off. However, he was summoned by an urgent message from the sage Fukazaku and hurried to Mayaboku Mountain. Fukazaku sage's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "The great toad sage has awakened. He is the one who asked me to urgently summon you. It seems that he has a prophecy about the future survival of the ninja world." Jiraiya was stunned when he heard this. He had actually been looking for the child of prophecy in recent years. At first I thought it was Nagato, and I carefully trained him for a period of time, but in the end I found out that it didn't seem to be him. Later, it was believed that Minato Namikaze was the son of prophecy described by the great toad sage, but Minato died young shortly afterwards. This made Jiraiya feel confused, and he couldn't help but doubt whether the predictions of the great toad sage were reliable. Under the guidance of the sage Fukazaku, Jiraiya passed through the thick fog and finally arrived at the place where the great toad sage was. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of their footsteps and the occasional croaking of frogs in the distance could be heard. The huge and ancient body of the toad immortal was half hidden in the darkness, exuding a mysterious aura. Fukazaku sage spoke respectfully, "Great toad sage, little Jiraiya has arrived. I came here to listen to your revelation of the future that I foresaw." The great toad sage slowly opened his hazy eyes, and said in a low and distant voice, "Little Jiraiya, I see a huge storm about to sweep across the ninja world. There is a man who possesses the Rinnegan. He will bring endless changes and chaos to the ninja world. His presence will stir up the storm and the darkness, and the fate of many people will be rewritten because of him." Jiraiya frowned. "Then how should we deal with this? How can we protect the peace of the ninja world?" The great toad immortal was silent for a moment. "You will have a disciple in the future, and he will play a very crucial role in this storm. His fate is closely linked to the fate of the entire ninja world. That you must do your best to guide him, either toward the light or lost in the darkness. But the road ahead is shrouded in mist. Even a prophecy is but a shadow in the long river of fate. That you must be prepared to sacrifice everything." Jiraiya nodded and said with a firm look, "I understand, great toad sage. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, I will fight for the ninja world and work hard to protect those precious things." However, before Jiraiya could answer, the great toad sage had already fallen asleep, his deafening snoring filling the large room. Fukazaku sage waved his hands helplessly. "The great toad sage has been getting more and more sleepy lately, and his words are ambiguous and hard to understand." Jiraiya also scratched his head in embarrassment. The great toad sage is indeed like this every time. The last prophecy was similar to this one, also saying that a person with the Rinnegan would disrupt the ninja world. This made him realize that Nagato might not be the son of prophecy, but instead the biggest enemy of the ninja world in the future. "Therefore, I believe that Minato Namikaze is the future savior. But Minato has passed away, and the new prophecy of the great toad sage says that he will accept another disciple. And this disciple is the prophesied son of the future." This made Jiraiya speechless. Why did the prophecy change so often? Sudden dash. The big toad immortal suddenly woke up from his sleep. Fukazaku Sennin and Jiraiya were shocked and hurried forward to ask, "Big toad Sennin, what's wrong with you?" The great toad immortal was silent for a long time, and finally a change appeared on his calm face. He murmured, "The prophecy has changed. I saw a figure of a god." God. Fukazaku and Jiraiya were shocked. What on earth is going on? The big toad immortal paused, as if he was shocked to see the future in his dream. "I saw an extremely powerful person in the future. She will destroy this world and turn everyone into puppets. And a godlike figure appeared and saved everyone. And the scenarios I had predicted before all changed because of this person. From my vague memories, I saw that he possessed a pair of strange eyes. One of the eyes is dark and deep, glowing green. The other is a special Rinnegan with 9 Megatama swirling around it. Waving hand, unleash unparalleled and astonishing power." Jiraiya was completely confused at the moment. He had no idea what was going on. Wasn't it said that someone with the Rinnegan would destroy the world? How did it become that a god appeared and saved the world? Could it be that Nagato is really the son of prophecy, and that he will reform and become the savior of the ninja world in the future? Jiraiya scratched his head, his already dull mind now a mess, and asked blankly, "Great toad sage, can you tell me about the future god?" Huro Lulu. The big toad immortal fell into a deep sleep again. Jiraiya and Fukazaku decided to wait here. Perhaps they would find the answer when they woke up again. But after waiting for 3 days, the big toad immortal showed no signs of waking up, so the two finally gave up. Fukazaku Sennin sighed and said, "Let's go. There probably won't be any answers. The future is always uncertain. I'll just have to keep an eye out for people with strange eyes in the future." Jiraiya could only nod helplessly and leave with Sennin Fukazaku. The night fell like a huge piece of black silk, slowly spreading over the village. On the high mountain outside Konoha village, a group of people were standing quietly behind Orochimaru on the top of the mountain. Lord Orochimaru, all the fighting forces have been gathered here. How are we going to sneak in? Kimimaro said excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and he didn't want to be a burden to Orochimaru. He had to show his worth to Orochimaru so that he would be qualified to be Orochimaru's vessel. The group of people behind him all had the same idea as Kimimaro, and their eyes were full of fanaticism. Orochimaru smiled faintly. We have come such a long way, let's rest here for a while, and then sneak in at dawn. After entering the village, spread out and search for Do in various places where prisoners are being held. Once you find him, signal. Yes, everyone rested on the spot, their eyes filled with excitement, and everyone was eager to try. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight, like a golden thread, gently passed through the thin clouds and fell over the village. As the morning light began to break, a thin mist still lingered in the streets of Konoha village. Orochimaru led his men and quietly approached the village in the hazy morning light. He walked in front, his pale face looked even more stern in the morning mist, and his iconic snake eyes revealed cunning and cruelty. The followers behind him all had solemn expressions and their steps were as light as cats looking for food. They crept along the woods at the edge of Konoha village, their clothes blending in with the shadows of the branches. The morning breeze rustled the leaves, cleverly masking the sound of their gentle progress. As they crept into the village, sunlight struggled to penetrate the fog. Gradually, the streets began to see the figures of early rising villagers, and in this seemingly ordinary morning scene, Orochimaru and the others were like an undercurrent, winding their way between the houses. They avoided the villagers' sight, took advantage of the cover of fog and buildings, and gradually went deep into the core area of Konoha village. They were like a group of ghosts hidden in the light, quietly planting the seeds of anxiety and danger in this quiet morning. At the same time, the barrier class's sensing technique vibrated violently, and the ninjas nearby were instantly alerted. Enemy invasion, sound the alarm. The sensor ninja roared loudly. Weevuo, a sharp and piercing sound came from the sky. The villagers who had just woken up had confused expressions on their faces, but after experiencing the Nine-Tailed Fox rebellion, they all took their families and quickly headed to the shelter. The third Hokage woke up instantly from his bed, quickly dressed and rushed to the Hokage building. When we arrived at the Hokage's office, it was already crowded with people. Hokage-sama, the Umbu have been dispatched and are chasing the enemy everywhere. We don't know where the enemy came from yet. The third Hokage frowned. He couldn't imagine who was so bold as to barge in like this. Everyone, spread out and kill the enemy comprehensively. Don't let any enemy escape. The third Hokage had a gloomy expression on his face. He didn't care who these enemies were. Now that they were here, they could forget about leaving. Yes. All the ninjas quickly left and started chasing the enemies everywhere. The third Hokage also came to the center of the village accompanied by the Umbu. In the panicked crowd, he saw a familiar figure, who was grinning at him. The third Hokage recovered from his shock and said, Orochimaru, what are you doing? Orochimaru didn't answer, he just bit his finger and slammed it to the ground. The art of spiritual communication. A giant coiled snake appeared before his eyes, staring straight at Orochimaru with a cold gaze. Orochimaru, why did you summon me? Orochimaru smiled faintly, destroy everything you see. The third Hokage roared with bloodshot eyes, Orochimaru, how dare you? He didn't understand why Orochimaru came to Konoha and tried to destroy this place. It was simply insane. The snake spit out its tongue, grinned, and said, I want 100 sacrifices. Without waiting for Orochimaru to answer, it rushed into the building complex and started wreaking havoc. Seeing the ninjas around him rushing forward to stop Manda, the third Hokage also ordered the Umbu around him to go and help. On the other side of the battlefield, Kimimaro was killing people in the crowd, with bone bullets flying in his hands, and those who were hit fell to the ground seriously injured. Suddenly, a giant red figure appeared in front of Kimimaro. It was Uchiha Itachi who had activated Susanoo. After hearing the noise, he immediately rushed over. Looking at the Konoha ninja wailing on the ground, Uchiha Itachi's face was gloomy. You damn invader, you are simply looking for death. Kimimaro had no expression on his face, just looking coldly at Uchiha Itachi and the skeleton. Kimimaro and Uchiha Itachi were confronting each other, and the atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed as if the air was about to freeze. Kimimaro took the lead in attacking, and countless sharp bone spurs suddenly emerged from his body and shot towards Uchiha Itachi like sharp arrows. Uchiha Itachi remained calm, with the huge skeleton lying across his body. The bone spurs hit the hard skeleton of Susanoo, splashing sparks but failing to cause any damage. Kimimaro let out a light shout, and the bones around his body quickly reorganized to form a huge bone whip. He swung the whip and lashed it hard at Itachi's Susanoo. The power of this attack was incredible, and Susanoo was shaken slightly, but Uchiha Itachi immediately controlled Susanoo and swung his fist towards Kimimaro. Kimimaro was not in a hurry. The bones around him changed again, building a thick bone shield in front of him. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo hit the bone shield, making a deafening roar. Although cracks appeared on the bone shield, it did not break. Taking advantage of the gap, Kimimaro gathered a large amount of chakra in his body at his feet, then shot up like a cannonball, breaking through the smoke and dust and heading straight for Uchiha Itachi inside Susanoo. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and he clenched his fists of Susanoo and punched it hard. Kimimaro forcibly twisted his body in midair and quickly used his bone arms to block the attack, but the powerful impact knocked him away. After landing, Kimimaro merged his body into the ground, and instantly extended countless bone spurs from under Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo in an attempt to launch a sneak attack. Uchiha Itachi immediately controlled Susanoo to avoid it calmly, and launched Amaterasu from the inside of Susanoo, whistling towards where Kimimaro was hiding. Kimimaro crawled out from the ground, his body covered with strange patterns, and his body was covered with bone armor again. He rushed towards Itachi while carrying the flames of Amaterasu, and the battle fell into a fierce stalemate. Kimimaro flashed and rushed in front of Uchiha Itachi in an instant, slamming into Susanoo hard. Crack! Susanoo in the skeleton state was actually broken by Kimimaro in the Cursed Seal mode. Itachi was startled and quickly retreated. With a ruthless heart, he immediately activated his pupil power frantically. The original Susanoo skeleton began to tremble violently, making a crackling sound. Muscle tissue quickly spread and grew like vines, climbing and wrapping around the skeleton. The red muscle fibers intertwined and fused with each other, gradually filling the gaps and holes in the skull, making the body look more robust and sturdy. At this moment, Kimimoro's body was covered with Amaterasu's black flames. Under the constant high temperature burning, his face gradually distorted and he kept muttering something. I can't fall down, Lord Orochimaru still needs me. Kimimaro howled in pain, and the curse seal on his body changed again. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Black curse marks surged from his neck like an ink tide, and his skin was quickly covered by a dark gray stratum corneum, as hard as iron, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The black flames of Amaterasu on his body also fell to the ground along with the dead skin on his body. At the shoulder blades on the back, two huge bone wings protrude, covered with sharp spikes that seemed to be able to crush everything. The face was also horribly deformed, with sunken eye sockets, bloodshot eyeballs, a protruding nose and mouth like a beast, and a roar that sounded like it came from hell. His limbs were thick and strong, his nails grew into bone claws, and when he waved his hands, there was a loud sound of wind. A huge tail grew behind him, making him look like a Tyrannosaurus Rex on Earth. At this time, Kimimaro has become a terrifying killing machine. In the center of Konoha's open battlefield, two figures stood facing each other. On this land baptized by war, Uchiha Itachi, who has activated the third form of Susanoo, and Kimimaro, who has activated the final form of the curse seal, are confronting each other. The atmosphere was as tense as a bowstring about to break. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo is like a towering god of war. Kimimaro's face looked ferocious under the erosion of the curse seal. His entire body was covered in dark gray hard keratin with strange patterns all over his body. A huge tail swayed slowly behind it. The terrifying features on his face made him look like a beast crawling out of the abyss. His blood-red eyes burned with battle frenzy and murderous intent. Seeing this, Kimimaro took the lead in attacking. He was like a gray lightning, using the power of his legs to rush towards Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo at high speed. As he sprinted, the bone blades on his arms quickly extended. Like two sharp spears, they pierced straight into the core of Susanoo. Itachi looked calm and controlled Susanoo calmly. He raised his huge fist, and with a breath of destruction, he smashed it hard, colliding fiercely with Kimimaro's bone blade. Bang! In an instant, the sound of metal clashing resounded through the sky. The powerful impact force spreads outwards from the collision point. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and dust flew in the cracks, as if the earth was groaning in pain. Kimimaro jumped into the air with the force of the rebound, and then he let out a light shout. Multiple 10-finger strike. Countless sharp bone bullets shot out from his fingertips and poured down towards Susanoo like a rainstorm. Swish, swish, swish. Each bone bullet contains powerful force, enough to penetrate huge rocks. Uchiha Itachi's eyes focused, and a layer of red chakra shield instantly appeared on Susanoo's body. Boom 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 boom. The bone bullets hit the shield, splashing red sparks, like gorgeous fireworks blooming in the night sky. Uchiha Itachi took advantage of the gap in Kimimaro's attack and quickly launched a counterattack. A look of determination flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and Amaterasu's black flames surged out like a surging black tide. In an instant, a huge black sea of fire formed and swept towards Kimimaro. Kimimaro's face darkened when he saw this. Feeling the terrifying power contained in the black flames, he didn't dare to take it head-on. He curled up his body tightly, and the long blade in his hand instantly changed, forming a huge bone shield. The black sea of fire hit the bone shield and instantly enveloped it. The terrifying high temperature caused the surrounding air to distort. Kimimaro endured the scorching black flames in the bone shield. His eyes stared at Uchiha Itachi through the gaps in the bone shield, trying to find the opponent's flaws. But the terrifying black flames seemed to never go out. After hesitating for a moment, Kimimaro rushed out of the bone shield in an instant. Although his body was already somewhat charred, the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. He rushed towards Uchiha Itachi again, and this time, he gathered all his strength into his feet. When he got close to Susanoo, he leaped up and kicked with all his might. When this kick was thrown, even the surrounding air seemed to be exploded, forming a huge air vortex. Susanoo instinctively raised its arms to block, but Kimimoro's foot kicked Susanoo's arm hard. Boom! There was a dull loud noise. Susanoo's huge body was kicked back several steps, leaving several deep footprints on the ground. After Uchiha Itaka stabilized his body, he was suddenly shocked. Realized that the enemy before you must not be underestimated. He took a deep breath, and saw that the chakra light on Susanoo became even brighter. A long sword slowly emerged in Susanoo's hand. He controlled Susanoo to rush towards Kimimaro. This time, he wanted to engage in a close-range life-and-death fight with Kimimaro. Kimimaro was not afraid at all. He opened his arms, and the bone spear appeared again. He faced Uchiha Itaka's Susanoo with a crazy look on his face. Boom! In the fierce fight, every attack of Uchiha Itaka's Susanoo carried a tremendous force, like whack-a-mole, bombarding madly. Kimimaro, on the other hand, relied on his flexible body and hard bone blade to dodge and resist again and again. Their battle was like a storm, sweeping away everything around it and making the battlefield even more devastated. Sudden dash. Cough cough cough. In the midst of an intense battle, Kimimaro suddenly vomited blood. His body suddenly became unsteady, and it seemed that he would fall down at any moment. Uchiha Itaka's eyes narrowed, and he immediately seized the opportunity. The long sword in Susanoo's hand instantly stabbed into Kimimoro's body. Puff! The huge sword pierced through his chest fiercely, and then was slowly pulled out. A huge wound suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ugh! Cough cough. Kimimaro knelt on the ground and spat out blood. His eyes gradually began to blur. On his deathbed, he recalled the past events of his encounter with Orochimaru. I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru, I can't walk with you anymore. Cough cough. Kimimaro slowly formed seals with his hands with a numb face. He decided to use up the last of his strength to do something for Orochimaru. Dance of the early ferns. In an instant, the earth opened. Hajime trembled violently. Countless sharp and thick bone pillars broke out from the ground like bamboo shoots after spring rain. Swoosh! Boom boom boom. These bone pillars spread wildly in all directions with Kimimaro as the center, as if to turn the entire battlefield into a forest of bones. The bone pillar is covered with intricate patterns and is flashing with strange light. Each one contained enough power to destroy everything. They crisscrossed and roared towards Uchiha Itaka. Wherever it passed, the air was cut and hissed. Uchiha Itaka was shocked when he saw this, and hurriedly and frantically urged Susanoo to defend with all his strength, and countless bone spears stabbed Susanoo fiercely. Boom boom boom, sizzle. Countless sharp bone spears instantly covered Susanoo, making a harsh friction and collision sound. A moment later, in the bone-covered field, Uchiha Itaka was breathing heavily. I almost died, Uchiha Itaka said fearfully. The Susanoo on his body was riddled with holes, like a hedgehog, and the nearest bone spear was less than 1 meter away from Uchiha Itaka's body. Uchiha Itaka breathed a sigh of relief, then released Susanoo and slowly came to Kimimoro's side, but Kimimaro had already died at this time. Alas, what a pity! Uchiha Itaka couldn't understand why such a strong man would help Orochimaru to do evil. At the front of the battlefield, Orochimaru and the third Hokage were facing each other. Teacher, I heard that you are retiring. How about I become the fifth Hokage? Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. In fact, there has always been a thorn in Orochimaru's heart. That is why he was not chosen when the fourth Hokage was selected, even though he surpassed Minato Namikaze in all abilities. In fact, it doesn't matter to Orochimaru whether he becomes Hokage or not, but there is a saying that goes, I can refuse it, but you can't refuse to give it to me. This is also why Orochimaru wanted to shock the third Hokage after his strength increased greatly after obtaining the Sharingan. Let him know that his original choice was wrong, and that Orochimaru was the right choice and the future of Konoha. Orochimaru, you murdered fellow ninjas, killed innocent civilians, and colluded with Danzo to plot against the Uchiha clan Sharingan. You don't deserve to die. Let me clean up the mess today. The third Hokage said fiercely that he would personally send the traitor he had trained to the Pure Land. In the showdown in Konoha village, Orochimaru was stunned when he heard the words of the third Hokage, and then he laughed wildly. Sarutobi-sensei, you're old. You don't understand how wonderful it feels to be powerful. Look into my eyes. Orochimaru instantly opened his Sharingan, and 3 Megatama slowly rotated in his eye sockets. This? The third Hokage was stunned by the scene before him. This is not a transplanted Sharingan. He just saw with his own eyes that Orochimaru opened the Sharingan on his own. It's not like Kakashi's acquired transplant that can't be turned off. How did they do that? The third Hokage murmured. He couldn't believe that someone who was not from the Uchiha clan actually had the Sharingan and could use it so skillfully. Orochimaru was extremely satisfied when he saw the stunned expression of the third Hokage. Yes, that's it, let them tremble under my scientific research. This is the purpose of my research. I want to surpass everything, I want to become stronger, and I will gain eternal life. Orochimaru laughed crazily. So. What do the people who died during my research mean? As long as I succeed, then all this will be worth it. They should feel honored for their efforts, ha 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 ha. The third Hokage was so shocked when he heard Orochimaru's words that he was speechless. He couldn't believe how a person could become so inhumane. In his eyes, human life was like grass. For the so-called experiment, countless lives can be sacrificed without any bottom line. You bastard, I will kill you. The third Hokage was shaking with anger. He. Orochimaru laughed disdainfully, then waved his hand gently. 4 figures appeared around the 2 of them, and the 4 of them quickly formed seals with their hands. Suddenly, a purple square formation appeared around the battlefield. A strange purple flame emanated from all around the formation, and any objects that came close to it were instantly burned and evaporated. For purple flame formation. Teacher, no one can disturb us from now on, let's have a good chat, he. Orochimaru laughed in a husky voice. At the beginning of the battle, Orochimaru's hands were like ghosts, forming seals at an extremely fast speed. His movements were smooth and skillful, without any hesitation. As the Indian style was completed, several huge pythons emerged from the ground like ghosts. Their bodies swayed, and the twisting of their huge bodies brought up gusts of fishy wind. The bloody mouth opened wide, revealing sharp fangs, as if it wanted to swallow everything. The third Hokage was not at all flustered by this sudden attack, as he knew Orochimaru's moves very well. Then he quickly formed seals with both hands. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Suddenly, solid earth walls rose from the ground, like indestructible city walls. The python hit it, making a dull sound, and dust flew up and filled the air. Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue. Teacher, you are still as good as ever. Then he flashed and approached like a ghost, the Kusanagi sword in his hand flashing with a cold light, piercing the throat of the third Hokage. The third Hokage dodged sideways and blocked with a kunao, sparks flying from the collision of metal. At this moment, a python attacked from behind. The third Hokage tapped his toes, jumped high, and spun his body in the air. Wind style, great breakthrough. A powerful airflow gushed out of his mouth, cutting towards the python like a sharp blade, cutting it into several pieces. However, Orochimaru did not stop attacking, he just made seals with his hands. Shadow snake hand. Countless small snakes emerged from his sleeves and rushed towards the third Hokage like a black tide. The third Hokage landed steadily and slammed the ground with both hands. Earth escape, earth spear. Countless sharp earth spears suddenly emerged from the ground, stabbing the little snakes to death in the blink of an eye. However, before the third Hokage could react, Orochimaru had already approached him. Naruto no Jutsu. The third Hokage was suddenly caught in the illusion of Orochimaru's Sharingan. Orochimaru was delighted when he saw this, and immediately rushed to the third Hokage waving the Kusanagi sword. But before Orochimaru could be happy for a moment, the third Hokage's eyes suddenly opened. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Lightning suddenly flashed in the hands of the third Hokage, and he shot a bolt of lightning towards Orochimaru. At such a close distance, Orochimaru couldn't react in time. Boom! Orochimaru was blasted away and thrown far away. Haha, Orochimaru, your Sharingan illusion technique is still not up to par, ha. Orochimaru was furious. He was not good at illusion techniques to begin with, and he just had the urge to try out the effect of the Sharingan. Unexpectedly, it was easily cracked by the third Hokage. Humph! Orochimaru suddenly put his hands together and quickly formed hand seals. Looking at Orochimaru's familiar handprint, he suddenly reacted. The third Hokage heard Xing Yuan Suejian say this and knew how powerful he was. Deciding to strike first, he took a deep breath and began to form seals quickly with his hands, and the chakra in his body surged wildly. Shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. The 5 figures of the third Hokage stood in a fan shape and tightly surrounded Orochimaru. Water style, water wall. A solid water wall stood up in front of him. The shadow clone then used, fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. A flame the dragon roared and rushed towards the water wall. The high temperature instantly evaporates the water, forming a large amount of water vapor that fills the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, earth style, earth flow river. The ground beneath his feet began to change violently, and a turbulent earth flow rushed out, mixed with gravel and rushed towards Orochimaru. Thunder release, earth walk. Electric currents shuttled through the earth flow, making crackling sounds. Finally, wind style, vacuum wave. The powerful wind blade whizzed through the water vapor, and the third Hokage performed the 5 styles great chain bullet technique. The 5 types of ninjutsu merged and alternated with each other, forming an overwhelming force that swept towards Orochimaru like a raging wave. Orochimaru's spell was interrupted and his expression changed immediately. He knew very well how powerful his teacher's daily yang technique was, so he didn't dare to take it head-on. He hurriedly summoned a huge python to block in front of him, and at the same time he retreated quickly. The innocent python struggled painfully under this powerful 5 escapes attack. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The python roared at Orochimaru, and no one knew what it was cursing. The body was torn, burned, electrocuted, and cut. Finally, it fell to the ground with a loud bang. Under the gloomy sky, the battle gradually reached a white-hot stage. Orochimaru stood in the ruins, completely ignoring the dead python, with a twisted and excited smile on his face. I saw his hands slowly raised, and his wide sleeves fluttering in the wind. The fingers began to dance rapidly and intricately, forming seals at a speed that was dizzying. As the seal was completed, Orochimaru's low and hoarse voice sounded like a call from hell, immortal reincarnation technique. In an instant, the ground began to shake violently. Black runes crawled out from the ground like evil vines and spread along the ground. Wherever it went, the air seemed to be distorted by this force. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and in the dust flying, 2 huge coffins slowly rose from the ground. With a creepy creaking sound, the coffin lid slowly slid aside. From the coffin marked with the Chinese character, a strong and powerful arm first stretched out, with muscles tense, as if containing endless power. Immediately afterwards, a tall and burly figure slowly stepped out of the coffin. His wild long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes showed a calmness and majesty that came from experiencing many vicissitudes of life. Although the traditional Red Warring States period clothing on his body is a little old, it still cannot hide his innate kingly aura. It seemed that as long as he stood there, the surrounding space would surrender to him. Almost at the same time, the second Hokage walked out of another coffin. He stood tall and straight, his movements were agile, and the moment he stepped out of the coffin, a cold aura hit him in the face. His eyes were calm and sharp, like a nighthawk, as if he could see through all falsehoods and disguises. His cool white hair was neatly pulled back, framing his stern features. Dressed in blue Warring States armor, he exudes a unique aura that is a fusion of wisdom and strength. As the 2 Hokage stepped out, the air around them seemed to freeze. "Is it that ninja named Orochimaru who summoned us again?" the second-generation Hokage said coldly. The first Hokage was surprised. "Ah, is this the Konoha of today? It has changed a lot." The third Hokage hurried forward, bowing and saying, "Shodai-sama, Tobirama-sensei, I am ashamed to see you in this situation. I am truly sorry that my traitorous disciple summoned you." Although he had expected this, the third Hokage still felt ashamed when he met the 2 senior Hokage, and felt that he had let down Sensei Tobirama's expectations. The first Hokage looked puzzled and asked, You are a monkey, how did you become so old, ha ha ha." The second Hokage's expression changed and he shouted sternly, "Monkey, how did you teach your apprentice? How did you teach such a bastard who betrayed his master and ancestors and made fun of the dead?" "I'm sorry, Master Shadaim, Mr. Tobirama, I failed to teach my students well. I will execute this traitor on the spot today, even if it costs me my life." The third Hokage bowed and promised. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, "Haha, the reminiscing part is over, now let's get down to business." The second Hokage was instantly furious upon hearing this. "You evil little brat, I'm going to." Before the second Hokage could finish his words, Orochimaru immediately changed his gestures, and both Hokage looked stunned, their consciousness wiped out. In Konoha village, a land that carries fate, the atmosphere is so heavy that it seems to be solidified into substance. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood straight in the center of the battlefield. "Orochimaru, you've gone too far. I immediately made a decision in my heart that I must kill him today no matter what, and never let him cause any harm. Otherwise, Konoha will never be at peace. He. There was a glint of madness and complacency in Orochimaru's narrow eyes. Then he quickly formed seals with his hands. Immediately afterwards, the figures of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, also began to move quickly in the venue. The first-generation Hokage was like an ancient god of war descending from the sky. Every heavy step he took on the ground made the earth echo like a dull thunder. He quickly formed seals with both hands, wood style, tree world advent. In an instant, countless trees as thick as giant pythons rose up from the ground frantically. The trunk twisted like a dragon emerging from the sea, and the branches were as sharp as spears, stabbing towards the third Hokage fiercely. Wherever those branches passed, the air seemed to be ruthlessly torn apart, making a sharp and piercing whistling sound. The entire four-purple flame formation is filled with wood release. A large number of trees were still extending outward from the formation, hissing. They were constantly consuming the energy of the four-purple flame formation. The third Hokage's expression was extremely solemn as he quickly formed hand seals. Earth escape, earth spear. Suddenly, countless stone spears as sharp as swords protruded from the ground and collided violently with the incoming wood release tree branches. The sound of stone spears colliding with branches was endless, and wood chips and stones flew everywhere. Some of them even brushed past the third Hokage's cheek, leaving behind tiny traces of blood. The second Hokage took advantage of this gap and changed hand seals with his hands as fast as the wind. Water style, water break wave. The sharp water line made a hissing sound in the air and cut towards it at a high speed. However, as a student of the second Hokage, how could he not know his teacher's moves? The third Hokage dodged the sharp water wave attack with ease. However, the voice of the first Hokage came again from behind. Would release, cutting technique. Countless sharp wooden spikes like needles shot towards the third Hokage like raindrops. The third Hokage's figure flashed, constantly dodging left and right, and at the same time created several shadow clones. The shadow clones spread out in a fan shape and performed the fire style, Phoenix Fire technique, together. Clusters of flames flew happily towards the wooden thorns like lively elves. The flames burned some of the wooden thorns, but some of them still broke through the flames' defense line. Ding ding ding. The third Hokage could only use Kunao to resist with difficulty. For a moment, sparks flew and light flashed. The second Hokage instantly appeared above the third Hokage, and chakra instantly gathered in his mouth. Water style, Heaven's Cry. A mouthful of phlegm that had been condensed for many years came out of the second Hokage's mouth and was suddenly spat at the third Hokage's old face. The third Hokage was shocked when he saw this. The second Hokage's move was extremely harmful and insulting. If someone was spit on by it, they would be in excruciating pain. The third Hokage quickly dodged to the side, the sharp old phlegm brushed past his shoulder, and a bloody smell filled the air. At this moment, Orochimaru burst into laughter and said, "Teacher Sarutobi, how long can you hold on?" The third Hokage ignored Orochimaru's ridicule. His eyes became more determined and persistent, and he was secretly planning the final tactics in his mind. He knew very well that the current situation was no longer sustainable. Although the first and second generations of the impure world body were less than 1/10 or 1/12 as strong as they were in their lifetime, they were still much stronger than himself, and defeat was only a matter of time. Only by using the forbidden technique can there be a chance of winning. Never mind, let it be. The third Hokage looked solemn, as if he had made some important decision. He took a deep breath and began to make seals with his hands. The speed of forming seals became faster and faster, and the chakra in the body surged wildly. With a loud shout from him, "Corpse Seal!" A mysterious and powerful black rune formation slowly spread out from under their feet. Countless invisible chains stretched out from the formation and flew towards Orochimaru like spirit snakes. Orochimaru's face suddenly changed. He wanted to dodge but found that his body seemed to be fixed and he couldn't move. As the ritual was activated, the huge and gloomy shadow of the god of death gradually emerged, as if to devour all sins. The third Hokage's eyes widened with anger, and he shouted, "Orochimaru, this is what you get for betraying Konoha. Today I will drag your entire soul into the belly of death." When Orochimaru saw this, the confidence on his face was instantly replaced by horror. Of course he knew about the technique of Shiki Fusion, and he was also well aware of how terrifying this technique was. If sealed, the soul will be trapped in the death dimension forever. He screamed, "Teacher, are you really so heartless?" The third Hokage had a stern expression on his face, and he remained unmoved when he heard Orochimaru's plea for mercy. The giant hand of the god of death locked Orochimaru tightly, making him unable to move, and his soul was slowly being pulled out bit by bit. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with panic and unwillingness. He knew very well that if he was completely sealed, his ambitions and plans would be completely destroyed. Little by little, Orochimaru's soul slowly moved towards the god of death. At this critical moment, Orochimaru suddenly glanced at the corner, and then revealed a sinister expression. He used up his last bit of strength and unleashed a wave of chakra. The Kusanagi sword hidden in the dark pierced the third Hokage like a ray of cold light in an instant. The third Hokage was so focused on the sealing ceremony that he didn't expect Orochimaru to be able to fight back even in such a desperate situation. Swish puff! The Kusanagi sword pierced straight into his back, and blood instantly dyed his clothes red. The third Hokage had a look of pain on his face and his body was shaking, but he still gritted his teeth and insisted on completing the final step of the seal. Even though he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he wanted to drag Orochimaru along with him. His body was trembling slightly and his chakra was about to be exhausted, but there was no trace of retreat in his eyes. Orochimaru looked at the third Hokage's shaky but still determined appearance, feeling both angry and afraid. However, even if the third Hokage used up his last bit of willpower, he was unable to completely seal Orochimaru at this stage. He already felt that his life was coming to an end. The only option is to gather all the power of the death seal into one point. He moved resolutely towards Orochimaru's hands. As the sharp blade in the hands of the Grim Reaper flashed, Orochimaru let out a painful roar. The souls in his hands were eventually sealed into the belly of the god of death by the third Hokage at the cost of his life. You damn old man! Orochimaru roared angrily. The third Hokage was dying, and in a voice so weak that it was almost inaudible, he murmured, "Orochimaru. Even if I can only seal your hands, the future of Konoha will not be easily destroyed by you. I believe that those who come after me will continue to protect this land." After saying this, his strength was completely exhausted, his legs went limp, and he slowly fell backwards. He looked towards the direction of Konoha village, his eyes full of attachment and relief. There seemed to be a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, but he finally slowly closed his eyes and died. A gentle breeze blew by, blowing up his blood-stained robe. The battlefield fell into deathly silence. Only the heroic spirit of the third Hokage who protected Konoha seemed to still linger in the air for a long time. On the ruins that had been baptized by battle and were in a mess, the soul in Orochimaru's hands was finally sealed by the third Hokage at the cost of his life. He let out a roar of pain and anger, and the sound echoed for a long time in the silent post-war air. At this moment, Orochimaru knew very well that he was no longer able to fight, that if he continued to stay in Konoha, he would be hunted down by all the ninjas of Konoha. He glanced resentfully at the fallen, lifeless body of the third Hokage, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Then he quickly summoned the few remaining men around him and gave the order to retreat. His figure looked particularly disheveled in the dim sunlight, and his previous arrogance had mostly disappeared. While using his remaining strength to suppress the soul shock caused by the seal, he staggered towards the outside of Konoha village. His steps were a little hurried, and as he crossed the streets of Konoha, he looked back vigilantly from time to time, fearing that a Konoha ninja would suddenly appear and block his way. The Konoha buildings along the way were severely damaged in the battle, and the broken walls seemed to silently condemn his evil deeds. Orochimaru had no time to care about these things, he just wanted to escape, his robe fluttering in the wind, and gradually disappeared into the dark forest outside Konoha village, leaving behind only dust along the way, a devastated Konoha, and the admirable sacrificed figure of the third Hokage. The smoke has not yet completely dissipated, and the air is still filled with the pungent smell of dust and blood. A group of Konoha ninjas rushed over, but what they saw was only the third Hokage lying quietly on the ground, already breathless. All around him was a land ravaged by battle. The once familiar streets had now turned into ruins, and the afterglow of the fierce battle seemed to remain in the ruins. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui also arrived at the scene shortly afterwards. Their clothes still bore traces of battles with other enemies, and their faces were filled with exhaustion and shock. Seeing the cold body of the third Hokage, a complex emotion flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, including grief for the loss of his leader and regret for not being able to join the battle in time. The enemy's goal this time was clear: to wreak havoc. They were trying to buy time for Orochimaru, and would flee when they encountered a skilled opponent. Although the enemy wasn't strong, it took the Konoha people quite a while to hunt them down. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, and he murmured softly, "Third generation master, we are late." Uchiha Shisui's face was solemn, his eyes never leaving the third Hokage, his eyes full of respect and self-blame. If we could have dealt with those enemies faster, perhaps we could have changed all this. Kakashi and a group of fellow ninjas also arrived at the scene panting. Kakashi's eyes were filled with astonishment and pain, and scenes of his time with the third Hokage kept appearing in his mind. The fellow ninjas beside him, some with battle scars on their bodies, some with disheveled clothes, also had regretful expressions on their faces. In fact, they had been fighting with the enemy before. Even if some of them tried their best to rush over, they were blocked outside by the barrier set up by Orochimaru. They could only watch the battle taking place inside the barrier but could not step in to participate. An older ninja raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. "We must not let the third Hokage's sacrifice be in vain. Konoha is still here, and we must rebuild our home." Everyone nodded in agreement, suppressed their grief, and began to clean up the wreckage. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui joined in silently, and Kakashi and his fellow ninjas also devoted themselves to the post-war recovery and reconstruction work without hesitation. They carefully lifted the body of the third Hokage, their movements gentle and solemn, as if they were afraid to disturb the sleeping hero. The other ninjas dispersed, some propped up collapsed buildings, and some cleared the rubble on the streets. Every move was cautious. On this ruin, the Konoha ninjas used their actions to express their respect and remembrance for the third Hokage, and also demonstrated the indomitable spirit of Konoha village. They knew that the road ahead was full of hardships, but as long as they had respect for their ancestors and love for Konoha in their hearts, they would be able to rebuild their homes and bring Konoha back to life. Thousands of miles away in the land of hot springs, Singyuan Suejian was lying comfortably in the hot spring. He no longer cared whether he was looking for someone or not. After working so hard for so long, couldn't he just enjoy himself? However, what Singyuan Suejian didn't know was that Tsunade, whom he was looking for, was also in the land of hot springs at this time. In a casino in the land of hot springs, Tsunade was feeling uneasy today as she looked at the pile of chips she had won in front of her. She always had a bad feeling in her heart. Shizun beside him noticed something was wrong. "Tsunade-sama, what's wrong with you? You won so much today, aren't you happy?" Tsunade waved her hands irritably, the uneasiness in her heart growing stronger, and she left the casino without looking back. Shizun hurriedly gathered up the chips and rushed to the front desk to exchange them for cash. She also wanted to leave, but Tsunade was in debt everywhere, and this money was just enough to solve her urgent problem. After Shizun had packed everything up and was looking for Tsunade with Tonton in her arms, she saw Tsunade sitting alone in the tavern, drinking gloomily. "Jingian, I've been feeling restless today. I'm afraid something bad might have happened. Let's go back to the village." Although Tsunade has not returned to the village for many years to escape reality, she still misses Konoha, which was founded by Grandpa Hashirama. Shizun nodded. She had been following Tsunade for so long, but this was the first time she saw Tsunade in such a state. The villagers were afraid that something bad happened. The two of them immediately stood up and prepared to set off back to Konoha. Tsunade, her two companions and a pig hurried along a small path in the land of hot springs, with dense jungles on both sides of the road. In the middle of the road, three people wearing black robes with red clouds, one of them holding a huge sickle, were talking in low voices. "Hey, Do I really get to kill people at will by joining your organization? Fei Juan grinned and shouted excitedly. Tendo Pain walked with an expressionless face, not wanting to answer such a boring question. Konan pointed at Kakuzu, who was standing beside him, and said, "This is your future partner that you two will work together." Kakuzu gave Haydn a cold look and said, I wish you wouldn't die so soon." Fei Juan waved his hands in boredom. He originally didn't want to pay attention to this group of people, but the man with spiral eyes was too scary. With a wave of his hand, he beat him without any resistance. "Someone is coming," Tendo Pain said expressionlessly. In his perception, two figures were rushing towards him quickly. One of them had a lot of chakra and was a master, who was just right for the new member to test his level. Tendo Pain turned to look at Haydn. "I leave it to you, kill them and test your skills. Akatsuki does not need trash." Haydn licked his lips and said, "Leave it to me, hee. Lord Evil God hasn't offered a sacrifice in a long time." In the land of hot springs, steaming mist lingers over the earth like a veil. Xingyuan Suejian walked slowly on the path in the woods. The purpose of his trip was the frost country, and he wanted to experience the scenery of the snowy country. At the same time, Tsunade and her partner were blocked by 4 members of Akatsuki. Tsunade was feeling annoyed when she saw these 4 people blatantly blocking the way. She immediately said impatiently, "Get out of the way." Fei Juan walked forward slowly. "The evil god's sacrifices are here, and they are 2 beauties. This is great. The evil god will definitely like it. Ha ha ha. Tsunade looked at this crazy weirdo without any hesitation and used her extraordinary strength to blast Fei Juan far away. After a moment, Faden stood up shakily, covering the place where he was hit hard by Tsunade with his hands. "Ouch, it hurts, you crazy woman, I'm going to kill you," Haydn yelled in frustration. Tsunade was also a little surprised. She didn't hold back when she punched him just now, but this weirdo seemed to be calm. She had a feeling that the enemy might be very difficult to deal with, and their accomplices seemed to be not easy to deal with either, so she immediately waved her hand to signal Jingian to stay away so as not to get hurt by mistake. Faden grinned and let out a creepy laugh, then he swung the huge and bloody sickle and rushed towards Tsunade like a black whirlwind. Tsunade's face was grim. She was agile and easily dodged Fei Juan's swift attack by moving sideways. At the same time, her right fist, wrapped in powerful chakra, blasted towards Fei Juan like a cannonball. Fei Juan raised his sickle to block, but was knocked back repeatedly by the powerful force. The two were fighting fiercely. Tsunade used a flash technique to appear behind Fei Juan. Fei Juan turned around suddenly and his sickle flashed a cold light. Tsunade leaped high into the air, not noticing that Haydn's scythe was coming at her from an odd angle. Faden took the opportunity to cut Tsunade's arm with his sickle, and blood splattered. He, got it. Fei Juan smiled evilly. He quickly dipped his fingertips in the blood, licked it, and then drew the evil spell circle on the ground. Tsunade's heart sank, and she felt something was wrong. I saw Fei Juan standing in the formation, his whole body turned black, and a ferocious smile appeared on his black and white face. Ha, it's begun. Without hesitation, he thrust the spear into his heart. In an instant, Tsunade felt a sharp pain coming from the depths of her soul, as if her heart was torn through. Her face turned pale, beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and a painful groan came from her throat. Her body swayed uncontrollably, her steps staggered, and she almost fell to the ground. But Tsunade, relying on her tenacious will, endured the severe pain and quickly formed seals with her hands. The art of 100 heroes. Tsunade tilted her head slightly, and the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead suddenly shone. The light was like a bright red star, spreading along the lines of her skin. I saw a vibrant emerald green light surrounding the body. The light was like a lively elf, quickly rushing towards the wound caused by Fei Juan's curse. The originally hideous and twisted flesh at the wound was slowly smoothed out by the 100 healings technique as if by an invisible and gentle hand. The broken blood vessels were reconnected, the damaged tissues slowly regenerated, and the tearing pain gradually dissipated under this magical ninjutsu. The fatal wound on the heart was also repaired extremely quickly, and the surrounding skin seemed to be quickly stitched and repaired by a pair of invisible and skillful hands, without even a trace of scar left. Tsunade gritted her teeth and glared at Haydn. "You lunatic, do you think you can kill me like this?" Fei Juan laughed crazily. Ha, no rush, let's play slowly. After that, he raised the bloody blade without hesitation and stabbed himself with all his might. The sharp tip of the knife instantly penetrated the body, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Tsunade's face, which had just recovered a little, turned pale in an instant, and her body trembled slightly involuntarily. She could only force herself to activate the 100 healings technique again. The emerald green light that had just calmed down began to flicker around her body again, trying to repair her new fatal injuries. Tsunade thought to herself that this was not a solution, but it was difficult to find a way to break Haydn's curse for the time being. While maintaining the 100 heroes technique, she said bitterly, "You pervert, you want to kill me, you're not even close to being good enough." Haydn, however, still had a crazy look on his face. "Come on, let's see whether your recovery is better or my evil god's power is stronger." Tsunade's eyes flashed with a trace of anger and helplessness. She knew very well that if she continued like this, her physical strength would be continuously consumed, but Feiden's desperate fighting style made her temporarily helpless. She could only struggle to keep herself from falling down in this cycle of constant injury and repair. Lady Tsunade, how are you? Shizun rushed out from the side and saw Tsunade lying on the ground, dying. Shizun frantically mobilized her chakra, and a green ball of light instantly appeared in her hand, which was pressed tightly against Tsunade's back to heal her. It's useless, Shizun, you'd better leave quickly. This weirdo used some evil secret method. Ordinary medical ninjutsu is useless, Tsunade said weakly. Shizun burst into tears, as if she didn't hear Tsunade's words, and continued to treat the patient desperately. Tendo Pain watched all this with a cold eye and said calmly, it's getting late, let's end it quickly. Kakuzu, go chop off Haiden's head, and he will die. Haiden was furious when he heard this. Hey, beheading hurts. Although Feijuan said no, he didn't refuse in his heart. It was really annoying that the woman had to keep recovering. He had stabbed him hundreds of times, but the woman still wouldn't die. He had no choice but to chop off her head to kill her instantly. Kakuzu chuckled with a sinister look on his face. I'll sew it up for you. I saw Kakuzu slowly raise the knife in his hand and was about Toduan's neck was chopped off. When Jingian saw this scene, she screamed, no. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Kakuzu and kicked him away with a hard kick. Then he instantly activated his Sharingan, roughly clamped Feiden's neck, and stared into his eyes. Ah! Seeing Xing Yuan Suejian suddenly appear, Haiden and Kakuzu had no time to react at all. Feijuan was instantly controlled by the illusion and stood there in a daze. Xing Yuan Suejian breathed a sigh of relief, finally caught up. He heard the sound of fighting from a distance and came to take a look out of curiosity, but he didn't expect to see Tsunade being suppressed by the evil god. Feijuan's curse and her life was hanging by a thread. This was Tsunade's first encounter with such an enemy, and she suffered a great loss. As long as you know the principle of this technique, it is still easy to restrain it. Xing Yuan Suejian roughly pulled Feijuan out of the evil god formation and threw him aside like a dead dog. Then he quickly formed hand seals and used water ninjutsu to wash away the formation on the ground. After the formation disappeared, the black and white color of Feijuan's skin faded rapidly and returned to its normal color. Xing Yuan Suejian stopped hesitating and quickly formed seals with his hands. Water style, water break wave. A sharp line of water shot out from Xing Yuan Suejian's mouth, instantly cutting Feijuan's body into dozens of pieces. All this happened in a flash, and Xing Yuan Suejian completed it all smoothly. Before the people in the Akatsuki organization could react, Feiden had been chopped into pieces of meat. On the path beside the fields in the land of hot springs, several figures were confronting each other in a strange manner. Xing Yuan Suejian flew to Tsunade's side, gently helped her up, and used the palm immortal technique to treat her together. With the joint treatment of the three people, Tsunade's complexion gradually improved and her face gradually became radiant. Are you a Konoha ninja? Tsunade said weakly. Xing Yuan Suejian nodded. Yes, Tsunade-sama, I came to see you and Jiraiya-sama. Tsunade slowly raised her head, and in an instant, she was stunned. Looking at the Konoha ninja who suddenly appeared and saved her life, just one glance felt like a century had passed, and a sense of déjà vu suddenly appeared in her mind. The young man had a handsome face and sharp yet gentle eyes. His long hair was casually scattered on his shoulders. In the breeze, his hair danced gently, as if it had life. At this moment, Tsunade was stunned, and her heart, which had been silent for many years, seemed to be beating a little. Recalling the moment when she was almost in despair, the thin figure of the young man suddenly appeared, illuminating her world like a ray of light. She has been single for many years, but she has never met someone she likes. Although Tsunade is quite old, she has never been in a serious relationship. Her ex-boyfriend Kato Dan died in battle not long after they were together. No, Tsunade muttered, shaking her head. She suddenly woke up. How could she have such thoughts? Her face flushed instantly. Lady Tsunade, what's wrong with you? Shizun asked in confusion as she looked at Tsunade mumbling to herself with a red face. No, it's okay, Tsunade said intermittently, and after she finished, she secretly glanced at Xing Yuan Suejian. However, Xing Yuan Suejian's eyes were fixed on the three members of the Akatsuki organization, Pain Tendo, Konan, and Kakuzu. Now they are in trouble. Hey, aren't you the little brat from last time? You almost killed me, Kakuzu said hatefully with a ferocious face. When he recalled the previous battle, Kakuzu still felt a little scared. He was almost killed by this kid. Fortunately, the leader arrived in time. Xing Yuan Suejian looked frivolous. Oh, it's you. You monster isn't dead yet. Since we've met again, I'll send you off today. You. Kakuzu was so angry that he didn't know how to refute. He was really not sure if he could beat Xing Yuan Suejian. Tiandeo Pain had no expression on his face and said indifferently, kill them. Xing Yuan Suejian looked at the people slowly approaching and her expression suddenly became solemn. He flashed at Tsunade's side, picked her up horizontally, and motioned Shizun to follow, and quickly reached a high ground. After gently putting Tsunade down, he turned and told Shizun, you stay here to protect Lady Tsunade. She is extremely weak now. I will go deal with the enemy. Without waiting for Jingian to answer, Xing Yuan Suejian instantly flashed back to where he was just now. Shizen looked at the direction where Xingyu and Suejian left and nodded heavily, then looked at Tsunade, only to see Tsunade lowering her head with a red face, wondering what she was thinking. Seeing Xingyu and Suejian coming back, Kakuzu immediately rushed forward and launched a fierce attack. Xingyu and Suejian was not at all flustered, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Water style, water mirror technique. A huge mirror made of water appeared out of thin air, and a mirror image of Jiaodu instantly emerged in the mirror. To deal with this kind of ninjutsu type ninja, just use the water mirror technique and it will be done. Anyway, there is plenty of chakra now, so let Kakuzu play slowly by himself. Xingyu and Suejian then turned to look at Tendo Pain and Konan. Tendo Pain signaled Konan to move away and let him handle the problem. Looking at Kakuzu fighting fiercely with his mirror clone, Tendo Pain suddenly fell into deep thought. Can you create a mirror image of a ninjutsu? It's exactly the same as the original, what a great ninjutsu, but it shouldn't be able to copy a bloodline limit, right? Xingyu and Suejian did not reply and stood facing each other with Tendo Pain. The atmosphere between them was extremely solemn, as if even the air had solidified and could no longer flow. Xingyu and Suejian chose to strike first. He knew that ordinary ninjutsu or physical skills would have no effect on the Rinnegan. Then he immediately activated the divine power in the kaleidoscope, and his pupils suddenly underwent amazing changes. The Mangekyo Sharinan burst into a strange and brilliant light, and the black chakra gushed out of his body like a surging tide, quickly gathering and rising. An extremely huge black Susanna slowly took shape under his control. It was like a demon crawling out of the dark abyss, emitting a terrifying and powerful pressure. That burly figure seemed to cover the entire sky, making people feel intimidated. The black long sword held tightly in its hand exuded a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth. This is the third stage of Susanoo, the armor form, that Xingyu and Suejian can perform after fusing with the vortex cells. Kakuzu, who was fighting with the mirror image, was stunned. Of course he knew about Susanoo, after all, he was a survivor of the Warring States period. But seeing that Xingyu and Suejian could open the Susanoo form to this level at such a young age, he felt a little regretful for provoking her just now. If Xingyu and Suejian had activated Susanoo during their last battle, he would have run away without even looking back. What a joke, see that giant sword, if he chops down with that one, all his Earthblade clones will be dead. Tsunade and Shizen on the high ground in the distance also had stunned expressions on their faces. They originally thought that he was just a young man with outstanding talents, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. The oppressive feeling that covered the sky and the sun, the huge black figure, with black flames dancing all over its body like an emissary from hell, made people unable to breathe for a long time. Tendo Pain stood there expressionlessly, and the power of the Rinnegan was released instantly. Shinra Tensei. Following his low roar, a powerful repulsive force swept around like a spherical storm. Wherever it went, the ground instantly cracked, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and the whole place was in a mess. Ran, however, the black Susanoo stood firmly in place, not affected by this powerful force at all. Suejian controlled it and swung the long sword in her hand. A black blade light cut through Shinra Tensei's attack like lightning and continued to roar towards Tendo Pain. Tendo Pain remained calm and the light of his Rinnegan changed again. Facing the aggressive Susanoo, he raised his hand behind Susanoo. Tianyin of all things. This time, the reverse gravity was like an invisible giant hand, tightly pulling the black Susanoo, causing its forward steps to pause slightly. But Suejian just snorted coldly, stomped his feet with Susanoo, instantly shattered the shackles of gravity, and then rushed towards Tendo Pain with big strides, and every step made the earth tremble. Just as the black Susanoo was about to strike, a change finally occurred in the calm eyes of Tendo Pain. As the long sword fell, Tendo Pain quickly dodged. Boom dash. The small hill where Pain had been standing was cut in two by Xingyu and Suejian's long sword. With a deafening roar, debris flew everywhere, and a deep gully suddenly appeared on the ground. Tendo Pain was finally affected by the violent shockwave, and his figure floated in the wind like catkins. Bang! Then he fell heavily to the ground. Upon seeing this, Xingyu and Suejian immediately wanted to step forward and finish him off, wanting to see if he could kill him. Although I know the chances are slim, after all, it's just a puppet, and there's no point in killing it. Swish, swish, swish. Before Xingyu and Suejian could get close, the sound of kunao breaking through the air was heard. More than 10 paper kunao were shot towards him at high speed. Ding ding ding. The kunao hit Susanoo, sending out sparks, but it had no effect. But just when Xingyu and Suejian was distracted, Tendo Pain had already jumped away from his original position and floated into the air. Earth-shattering star. A black gravity ball appeared in Pain's hand in the sky, and he gently threw it into the air. As time went by, the black ball began to slowly take shape, and the powerful suction seemed to draw everything into it. Tendo Pain originally didn't want to reveal all his cards so early, but this kid was driving Susanoo all the way like a hot knife through butter, and Shinra Tensei and Wangxiang Tenjin had little effect on him. He mainly used Tendo Puppet to perform his skills from a long distance, and the effect of his skills was much worse. Seeing this, Xingyu and Suejian's black Susanoo quickly grasped the long sword with both hands and slammed it hard on the ground. The surrounding black chakra gathered frantically, forming a powerful counterforce, trying to stop the suction of Chibuka Tensei. The forces of the two collided and squeezed each other at the center, making an earth-shaking roar, and the entire space seemed to be distorted by this powerful force. At this moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield was extremely tense. Xingyuan Suejian tightly grasped the long sword in his hand, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, and a hint of determination revealed in his eyes. He knew that once he was sucked into the earth-shattering star, he would be ruthlessly sealed. In the stalemate battlefield at this moment, Xingyuan Suejian desperately fought against the attraction of the earth-shattering star, but as time passed, the gravity of the earth-shattering star became stronger and stronger. As time went on, the suction force reached its peak. Susanoo's massive body gradually floated into the air, slowly being drawn away by the sphere in the sky. As stones and soil gathered together, Xingyuan Suejian Susanoo struggled like a rootless duckweed, being squeezed by the numerous stones and slowly being sucked into the center of the sphere. Xingyuan Suejian suddenly felt something was wrong. If she was sucked into the inner space of Chibuka Tensei, she would be sealed instantly. At that time, Susanoo would also be broken in an instant, and she would be at the mercy of others. Xingyuan Suejian immediately became ruthless and poured his pupil power into the kaleidoscope in his right eye. The gear-shaped kaleidoscope eye snapped and turned. Time stands still. The world suddenly pressed the pause button, and all objects in the world stopped moving. Xingyuan Suejian did not hesitate and struggled desperately to break free from the restraints of the Chibuka Tensei body, but as time passed, his lower body of Susanoo was tightly clamped by numerous pieces of rubble. He could feel that his lower body had lost all feeling and had been sealed. Xingyuan Suejian originally wanted to release Susanoo and escape by shrinking her body instantly, but after thinking about it carefully, she didn't dare to release it casually because her body was also stuck in it and had been sealed. Whether it can remove the seal after releasing Susanoo and then reopening it is another matter, but the final consumption will be huge, and you can only break the seal violently and try to break free. Xingyuan Suejian's face was gloomy, and a long sword reappeared in the hand of the black Susanoo, slashing at the sphere under him frantically. Bang, 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 the knife chopped, and gravel flew everywhere. Because time was still, the earth-shattering star did not have a continuous suction effect. Finally, under the crazy output of Xingyuan Suejian, it finally broke the seal and escaped. Huff, huff, huff. Xingyuan Suejian was breathing heavily, accompanied by a sharp pain in his right eye. He knew that he could not continue. This time, the time it took to consume his pupil power was too long. It can't end yet. Xingyuan Suejian gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew that if he didn't get rid of Tendo Pain and the others, everything he had done today would be in vain, and he and Tsunade and the others would be finished. He immediately controlled Susanoo and came in front of Tendo Pain. He tightened the long sword in his hand and slashed at him fiercely in an instant. Boom, dash dash. Tendo Pain was instantly cut in half, and his body was squeezed into a piece of meat by the impact of the long sword. Seeing that Tendo Pain was destroyed, Xingyuan Suejian quickly turned around to look for Kakuzu and Konan. I saw that Jiaodu had split into several clones of Daiyuanyu, who were in a tense confrontation with the mirror clone. Xingyuan Suejian did not hesitate and rushed forward in an instant. With a wave of his sword, one of Daiyuanyu's clones was chopped into meat patties. Then he did the same to one after another, killing them one after another. When only Kakuzu's body was left, Xingyuan Suejian was about to raise his sword to chop it down when suddenly another sharp pain came from his right eye. Ah! Time was forced to stop and Susanoo also dissipated between heaven and earth. Xingyuan Suejian rolled on the ground in pain. Time returned to normal in an instant, and Xingyuan Suejian, who was about to be sucked into the earth-shattering star, was seen wailing in pain on the ground. The numerous clones of Tendo Pain and Kakuzu turned into a pile of corpses on the ground. An eerie silence descended upon the battlefield. Kakuzu reacted the fastest, instantly realizing that nearly all of his earthly blame clones had inexplicably perished. With only his fire-attributed body remaining, he panicked. If any more were killed, he'd be truly gone. He needed a heart boost immediately. He immediately yelled at Xionin, who was stunned beside him, "Run!" Then he ran into the dense forest without looking back. Konan also came to her senses in an instant and rushed forward to pick up the remains of Tendo Pain. This body was extremely important to her and Nagato and must not be discarded. As long as they took it back, it could be repaired through the Hell Road. Spreading his paper wings, Xionin quickly fled from here. Xingyuan Suejian, who had already released Susanoo, was now crawling on the ground, covering his eyes tightly with his hands. Blood was flowing from his right eye, and his body was shaking slightly. Tsunade and Shizun in the distance had no idea what was happening. They just felt that suddenly, Xingyuan Suejian, who was originally floating in the air and seemed to be in danger, suddenly appeared on the ground, kneeling on her knees, covering her eyes with her hands and wailing. The enemies seemed to be all killed in an instant, and the scene changed instantly. "Hurry, help me over there." Shizun brought Tsunade to Xingyuan Suejian's side, but at this time Xingyuan Suejian had completely fainted and was lying straight on the ground. After a period of rest, Tsunade's physical strength had recovered a lot. She and Shizun carried Xingyuan Suejian to a secluded valley, found a cave, and treated her inside. Shizun held Tun and waited at the entrance of the cave to prevent the people from Akatsuki from coming again. In a daze, Xingyuan Suejian only felt that her whole body was wrapped in warmth, and a faint fragrance came from the tip of her nose, which she rubbed gently subconsciously. At this time, Tsunade's face was flushed, and she looked outside the cave guiltily. After seeing Shizen still standing guard outside, she breathed a sigh of relief. While treating his eyes, Tsunade looked at Xingyuan Suejian's youthful face. For some reason, he clearly looked like a teenager, but she didn't show any of the immaturity that one would have at his age. However, she has a maturity and stability that is not in line with her age, which makes people like her. You should know that she is a strong person who never needs help from anyone and has never acted shy. But today, for the first time, she felt the need to rely on others. The feeling was really wonderful. When he stood in front of her without hesitation, she felt her heart, which had been sealed for a long time, suddenly throbbed. Her mind was extremely confused at the moment. Looking at the young and innocent appearance of Xingyuan Suejian, her reason told her not to think like that, but she couldn't get rid of this cute feeling in her heart. Oh, let's take it one step at a time. Tsunade sighed. Tsunade has never been an indecisive person. She immediately decided to wait for Xingyuan Suejian to wake up and then ask him what he thought. Even if she was rejected, she could completely give up this inappropriate thought. While Tsunade was still daydreaming, Xingyuan Suejian had woken up from her coma. The moment she opened her eyes, Xingyuan Suejian was stunned. The cuteness in front of her was so close to her, and she was leaning on Tsunade's shoulder. Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Xingyuan Suejian murmured awkwardly. Although this feeling was wonderful, Xingyuan Suejian didn't dare to act rashly. He didn't want to be knocked away by a punch. He had heard about Jiraiya's past experience, where he was beaten and had broken bones all over his body. It was so horrible. Ah, are you awake? Tsunade hurriedly placed Xingyuan Suejian on the ground. I was afraid that the cave would be damp and too cool, so I held you up. You don't misunderstand. Xingyuan Suejian looked at Tsunade with a flushed face, and he was also deeply confused. Although he had never seen Tsunade since he came to this world, he knew from the anime that she was never a shy person, so what was the matter with her little girl attitude today? Xingyuan Suejian stood up gently and nodded. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, for treating me. You. Your eyes. Tsunade exclaimed in shock. I saw that Xingyuan Suejian's right eye had turned gray and dim, and had completely lost its former luster. Ha, you're blind. Xingyuan Suejian said with a nonchalant chuckle. He had a premonition that he would go blind one day, but he didn't expect that day to come so soon. The main reason was that the power of the Mangekyo was consumed too much this time. In this battle, after activating the third stage of Susanoo and activating Time Standstill, he was eventually blinded as expected. Looking at Xingyuan Suejian's gray right eye, Tsunade said with some guilt, I'm really sorry for causing your Sharinon to go blind. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Tsunade was also a little surprised. She had carefully observed Xingyuan Suejian, and she could hardly see any characteristics of the Uchiha clan in him. He has long brown hair, a delicate and fair face, a masculine fortitude, and the innocence unique to a teenager. He has a tall and straight nose. His eyes are like a deep lake hiding stars, with a lively light flashing in the depth. Although the Uchiha clan is also full of handsome men and beautiful women, their appearance is still very different from Xingyuan Suejian. In the silent cave, Xingyuan Suejian and Tsunade sat opposite each other. Xingyuan Suejian said in a deep voice, Lady Tsunade, I am not a member of the Uchiha clan. My name is Xingyuan Suejian. As for my Sharinon, it was caused by some accidents. He then briefly told Tsunade about his life story, how he was captured by the root members, and then was subjected to human experiments by Orochimaru. In the end, he was lucky enough to survive and gain some unique abilities. There are files within Konoha about the fact that she was captured by Orochimaru. It would be easy for Tsunade to find out if she wanted to, so there was no need to hide it. After listening to Xingyuan Suejian's story, Tsunade was shocked. After being transformed by Orochimaru, he was able to fuse the Uchiha genetic bloodline and awaken the Mangekyo Sharinon. This is simply incredible. She had also heard about Orochimaru's experiments. When the three ninjas were together, Orochimaru had the intention of conducting human experiments, but at that time he had not completely abandoned his moral bottom line and was still doing things on some animals. Such a thrilling journey was described by Xingyuan Suejian in a light-hearted manner, as if the torture he had suffered was not worth mentioning at all to him. Looking at Xingyuan Suejian's indifferent expression, Tsunade's heart suddenly trembled violently. There was no trace of the youth's frivolity and ignorance on his face, all he had was the calmness and restraint after experiencing life and death. She was stunned, staring blankly at Xingyuan Suejian. She couldn't even imagine how much Xingyuan had gone through to see him. Now, a single thought was madly flooding her mind, to grow up with him, and to keep going forever. You. Tsunade raised her hand, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Originally, she wanted to wait until Xingyuan Suejian grew up a little before expressing her feelings to him, but she was impatient and didn't want to wait any longer. She didn't want to miss it. This was a feeling she had never had before, an impulse that made her want to give everything for it. She was afraid that once this feeling passed, she would never be able to say it again. Xingyuan Suejian looked at Tsunade, whose face was flushed and hesitant to speak, and asked softly, Sama Tsunade, what's wrong with you? Tsunade seemed to have made up her mind that she was a decisive person. Although all this seemed so incredible, she still decided to say it out loud because she didn't want to regret it. Singyuan Swejian, right, although all this may sound unbelievable to you, I still want to tell you. Ever since you appeared in my world, I felt like we've known each other for a very long time. It's a very subtle feeling that's hard to explain. I want to say that I want to accompany you on this journey from now on. Is that okay? After Tsunade finished speaking, she lowered her head, clasped her hands together tightly, her body trembling slightly, and she waited quietly for Singyuan Swejian's answer. Singyuan Swejian was stunned when he heard this. He had noticed Tsunade's strangeness along the way, but he had never thought about it that way. In his cognition, one of the three ninjas, the princess of Konoha, and the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, these titles undoubtedly increased her noble status. But because of the throbbing in her heart, she expressed her feelings without hesitation. Singyuan Swejian liked Tsunade very much in the original anime. She was bold in love and hate, a heroine, and acted decisively. But since he traveled to this world, he had already taken on the identity of this world and felt that he was just an ordinary person. He subconsciously felt that Tsunade was so unattainable and could not be offended. But Tsunade's confession today made him wake up instantly. He was no longer the loser college student in the original world, but a handsome ninja with unlimited potential. Isn't everything he has to do now to live well in this world and become the strongest? Since I've decided to fit in, why not have a good love relationship, especially since this is the woman that so many anime fans once loved but couldn't get? Singyuan Swejian now wondered how he had deserved to be favored by the goddess. It was as if his ancestors were coming back to life. Singyuan Swejian immediately stopped hesitating and slowly walked forward, gently taking Tsunade's hand. Although we haven't known each other for long, I actually knew you a long time ago, really a long time ago, in my previous life. Do you believe it? Tsunade was stunned when she heard this. Do you feel the same way? Although we have never met, it seems like we are destined to be together. Tsunade's eyes were filled with tears, and then she nodded heavily. Suddenly, Tsunade seemed to have thought of something again, and said hesitantly, I suddenly thought of a question. I am older than you, will it be? Although Tsunade has the yin seal that can lock her youth forever, her actual age is much older than his, so she can't help but worry about what Singyuan Swejian will think. Singyuan Swejian slowly walked in front of Tsunade, although his height only reached her shoulders. The breeze gently blew through his hair, making him look more youthful and innocent. Like you said, we've actually known each other in our hearts for a long time. That vague feeling of deja vu is the best proof, so I don't care about these worldly shackles at all. I believe you think the same, otherwise you wouldn't have revealed your feelings to me, right? Singyuan Swejian raised her head slightly and looked directly into Tsunade's eyes. Her voice was soft but full of power. Tsunade gently hugged Singyuan Swejian and nodded seriously. She felt Singyuan Swejian's feelings, and everything was self-explanatory. Her arms were gentle and powerful, and Singyuan Swejian was held tightly in her arms. She closed her eyes gently, sniffing the unique scent of Singyuan Swejian, her heart filled with happiness and peace. At this moment, the world around them seemed to have quieted down, leaving only the sounds of their two heartbeats. Tsunade whispered in Singyuan Swejian's ear, Swejian, I have never been so sure of my feelings. There was a slight tremor in the voice, which was a mixture of excitement and emotion. Singyuan Swejian's face lit up with a brilliant smile, and she said softly, then let's walk the future together. The breeze gently blew up the corners of their clothes, and the air was filled with a sweet scent. Thank you for your courage, Lady Tsunade. Please forgive me for not having your courage. If you hadn't spoken up, this relationship might have been sealed in our hearts forever. Tsunade's eyes were full of love. The feelings between us transcend the boundaries of time and the secular world. Don't call me sir, call me Tsunade, or sister Tsunade. I'll call you Swejian, okay? Singyuan Swejian snuggled comfortably in the warmth, rubbing her cheek gently. Okay, Tsunade's sister. Feeling the strange feeling in front of her, Tsunade blushed, but did not push him away. She smiled helplessly and said, you bad guy. But at this moment, Singyuan Swejian was deeply moved. He felt that he had a new bond in the future, that is love. He knew that after being with Tsunade in the future, he would probably encounter a lot of gossip from people, so he couldn't wait to become stronger and become the strongest. No one dared to question him in front of him. In the narrow cave, Jingian suddenly rushed in. Lady Tsunade, that weirdo outside is this. Jingian was shocked when she saw the two people snuggling together. She accidentally dropped Tuntun to the ground, and the piglet screamed in pain. Tsunade gently pushed Singyuan Swejian away and introduced her with a smile. Shizun, this is Singyuan Swejian, my future boyfriend. Ah, how come in just a short while, this guy has become her boyfriend? Jingian's mind was in a mess. What on earth was going on? Tsunade was helpless, she knew this was unbelievable, but she still patiently held Shizun's hand and slowly told her everything. As time passed, Jingian gradually understood the wonderful emotional journey between the two. Although she was still a little confused, she truly felt the love between them. But she was still sincerely happy for Tsunade. Although she was the niece of Tsunade's ex-boyfriend Kato Dan, she was not averse to Tsunade finding love again. She had advised Tsunade many times before to consider finding another partner, not wanting Tsunade to end up alone, but she was scolded to death every time. Shizun turned her head to look at Singyuan Swejian. With his handsome and delicate appearance and the terrifying strength he had displayed before, she secretly felt that Tsunade had gotten a great bargain. She really thought she was an old cow biting on good grass. Hello, Singyuen Swejian-kun, I will trouble you from now on with Lady Tsunade. Although she likes drinking, gambling, and has a bad temper. Before Shizen could finish her words, Tsunade instantly became furious, hurriedly covered her mouth, and signaled Shizen with a fierce look to stop talking nonsense. Singyuen Swejian laughed heartily upon seeing this, waved her hand and said nonchalantly, I know what you're thinking, that you want to tell me about Sister Tsunade's shortcomings in advance so that I can tolerate her in the future, right? Actually, I know all of her little flaws, but I still like her. If you like someone, you accept everything about her, including her imperfections, isn't that right? In the original anime, Tsunade is the gambler of the sun and he knows it all too well, losing everything every time. She also has a very bad temper, but Singyuen Swejian doesn't care, as long as she has fun. In this world, there were no mortgage or car loan worries. Money was just a number. With his current strength, making money was a piece of cake. If Tsunade wanted to play, then let her do it. Shizen stared blankly at Singyuen Swejian, then turned to look at Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, you may have found someone who understands you, loves you, and is willing to give everything for you. Tsunade blushed and nodded happily. She has been hanging out in casinos and bars for many years, but in fact she is just escaping from herself. Because of the death of her brother in Kato-dan, she suffered from hemophobia. In the end, she could only numb herself and dared not appear in everyone's sight again. But things will be different in the future. With a new direction in life, she believes that everything will slowly get better. Jingyan, you just ran in and asked if something was wrong? Singyuen Swejian saw Jingyan running in hurriedly, as if something had happened. Jingyan suddenly came to her senses after hearing this. Oh, it's that bad guy that I just went out to check and saw that he was cut into several pieces by you, but he didn't die and was still shouting. Singyuen Swejian nodded. Feijuan had obtained the protection of the so-called evil god and was almost immortal. He thought that the people from Akatsuki had rescued Feijuan, but he didn't expect that he was still there. It seemed that he had been abandoned. Let's go take a look and go back to the village. The three of them returned to the place where they had fought before. Feijuan was lying on the side of the road, broken into pieces and shouting. Seeing the three people coming, Faden shouted excitedly, Hey, damn little devil, quickly stitch me back together, the evil god is calling me, it needs a sacrifice. Singyuen Swejian smiled coldly, haha, calling you, then go and accompany it. Singyuen Swejian quickly formed seals with both hands, Earth Escape Earthquake Core. Hey, what are you doing? Feijuan shouted in horror. The place where Feijuan was standing collapsed instantly, and under the continuous output of Singyuen Swejian's chakra, the ground sank deeper and deeper until it was bottomless. In the underground abyss, Feijuan's roar was still faintly heard. Singyuen Swejian no longer hesitated and changed the seal in his hand. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Singyuen Swejian spat out several dark fireballs from his mouth. The fireballs spun and shot towards the cave entrance. The moment the fireballs touched the cave, they exploded violently. Boom boom boom. After a continuous roar, the originally deep hole was flattened, leaving only a small mound of earth emitting green smoke. Singyuen Swejian used the earthquake core again to completely compact the small pile of earth and restore it to a flat ground. Call dash. After doing all this, Singyuen Swejian breathed a sigh of relief and decided to just bury this guy alive here, letting him endure endless loneliness and solitude forever. Let's go. Singyuen Swejian took Tsunade's hand, and the three of them and the pig set out on the road back to Konoha. In a building in the rain country, the evil ghost transformed from hell opened his mouth, and Tendo Pain slowly walked out of his mouth with an expressionless face. Zionin hurried forward and asked worriedly, Are you okay? She was really scared at that time. Suddenly, Tendo Pain was destroyed without any warning. She didn't know how that scary kid did it. Tendo Pain shook his head. It's just a puppet. If it's damaged, it can be repaired. No problem. Is Kakuza back? Nagato didn't know whether Kakuza was alive or dead. At that time, his Tiandeo puppet instantly lost its sensitivity and was killed directly. His Rinnegan sensed that the kid's Mangekyo Sharinan ability seemed to be related to time. What a terrifying ability. Zionin nodded thoughtfully. He is back. According to what he said at the time, I was about to die, but luckily I met a wandering ninja and stole his heart so I could survive. Is there any news about that new recruit? Nagato almost forgot about the newly recruited apostle of the evil god. He was killed instantly by that little devil and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Zionin shook his head helplessly. We were in such a hurry to run that we didn't see him. He must be dead, chopped into pieces. But he claimed to be immortal. So do we need to send someone to look for him? Tiandeo Pain said expressionlessly, No need, the weakness is too obvious, he is simply a waste. Nagato already knows about Haiden's abilities, and so does the enemy. Once the information is leaked, there will be many people who can defeat him in the future. There is no need to go back and take risks for him. What if that kid is still there? Sending people there would be tantamount to suicide. Scorpion recently recruited a companion, a ninja from the land of Earth, named Diadara. Tiandeo Pain nodded when he heard this. Continue to recruit talents, it's still not enough. Zionin nodded helplessly. There were still too few people willing to join the Akatsuki organization. To be precise, the strong ones had to be rebel ninjas or wandering ninjas. How could it be that easy? At this moment, a vortex appeared in the air. Uchiha Obito slowly appeared in front of the two of them. Tendo Pain and Konan became alert instantly, but after seeing that it was Uchiha Obito, their expressions relaxed a little. Uchiha Obito's hoarse voice was the first to break the silence. Pain, Konan, I have a clue about the person who attacked you this time. His name is Hoshihara Yukamai, and he is an extremely difficult guy. I have fought with him before. Zionin frowned slightly, his eyes full of surprise. He was able to escape from you and even dared to attack Pain. Who is this person? Obito's gaze was solemn through the mask. He possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the ability of that eye is extremely strange, and seems to be related to time. During the battle, he was able to temporarily halt my attacks or accelerate himself. His movements were incredibly fast, and even with my abilities, I was almost unable to react in time. Tiandeo Pain's eyes were stern, and the purple light of the Samsara eye flashed. Humph, no matter what his ability is, he dares to provoke Akatsuki, and he must not be allowed to stay. Nagato felt that he was just careless at that time. Now that he knew that the other party's ability seemed to be to accelerate time, he would be more careful next time and he would definitely be able to kill him. Obito stepped forward and continued, the most urgent thing is that members of the organization act more cautiously. Now that he has set his sights on us, he might take advantage of the situation. I will continue to investigate his background and find his flaws. Next time we meet, I will make him pay. Pain nodded slightly when he heard this. He knew that this so-called Uchiha Madara came and went without a trace, so it would be perfect for him to conduct reconnaissance. After a day and night of rapid travel, the three finally returned to the territory of the Land of Fire. When passing by a small tavern, the three decided to take a break for a while, since the next step was not far anyway. Tsunade and Singyuan Suejian held hands all the way and were inseparable. Shizun, the third wheel, was so envious watching from the side. When they arrived at the small private room in the tavern, Jingyan immediately ran out with Tuntun in her arms. She also wanted to be alone for a while, as she had eaten so much dog food along the way that she vomited. Tsunade looked at Singyuan Suejian's right eye, which had turned gray, and felt distressed. Suejian, can your eye be restored? Tsunade felt extremely guilty. She thought Singyuan Suejian became blind in order to save her. Although she used all she had learned along the way, she was unable to cure Singyuan Suejian's eyes. Singyuan Suejian gently played with Tsunade's braid and said softly, it will recover, don't worry. He originally only told Tsunade about fusing the cell genes of the Uchiha clan, and did not mention that he could fuse the genetic cells of everyone. Because it was our first meeting, I didn't trust them very much, and the situation was urgent, and they saw my Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo, so I had no choice but to briefly explain it. Singyuan Suejian then quietly told Tsunade about the results of Orochimaru's successful experiments on him, and how many people's cell genes he had fused. Tsunade was surprised after hearing this. She couldn't believe that Orochimaru had actually succeeded in his experiment. She simply couldn't imagine what a miraculous ability this was. He could actually fuse all the blood cells of everyone and transform them for his own use. In theory, this could create a god. Suejian, what do you think? Tsunade asked doubtfully. She couldn't imagine how this had anything to do with restoring her blind eyes. Did she need to continue fusing the Uchiha clan cells, but would this restore her sight? She was completely baffled. Singyuan Suejian then told her the Uchiha clan's secret about the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and concluded that as long as she could turn it into an eternal eye, she would be able to restore her sight. But, according to what you said about the eternal Mangekyo, you don't have any brothers or sisters, and your parents are gone. Even if your father is alive, he doesn't have the Sharingan. Tsunade was puzzled. I'm going to wait until all the chakra in my body is fully replenished. Then I'm going to inject your grandfather's cells, the Hashirama cells. This way, there's a high chance that the Mangekyo Sharingan will evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if the evolution fails, I believe my eyesight can be restored. Tsunade nodded in sudden realization. His grandfather's cells were indeed rich in powerful vitality, and perhaps they could really restore sight. Tsunade also knew that some of the village's high-ranking officials had been secretly studying her grandfather's cells in recent years, but she was too lazy to ask. Don't worry, when I go back, I will ask the old man for my grandfather's cells and I will definitely cure you, Tsunade said with determination. Singyuan Suejian shook her head slightly, and then told her that she had obtained Hashirama's cells a long time ago, and also told her about the collusion between Danzo and Orochimaru. Tsunade was furious when she heard this. She didn't expect so many things to happen when she was not in the village. The Konoha village founded by her grandfather was completely changed by this group of people. Singyuan Suejian immediately told Tsunade the purpose of her visit to find her in Jiraiya, hoping that one of them would become the fifth Hokage. Tsunade pondered for a long time after hearing this. She didn't want to be Hokage, but now the village was a mess. As the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, she had to stand up. However, being Hokage would make her extremely busy and she would have no time to accompany Singyuan Suejian. She was hesitant. Singyuan Suejian seemed to see Tsunade's entanglement and patted her hand gently. Don't worry, I'm here. From now on, I will accompany you to face everything together. Tsunade nodded slightly when she heard that, and turned sideways to lean lightly on Singyuan Suejian's shoulder. The scene seemed a little weird, but there was also an inexplicable harmony. Let's wait and see when we get back. If Jiraiya can become Hokage, then I won't care anymore, Tsunade said softly. Tsunade seemed a little tired, and fell asleep in a short while leaning on Singyuan Swejian's shoulder. The journey in the past few days, the injuries she suffered in the battle, and the constant care for Singyuan Swejian must have exhausted her. Singyuan Swejian gently placed her on the tatami, covered her with a blanket, and used her thigh as a pillow for her, wanting her to have a good sleep. Singyuan Swejian finally had time to calm down and carefully feel the changes in her eyes. My right eye is completely useless, completely disabled, I've lost even my most basic vision. From now on, I'll be one-eyed. The left eye is okay, I've only used it once and it doesn't consume much energy. But you have to be careful in the future, because the left eye's ability to consume pupil power is comparable to that of the right eye, and it will be useless if used more than a few times. After thinking about it for a while, Singyuan Swejian felt a little tired, and gradually fell asleep with his back against the wall. At dusk, the sky looks like an overturned paint palette, with warm orange color spreading everywhere. Singyuan Swejian gradually woke up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Tsunade staring at him with curiosity. Singyuan Swejian scratched her nose lovingly. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Tsunade grinned and said, I was imagining what you'd be like when you grow up. Oh, then what did you see? What will I be like in the future? Tsunade held her chin with her hand, paused and said, my future husband must be handsome, wise and brave, the best in the ninja world. Ha ha ha. Looking at Tsunade, who was as innocent as a girl, Singyuan Swejian also smiled. The old ones pretend to be young, and the young ones pretend to be old. This scene is really weird. Just when the two were chatting enthusiastically, Jingian rushed in holding the little pig Tutan with an anxious look on her face. Tsunade-sama, Yukamai-kun, someone from the Umbu has come and found us. They said they have something important to report. Tsunade and Singyuan Swejian's faces suddenly turned serious when they heard this. It's important. Logically speaking, finding Tsunade and Jiraiya is a long-term task. There is no need to dispatch the Umbu to search for them urgently, unless something big happens. After a while, an Umbu ninja came to the room and reported urgently, Sama Tsunade, there has been a sudden change in the village. Orochimaru suddenly attacked the village, and the third Hokage. Was killed. What dash? Tsunade was shocked when she heard this. Although she disdained some of the old man's actions, and even often disobeyed and disrespected him, she recognized this teacher from the bottom of her heart. Although his achievements during his time as Hokage were both good and bad, most of what he did was for Konoha. Damn Orochimaru, Tsunade said, gritting her teeth. She couldn't believe that Orochimaru would actually kill his master. He was totally inhumane. Singyuan Swejian also sighed after hearing this. She didn't expect that Orochimaru's attack on Konoha would be advanced so much, and the Akatsuki organization would also appear in advance. The future is becoming more and more confusing. Tsunade immediately decided to return to Konoha and ordered the Umbu ninja to inform other Umbu colleagues to search for Jiraiya and return. At this time, Konoha needed a master to guard the area to prevent scoundrels from taking advantage of the situation. At this moment, she regained her domineering appearance, completely different from the little bird-like look she had just shown in front of Singyuan Shui. While the Umbu ninja went to notify other colleagues, Tsunade and the other two immediately set off and rushed towards Konoha. After a night of travel, the three finally arrived at the entrance of Konoha at dawn. When entering the village, what caught my eye was a mess, with traces of fighting everywhere. Houses collapsed, the streets were filled with smoke and the smell of blood, and people's faces were filled with fear and despair. Tsunade watched all this, and the grief in her heart grew stronger. The sobbing of the villagers and the smoke filling the ruins deeply hurt her heart. When everyone saw Tsunade's return, they seemed to see the dawn of hope. They gathered around her and told her about Orochimaru's crimes, hoping that Tsunade could lead Konoha out of this dark abyss. Tsunade looked at these tired and expectant faces, feeling mixed emotions. Tsunade's face was solemn, and she immediately notify all the major families and ninjas from the same village to come to the Hokage's conference room for a meeting. Yes, the ninjas seemed to have found their backbone and notified others to go to the Hokage building for a meeting. Tsunade and the other two immediately rushed to the conference room in the Hokage building. When they arrived at the council hall, it was already packed with people. Tsunade immediately stood in front of the main seat, while Singyuan Swejian and Shizun stood on both sides with expressionless faces. As time went on, more and more ninjas arrived, and the conference room that could accommodate hundreds of people suddenly felt crowded. Singyuan Swejian looked down and saw many familiar faces in the crowd, including Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui, and Itake from the Uchiha family. They saw that Singyuan Swejian's right eye was grayish-white, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Singyuan Swejian shook her head slightly, indicating that they would talk later. After everyone arrived, Tsunade cleared her throat and said in a deep voice, Orochimaru's attack on Konoha has caused great losses to Konoha. The third Hokage was sacrificed, and the village was completely destroyed. I will be in temporary command now. First, arrange for all medical ninjas to provide full medical care to the injured. Second, arrange for idle ninjas to immediately help the villagers rebuild their homes. Finally, you must immediately send reinforcements to the various border areas. Konoha has experienced a drastic change, and neighboring countries will definitely come to harass us. Yes. All the ninjas responded and cooperated with each other in their respective duties. After everyone left, Utane Koharu and Midaman N came over together. Tsunade, when Hiruzen sent people to look for you and Jiraiya, he had already appointed the 5th Hokage. You and Jiraiya had to choose one. Now that Jiraiya is gone, we hope you can take over as the 5th Hokage. Tsunade remained silent. In fact, she didn't want to be Hokage from the bottom of her heart. Others thought that being Hokage was a great honor, but she grew up in glory. Her great-grandfather was Hokage, her second grandfather was also Hokage, and even her teacher was Hokage, so she had no desire for the position of Hokage. Freedom is what she yearns for in her heart, and now that she has seen Yuen Suejian, she wants to have a good relationship. Vitamin N said anxiously, Tsunade, I hope you won't hesitate. We can still control the situation temporarily, but if the position of Hokage is left vacant for too long, many people with ulterior motives will have inappropriate ideas. When that happens, we will be faced with internal and external troubles. What will we do? Seeing Yuen Suejian lowered her head and thought about it carefully. She felt that what the old man said made sense. The position of Hokage of Konoha has actually always been controlled by the direct lineage. Tsunade and Jiraiya both learned from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade is also the granddaughter of the first generation. She is the best choice to be the 5th generation. There are undercurrents in the village now. Many families with deep roots are ready to make a move after seeing the 3rd generation of their family killed, and the village still has no new Hokage. As long as they become Hokage, the prestige and power of their family in the village will be unprecedentedly strengthened. Just like the Sarutobi family back then, ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, his family has become a great ninja clan, which is really enviable. Moreover, I am afraid that foreign spies in the village have already spread the news of the death of the 3rd generation everywhere. Soon, temptations from other countries will follow one after another. If we don't deal with it well, it will be a disaster. Seeing Tsunade looking at her with a questioning look, seeing Yuen Suejian nodded slightly. Tsunade thought for a moment and nodded gently, okay, I accept to be the 5th Hokage, you guys go and make the arrangements. Vitamin N and Utane Kohara were overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately retreated to arrange the follow-up matters. In an instant, Tsunade, Seijan Yukamai, and Shizun were the only ones left in the originally noisy meeting room. Shizun noticed that Tsunade and Sang Yuen Suejian seemed to have something to say, so she didn't waste any words and left with Tuntun in her arms. When there were only 2 people left in the huge conference room, Tsunade walked forward and gently took Sang Yuen Suejian's hand. I may be very busy in the future and may neglect you. I'm really sorry, Yukamai, Tsunade said with guilt on her face. Sang Yuen Suejian smiled and shook his head when he heard that, gently stroking her golden hair. Silly girl, I will always be with you. You become the Hokage, and I will be your Hokage's bodyguard. Then I can accompany you every day. Tsunade's eyes lit up when she heard this. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Haha, Suejian, you are such a genius. Isn't it the duty of the Hokage guards to protect the Hokage? Tsunade feels happy just thinking about being able to be together openly. The excited Tsunade actually picked up Sang Yuen Suejian horizontally and turned her around. Looking at Tsunade, who was like a tiger girl, Sang Yuen Suejian scratched her head helplessly. How could a woman hug a man like a princess? It was ridiculous. Vitamin N and Utane Kohara were very quick, and in the afternoon, the patriarchs of the major families and the senior ninjas in the village were gathered in the morning meeting room again. Vitamin Yin cleared his throat and said, the village cannot be without shadows for a day. 3 generations have already sacrificed their lives. Sacrifice, the village is in turmoil right now, and we urgently need to elect a new Hokage. According to the Hokage appointment letter left by the 3rd Hokage, Tsunade will be the new 5th Hokage. We are now conducting a vote of confidence. Please raise your hands if you agree. Hualala, almost everyone raised their hands. Several patriarchs of large families hesitated, but after seeing the choices of the majority, they finally raised their hands slowly. In fact, Tsunade's prestige in Konoha is still very high, thanks to her early proposal to establish a medical ninja system, which has benefited many ninjas. In addition, she also rescues many patients in her daily life and has almost no negative reviews in the village, so there is no suspense about her success in the election. If Jiraiya were to run for election, those old guys would definitely jump out to find fault with him. Jiraiya has too many faults and is easy to be picked on. After seeing the voting results, Udaten Kohara nodded with satisfaction. Unanimous approval, Tsunade is now declared the 5th Hokage of Konoha. The next day, the letter of appointment will be sent to the capital for the daimyo's review. In fact, sending it to the daimyo for review is just a process. It is just to let the daimyo know that Konoha has a new Hokage. It is useless even if he objects. What's more, Tsunade is the princess of Konoha who was personally appointed by the daimyo. There is no problem. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Tsunade is already dealing with matters. There are a lot of things going on in the village right now, and she is very busy. Seeing Yuen Suejian saw Uchiha Itaki and Shisui peeking at the door, and then asked to leave to Tsunade. I'm going back to the orphanage first and will come see you later. Tsunade nodded gently, go ahead, I'll come find you when I have time. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Uchiha Shisui and Itaka finally asked the doubts in their hearts. Suejian, your eyes. Uchiha Shisui and Itake could of course see that this was a state of blindness caused by excessive use of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but they did not understand what level of battle could have blinded his eyes. Oh, it's hard to explain, but I encountered Akatsuki during this mission. He immediately encountered Tsunade who was in danger, and after rescuing her, he started fighting against the Akatsuki organization. In the end, he became blind due to excessive consumption of his pupil power. When Uchiha Itachi heard from Sinyuan Suejian that the leader of Akatsuki was actually the ninja who possessed the Rinnegan, he was shocked beyond words. The legendary immortal's eye actually exists. It's so terrifying. Suejian-kun, you can actually kill it. You are so powerful. Sinyuan Suejian shook her head helplessly. What I killed was just the pain puppet he created. Even if it becomes a pile of scrap metal, as long as it is recast by the Hell Realm within the Samsara Eye, it can be restored in an instant. Uchiha Shisui nodded in understanding. The legendary immortal's eye is mysterious and unpredictable. Suejian, you are lucky to have escaped it with your life. In Uchiha Shisui's eyes, Sinyuan Suejian was very lucky to escape with her life at the cost of losing an eye, and to save Tsunade and the other two. He believed that Sinyuan Suejian's kaleidoscope ability was just a simple time acceleration skill that although it was very powerful, it could still be broken by some enemies with quick reactions. So even if he lost it, he wouldn't feel too sad. After all, his Kota Amatsukami was much stronger than this. But Uchiha Shisui didn't know that the ability of Sinyuan Suejian's right eye was not a simple time acceleration, but a supernatural time stillness. All the actions performed in the still world would be accelerated countless times after returning, and no one could crack it. This is also the reason why the eyes went blind so quickly. The more incredible the ability, the greater the price to pay. Uchiha Itachi was surprised that Sinyuan Suejian could actually activate the third stage of Susanoo. He had been trying for a long time but was never able to do it. He immediately asked Sinyuan Suejian for a way to open it. Sinyuan Suejian pondered for a moment after hearing this and said, "You will be able to slowly open the third stage of Susanoo in the future, but you will need to have a deeper understanding of the Mangekyo. I was able to open it easily after fusing with whirlpool cells to improve my physique. In fact, Susanoo has a fourth and fifth form. The fifth form is also the final form. Uchiha Madara used it in the past, but the prerequisite is that the Sharingan is the eternal Mangekyo." Uchiha Itachi and Shisui were both stunned after hearing this. They even had difficulty opening the third stage, let alone the terrifying final stage. By the way, Yukimai, I wonder what the fifth Hokage's attitude towards the Uchiha is. Do I need to use Kota Amatsukami on her? Uchiha Shisui felt that the effect of using it on the third Hokage was very good. If the fifth Hokage also needed to use it, he just happened to have one eye left that could activate Kota Amatsukami. The one he used on the third Hokage could no longer be used, and the cooldown period was 10 years. Sinyuan Suejian was shocked when he heard this. What a joke. He actually wanted to use a brainwashing illusion on his sister Tsunade. Absolutely not. No need. The fifth Hokage is still very friendly to the Uchiha. I can guarantee this, you can rest assured. Hearing Sinyuan Suejian's confident answer, the two Uchiha brothers felt relieved, and the three of them gradually came to the door of the orphanage. "You guys go back first, I have something to do in the lab." The two Uchiha nodded immediately and returned to the Uchiha station. Back in the laboratory in the back mountain, everything in the room was extremely clean, without a trace of dust. It must be that someone came to clean it regularly. Do had already opened up another cave nearby. When Sinyuan Suejian came back, he went to check it out and found that the door of Do's cave was closed. He must have reached an important stage in his research, so he decided not to disturb him. Just as Sinyuan Suejian was lost in thought, Hong Lian quietly walked behind Sinyuan Suejian and gently covered his eyes. "Guess who I am?" Sinyuan Suejian said thoughtfully. "It should be Zayahu, right?" "Wrong, that's Zayawa, her hands are just so big." Sinyuan Suejian said this and gently pinched her little hand. "Oh, that's not right," Hong Lian said angrily. Sinyuan Suejian smiled helplessly and said, "I won't tease you anymore, Hong Lian, long time no see." Sinyuan Suejian turned around and looked at Hong Lian quietly. Hong Lian, who had a happy face a second ago, was suddenly shocked when she saw Sinyuan Suejian's gray eyes. "Suejian-kun, you dot your eyes." Sinyuan Suejian waved her hand. "There was a small accident and I lost my sight, but it's okay and I'll be fine in the future." Seeing that Hong Lian was still worried, Xingyuangxiu had no choice but to tell her about what had happened along the way. "Is the enemy so powerful?" Hong Lian felt a sense of fear when she heard that Sinyuan Suejian was almost sealed by that Shibuka Tensei. "Yeah, it's all over, it's okay, I have a way to restore my eyes, don't worry." Hong Lian nodded slightly when she heard this. She felt that as long as Xingyuangxiu was fine, it was okay even if he lost an eye. She could protect him in the future. Sinyuan Suejian took a deep breath and walked towards Hong Lian with a bit of reluctance on his face. The forced smile seemed joyful, but his eyes revealed complex emotions that were difficult to describe. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke. "Hong Lian, I'm already with Sister Tsunade." In fact, he knew in his heart that he said this not out of joy, but the gears of fate had quietly turned and he could only go along with it. Telling Hong Lian at this moment was more like completing a task that had to be done, and his heart was filled with helplessness and bitterness. Sinyuan Suejian knew that Hong Lian had different feelings for him, but he still decided to say it out loud to prevent her from being more sad in the future. Hong Lian paused, a look of astonishment flashed across her face for a moment, but she returned to normal in the blink of an eye. She tilted her head back slightly, suppressed the bitterness in her eyes, and pulled out a seemingly sincere smile. "Ah, this is really a great event, congratulations to you, Suejian-kun." After a pause, she gently patted Swejian's shoulder, her voice trembling unnoticed. Actually, for so long, I've relied on you like my own brother. I'm really happy for you from the bottom of my heart. As soon as she finished speaking, Honglian quickly lowered her head, avoiding Swejian's sight. Her fingers tightly twisted the corners of her clothes, feeling empty in her heart. She smiled bitterly to herself, realizing that her heartthrob all along was just her wishful thinking. From now on, perhaps she could only stay by his side as his younger sister. In order to prevent the tears from bursting out, Honglian hurriedly turned her head away, pretending to casually raise her hand to wipe her face, and took the opportunity to straighten her hair. She pretended to be calm and said, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. She turned around as if escaping, her steps hurried and flustered, not daring to stay for a moment, for fear that if she stayed for another second, her disguised strength would collapse. She let the tears burst out the moment she turned around, blurring her vision and drowning the feelings that she had not yet had time to express. Singyuan Swejian raised her hand, but finally sighed helplessly. In the Hokich's office, Tsunade, Shizun, and Singyuan Swejian were concentrating on eating. As the food on the table was gradually finished, everyone burped comfortably. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Tsunade said contentedly, Swejian, I didn't expect you to have this talent. Your cooking skills are really good. I'm in for a treat from now on. Ha. Jingyan's mouth was full of food, and she murmured incoherently, yes, your tomato stewed beef brisket is really delicious. I've never seen anything like this, and with all the other delicacies on the table, I've never seen anything like this before. You can open a gourmet food shop, Swejian-kun. Singyuan Swejian smiled smugly when he heard that. He never told anyone that he could cook. Although he studied medicine in his previous life, his father was the owner of a street food stall. I have been helping out at the stall since I was a child. I started cooking when I was in junior high school. During the winter and summer vacations, I would fry a meal every day. These flavors may be just average to people on Blue Star, just like the level of ordinary food stalls. But this is Naruto, where even ramen can become a top delicacy, so you can see the effect of the stir-fried dishes. The reason why I didn't dare to tell my roommates that I could cook when I was in school was simple. Those who understand will understand. He doesn't want to become the dormitory's personal chef. But seeing Tsunade working intensively these days and not eating well, Singyuan Swejian couldn't help but feel a little distressed. So I made some delicious food from Blue Planet to reward Tsunade, and paired it with some wine. It simply swept away all her fatigue. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door and an umbu came to Tsunade. Hokage-sama, I found what you were looking for. Tsunade took it casually and said softly, thank you for your hard work. The umbu nodded at that and then disappeared in a flash. Tsunade handed the sealing scroll in her hand to Singyuan Swejian. Here, this is Kakashi's flesh, blood, and cell tissue. I heard you mention you needed these before, so I'm going to have the umbu ask Kakashi for some, saying it's for scientific research. Singyuan Swejian was overjoyed when he heard this. He was just worrying about how to ask Kakashi for it, but Tsunade did it for him. She was so thoughtful. Now we have the genetic cells of all three people, so we don't have to worry about these things from now on. Now we just need to lay a solid foundation, and when the fusion time comes, we can merge directly. After the genes of the three people are completely integrated, we will make up for what is missing. When everything is perfect, we will inject Hashirama cells. Complete the plan to upgrade to Eternal Kaleidoscope. Thank you, Tsunade's sister. Tsunade waved her hand nonchalantly, no need to thank each other, let's go, it's time to get off work. Singyuan Swejian nodded, and they all left the Hokage building together. Shizun always felt something strange when she heard Singyuan Swejian calling Tsunade Sister Tsunade, but everything seems so natural. She did not see the immaturity of a 12 or 13-year-old boy on Singyuan Swejian's face. Instead, he looked like a mature and steady uncle. This really made her feel very strange. As the lights came on, the night spread like ink, enveloping the entire street. The dim street lights lit up one by one, trying their best to dispel the darkness, and three figures were projected on the ground, swaying with each step, sometimes longer and sometimes shorter. At the corner of the road, Tsunade whispered, okay, let's go home. Singyuan Swejian nodded gently, okay, see you tomorrow. Of course, they went back to their own homes. Although they had established a relationship, they did not live together. First, they are not old enough, and second, their relationship is not yet at the point where they can be honest with each other. Tsunade and Shizun returned to their own residence, while Singyuan Swejian returned to the orphanage. As soon as she returned to the orphanage, Singyuan Swejian quickly extracted Kakashi's cell tissue. After a series of tedious operations, Kakashi's cell tissue was carefully placed in the storage room. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight gently passed through the thin clouds and sprinkled on the quiet earth. Today, all ninjas and village residents received a notice that they need to gather in front of the Hokage building to officially witness the birth of the fifth Hokage. When Singyuan Swejian arrived near the Hokage building, Tsunade and the elders were already standing on the upper floors, preparing to give a speech. Because the third Hokage had died, the procedure for the succession of Hokage was no longer in place. Tsunade was wearing a conical hat that symbolized the Hokage, and she was standing on a high place with a heroic look. Tsunade's face was solemn and she said seriously, "My fellow countrymen of Konoha, today, I stand here to take over the position of Hokage. We have shared the pain of the past. Many lives were lost in this attack. The loss of loved ones and comrades has filled the village with sorrow. But we are Konoha, the heirs of perseverance. Since the first Hokage founded the village, the flame of protection and struggle has never been extinguished. Now, I see the anxiety in your eyes, but I also see fearlessness and hope. I will do my best to lead everyone to rebuild their homes, so that children will no longer fear war, so that every family can be reunited, and Konoha can regain its former glory. May the will of Konoha's fire last forever." Tsunade's words were so powerful that they echoed in the air for a long time. For a moment, the crowd fell into a brief silence, as if they were all savoring her vows. Suddenly, someone shouted first, "Long live Lady Tsunade!" This shout was like a lit fuse, instantly igniting the entire audience. In an instant, cheers swept in like a surging wave. People waved the items in their hands, their faces filled with excitement and trust. The children rode on their father's shoulders, clapping their hands hard, with admiration shining in their eyes. Tears of excitement flowed down the wrinkled faces of the old people, and they kept murmuring words of gratitude. The ninjas stood tall, raised their fists high to the sky, and expressed their excitement with shouts. Cheers and shouts intertwined together, forming a powerful wave of sound that swirled and echoed over Konoha village. This voice embodies the villagers' hope for the future and their support for Tsunade. It seemed as if announcing to the entire ninja world that Konoha village would rise again and move towards new glory under the leadership of the fifth Hokage Tsunade. Singyuan Suejian stood in the crowd with a happy look on his face. His girlfriend was the Hokage, so he would be the man standing behind the Hokage from now on. After the succession conference ended, in the Hokage's office, the three advisory elders, Yutain Koharu, Mito Kato-en, and Uchiha Fugaku, were all present. Under their witness, Tsunade officially appointed Singyuan Suejian as the Hokage's guard, to guard the Hokage at all times, and there was only one Hokage guard. Maidamanan wanted to dissuade Tsunade and asked her to assign more Hokage guards to protect her closely. After all, the attack on the third Hokage was still fresh in their minds. But Tsunade refused sternly, and she only wanted Singyuan Suejian to protect her. But the other Hokage's secret guards did not resist, and they were all Umbu ninjas. Maidamanan and Yutain Koharu looked at Singyuan Suejian with suspicion. They didn't understand what abilities Singyuan Suejian had that could win Tsunade's favor. Uchiha Fugaku on the side nodded in understanding. He knew this young man too well. His intelligence and methods were beyond the reach of ordinary people. He was more than qualified to be a Hokage guard. In the Hokage's office, after the meeting, the advisory elders left one after another. Tsunade and Singyuan Suejian were the only ones left in the huge office. Tsunade rested her elbows on the table and rubbed her temples with both hands. She was exhausted these days, but under her coordination, the village gradually resumed operations and regained its vitality. Just when Tsunade closed her eyes and took a nap, a pair of warm hands rested on her shoulders and gently massaged her shoulders, soothing her tense nerves. Call dash. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Suejian, your cooking skills are quite good, there will be a reward. Oh, what reward will Hokage-sama give me? Before Singyuan Suejian could react, Tsunade grabbed him roughly and hugged him in front of her, and bit his mouth hard. Bo. Well. Singyuan Suejian's face suddenly turned red. She was kissed so roughly and forcibly. She felt so embarrassed. Ahem, this is something that the boy should take the initiative and don't do this next time, Singyuan Suejian said with an embarrassed look on his face. Tsunade looked at Singyuan Suejian with a red face and felt that she was cute. He usually looks mature for his age, but he becomes very shy when encountering this kind of thing. Although it was her first time, she had lived for so long and had seen a lot. Although he had dated Kato-dan because they had the same ideals, there was nothing rude about either of them at the time, and Kato-dan died not long after. Tsunade suddenly found it very interesting to tease Singyuan Suejian. It seems that she will have to tease him more often in the future. Well, then take the initiative now. He said this while closing his eyes provocatively, looking like he was ready to be taken advantage of. Singyuan Suejian was immediately furious. How dare the tiger not show off its power to the cat? Did they really think he was a pure little sheep? As she spoke, she was about to step forward. But before he could act, there was a sound of hurried footsteps at the door. The two men immediately regained their composure. After a knock on the door, the three consultants came back, all with serious expressions. Tsunade also felt that something seemed to have happened, so she asked seriously, what happened? Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly, news has come from the border that many ninjas have gathered near the land of iron. They must be from the hidden cloud village who heard about the third Hokage's sacrifice and are trying to take advantage of the situation. Tsunade was furious when she heard this. These flies rush over as soon as they smell something. Singyuan looked as if she was used to it when she heard this. If the cloud ninjas remain unmoved after hearing the news of the third Hokage's death, they would not be themselves. They would be a bunch of muscle-brained people who only know how to take advantage of others. Tsunade pondered for a moment and then asked, who is currently guarding the border of the Iron Kingdom. It's the team led by Nara Shikaku. They have requested support, saying that they spotted the fourth Raikage among the enemies, and Shikaku is afraid they can't defeat him. Mito Men Yen said in a deep voice. Xingyuan Suejian nodded secretly. The fourth Raikage AI was still very difficult for Konoha at this stage. Not many people can fight that reckless man head-on. There should be 8 Jinchuriki standing by, no wonder they are so arrogant. It seems that he has to do it himself. His water mirror technique is very effective in restraining this type of ninja body technique. As long as it is not an illusion or a special bloodline limit, I can copy all the water mirror techniques to you. I am not afraid of you being too strong, I am afraid of you not being strong enough. After years of study and improvement, Xingyuan Suejian's water mirror technique has become more powerful and perfect. As long as there is enough chakra, it is no problem for one person to fight against a group of people. It would be even more comfortable if it was a one-on-one fight. He could let the enemy fight against his mirror image while he could make a sneak attack from the side. It was so comfortable. Just when Tsunade was worried about who to send to the front line, Xingyuan Suejian quietly stepped forward and said softly, Hokage-sama, let me go meet the Raikage. The conference room suddenly fell silent. Mightyman heard this and shouted, the duty of the Hokage guard is to protect the Hokage. Who do you think you are? Can you match the fourth Raikage? In the eyes of Mightyman and Yudin Koharu, Seijan Yuki is just a junior who is lucky enough to be favored by Tsunade, and happens to be brought by Tsunade to support her. He actually had the audacity to challenge the fourth Raikage. He was simply courting death. Although they were enemies, they had to admit the power of the fourth Raikage. The impact of his lightning release chakra mode was simply unstoppable. At that time, only the fourth Hokage could easily suppress him with the Flying Thunder God technique. But Uchiha Fugaku didn't say anything, his eyes were full of meaning. He knew that Xingyuan Suejian would not act without a purpose. Although he had never seen Xingyuan Suejian take action, he felt that he must be very strong. Tsunade pondered for a moment, then turned to Xingyuan Suejian and asked softly, are you sure? In fact, she was not very confident about Xingyuan Suejian going, not because she was afraid that he could not defeat the Raikage, but because she was afraid that he would fight too excitedly and blind his other eye. The scene of the battle against Tendo Pain that day is still vivid in my mind. The Susanoo and the dark armor covered the sky and the sun. A mere Raikage is nothing to a being that can destroy the world with just a wave of his hands. Xingyuan Suejian nodded gently, don't worry, it's no problem. Tsunade pondered for a long time after hearing this. Now, except for Xingyuan Suejian, there is indeed no one else in the village who can defeat the Raikage. We must win this battle and scare them, otherwise, all kinds of villains will jump out. Order, Hokage Satellite Gen Yukimai leads the team to support the Iron Country border. If a war occurs, you can act according to your discretion. Mightyman and Yutain Kohara still want. She tried to persuade him again, but Tsunade raised her hand to stop her. Suejian, who do you need to go with you? Xingyuan Suejian pondered for a while. He actually didn't want to bring anyone with him. He could handle it alone, but that was impossible. Uchiha Shisui is enough, you can arrange the others as you see fit, don't make too many. Tsunade nodded slightly upon hearing this, and then ordered the 3 advisors to prepare for the expedition and to be on guard against other border situations. Seeing that the Hokage had made up his mind, the 3 stopped trying to dissuade him and left. When Uchiha Fugaku left, he smiled and nodded at Xingyuan Suejian. They were the only 2 left in the Hokage's office. Suejian, you must control yourself this time and don't use the Mangekyo, otherwise what will you do if your other eye becomes blind? Tsunade looked worried. Seeing Tsunade's worried look, Xingyuan Suejian couldn't bear it. Don't worry, I can defeat the Raikage without using the Mangekyo, don't worry. Xingyuan Suejian really didn't plan to use Susanoo because she was too big and not flexible enough. And the Raikage is a high-speed ninja, so he can't hit him at all. Illusion and water mirror techniques are his strengths, which are enough to give the Raikage a hard time. Besides, with Uchiha Shisui helping us, there will be no problem at all. Tsunade suddenly stepped forward and gently hugged Xingyuan Suejian, whispering in her ear, you must be careful, I will wait for you to come back. Xingyuan Suejian paused when he heard this. Don't worry, I'll marry you in the future, I won't throw my life away easily. The 2 hesitated for a long time before Xingyuan Suejian left the Hokage building, but he still had to go back and explain to Han Lian and the family members in the orphanage. In the orphanage of Konoha, Xingyuan Suejian, Nono and Han Lian were sitting on a bench in the open space. Do is still doing research in his laboratory, and Xingyuan Suejian hasn't seen him for a long time. Xingyuan Suejian said solemnly, I'm leaving for the border soon. The enemy is ready to attack, and war may break out at any time. Although Nono and Han Lian looked worried, they did not dissuade him. After all, it was a big matter in the village. Since Xingyuan Suejian was sure, they had to believe him. Suejian, you've grown up now. Just be careful about your own safety. You don't have to worry about the orphanage. Nono has rarely seen Xingyuan Suejian in recent years. Before that, she used to hide in her laboratory all day. But Nono knew that he always had his own ideas, so he didn't worry about him. Hong Lian opened her mouth and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Sing Yuan Shuijian had just returned from a mission a few days ago and was about to go on another mission. She didn't know how many days she would have to go this time, and she heard that there was some danger, so she was really worried. But I am not his girlfriend now, so I can no longer show excessive concern. The last time he came back, he was blind, which made her heartbroken for a long time. But since Xing Yuan Shuijian has made up his mind, she can only pray silently for his safety. Xing Yuan Shuijian looked at Hong Lian, who had a troubled expression on her face. Knowing the worry in her heart, she gently tapped her head and said softly, "It's okay, I'll be back soon." Hong Lian nodded dejectedly and silently helped him pack his luggage. The gathering time is set in the afternoon. When Xing Yuan Shuijian arrived at the village gate to gather, Uchiha Shisui and the other team members had been waiting for a long time. Xing Yuan Shuijian also saw many familiar figures in it. "Sorry to have kept you waiting, I'm the commander of this mission. My name is Xing Yuan Shuijian, a Jonin, and I specialize in water escape." Upon hearing this, everyone introduced themselves. "I'm Heite Kakashi, a Jonin, and I'm good at lightning release." Kakashi stared listlessly with his dead fish eyes, without giving much introduction. In fact, he is a copy ninja with all attribute chakra. He knows many ninjutsu, but he is best at lightning escape. "My name is Yamato, I'm a senior ninja in the village. I'm good at wood release. Please give me your guidance." Yamato smiled innocently. With the destruction of Danzo, all members of the root were taken over by the Hokage. After the third generation sacrificed himself, he resigned from his position in the Umbu and became an ordinary Jonin in the village, finally living a life in the sun. "My name is Sarutobi Ushima, a Jonin, and I'm good at wind jutsu and fire jutsu," Ushima said coolly with a cigarette in his mouth. "It seems that he has come out of the shadow of his father's death." "I'm Korone Ui, a Jonin, skilled in Taijutsu and Genjutsu." Korone Ui nodded to everyone without saying much. She was a little nervous as she had just been promoted to Jonin, but she remained calm on the surface. "I'm Uchiha Shisui, a Jonin, skilled in fire escape and illusion." Uchiha Shisui looked calm. Xing Yuan Shuijian was also surprised. He just told Tsunade to send a few people, but he didn't expect that she would send 4 more senior ninjas in addition to Shisui. Probably due to the special nature of this mission, Tsunade did not send any mid-level or low-level ninjas to the battlefield, because these were duels between masters, and sending cannon fodder there would undoubtedly be suicide. A reinforced team of Jonin is enough to deal with most situations. Xing Yuan Shuijian nodded to everyone. "Everyone knows the mission, time is running out, we set off immediately." Without wasting any time, everyone followed Xing Yuan Shuijian's steps, quickly left the village, and rushed to the border of the Iron Kingdom. While on the way, Kakashi, Yamato, Ushima, and Korone Ui were secretly looking at Xing Yuan Shuijian. They only knew that he was a commander sent directly by the 5th Hokage and was said to be the Hokage's personal bodyguard. According to rumors, this kid is just a junior who is highly regarded by the Hokage. That he went to the battlefield to gain experience, so 5 senior ninjas were sent to protect him. There is also a saying that this guy is a hidden talent and a master. It is said that he has the strength of a shadow and should not be underestimated. The 4 of them were more inclined to the latter, which was the intuition among masters. The first time they saw Xing Yuan Shuijian, they felt that this person was no ordinary person, with his deep chakra capacity and confidence in every move. Not only was he not nervous at all about this mission, but he seemed eager to try it. Moreover, the 5th Hokage would not do such a stupid thing. That even if he wanted to train his juniors, he would not put them in such a dangerous place. In addition, Uchiha Shisui was very polite to Xing Yuan Shuijian along the way. "You have to know that the Uchiha clan has always been arrogant and proud, they will never curry favor with others." After traveling day and night without stopping, they finally arrived at the border outpost camp at sunrise in the early morning. Zhu, Lu, and Dai came to greet them, and they breathed a sigh of relief at the village's timely support. They had already encountered the Raikage, and it was very difficult for them to fight 3 against 1. This is because the opposing Raikage didn't really attack, otherwise they would have no choice but to run for their lives. Just when they were about to reminisce about the past, a ninja from the frontline outpost came running over quickly with an anxious look on his face. "Lord Shikaku, we sense a large number of enemy ninjas ahead, approaching our outpost." Nara Shikaku remained calm upon hearing this, and said quietly, "Continue to observe, and do not rush into battle." "Yes." When the ninjas saw that there was no panic on Shikaku's face, they immediately calmed down. Star Shuijian also nodded secretly. The people of the Nara clan were indeed born wise men. They were fearless and calm in the face of danger. They were perfect generals. Afterwards, Nara Shikaku urgently held a meeting in the outpost to prepare to deal with the aggressive cloud ninjas. "Mr. Yukian, you are the commander appointed by Lord Hokage. Would you like to tell us what you think?" Nara Shikaku looked at Xing Yuan Yukian and asked softly. Everyone in the field also turned to look at Xing Yuan Shuijian. Xing Yuan Shuijian shook her head and said, "Senior Luju, I am only the leader of the team, not the strategic commander. Your talent is evident to all that I won't join in the fun. Just arrange the combat missions and we'll execute them. Everyone nodded slightly when they heard this. They were also afraid that Xing Yuan Shuejian would come here to seize command, and then give reckless orders that would cause innocent casualties. Xing Yuan Shuejian didn't have so many thoughts, he just simply didn't want to use his brain because it was too tiring. Since there is a ready-made commander, why should he move forward? If it weren't for Lu Ju's command, Xing Yuan Shuejian might have fought for it. After all, no one wants to take orders from someone they don't know. Nara Shikaku was not pretentious when he heard this. After all, the battle situation was urgent. He immediately ordered, the enemy's number is unknown now, so we should not attack rashly. All ninjas, hold the camp firmly. And the elite Jonin teams will split into teams of 2 to patrol the vicinity. If they encounter an enemy expert, they must immediately sound the signal, and the ninjas who hear the signal should immediately go to support them. Nara Shikaka chose the safest way to deal with the situation. When he had no information about the enemy, he would never take the initiative to attack, so as not to fall into the enemy's trap. The purpose of sending out a team of Jonin to patrol is that Jonin have high ability to protect their lives and will not die immediately even if attacked. But the other ninjas in the outpost were in a different situation. If they went there, they would only die in vain. After all, now was not the time for a brutal war to break out, and they had to protect the new seedlings of Konoha as much as possible. That's it. Xing Yuan Shuejian and Uchiha Shisui were in one group, Kakashi and Yamato were in one group, and Saratobi Ushima and Ui Kurane were in one group. They went to patrol the border area, while the remaining mid-level ninjas were on guard around the camp. All the ninjas in the outpost are on high alert. Ino, Shikaku and Cho are coordinating in the combat command room, ready to provide support at any time.